Chapter 1 The Dumped Schoolboy. Drip drip drip. You're walking without eyes. The driver of the car slammed the steering wheel, then stuck his head out of the window and cursed. I'm sorry, how about you run me over? The young man said, wobbling as if he hadn't woken up from his hangover. Psycho. I don't care about you. The bald man cursed again and then drove off. At this time, Magic City was in a period of scorching heat. The surface temperature could even reach more than 40 degrees. Ordinary people would not stay outside at all. At this time, the asphalt roadside stood a man wearing a white undershirt. A man named Lu Feng. Yes, it is the protagonist of our book. At this moment, he is carrying a bottle of wine. With a face of indignation scolded the BMW driver just now. Thugs, turkeys, in addition to money and what else? I will be richer than you. Ding. The time-limited second killing system is being bound. What's that noise? Who's talking? Lu Feng looked around anxiously, but didn't find anything. I am a binding system exclusively for you. 3 seconds items are fixedly refreshed every day. You can choose one of them, and as you level up, more services will be opened one after another. A mechanical voice replied. So you're my exclusive system now? Lu Feng was full of doubts as he listened. Yes, the system's merciless voice continued. So the novel really shines into reality. I'm going to be beggar against all odds, right? Yes. Then where are you now? He asked hurriedly. I am now in your mind. You only need to concentrate your mind to enter the mind interface. Lu Feng sniffed and hurriedly concentrated. And sure enough, he entered a place similar to a subspace, with an interface similar to a computer window hanging on it. Ding! Detected that the host has entered the system. This day's items have been refreshed. Lu Feng hurriedly looked at the screen when he heard the system's voice. 1 set of Mission Hills International Grand Flat in the Eastern District, worth 74 million renminbi. 1 Lamborghini Poison, 45 million renminbi. 1% of original Ferrari shares, worth $300 million. Lu Feng surveyed what the system had refreshed for a moment and actually looked dumbfounded, only reacting after a long time. Holy, this is also too powerful. This does not score minutes to hang the size of the horse. The system, I love you. Ding. This day's refresh has ended. Please make your choice as soon as possible. Host, I choose 3. The system had just finished prompting. Lu Feng made his choice. Definitely choose 3. 300 million US dollars. Converted into RMB almost 2 billion. This is not a poor boy from the poor boy into a billionaire. The host has made a choice. Ferrari equity transfer will be sent to the host's residence within an hour. Go go go. Go home. Hearing the system's words, Lu Feng hurriedly swept a shared bicycle on the side of the road, and his 2 legs went backwards like wind in firewheels. At this moment he only wanted to quickly see his share transfer letter to see if it was all true. In less than a moment, accompanied by a squeaking sound of a sharp brake, Lu Feng returned to his less than 10 square feet rental house. He was a college student who had just graduated this year from the Magic City University of Finance and Economics, a top university in China. At the same time, he was also the school grass of the University of Finance and Economics, but it was a pity that he, the school grass, was dumped by his girlfriend the day before graduation. Thinking of his girlfriend getting into the BMW 5 Series of a bald and greasy middle-aged uncle, and then thinking of the heartless words his girlfriend said. Lu Feng, in this world nowadays, you can't live without money, and you can't fall in love without money. Although you are the school grass, but handsome and cannot be food, readers accept. I just want to live a quality life. You cannot give me the life I want. Let's break up. The words of his ex-girlfriend these days has been in the ears of Lu Feng surrounded. Every time I think of this, Lu Feng's little heart is cool. He now just want to see when the so-called transfer book can be delivered. In fact, he did not think of relying on his own efforts to find a well-paid job and then hit his girlfriend in the face. But the reality gave him a slap in the face. Although he graduated from a first-class university in China, the current environment in China is simply not a shortage of college students. Even if you are a graduate of the University of Finance and Economics, he has no connections, no background, even his parents are gone. He is still being pulled up by his uncle. How easy it is to find a good job. Coupled with the breakup and loss of love blow, Lu Feng decadent, but now this inexplicable system and gave him a glimmer of hope. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, he was awakened by a knock on the door, and when he heard the sound, he hurriedly got up and walked over. Click! Along with the sound of the door opening, the door was opened. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Feng? Your courier, please sign for it, said the courier holding a file bag, but Lu Feng didn't seem to hear him, so the courier had to call out hello again. Under the courier's greeting, Lu Feng finally came back to his senses. Please sign, said the courier with a pen. Oh, okay. He forced down the excitement in his heart and tremblingly picked up the pen and signed. Have a nice life, goodbye, the courier said and left without looking back. Waiting until the courier had already gone away, Lu Feng excitedly opened the envelope and took out the document. Then his eyes were directly glued to the 8 words Ferrari equity transfer letter on it. It's true. He hurriedly turned over the document and looked at it carefully. How to say that he also graduated from the Magic City University of Finance and Economics, but in a matter of 2 minutes, he finished reading the contract, and then he directly signed his name on it. So I am now a shareholder of Ferrari? I've become a billionaire? Lu Feng asked the system with an incredulous face. Yes, host. The system's voice sounded inside his head again. So it can be refreshed every day? Lu Feng asked again. Yes, right now the system level is at the initial level 1. Please make more efforts to raise the level. As the level rises, better items can be unlocked. How to level up? Lu Feng was very puzzled when he heard this. Honestly, he didn't even know how the system worked until now, and why it suddenly appeared on him. Your total value exceeds more than $10 billion. The system automatically upgrades to level 2, and at the same time opens the mall mode. You can exchange for many items you wouldn't expect at the mall. By analogy, when the sum of your worth reaches 100 billion, 10,000 billion, it can make the system upgrade. Okay, I understand then. It seems like I can only work very hard every day to purchase items for you to level up, Lu Feng said with a beaten face. However, at this time, he didn't know that because he had relied on the system to get the shares of Ferrari, he had already offended a major power in an invisible way. This party had already laid out a long time in order to get Ferrari's shares. After coming out of the system space, Lu Feng rode his shared bicycle and prepared to go out for dinner. Get something good to eat today. How can I say I'm a billionaire now? Treat myself. Chapter 2, The Ferrari Comes to Town. Squeak. The sharp sound of brakes cut through the air. Lu Feng dashingly made a sharp stop, dumped his bike firmly in front of the store, and shouted at the top of his voice, "Boss, come up with a portion of crab roe noodles. Add crab roe as much as you can for me. 4 portions. The owner of the noodle shop poked his head out from the steaming back kitchen. His face piled up with smiles. Ha ha ha, little wind, did you win the lottery? So spare, extravagant, luck, got lucky and made a small fortune. Lu Feng grinned broadly and responded, sitting on his familiar seat with his butt. It's good to be rich. Don't forget me when you're rich in the future. Think of me when you have something good to do. The boss joked while he was busy. That's for sure, old uncle. In the past you have not taken care of me. I remember it in my heart. Right, how's the job search going? The boss changed the topic. Still looking. Working hard. Lu Feng vaguely coped. He didn't want to reveal a single word about that magical spike system. This matter was too outrageous. Who would believe it if he said it out loud? Or maybe he would be dragged to do research. No hurry. Take your time to find it. The noodles are ready. Eat quickly. The boss walked over with a bowl of noodles. Lu Feng's eyes lit up. This bowl of crab meat noodles was simply outstanding. A thick layer of crab roe was spread all over, and some green onions were sprinkled on the surface, and the aroma went straight to his nose. Without saying a word, he picked up his chopsticks and prepared to eat. Jingling ling ling. At this time, the cell phone ringtone rang at an inopportune time. Hello, who is it? Lu Feng picked up the phone in no good humor. His tone was a bit stiff. Who could be in a good mood when their meal was disturbed? Hello, is this Mr. Lu Feng? A soft and sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me. Which one are you? I'm the assistant to the president of Ferrari Asia. My name is Chen Qian. Ferrari? What are you looking for me for? Lu Feng muttered in his heart. It's like this, Mr. Lu, have you received the contract that was sent to you earlier? Received it. Lu Feng faintly replied back. Then is it convenient for you to come to the company this afternoon? Or I will pick you up? Chen Qian asked cautiously. Alright, you add me on WeChat and I'll send you the location to pick me up. Lu Feng finished and hurriedly hung up the phone. If he didn't hang up again, this bowl of luxurious crab meat noodles should be lumped. It would be a waste. Chen Qian hung up the phone, did not dare to delay, nimbly drilled into the car. Towards the positioning sent by Lu Feng sped away. On the road, she was full of speculation about this mysterious Ferrari shareholder. To know, Ferrari is a world-class high-end sports car brand. The shares have been firmly in the hands of the Italians. This mysterious Mr. Lu, what kind of god is he that he can actually put the shares of Ferrari in his pocket? Could it be any deep-pocketed business tycoon in the country? If it was the big and small horses of the internet, and the old president of the Cheetah Group, these were all characters that could make huge waves in the international shopping malls, and it would make sense if they made a move. Chen Qian drove while thinking wildly, unknowingly arrived near the location Lu Feng sent. Through the car window, she saw at a glance a young man on the side of the road wearing a white tank top, big shorts, and chewing on an ice cream in his hand with a contented look on his face. Chen Qian rubbed her eyes and couldn't believe her eyes. Is this the mysterious Ferrari shareholder? She took out her cell phone in disbelief and dialed. Hello? The phone picked up just after one ring. Chen Qian looked out the window at the guy holding an ice cream in one hand and a cell phone in the other. his mouth constantly hello hello hello, and finally came back to her senses, hurriedly pushing open the car door and walked over. Mr. Lu, hello. Lu Feng, who was engaged in feeding, was startled by the sudden voice, and when he looked up, he saw a tall beauty standing in front of him, black small perfumed suit, wrap skirt with black silk, stepping on high heels, visually estimated height of at least 1.7 meters. Hello hello. Lu Feng reacted and hurriedly said, "You're Ferrari's presidential assistant?" "Yes, Mr. Lu, nice to meet you. What is it that you are looking for me for?" Lu Feng asked curiously. "Mr. Lu, you are now a director of Ferrari. Our Ferrari global president and director, Mr. Enzo, especially wants to meet you," Chen Qian explained. "Ah, is it hard for me to fly to Italy to meet him?" No, Mr. Lu, you've misunderstood." Chen Qian hurriedly waved her hand. "A video call will do. Mr. Enzo very much wants to get to know you." "Oh, like this, okay, let's go." Lu Feng then nodded in agreement. Immediately after, Chen Qian led him to her small BMW. Along the way, she secretly sized up Lu Feng. This young man in front of her was too young to be true, looking like a college student, but it was such a person who was actually able to pocket the shares of Ferrari under the eyes of many capital predators. What is his origin in the end? Is he the successor of a domestic business tycoon? Or was he the son of some mysterious ancient family? It couldn't be just a handsome face, could it? Chen Qian thought all the way, but did not figure out a reason. Arriving at the company, Chen Qian brought Lu Feng to the office. As soon as he thought that he would be able to meet that famous Ferrari president later, Lu Feng's heart was a little nervous. After all, Enzo was a resounding legend in the car circle, and his status was significant. Drip, a beep sounded, pulling Lu Feng back from his thoughts. At the same time, a standard European face appeared on the computer. "Hello, Mr. Lu." The old man was the first to speak, breaking the silence. "I'm Enzo. Nice to meet you." "Hello, Mr. Enzo. It's a great honor to talk to a senior like you." Lu Feng hastily adjusted his inner turmoil and spoke. Ha, I'm not a senior. I'm already an old man. In the future this world will still rely on you young people." Enzo laughed out loud, but a trace of appreciation flashed under his eyes. Where? Your valuable experience and readings are incomparable to mine." Lu Feng was very modest, and along with the deepening of the chat, his tense mood was released somewhat. "Mr. Enzo, I don't know if there's something you're contacting me about this time?" Enzo on the screen sniffed and casually waved his hand. "Nothing big, just want to get to know you and welcome you to Ferrari. And I, as the host, send a token of my appreciation. Of course, besides these things, there's another thing. It's about the branch. Since it's a newly established branch, it doesn't have a decent leader yet. It just so happens that your appearance fills in the gap nicely. I'm going to let you be the president of Ferrari Asia. Don't reject me, for the sake of the gift I gave you." Enzo's words resounded in the middle of the room, leaving Lu Feng somewhat unresponsive. To come up and become the president? This reversal was also too fast, so fast that he was a bit uncomfortable. However, he quickly agreed. "Since you said so, then I'll oblige." Chapter 3, Second Kill. The two chatted for a while longer before hanging up the phone. After coming out from Chen Qian's place, Lu Feng refused Chen Qian's request to send him home, because he needed to be alone. What happened today was too unbelievable. Just this morning he was still a beggar college student dumped by his girlfriend. In addition to handsome, he is nothing. To what nothing? Really narcissistic. You again handsome can have readers handsome, but because of the accidental binding of the system, life has directly undergone a sea change. From a useless beggar into a Ferrari big brother and can equal dialogue of people. Life ups and downs too fast, he really need to calm down a bit. In this way he walked all the way back to his rental house. After going back to lie on the bed and toss and turn. No, enter the system again to see if it's true. Saying that, Lu Feng directly sat up and focused his mind to enter the brain interface. "Welcome back, host." The system responded normally. "System, when will the spike interface be refreshed?" Lu Feng asked. "It refreshes in the early hours of the day." The system replied back. "This is also too slow. Days are like years." At this time, Lu Feng, who had already tasted the sweetness, didn't want to wait a moment. This is how the system is set up. It can't be changed. The system said coldly. "Forget it, I'll get some sleep first. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Besides, didn't Enzo say that a letter of appointment will be sent to me tomorrow? Tomorrow I'll be the president." The domineering president Lu Feng is officially online. Lu Feng thought as he retreated from the system, preparing to sleep until the items were refreshed. Then he set an alarm clock for himself and waited for the refresh. At 12 a.m., the alarm clock rang on time. Ding, 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 ding. accompanied by a sound of the alarm clock. Lu Feng quickly sat up and then entered the system interface at the speed of light. He just went in and the system prompted a refresh. Ding! This day's spike item has been refreshed. Please make a choice for the host. Lu Feng sniffed and immediately looked over. This refreshed item is Supercar Koenigsegg, worth 27 million renminbi. A set of Mission Hills International Grand Flat in Dongqing District, worth 74 million renminbi. Rolex Green Aqua Ghost Limited Edition, worth 12 million. I really love you so much. System, you know all these things. I usually can't even see them, and now they can actually be here for me to pick and choose from. You're really too good. I'm not going to be some kind of destined son. Lu Feng stinks. Ding. System prompt, please host don't daydream. Please make your choice immediately. So indifferent. Then I choose the large flat. It is the most expensive of these three options. I always choose the expensive and not the right. This is also conducive to the system you upgrade. Besides, I still don't have a place to live. As the future president of Ferrari, how can I not have a good place to live? Lu Feng said. Ding. The host has made a choice. A set of large flat in Mission Hills International in the Eastern District. The relevant documents will appear on the host's desk tomorrow morning. Okay, thanks, Lu Feng said as he exited the system, then lay down on the bed and fell asleep again. The early morning sunlight passed through the leaves of the trees and turned into spots of light showering down on Lu Feng's face, only to see him rubbing his drowsy eyes, yawning. Then he quickly pounced on the table, and sure enough, he saw the red book he had been longing for. Ness. Lu Feng called out and quickly opened the real estate license. What met his eyes was the 6th floor of the 7th building of Mission Hills International in the Eastern District, the steel seal underneath and the name written in the column of the homeowner. All of them told Lu Feng that this house worth 74 million renminbi was his. Excited heart, trembling hands, put on the clothes and let's go. Lu Feng hummed a song as he opened the door and walked out. The morning of early summer is still very cool. Without the blazing heat of midday, there is just a breeze gently brushing across the face. Just like a gentle mother caressing her child. Parked the car on the side of the road. Bought 2 buns. Lu Feng ate the buns and rode to his big mansion. Shared bikes cannot enter the neighborhood. At the sound of a cold shout from the security guard, our big property owner grayly parked his car at the place where the shared bicycle was placed. Hello, do you have an appointment? No. For the owner's safety, no one is allowed in without an appointment. Please notify the owner so we can release them. Is there a possibility that I am the owner? Lu Feng said breathlessly. Excuse me, honorable owner. 9527 at your service. The security guard quickly saluted and said, do you still need to register? No need. Please show me your evidence. I will arrange for a car to take you in. Hearing this, Lu Feng pulled out the key from his pocket. As the keys were customized, the security guard only needed a glance to know if it was real or fake. Welcome homeowner. 9527 reporting to you, the security guard said loudly. Okay, very spirited. Take me to building 7-inch. Lu Feng laughed. He found this security guard very interesting. Led by the security guard, he got into the security car and arrived in front of the house he had been longing for. With an excited mood, Lu Feng walked into the elevator. Out of the elevator, looking at the armored entry door in front of him, which was made of alloy armor, Lu Feng's heart had already flown out, and he hurriedly opened the door with the key, not forgetting to record his fingerprints on the door lock. After opening the door, the first thing Lu Feng saw was a large dining room, decorated in a luxurious and beautiful way. The standard 4 rooms and 2 halls, equipped with a study room, also with 2 nanny rooms. The total area reached 343 square feet. This will be my house from now on. The first house in Magic City, but definitely not the last. Backed by the system, this will be the starting point of my life. Standing on the balcony, looking at the distant scenery of Magic City, Lu Feng thought, the whole city will prostrate under my feet. Ding bell bell bell. Just when Lu Feng was on top of his head thinking about good things, a phone rang again. Hello, I'm Mission Hills International's personal butler. You can call me Xiao Wang. Is the call bothering you? It's to ask if you need to prepare lunch. You still have this service? Charge for it? Lu Feng asked curiously. Of course you don't need to. The property fee you paid includes the ordering fee, the housekeeper said slowly. Then help me prepare it. Okay. Lu Feng hung up the phone after saying that, and lay down on the sofa, just wanting to study the TV when the phone rang again. A look at the memo is actually Ferrari's Chun Qian. What is she calling for? With doubts, Lu Feng answered the phone. What's up, MS? Chun. Mr. Lu, your appointment letter came down. I sent it over to you, but I don't know your location, so I called to ask. Chen Xian said gently. Oh, then you send it over to me. I'm at the 6th floor of the 7th building of Mission Hills International. Be safe on the way. After saying that, Lu Feng hung up the phone, but at this moment, Chen Xian's side couldn't be calm. because as a Magic City local, she knew that Mission Hills International, that's Mission Hills International, the average selling price is approaching $100 million of luxury properties. This young man, who has just been appointed president of Ferrari, actually lives in Mission Hills International. With a messy mood, Chen Xian drove to Mission Hills International, because Lu Feng had notified in advance. Chen Xian also came to the interior of the neighborhood very smoothly. While walking, Chen Xian visited the luxury of the neighborhood. Damn rich people. I really have to fight with you guys. This I have to work part-time until when can I afford it? Chen Xian thought in her heart. Ding dong. With the ringing of the doorbell, Chen Xian arrived at the door of Lu Feng's house. Hearing the doorbell, Lu Feng walked over and opened the door. Mr. Lu, this is the appointment letter from President Enzo. Please sign it. After signing this you will be the president of the Asia Regional Division. In the Asia Division you will have absolute say. Even President Enzo will need to respect your opinion. Chen Xian handed over the document as soon as they met. Although the heart is very hard on his poor, but the work must continue or else the top boss to be fired. How to do? Playing workers is difficult Okay. Lu Feng took the appointment letter and signed on it. So now you, the president's secretary, is the real president's secretary? Lu Feng said with a smile. Yes, from now on, I'm your soldier. I'll fight wherever you point me. Chen Xian also said with a smile. Chapter 4, President. Please don't be like this. Ha ha ha. Very good. My secretary lady. Let's eat here at noon. I just ordered a meal. Lu Feng said with a smile. I'll be polite then. Chen Xian also said back nonchalantly. After all, she was very interested in this mysterious president. Young and handsome, and also multi-cash. This was the dream lover of many girls. Can I visit your house? Chen Xian twisted her head and asked. Of course you can. Let me take you on a tour. Lu Feng quickly agreed. After all, he was also very interested in this house. And before he could visit it, Chen Xian came. When Lu Feng brought Chen Xian to the master bedroom, Chen Xian's eyes were immediately attracted, because what appeared in front of her was a super large round bed. Chen Xian estimated that sleeping 4 or 5 people would not be crowded. Wanna be capitalist? This is trying to multi-person sports movement. Chen Xian's mind immediately ran out of such a thought. In fact, she really misunderstood Lu Feng, because Lu Feng didn't even know what his master bedroom looked like. Actually, the master bedroom has a check room inside. So envious, so jealous. This was Chen Xian's second thought, because she was now inside the check room of the master bedroom. Looking at the rows and rows of closets made of precious fragrant wood, Chen Xian was completely sour. To know that this is the Magic City, international first-class big city. She is now standing in this place as in the Magic City top mansion inside, the real inch of land. Chen Xian while accidentally pushed open the bathroom door. Heaven and earth conscience. She really did not mean to push open the bathroom door. Mainly because the door of the master bedroom bathroom is too beautiful. She did not know it was a bathroom. After seeing the bathroom, Chen Xian was struck again, because this bathroom was even bigger than her bedroom. Inside the bathroom, an oversized double bathtub hit her hard. Not only the bathtub, the shower also did wet and dry separation. The most excessive is that there is actually a sauna room. Chen Xian, curious in the bathroom inside, touch this, touch that. Lu Feng looked behind him and did not squeak, mainly because he himself has not seen. So let Chen Xian in front of the road. Suddenly, Chen Xian did not know what to press. The shower on her head began to spray water. Chen Xian dodged, slipped and fell to the ground. Ouch! Chen Xian let out a cry of pain. The overalls also got wet under the spray of the shower. And when Chen Xian slipped and fell to the ground, spraining her ankle, Lu Feng reacted. Are you alright? Lu Feng rushed over to help her up. And then he himself got covered in water from the shower that was spraying water. Don't ask Lu Feng why he didn't turn off the shower first. Mainly because he wouldn't be able to either. Hiss, it hurts. I sprained my foot, Chen Xian said with a frown. Lu Feng hurriedly looked over. This look does not matter, because Chen Xian is wearing a short skirt today. A pair of snow-white long legs immediately attracted Lu Feng's eyes to the past, coupled with the fact that at this time, Chen Xian's body was already wet. The white shirt became hidden, and could already see the black lining inside. Lu Feng was instantly mesmerized by what he saw. Hiss, when else do you want to see? Chen Xian's gentle voice with a hint of pain came out, waking up the mesmerized Lu Feng. Sorry. Lu Feng hurriedly apologized, then carried Chen Xian to the bedroom. I'll go find you some clothes. You blow dry your hair first. Lu Feng handed the hairdryer to Chen Xian before escaping out of the room as if he was running away. Put. Chen Xian covered her mouth and laughed as she looked at the escaping Lu Feng. It's still really cute. It can't be that he's still a fledgling. Chen Xian laughed while looking at her own proud figure, because the blouse was wet. The proudly erect 36 was already clearly visible, together with the fact that she didn't wear stockings today. A pair of long slender legs were covered with water droplets. no wonder it can't be topped, Chen Xian thought to herself. After Lu Feng ran out of the room on this side, his heart was thumping fast. Where has he experienced this kind of thing? Although he has been in love, but because of his girlfriend's refusal, they have only held hands. Today suddenly saw such a tantalizing scene. Lu Feng said, take this test, cadres. Cadres can really not stand. Lu Feng thought while going to find clothes for Chen Xian, because it was unoccupied. There were only bathrobes in the bathroom cabinet inside this house. Lu Feng took a set of pink bathrobe and hurriedly sent it to Chen Xian. You wear this first, give me the clothes, I'll go put them inside the dryer for you, Lu Feng said as he handed the bathrobe to Chen Xian. Okay, thank you Mr. Lu, Chen Xian said as she took the bathrobe handed over by Lu Feng. I'll find you some more medicine to revitalize blood circulation and remove blood stasis for you to apply, Lu Feng said and went out again. Hello, please send over a blood circulation medicine for me, Lu Feng said as he walked out of the room and made a phone call. The neighborhood housekeeper over here received the call and rushed over with a copy of safflower oil without stopping. Mr. Lu, this is the safflower oil you asked for. Are you injured? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? The butler asked with concern. No thanks, it's just a minor sprain, Lu Feng politely said back. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore. Your lunch will be ready soon. I will bring it to you later, the butler said and retreated. Lu Feng took the safflower oil to the bedroom. The medicine is here. Apply it yourself. Lu Feng looked at Chen Xian who was sitting on the bed wearing a bathrobe. From his angle he could just see that flash of snow white. Forcing himself to hold back his reluctance, he averted his gaze and handed the medicine to Chen Xian. Mr. Lu, I can't bend over right now. Can I trouble you to apply it for me? Chen Xian's soft voice came out as if it still carried a hint of seduction. Okay, Lu Feng could only agree stiffly when he saw this. Gently put Chen Xian's feet to the right place. Lu Feng opened the safflower oil poured on his hand, and then placed on Chen Xian's ankle slowly rubbed up. The snow-white delicate ankles, in the moment of contact madly teased Lu Feng's little heart. The warm and comfortable touch, made Lu Feng hate to turn into a werewolf. Hiss, Mr. Lu, be gentle, slow down, it hurts a bit. Okay, then I'll be gentle. Lu Feng gently cupped Chen Xian's ankle and massaged it, and Chen Xian also went from pain at the beginning to comfort. Those warm big hands gently massaged her ankles. Every pressure was so comfortable that Chen Xian wanted to scream out. The way Mr. Lu is serious, is really handsome, Chen Xian thought while enjoying Lu Feng's massage. Alright, it's almost ready. After about 5 minutes had passed, Lu Feng reluctantly put Chen Xian's feet down. Lunch will be here soon. Let me help you over to eat, Lu Feng added. Aha, okay, thank you Mr. Lu, you're so considerate, Chen Xian whispered back. Lu Feng helped Chen Xian slowly walk to the living room and just sat down. The doorbell rang. Ding dong, coming, Lu Feng said. When he opened the door to his room, he saw the butler from just now with a slightly chubby chef pushing a food cart waiting outside the door. The moment they saw Lu Feng, the butler and the chef said in unison, Mr. Lu wishes you a pleasant meal before helping Lu Feng to bring the sumptuous meal from the food cart to the dining room. Thank you for your trouble. It's our honor to serve you, the butler and chef said as they retreated. Click. With the sound of the entry door closing, Lu Feng brought Chen Xian to sit on the dining table. Looking at the sumptuous meal on the table, including abalone and sauce, Australian lobster, and crabs bigger than their faces, Lu Feng and Chen Xian were silent, and then said together in their hearts, it's good to be rich. Afterwards, Lu Feng and Chen Xian turned their ears away from things outside the window, focusing on being dry cooks, and wiped out all 6 dishes in one soup in a whirlwind. Hiccup, so full propped up. After eating, Chen Xian also disregarded the image, also on Lu Feng the same big grin lying on the sofa. Mr. Lu, hiccup, thank you for your hospitality. This is the best meal I've ever eaten. Chen Xian hiccuped and thanked Lu Feng. You're welcome, hiccup, who made you my soldier? Hiccup, Lu Feng was also propped up until he didn't want to talk. Then the two of them lay down on the sofa without any image to rest. Right, Mr. Lu forgot to tell you one thing. Chen Xian sat up with a prick like she suddenly thought of something. Chapter 5, the location of the Ferrari branch. What is it? Lu Feng asked. It's like this, Mr. Enzo said that since he handed over the branch to you, he would let you be in charge of the entirety of the branch, and he asked you to take a look at which location would be good for the branch to be situated in Mordor. Chen Xian replied, What? Do you still want me to be responsible for selecting the location? Isn't their side responsible for selecting the location? Lu Feng questioned. Yes, Chen Xian said with a smile. Then, are the funds and other things ready on their side? They won't be ready to let me pay for it, right? Mr. Enzo has already allocated the startup funds. The initial stage is a total of 500 million renminbi, and the follow-up will continue to add funds. Chen Xian returned. Involving this kind of business, she still quickly into the state. After all, she is a professional. Oh, that's good. Then I'll prepare for it, and see where it's more appropriate to choose. Lu Feng said calmly. Okay, then by the time you choose it, just inform me directly. Chen Xian looked at Lu Feng, who agreed calmly with a calm face, and thought in her heart, it looks like there is really a big brother behind the existence of otherwise the selection of such a big thing. Mr. Lu looks like it is not on the mind. It must be a plan. To know in the Magic City to establish a branch is not so easy. Even if you are Ferrari cannot, involving too many people and too many things, and even need the government's permission. Chen Xian's side is thinking. Lu Feng's side is also panicked. He just graduated from college. Where does he know what site selection? What experience? There is no network, but in front of the staff he can only pretend to be calm. Then Mr. Lu, I'll go back first. I'm very sorry for disturbing you for such a long time and letting you treat me to dinner. Next time I'll treat you, Chen Xian said while standing up. Okay, can you drive with your feet now? Or else I will send you back. Lu Feng also stood up. No, thank you Mr. Lu, I'm already much better. I'm really troubling you, Chen Xian said. Then take this bottle of safflower oil back. Apply it a few more times and you'll be fine. Thank you then, I'll leave first. You don't need to see me off. With the clicking sound of the door closing, Chen Xian left. And at this time, Lu Feng also returned to his bedroom and prepared to sleep a little more. After all, he didn't sleep well last night. Just lying on the bed he smelled a good smell. It turned out to be the flavor of Chen Xian's body. So Lu Feng smelled Chen Xian's body fragrance and fell asleep. June evening, the evening sun in the sky red reflection. Although not the heat of noon, but after a day of sun exposure, the air still has the flavor of the heat. The leaves are also rolled up. With the sound of stretching, Lu Feng also woke up from his sleep. Hey, where is a good place to site this branch? The Golden Triangle has long since run out of empty spots, and it's not easy to find other places, so it can't be in the suburbs. Lu Feng said bitterly. Forget it, go eat first. Do not want to, not tomorrow to find, but also have to buy a car. Otherwise I haul Ferrari president cannot always pedal sharing bicycle it. Thinking about Lu Feng and agonized. Although he is now the president of Ferrari, also live in a large mansion, but he has no money. He is now less than $2,000 in the bank card. After leaving the door, Lu Feng also kept thinking about these things. Without realizing it, he walked to a barbecue restaurant, then walked in and prepared to eat something first. Boss, grill 5 bunches of cashews, 10 bunches of lamb skewers and 2 chicken wings. Lu Feng shouted. Okay, you find a seat first. It will be ready in a while, the boss promised. After about 10 minutes, with the boss yelling, the steaming barbecue was brought up. Lu Feng was drinking beer while jerking off the skewers, and when he was drinking, he suddenly heard someone calling himself Lu Feng. 2 young guys walked over side by side. It turned out to be his college roommates, Zhang Kai and Lu Li. The 2 of them were from the same hometown, so they lived together after graduation. It's you guys, come and have a drink, Lu Feng greeted. They were still on good terms. After all, they slept in a dormitory. You kid alone hiding here to eat good? Do not call us, Zhang Kai said smilingly, then sat next to Lu Feng with Lu Li. I'm out here to take a break and have a drink. Lu Feng also smiled back. You will not come out of it. If I say Su Lily is not worth it at all, that is the scum girl, said Zhang Kai on the side again. No, I'm not because of this matter. Is simply want to drink some? Lu Feng helplessly back. Che, see if I believe you. Lu Li also chimed in. Really, I just want to come out to drink. I really have long come out from the shadow of lost love. Looking at Lu Feng's serious look, Lu Li and Zhang Kai also put down their hearts. Then let's have a good drink today, Zhang Kai said while opening a bottle of beer. Lu Li on the other side also opened a bottle unwillingly. Okay, the 3 of them then clinked a glass. How's your job search going? Lu Li asked as he mumbled over his kebabs. I'll find one soon. Lu Feng returned. He couldn't say I'm now the president and will take off soon. People would treat him like a cutie. Aha, find a job to do first, and then look for a good job while doing it. If you really can't, come to our company. Intern 4,500. 5 insurance and gold and everything. 8 days off per month. Zhang Kai also said. No need, my side will soon be accepted. And so in case one day really cannot mix, I must go to join you. Lu Feng said with a smile. Okay, then, without further ado, you kid is so handsome and capable. You can definitely succeed. There are so many rich women in Mordor. In case one day your kid will be looked at and sore, our brothers and sisters will still have to let you lift them up. Lu Li also joked. Right, old Lu, 2 days after the reunion, you cannot be late. Zhang Kai suddenly said. Class reunion? Okay, I know. Tell me the location then. I'll be there. Lu Feng replied. But I'm telling you in advance, Su Lily will also go over there. She might even bring that boyfriend who's more than 20 years older than her. You can't be impulsive. I heard that this old boyfriend of his is a supplier of a certain real estate company, and is considered to be black and white. Lu Li also interjected. Don't worry, won't. I'm not a 3-year-old child. Besides, she is really not worth me to do this. Lu Feng gave them a reassuring look said. Alright, let's drink. Lu Feng said as he picked up his wine glass. It was not until late at night that the few people dispersed. Let's go. Slow down on the road. Got it. Don't forget the class reunion old Lu. Got it. Don't worry. I'll definitely be there. Lu Feng could only promise once again. They drank for 4 or 5 hours until the early hours of the morning. Then Lu Feng wandered alone to the neighborhood and returned home with the help of the neighborhood housekeeper. A full 3 years of feelings. How can it be so easy to put down? Thinking that his girlfriend gave up on him because he had no money and turned into someone else's arms, Lu Feng felt that he was blind and did not see through his ex-girlfriend's disguise earlier. Ding! The daily spike items of the limited time spike system have been refreshed. The items refreshed this time are as follows. Chapter 6, Tianyu Group. Ding bell ling ling. Early in the morning Lu Feng was called up by the alarm clock, stretched and turned it off ready to roll over and continue sleeping. He had a dream last night, a dream where he and Shen Shen ate together, went shopping together, and finally came home to be in bed. So he was tired with a sore back and was just about to go back to sleep, but then he sat up violently. It seems like I forgot something very important, Lu Feng said to himself alone. I'll go. It's time for the spike system to be refreshed. Thinking of this, he hurriedly focused his mind into the brain world, and then he saw the 3 items that the system had refreshed today. $30 million in cash, legally and legally credited to the host's bank card. 6 stores in Shifeng Avenue, worth 52 million renminbi. 10% shares of Tianyu Group, worth 2 billion renminbi. System, please accept my knees. You're my god, Lu Feng said in an exaggerated manner. Ignoring Lu Feng's quirkiness, the system indifferently prompted. Please make your choice as soon as possible. Host, I choose 3. Must choose 3. 2 billion this time I shall not be worth more than 4 billion. Lu Feng thought happily. Ding, the host has made a choice. 10% shares of the Tianyu Group. The share transfer book please host to the Tianyu Group of companies to take. Why isn't it sent directly to me and still have to go pick it up? Lu Feng expressed his lack of understanding. Ding, the way the item is delivered is randomized every time. The system replied. Alright, I know. Just in time to go out for breakfast. Lu Feng then prepared to get dressed and get up. Just as Lu Feng was about to go out for breakfast, on the other side, Tianyu Group was already in a mess. The executive president of the company suddenly received a call from the chairman of the board who had retired to the second line for a long time. The content of the call was that his investment had failed, the capital chain was broken, and he had no choice but to sell 10% of the company's shares to tide over the difficulties, and when the executive president knew about this, he directly froze. Drop. Until the cell phone hangs up when the beep 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 busy sound. Wang Yu only reacted. This is going to be a change in the company. Wang Yu mutters. It should be known that Tianyu has always been a one-man company with the old director holding 100% of the shares and saying one thing or another. Now that there was an additional major shareholder holding 10% of the shares, there was no telling what changes would be made to the company's situation. Perhaps he, the president, would be affected. Ding! Wang Yu, who was in the middle of his rambling thoughts, was startled by the computer's beep, and looked down to see that it was a document sent over by the old director. On it are the names and photos of the new shareholders, and looking at the photo of Lu Feng, who is too young to be young again, Wang Yu's heart is also in a state of flux. Xiao Lu, come over here. With the sound of the secretary pushing the door in, Wang Yu said without lifting his head, the company has a new shareholder. This is his name photo. Take it and go downstairs to the front desk to make arrangements. The new shareholder will come over to sign the contract today. The new shareholder will be coming over to sign the contract today. Yes, President. Then the secretary took the information and went downstairs to the front desk to make arrangements. On this side, our protagonist was leisurely riding his bicycle, holding a donut in his hand, eating it while rushing in the direction of Tianyu Mansion. Squeak! The brakes sounded. Lu Feng parked his shared bicycle and looked up at the building in front of him. The 4 words Tianyu Group flashed in gold above the building, almost blinding Lu Feng. There was no old face-punching routine, and the security guard just did a registration and let him go straight away when he knew he had an appointment. Lu Feng then found the front desk. Hello, my name is Lu Feng. I think you should have been notified. Please take me over to your president, Lu Feng said as he looked at the 3 ladies at the front desk. Okay, Mr. Lu, please follow me. Led by the receptionist ladies, Lu Feng followed. As soon as they left on the front foot, the 2 remaining front desk ladies started talking on the back foot. Wow, is this our new director? So young and handsome, front desk B said. Yes, really handsome, not only handsome, He smiles so gently and good-looking, receptionists he said. Such a perfect man would be great if he was my boyfriend. Don't think so much. Such a handsome and rich man can't be compared with a small person like us. How do you know if you don't try? In case the director likes me like this. Just as the two receptionist ladies were gossiping, Lu Feng had already arrived at the president's office. Hello, I'm Lu Feng. Hello, I'm the executive president of Tianyu Group. My name is Wang Yu. With the two shaking hands and then exchanging names, the two sat down. Hello Lu Dong. I've been notified. This is the share transfer agreement. Saying that, Wang Yu took out a document from the drawer and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the document and read it carefully. It clearly stated that 10% of Tianyu Group's shares would be transferred to Lu Feng. Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but secretly marvel at how great the system was. It was so well done. And then Lu Feng signed his name on the signature. Trouble you, Lu Feng said politely. This is my part. Do you need me to take you around the group? Said Wang Yu. Yes, that's exactly what I want to do. Wang Yu led Lu Feng out of the office. All the way Wang Yu was introducing Lu Feng to the company. Lu Dong, our company started out as a real estate company, and after the original capital accumulation, we have now ventured into other industries as well. Nowadays the market capitalization has reached $20 billion. Of course you must have understood all of this already, but I still feel the need to tell you about it. Well, I already know all of what you said. Let's talk about the others, Lu Feng said seemingly flatly. In fact, he knows a hammer. He doesn't know anything. He only knows that 10% of the shares are worth 2 billion, but he is a director. He can't panic. He has to be stable. Wang Yu saw a calm Lu Feng. His heart was also secretly surprised. Worthy of being a big shot who threw away thousands of dollars to take 10% of the group's shares. So young to possess such a good mindset. Lu Dong, you see, this site is the property of our group's new development district. Unconsciously Wang Yu brought Lu Feng to the company's sand simulation room. Looking at a high building on the sand tray, Lu Feng was also very excited. After all, when these houses were sold, his wallet would also bulge. Very good, Lu Feng exclaimed. Then our side is pretty much strolling around. I'll call a meeting on my side and use it to welcome your arrival today. After all, many of the top management and staff don't recognize you now. What do you think? Lu Feng looked around. Indeed, just now when the two of them were strolling around the company, the employees of the company were curious about him. All along the way, there were people muttering about him, curious about his identity and who exactly he was that he could let the executive president accompany him to introduce the company. Aha, okay, go arrange it, Lu Feng said after thinking about it. Okay, please wait in my office, Wang Yu said back. Just as Lu Feng went back inside his office to drink tea, Wang Yu urgently gathered the executives of the company and the managers of each department and told them to notify down for an emergency meeting. Then before Lu Feng's mind could turn around, he was already pushed onto the meeting podium by Wang Yu. Lu Feng had never experienced such a big battle before. He had only sung a few songs at the New Year's Day party when he was in school, but either that or he was the main character. Lu Feng quickly adjusted his state and tactically cleared his throat. Ahem. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Feng. I'm the new director of our Tianyu Group. Many of you, probably, haven't heard of me or seen me. It doesn't matter. After today you will all know me. Today open this meeting. 1 is to let you know me. 2 is I also have some words to say to you. Everyone, just don't water down the numbers. After Lu Feng stood on the podium and spoke for almost an hour, the meeting was also considered to have ended successfully. Lu Dong, do you need me to send a car to send you? No thanks. I'll just go back by myself. After refusing Wang Yu's arrangement to send a car to take him home, Lu Feng walked out of Tianyu Mansion and then went straight to his shared bicycle. Chapter 7 encountered two one after another. Lu Feng, who had just arrived home on his bicycle, laid down on the sofa and salted himself. Play a game of glory, Lu Feng said and took out his cell phone and opened the game and began to operate. Mage don't grab my blue. Asterisk asterisk. Shooter will not play. CNMLB. With a burst of nationalist output, Lu Feng exasperatedly exited the game. What the hell are all these things? One is more pitiful than the other. The thought of losing the points he had worked so hard on was unbearable. Suddenly a phone rang, interrupting his broken thoughts. After picking up his cell phone and seeing the caller ID on it, Lu Feng was a bit surprised because the one who called was his sister. However, technically speaking it could not be his own sister. It was just his eldest uncle's daughter, but since he grew up without a father and mother, he followed his eldest uncle to grow up, so the feelings between the two of them were even better than a real brother and sister. After answering the phone, the two chatted for a long time, and Lu Feng also knew the reason why his sister Lu Yanran called. It turned out that the little girl had already been admitted to the university, so she wanted to come to Magic City for a few days to play, to console her lost youth. In this regard, Lu Feng is naturally clapping welcome. If he were to do before, he may still worry about his sister to come to their own how to entertain. After all, he is just a poor student, but now he is already a billionaire. Not to mention his sister over to play a few days, is to live in the magic city themselves have been raised are fine. Beep beep beep, accompanied by the sound of the end of the call coming from his cell phone. Lu Feng couldn't help but recall the memories of his previous childhood in his mind, because he had lost his parents at a very young age. It was his eldest uncle who had brought him up, and Lu Yanyan, the eldest uncle's only daughter, naturally had an extremely good relationship. When they were young, they climbed trees together in the countryside, caught fish, made traps together to catch birds, and went to school together. Every time this little girl was bullied inside the school, she would cry and come to him, her older brother, to avenge her. After Lu Feng knew about it, he would beat up the one who bullied her severely, and then the result would be that both of them would be called to their parents. When he was a kid, his elder brother had not been invited by the teacher because of these things. Yes, the little girl has gone to college in the blink of an eye, and he himself hasn't seen him in 3 years. Lu Feng lamented. Ever since he went to university, he hadn't returned home because he didn't want to rely on his eldest uncle all the time, so he chose to work during the holidays to subsidize his studies. Even if his eldest uncle often called him money over or called him to come home, he still refused. After all, he also wanted to rely on himself to support himself. Payment pass arrived at 3000 RMB. A sound came from his cell phone. Lu Feng was interrupted in his memories by this sudden voice prompt. He looked at his cell phone only to realize that it was the money that Lu Yanyan had transferred to him. Brother, I'm afraid you won't accept it, so I transferred it directly. Accept it? When I go over to play with you in the next 2 days, you come and spend the money. Looking at the note left by his sister, Lu Feng's eyes were a little moist. After all, this is his sister's concern for him. After giving his sister a sentence back telling her to be safe on her way here, he was ready to go out for lunch. Today a morning are in the Tianyu group. Now noon. Just go out to eat lunch. By the way, to buy some clothes to wear. After all, he is also a billionaire. Can not always shorts undershirt. Shida Shopping Plaza. Lu Feng was browsing in the clothing store to see if he could find his favorite clothes. Just when he had his eye on a suit and was about to try it on, a voice suddenly came and interrupted him. Wrap this suit up for me. I'll take it. Hearing the voice, Lu Feng twisted his head in wonder and looked over, only to find that it turned out to be his college class president. But it's really bad luck. Lu Feng mockingly came up with a sentence. It wasn't that he was deliberately picking a fight. It was because when he was in school, this so-called class president of his was jealous of him because of the love letters and confessions that some of the girls wrote to him. Therefore, the two of them were not on good terms with each other since school, and the other party he met today was definitely not harboring good intentions, so there was no need for him to be polite. You poor bastard. What are you talking about? Can you afford the clothes here? Chu Fan also disliked Lu Feng back nonchalantly. I said it's bad luck to see you. The good mood of the day is gone. Lu Feng also did not show any weakness. It's also my bad luck to see you. But how did you have the courage to enter this kind of luxury store? Can you afford this suit you're looking at? How long do you have to work for $28,000? Chu Fan mocked. I'm sorry, since I'm looking at this suit, I'll buy it. Hello, come over and help me wrap up this suit, Lu Feng said to the guide who was watching from the side. Oh, okay sir, I'll wrap it up for you here, the guide hurriedly responded. No, this set of clothes, I'll take it, Chu Fan on the other side also shouted. Lu Feng looked at Chu Fan who was arguing with him, but his heart muttered, the next plot won't be him raising the price to buy it, and then I'll play the pig and eat the tiger, and madly hit him in the face. No way. How does such a cheesy routine feel like it's in the world of novels? Lu Feng spat madly in his heart. Sir, we still have several sets of these clothes in the store. Let me wrap up a set for each of you. As the shopper's words fell, Chu Fan, who was staggering at the side, froze for a moment, and Lu Feng's side also felt embarrassed. Who made him think so much? Then with the two shoppers wrapped up the two pieces of clothing, Chu Fan is also a face of constipation expression left. Before leaving also did not forget to put a harsh words. Class reunion, you give me weight. Was dumped big school grass. Lu Feng's side is also paid the money to take the clothes ready to go back. Don't ask where the money came from. He asked Wang Yu to borrow before he came. Thinking about the embarrassment of borrowing money, Lu Feng is also a headache. Who would have thought that the rich man with a $4 billion fortune, not a few $1,000s on the body. At that time, people Wang Yu thought that they received a fraudulent phone call. Lu Feng, who went out of Cheetah Plaza, was ready to eat something and then go back. Who knew that he had met another acquaintance? Lu Feng. Lu Feng heard someone call him, quickly turned his head to look over. Do not know. A look shocked. The original is his ex-girlfriend is calling him. Seeing that it was Su Lily, Lu Feng indifferently asked, what's the matter with you calling me? Oh, nothing, it's just that I saw that it was you and then I wanted to talk to you. Su Lily smiled back. If you don't have anything to do, I'll leave first. Lu Feng looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, thinking of the happy times in the past, and then associating it with the scene of a man in his 40s pressing down on her. Lu Feng only felt a wave of nausea. Don't go yet. Have you found a job yet? Or come to my boyfriend's company to work? I'll ask him to arrange an easy position for you. It's also worthy of our previous relationship, Su Lily said arrogantly. Hearing Su Lily say this, Lu Feng is really speechless. How in the world she called a person older than her father's boyfriend? How to call out Lu Feng was now just wanting to leave quickly because he suddenly realized that he didn't recognize his ex-girlfriend in front of him. No need. I've already found a job on my own, so I don't need you to worry about it. You have time to chat with me or spend more time with your boyfriend. Lu Feng directly refused. Baby, what are you doing here? Just as Lu Feng's words had just finished, an obese bald man ran over, and with his footsteps, his immense beer belly swayed along with him. Lu Feng was also speechless when he saw this scene. As far as Su Lily's small body is concerned, she shall not be crushed to death by this so-called boyfriend of his. Oh, an ex-boyfriend chatting about it. Su Lily fell in the fat man's arms. Ex-boyfriend? It is the ex-boyfriend that you dumped. The fat man heard and couldn't help but look at Lu Feng to measure up. Che, in addition to handsome, nothing, the fat man disdained. Yes, at that time, when the school did not know what to do, he and Dead Face chased me. I reluctantly agreed to, but he and I are innocent. This husband you know, Su Lily hurriedly defended to the fat man. Ha 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 ha, of course you're innocent. I knew it on the first night we met. When the fat man heard Su Lily say that, he laughed on the spot. Nasty, you are so bad. Su Lily pretended to be shy and whacked the fat man. Ha 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 ha, men are not bad, women do not love. Baby, what did you say to him? The fat man asked with a bad smile. Did not say anything? Is to see is poor? Want you to help him? Let him go to your company to work. After all, he is also people's first love. Well, Su Lily pampered. Ha ha ha, well, since the baby opened his mouth, then you will come to my company. I see you have a good image. Come over to me as a security guard. I will give you $5,000 a month. How about it? The fat man sniffed disdainfully. At this time, Lu Feng, who had already endured for a long time, directly disliked back. Just you? You have a tank thick, no tank high. In addition to the ass is the waist of the contestant. Hair thin mosquito stand up to break the foot. You are also worthy of. You two are stinky fish with rotten shrimp. Perfect match. At those words, the fat man and Su Lily were stunned, standing there for a while both confused. Lu Feng, on the other hand, turned his head and ran away. You ask me why I'm running? When the fat man standing behind a few big men is a pose? Just when Lu Feng had run out of shadow, the fat man and Su Lily reacted. Give me a chase. Find him and break his legs, the fat man said furiously. A few brawny men hurriedly chased after him when they heard their boss's order. Hubby, don't be angry. Su Lily hurriedly comforted the fat man. Sap, the fat man directly slapped Su Lily's face. Asterisk. I'll clean you up properly at night. Don't you have a class reunion? I'll go too. I'm going to make him suffer. Chapter 8, going to Times Square to collect rent. Over here, Lu Feng flew all the way to the place where he parked his bike, then rode his bike and ran away. Today is really bad luck. Ran into two consecutively. He spat out while riding his bike. He arrived home in no time. Lu Feng, who returned home, walked into the bathroom and took a shower, and laid down on the bed. But as a result, he just laid down on the bed and sat up. I'll go. I'm just running away. I didn't eat. Order a takeaway. Lu Feng then opened his cell phone and clicked on My Demo Takeout. He skillfully ordered the takeout, saved the address of Mission Hills International, and then opened the short video of Jitterbug and swiped it. Ding dong. Just when Lu Feng was watching the long-legged beauty, the doorbell rang. Hello owner, 9527 at your service. This is your takeaway. With a burst of familiar introductory words, Lu Feng froze, because standing in front of him was none other than the neighborhood property security guard. Number 9527. How come it's you? Where's my takeaway man? Lu Feng questioned. In order to ensure the safety of the owner's lives and properties, all takeaways are delivered by our property staff. 9527 said loudly. Alright, good job for your hard work. It's our honor to serve you. Then 9527 handed the takeaway to Lu Feng and left. It's worthy of being a mansion. Unlike some neighborhoods that don't let the takeout guys in and don't deliver themselves, letting the owners come and get it. Lu Feng spat out. Returning to his room, Lu Feng opened the takeaway and ate. After all, it was almost evening now. He hadn't eaten after a busy day. Originally, he wanted to eat something good at Chanda Plaza, but as a result, he slipped away because he angrily disliked the fat man, and he didn't even eat his meal. After eating, Lu Feng also simply washed up, and then lay down on the bed again, ready to sleep. After all, 12 a.m. Still have to see if the system can give him a refresh out of what good things. Ding bell ringing. With the alarm clock ringing, Lu Feng also quickly sat up from the bed, not caring about sleep, immediately focused on entering the system. Let me see if the system can refresh out any good stuff today, Lu Feng said excitedly. Ding! The limited time spike items have been refreshed. The system's beep sounded in his ears, and hearing the system's prompt, Lu Feng hurriedly looked over. The items refreshed this time are as follows. 1 Times Square, worth 1.5 billion renminbi. 1 Audi R8, worth 2.4 million renminbi. Armani clothing combination set, worth 12 million renminbi. Lu Feng looked at the 3 options in front of him and fell into a deep thought. Although he was short of cars, but the value of the cars refreshed this time was not high. If the expensive sports car was chosen, but forget about it this time. Armani clothing of all the suits, he had just bought a suit, so he didn't need it. Then he could only choose the first option. Thought the first option brushed out the $1.5 billion worth of Times Square. The second and third options will be better. The result is better than a dish. Lu Feng muttered. System, I choose the first one. Ding, the host has made a choice. Choice 1, Times Square is worth 1 renminbi, 5 billion. The documents will be delivered by courier at 8 in the morning. As the system's words fell, Lu Feng's value increased by another 1.5 billion yuan. Okay. This time it's still good. It's delivered directly to the doorstep, Lu Feng said and exited the system. After all, it's early morning and he still has to sleep. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the door. Knock. Lu Feng, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up by the knocking sound again, but he wasn't the least bit upset. Instead he quickly put on his clothes and ran out. Hello, your courier, please sign for it, said the courier boy wearing a helmet. Aha, okay, thanks for your hard work. Lu Feng took the pen and signed. With a click, along with the sound of the door closing, Lu Feng also opened the document bag and took out the contents. Without the slightest hesitation he signed the document. After all, he still trusted the system. The night gave me a pair of eyes, and I used them to search for light. Accompanied by a ringing phone, Lu Feng also picked up the phone full of questions. Don't ask why the phone ringtone changed. He wanted a change. Just after connecting the phone, he heard a nice voice coming from the phone. Hello, how are you? Are you Mr. Lu Feng? I'm the manager of the Times Square property. My name is Wang Shui. The voice on the phone introduced itself. I'm Lu Feng. What can I do for you? It's like this. The rent for the Times Square under your name is going to be collected this month as well. So we would like to ask you to come over for a moment to see if the rent needs to go up for the next quarter. Then you can give us your account. We will collect the rent uniformly and call your account. Wang Shui said. Okay, then I'll be there later. Once he heard that there was money to be taken, Lu Feng was overjoyed. Don't look at the fact that he was now worth billions of dollars, but he didn't have much money on him. The 500 million that Ferrari called over was in the company's account. It didn't have much to do with him personally, and Tianyu Group wasn't at the time of dividends right now, so he himself was still a pauper. Master, just pull over, Lu Feng said to the driver driving in front of him. That's right, he came here by taxi today and didn't ride a shared bike. In his words, are you kidding me? I'll be a rich man soon. What kind of shared bike do I ride? Take a taxi. Must take a taxi. Lu Feng just got off the car and saw several people in suits standing at the entrance of the plaza, both men and women. Not surprisingly, it should be the plaza property people waiting for him. On the other hand, Wang Shui hung up the phone and mobilized without stopping, first arranging for the staff underneath to notify the merchants in the plaza one by one, letting them pay attention to the image, pay attention to the hygiene, then arrange the cleaning to clean the public health inside the square. She herself is with the property staff at the door waiting for Lu Feng's big ride. You ask her why she is so grand. Not grand, no way. Now the square has changed owners. People are unhappy can change the whole property company. At that time dozens of people have to roll away. Wang Shui fought for so many years to climb to the general manager of this position, in case because of what place to provoke Lu Feng unhappy, and then replace the entire property company. Wang Shui crying have no place to cry, holding an apprehensive mood. Wang Shui led the property staff to finally wait for Lu Feng after waiting for half an hour. Hello, I'm Lu Feng. Ah, you are Mr. Lu, you are really young and talented. You are much more handsome in person than in the photo. Wang Shui was praising Lu Feng the first moment she saw him. Then she tried her best to make Lu Feng happy. She couldn't wait to accompany him at night. Anyway, she does not lose. Lu Feng is so handsome and rich. Maybe she can rely on Lu Feng to climb up again. Just like this, Lu Feng finished strolling through the square amidst Wang Shui's incessant compliments. Mr. Lu, are you still satisfied with our management? Wang Shui asked cautiously from the side. And at this moment, Lu Feng was sitting on Wang Shui's general manager position reading the report. Well, the management is okay. Lu Feng replied without lifting his head and continued to turn the report in his hand. When Wang Shui heard Lu Feng answering so indifferently, she thought that she had done something wrong and made this new boss unhappy. Her heart was instantly cooled down. In fact, how could Lu Feng have thought that much? He was now shocked by the rent collection report in his hand. Shop 07 quarterly rent 120,000. Store 08 quarterly rent 10,800 yuan. Store 15 quarterly rent 140,000. There are almost 100 stores like this one in Times Square. Note, a quarter is 3 months. Stores are also big and small, so the rent also varies. After reading it, he said that in the future, this is still create what business directly collect rent it. Finally, in Wang Shui's uneasy mood, Lu Feng finished reading the report. Okay, I finished reading the report. Lu Feng's words reached Wang Shui's ears. Wang Shui hurriedly responded. Mr. Lu, are you still satisfied? Well, this rent is okay, don't raise the rent next quarter. We also have to consider the situation of the commercial tenants. As for when the rent will rise, I will inform you. Lu Feng said. Mr. Lu is wise. Wang Shui gave another ass kiss. Alright, you don't keep kissing my ass either. I know what you think. Afraid that I will replace your property, right? Lu Feng asked with a smile. No, I'm being honest. Seeing that Lu Feng had uncovered her trick, Wang Shui instantly panicked. You don't need to be afraid. Your company is managed pretty well. Before I came here I was also thinking that if you guys don't manage well, I'll replace you. So fortunately you guys are managing well. So, General Manager Wang, keep up the good work, Lu Feng said slowly. After listening to Lu Feng's words, Wang Shui's hanging heart was finally put down. Although she was more utilitarian, but she still had professional means. Otherwise she couldn't sit in the position of general manager. Thank you Mr. Lu for your compliments. These are what we should do. We will continue to work hard to manage it well, Wang Shui said happily. Alright, I'll give you the account number. When you collect all the rents then, just call me directly. Lu Feng got up and said. Okay, we'll definitely transfer it to you on time, Wang Shui said hurriedly. Aha, then I'll leave first, Lu Feng said. I'll see you off. Wang Shui hurriedly opened the door for Lu Feng. No need. By the way, you go back and inform. This month, all your property staff's salary will be doubled. And after that, the salary will increase by 30%. As for the money needed, well, just take it from my rent, Lu Feng said while waving his hand. If you want the horse to run, you have to let the horse be full. This is the reason he still understands. After Lu Feng left the plaza, the property staff gathered around Wang Shui with a crash. Chapter 9 Shinchankue. Sister Wang, what did that Mr. Lu say? He's not going to replace our company. Yes, why don't you say something? MS. Wang? Finished, I'm going to lose my job. This Mr. Lu looks so handsome, people still want to give him a chance to chase me, but the result is that he turns around and fires us. Just when the employees were chattering non-stop, Wang Shui finally spoke up. Quiet, Wang Shui said. Don't you guys guess blindly. Mr. Lu is still satisfied with our work. He said that he would let us continue to manage for him, so you guys aren't out of a job. Just as Wang Shui had finished speaking, the crowd beside her exploded. Yay carrot oh carrot, I knew that Mr. Lu wouldn't fire us if we managed so hard. He. Finally we don't have to be unemployed. Such a good job and such a good leader like Sister Wang can't be found easily. Then since Mr. Lu didn't fire us, I've decided to give him a chance to chase me then. Che, don't be narcissistic. What kind of character is Mr. Lu? It's your good fortune to be able to look at you one more time. Just when the crowd was messing up again, Wang Shui again called them off in time. Cough. Heard Wang Shui tactical clearing his voice. The employees all looked over. Next tell everyone a good news. Mr. Lu said that this month's salary doubled. Everyone happy or not? Wang Shui also said with a smile. The crowd, after a short period of silence, instantly boiled like boiling water. Carrot oh carrot. Happy, smiley face. Long live Mr. Lu, long live Sister Wang. The employees celebrated happily. Stop. There is another good news to tell everyone, Wang Shui added. The moment the employees heard that there was more good news, they immediately stopped clamoring and looked at Wang Shui. Mr. Lu said, after that, the salary will increase by 30%. Wang Shui's words just fell. The crowd was again a clamor. Alright, everyone go to work at ease. Mr. Lu has given us such great benefits, we have to repay him as well. Seeing the employees clamoring again, Wang Shui hurriedly called a halt. After the employees all went out, Wang Shui also sat down. Phew, this day by day is really tiring, Wang Shui said. But she also smiled when she thought of the rising wages. On the other side, Lu Feng walked out of Times Square and also walked aimlessly on the street. Although he had numerous industries under his name, he was actually a big idler. Ferrari branch is not well established. His president is not much use. Tianyu Group has Wang Yu at the helm. It is not his turn to worry about. Times Square is the property company agency. Just as Lu Feng was ready to take a car to go back to play the game, he saw an old man fell not far away. He rushed over to help up the old man. "Granny, you're okay?" Lu Feng asked. The old lady looked to help her as a young man. Immediately ouch up. Agu. Pain, 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 pain. The old lady cried out in pain while tugging Lu Feng to death. "What's wrong with you? I kindly helped you up. Why are you still relying on me?" Lu Feng angrily questioned. I don't care. It's you who knocked me down. Otherwise why do you want to help me? You pay me money. I'm an old man, I'm easy," the old lady said unreasonably. Hearing the words of the old lady, Lu Feng understood. He has encountered bumper porcelain. This kind of bad luck can also let him encounter really unlucky to home. "Old lady, I can warn you here can be monitoring. Is your own fall. I kindly help you up. You don't hear blood, or I called the police." Lu Feng saw the pedestrians all cast their eyes on them, hurriedly said, "You call the police you bully an old lady. No justice Everyone quickly come over to see In broad daylight the young man bullied the old lady. He also want to call the police to arrest me." The old lady heard Lu Feng said so more unscrupulous. Lu Feng looked at the crowd gathered around the eaters, but also decisively took out a cell phone to the police. And the old lady saw Lu Feng alarm. She also gave her son called, so that her son rushed over. Not to 2 minutes, a bald man with tattoos on his arm walked over. While walking, said, "Who is bullying my mom? Looking for death." Lu Feng looked at the bald man who came in front of him, also did not wimp out at all, and said, "I saw your mother fell down. Kindly helped your mother up. Your mother also bit me back, saying that I knocked her down. My mom not to blackmail others. Not you hit you, why to help her." The man did not reasoning road. "Agu I go. Not ashamed to be a mother and son." Lu Feng spat in his heart. Just wanted to dislike the past when he heard a cold and gentle voice. "According to this gentleman, does it mean that your mother fell to the ground is not allowed to help someone? Someone to help is he knocked down?" The bald man heard the voices also clamoring, which is nosy. "Believe it or not, I get you dead." Lu Feng also looked to the side, only to see a long white dress, wrist and hair with daisy decoration girl standing there. She had a slender figure, a goose egg-shaped face with a jade-like face and snowy skin. Her beautiful eyes were as clear as autumn water, and the whole person appeared to be fresh. And under the reflection of the hot summer sun, she was like a dewdrop on a jasper lotus leaf, crystal clear and bright. The girl continued to open her mouth. "It is me who said, you slander good people. Are you not allowed to say it?" The man was also dumbfounded. He had never seen such a good-looking girl, as if she had walked out of a painting. For a moment he forgot to retort. "Shin Chang Kite, how is it you? Quickly come to me," Lu Feng hurriedly said. He was afraid of the man in case of anger and then hit people. Shin Shankai heard Lu Feng's words and walked over. "Lu student, long time no see." Shin Shankue greeted softly. "Long time no see, long time no see." Lu Feng looked at the girl in front of him and also greeted shyly. It couldn't be helped. Who could top such a gentle and beautiful girl smiling and giving herself a greeting? Just as Lu Feng was about to say a couple more words to Shin Shankue more, the man's rude voice came over again. "Who told you guys to flirt here?" The bald man said angrily, especially when he saw that the pretty girl had been gently looking at Lu Feng. He couldn't stand it anymore. He raised his hand to fight. Lu Feng saw that the other party was ready to fight. He hurriedly pulled Shin Chang Kite behind him, and he himself stood in front of him ready to fight with the man. And Shin Chang Kite looked at Lu Feng's back, looked at the way he was trying to protect himself. The corner of his mouth also gently curved up. What's going on? What's going on? Are you going to make a move?" Just when Lu Feng was about to make a move with the bald man, the police rushed over, and as soon as the old lady saw the police coming, she was ready to be wicked. "Comrade police, it's them, these two youngsters, knocked me, an old man of dozens of years old, to the ground, and also hit my son." The old man's words had just been said. Lu Feng was happy. Really, people don't have a face. The world is invincible. Hearing the old man say this, the police looked at Lu Feng. "Do you have anything to say?" said the slightly older policeman. "Police uncle, you can ask the surrounding people. You can also call the nearby surveillance." Lu Feng had the courage to say. The two policemen then asked the people around them, and then adjusted the CCTV, and saw that it was the old man himself who fell down. Then Lu Feng kindly went to help her. she also bit back. Not only that, her son was actually ready to hit people. After understanding what happened, the old lady and his son were also taken away by the police, and when she was leaving, the old lady was still clamoring that Lu Feng had touched her. As the police took the mother and son away, the surrounding crowd of eaters slowly dispersed, leaving Shin Changkui and Lu Feng on the field. Long time no see, long time no see, the two said in unison, then closed their mouths at the same time. Looking closely, Lu Feng's ears were already red, while Shin Changkui also lowered her head shyly. Chapter 10 Dining with the Schoolgirl. Why is student Shin here? It was Lu Feng who broke the awkwardness and asked. I just happened to pass by here and then saw the scene and came over to take a look, Shin Changkui said as she lowered her head and fiddled back and forth with a few slender fingers. Thank you for speaking up for me today. Lu Feng said thanks. You're welcome, carrot, Lu student, Shin Changkui said with a gentle smile. Have you eaten yet? Let me treat you to dinner, Lu Feng asked. As soon as she heard that Lu Feng was going to take her to dinner, Shin Changkui's eyes narrowed in happiness. Afraid of being discovered by Lu Feng, hastily lowered her head again, then softly said, Can I? Won't it disturb you? Lu Feng said, How can I? It's my honor to have dinner with Shin Chancellor. That's right, Shin Changkui is the school flower of Magic City University of Finance and Economics. In fact, Lu Feng doesn't know much about this mysterious school flower, because Shin Changkui is the senior year transferred over. I heard that the imperial capital side over just transferred to the financial university with the heavenly beauty directly by the whole school, men rated as the new school flower. Even girls can't afford to be a little bit jealous when facing Shin Changkui. There is only endless envy. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Shin Changkui took out her cell phone and sent a message, then put it back inside her small bag. Just as Shin Changkui had just put her cell phone inside her bag, a black commercial car that had been parked on the side of the road from the very beginning drove away. So Mr. Lu, where do you want to take me to eat? Shin Changkui said as she tilted her head and looked at Lu Feng with a smile. I'll take you to a particularly delicious noodle shop. The owner's crab meat noodles are a masterpiece. Lu Feng immediately said back. Nah, then I'll listen to Mr. Lu's arrangement. Lu Feng sniffed and called a cab on his cell phone. The two of them got in the car and set off to the noodle shop. This is the place, Lu Feng introduced to Shin Changkui. Shin Changkui, who had just gotten off the bus, looked at the small store of less than 20 square meters in front of her and wondered how delicious it could be. That's right, Lu Feng brought Shin Changkui to the noodle shop where he often ate, and as soon as he entered the door, Lu Feng shouted, Boss, 2 bowls of crab meat noodles with a double portion of crab meat, and then a chilled spicy crayfish. Okay, right away, the boss promised. Yo, is this Xiao Lu's girlfriend? She's really good looking. The boss saw Shin Changkui behind Lu Feng and flirted. No, we are classmates. Today just happened to meet, so we have a meal together, Lu Feng hurriedly explained. You see, I believe it or not, just classmates happen to meet. You kid will bring people over for dinner, the boss said with a smile. It's really not true. Uncle Chen, you hurry up and go cook. Fearing that Shin Changkui would misunderstand, Lu Feng hurriedly asked the boss to go cook. Seeing the boss go to the back kitchen to cook, Lu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and brought Shin Changkui to find a seat. Shin, don't be angry, the boss was just joking, Lu Feng, who sat down, explained to Shin Changkui. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Shin Changkui smiled and said, It's okay, Lu, I won't be angry. The boss is also concerned about you before asking. I understand. Lu Feng saw that Shin Changkui didn't get angry and let out a long breath of relief. Only he didn't know that when the boss misunderstood that they were boyfriend and girlfriend, Shin Changkui didn't explain but instead laughed happily. Noodles are coming. As the boss's words just fell, 2 bowls of appetizing crab meat noodles were brought up, covered with a thick layer of crab meat and garnished with some chopped green onions. Lu Feng and Shin Changkui were drooling. Thank you, uncle. Shin Changkui tenderly thanked the owner of the restaurant. Ha, you're welcome. Hurry up and try it. The boss was also very happy to hear Shin Changkui's thanking him. Lu Feng, who was on the side, also said, Student Shin, hurry up and mix the noodles, otherwise it should be lumped. But, Mr. Lu, I'm from the north. This is the first time I've eaten this kind of noodle today. I'm not very good at mixing it. Can you help me a little bit? Shin Changkui said as she looked at Lu Feng with a gentle gaze. Of course I can. I'll mix it for you first, Lu Feng said and agreed directly without much thought. Looking at Lu Feng mixing the noodles for herself, Shin Changkui also smiled wryly, then held her chin and looked at Lu Feng with a happy face. Just as Lu Feng was mixing the noodles for Shin Changkui, the boss came over again, holding 2 plates, one with crayfish and one with hand-beaten shrimp balls. Your crayfish is also ready, the boss said while putting the lobster on the table. Uncle Chen, we didn't order shrimp balls. Lu Feng saw the boss put another handmade shrimp balls on the table and said in confusion. I know you didn't order any. This is my gift to you. You kid brought your girlfriend here for the first time today. This is for you, Uncle Chen said with a smile. Oops, Uncle Chen, we are really ordinary friends. Don't make any blind guesses. Lu Feng immediately got anxious when he heard this. Thank you, Uncle. Just when Lu Feng didn't know how to explain, Shin Shankue said softly. The boss saw Shin Chang Kite thanking himself and also walked away happily. Lu Feng looked at Shin Chang Kite a little confused. Uncle has served it up. Of course I'm embarrassed not to accept it. Seeing that Lu Feng kept looking at himself, Shin Chang Kite hurriedly explained. When Lu Feng heard that, he didn't think much about it and picked up the noodles and ate them. Shin Chang Kite saw Lu Feng start to eat, and he himself also ate in a civilized manner. The meal took almost half an hour to finish. Have you eaten yet, Ms. Shin? Lu Feng asked as he drank some water. Aha, eat well, it's too delicious. This meal today is so happy, Shin Shankue said seemingly with a sense of humor. I guess it is too delicious. Lu Feng thought so. After all, he also ate it once and fell in love with this noodle. Bye boss. After saying goodbye to the boss, Lu Feng and Shin Chang Kite walked out of the noodle shop. The trees along the roadside were arranged in an orderly manner. Their crowns covered the sky. There was not a single breeze in the air. The sound of cicadas came out from between the dense branches and leaves. The fine green leaves were flipped in the sun, and a few bird chirps came from the distance, gentle and melodious. Thank you, Mr. Lu, I'm very happy today, Shin Shankue, who was getting into the car, said with a smile. Looking at the smiling pretty girl in front of him, Lu Feng felt as if a breeze was coming, cool and comfortable. You're welcome, slow down on the way back, pay attention to safety, said Lu Feng, also smiled and closed the door for Shin Chang Kite. Looking at the cab that was moving away, Lu Feng felt as if he was suddenly missing something. His heart was empty. Forget it, I don't want to think so much. Go home and play the game. Lu Feng also sat in the cab and went home. This side of the Shin Chang Kite. Just get on the car and go, not long to let the driver pull over. The driver is also very puzzled. Cannot figure out what this beautiful little girl to do, but also did. After all, the customer is God. Just as the driver had just stabilized the car, a lengthened Maybach pulled up next to the cab, and then a woman dressed as a secretary came down and opened the cab's door. Miss, I've come to take you back. The driver, who heard this, was confused. Who was he talking about? It couldn't be that pretty little girl in the back row. Didn't she just get in? Just when the driver was confused, Shin Chang Kite got off the car, and then the secretary-like woman opened the back door of the Maybach for Shin Chang Kite to sit on it. Shin Chang Kite seemed to be a different person in an instant. If the just now Shin Chang Kite gave people the feeling of being gentle, cute, and letting people want to protect her as soon as they saw her, then the current Shin Chang Kite made people feel cold and arrogant. Don't forget to pay the fare, Shin Chang Kite said and closed her eyes. The secretary sniffed and drew out $500 from her bag and handed it to the cab driver, while she herself returned to the Maybach. Looking at the limousine that had already gone away, the cab driver had not yet reacted. Looking down at the $500 in his hand, the driver fell into deep thought. What is the situation? Who am I? Where am I? Am I in a movie? The driver mumbled. Chapter 11, Class Reunion. On the Maybach. Miss, the master just called. The secretary in the car said to Shin Shankue in the back row. What's the matter? Shin Chang Kite said back with a clear and cold voice. Master asked when you will return to the imperial capital. Both he and madam miss you. You give them a call back. Just say that I will go back after a while, Shin Chang Kite said when he heard the secretary's words. By the way, I don't want this matter to spread out today. If you let my parents know, you should be clear about my character, Shin Chang Kite said lightly again. Yes, miss, the secretary hurriedly answered. After saying that, Shin Chang Kite closed her eyes again to fake sleep, but in her heart, she was thinking about the time she spent with Lu Feng today, and suddenly, as if she suddenly thought of something happy, the corner of her mouth rose slightly. Feng, can't escape from me? Shin Shankue murmured. Lu Feng, who had returned home, had just laid down on his bed when his cell phone call rang again. Old Lu, class reunion tonight. Don't be late, came Zhang Kai's voice on the phone. Tonight? Okay, I know, Lu Feng said back. The address is Tinglong Hotel. Zhang Kai on the phone added. Such a luxurious place. Classmate's wallet can hold up. Lu Feng heard it was Tinglong Hotel, questioned. To know, Tinglong Hotel in the Magic City is also very famous. Casually a table of food have to 2 or 3 million. This is still ordinary rooms. If the high-grade rooms, that casually a table of food have to have 200,000 to the upper. Not to mention the top of the senior rooms above the top rooms. That is even more sky-high prices. It's okay, we don't need to pay for it. The class president will pay for all of it, Zhang Kai said happily when he heard Lu Feng's question. That's fine, I know. After listening to Zhang Kai said that the class president spend money, Lu Feng's doubts also solved. But no, Class president Chu Fan family is very rich. Chu Fan's father's family is in the billions up it. Hang up the phone. Lu Feng is also as expected to open the game, ready to go in to kill the four sides, until the sky slowly darkens. With the game crystal was broken, Lu Feng also ended up kneeling 7 games in a row. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of teammates are they? Garbage. Lu Feng kept complaining, then put on his clothes and prepared to go out for the class reunion. At dusk on a summer day, the sun was setting, and the rays of sunlight in the sky were no longer so blinding, and the softness of them was beautifully matched with the evening sun. Lu Feng's side also arrived at the hotel entrance on time. Old Lu, over here, Zhang Kai shouted at Lu Feng, who was not far away. Seeing Zhang Kai shouting at him, Lu Feng also immediately walked over. You kid, you're so late, everyone's almost here, Zhang Kai said as he put his arm around Lu Feng's shoulder, and next to him stood Zhang Li. I got too caught up in the game, and accidentally overplayed, Lu Feng explained. Well, we'll talk about it later, let's go in first, said Zhang Li on the side. With a click of the door opening, Lu Feng and the three of them walked into the private room. As soon as Lu Feng entered the private room, his classmates greeted him warmly. Isn't this Mr. Lu? You've become handsome again after a while, a girl wearing sexy black stockings teased. Yes, with his talent and looks, he should have found a good job. A boy with black glasses also chimed in. Ha ha, long time no see everyone, Lu Feng said in greeting. Alright, all sit down and chat. Zhang Kai pulled Lu Feng to find a seat. How come I haven't seen Chu Fan? Lu Feng asked Zhang Kai. The class president went to find the hotel manager. Zhang Kai unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to Lu Feng and then said, because just graduated not long ago, the students are not strangers, so the scene soon came to life. Are in 3 or 5 groups of chat. Chat content is mostly some gossip, feelings, and work things. Just when everyone was chatting happily, Chu Fan opened the door and walked in, and as soon as he came in, he saw Lu Feng. Yo, this is not dumped big school grass, how only to I thought you do not dare to come it. Wait, will remember to self-punishment 3 cups. Chu Fan immediately mocked. Hearing Chu Fan mocking himself, Lu Feng also not willing to show weakness back. Just with you also deserve to let me punish myself 3 cups? What are you? The students next to him saw the tit-for-tat 2 people, instantly quieted down. After all, Lu Feng and Chu Fan can both be the man of the hour during the school days. One has money, one has a face. The 2 people from the school hours are not against each other. Che, a dumped waste just, let you drink is to give you face. Chu Fan 3 words not away from the topic of being dumped. Chu Fan, you don't bully people too much. This thing Lu Feng is also a victim. At this time the black silk girl on the side couldn't stand it anymore, so she opened her mouth and said, next to the students see someone speak for Lu Feng is also not strange. After all, Lu Feng before as long as by Chu Fan target, the girls in the class will stand out to help Lu Feng dislike back. There is no way. Who let Lu Feng handsome it? No matter how handsome he is, he's not as handsome as 1/10 of the readers. What else can you say besides taking this matter? A waste that can only rely on his own father. How can you talk about me? Lu Feng opened his mouth to retaliate. Seeing that the flavor of gunpowder between the two was getting thicker and thicker, the other students hurriedly pulled the two apart. Along with Chu Fan seating, the crowd was also instantly split into 2 groups. One wave surrounding Chu Fan and one wave surrounding Lu Feng. Just Lu Feng's side of the people is far from Chu Fan's people. After all, everyone has graduated for a period of time, also can be considered to have experienced the poisonous beatings of the society. All understand a truth. That is, in the society to mix is to see who has money, not handsome. It just so happened that Chu Fan's family was rich, so everyone was willing to surround Chu Fan. As for Lu Feng's side, there was only Zhang Kai, Lu Li and 2 or 3 girls. One of them had that girl in black silk, whispering, our schoolmaster Lu is single now, don't you hurry up and grab the chance to try it out. The girl on the other side said to the black silk girl, I do want to try it, I just don't know if Mr. Lu Feng is willing to do it. Su Qingyue smiled and said. Hearing the 2 girls' conversation, Zhang Kai and Lu Li also coaxed from the sidelines. Then let's give it a try, old Lu. How much longer are you going to be a widow? When Lu Feng heard what they said, he quickly waved his hand and refused. I've just graduated and haven't stabilized yet, so I won't consider talking to anyone for the time being. Hearing this, the girl called whispering on the opposite side of the table also had a flash of disappointment in her eyes. Right after Lu Feng finished speaking, the shadow of Shin Kite suddenly flashed in his mind for some reason. Lu Feng shook his head and hurriedly threw this image out. Just kidding. What kind of person is Shin Kite? She is a famous iceberg beauty, and her origin is very mysterious. You have to know that none of the usual unscrupulous boys in the school dare to go to Shin Kite, and you can tell from this that Shin Kite must have a big head. Just as Lu Feng was thinking about Shin Kite, the door opened again with a click. Sorry everyone, I'm late. A pleasant voice came. It was none other than our school beauty Shin Kite. Wow, the big school beauty is finally here. A male student cheered. If Lu Feng's arrival made the female students happy, then Shin Changkite's arrival undoubtedly made the male compatriots excited. After all, which toad doesn't want to eat swan meat? How do I know if I don't try? Just in case Shin Changkite likes the likes of me. The male compatriots present secretly thought. Shin student, come over here. Big schoolgirl Shin, sit here. One by one, the male homosexuals present hurriedly issued invitations. Even Chu Fan also revealed a smile that he thought was very handsome and said, Student Shin, there just happens to be an empty seat on my side. Come over to my side. Who knew that Shin Chankue didn't even look at him and directly walked towards Lu Feng? The hearts of the male compatriots were breaking as they watched the scene. Could it be that cold as Shin Changkite also fell under Lu Feng's pomegranate skirt? This was the only thought in the hearts of all the male students. Lu, can I sit here? Shin Changkite revealed a smile that was enough to kill all the males and said gently, looking at Shin Changkite taking the initiative to speak to Lu Feng. The male students had the heart to kill Lu Feng. Of course, Lu Feng looked at Shin Changkite and agreed quickly. Just like that, Shin Changkite sat next to Lu Feng. And at this time Chu Fan, who was sitting on the other side, saw Shin Changkite sitting next to Lu Feng. He also revealed eyes that wanted to kill. After all, the whole school knew that Chu Fan was fond of Shin Changkite. When he saw Lu Feng and Shin Changkite chatting happily, Chu Fan was also puzzled. After all, the two of them were not that familiar when they were in school. Impossible, Chu Fan thought in his heart. Others didn't know Shin Changkite, but he did. The first day Shin Chankue had just transferred to the University of Finance. The school administration had held a special meeting, and then all of them, the male children, had been picked up by their parents. Especially when he thought of what his father had said to him while sitting in the car, Chu Fan was even more confused. I don't care how you are normally, but this Shin Chuankue you must not mess with, otherwise I will personally sink you inside the Huangpu River. These were Chu Fan's father's exact words, but his father also said that if he could pursue Shin Changkite head-on, it would be the biggest opportunity of his life. When Chu Fan asked where Shin Changkite came from, his father only said one sentence, which shocked Chu Fan into a cold sweat. Her arrival at the University of Finance was a phone call from a handful of people in Mordor personally, and also an order from a handful of people personally not to allow anyone to disturb her. Otherwise, why do you think that we, the people, suddenly wanted to pick you up and bring you back home? It's not because we're afraid that you'll mess with someone you shouldn't mess with, thus making our family fall apart? Every time he thought of his father's words, Chu Fan had a fear. That is a hand of Magic City. In half a step up can enter that place. Such a character actually call for Shin Changkite to escort. It can be imagined how big Shin Chuankue's head is. If I can really get Shin Changkite's favor, I will really take off, Chu Fan thought in his heart. However, as soon as he turned his head and saw Shin Changkite chatting with Lu Feng, Chu Fan had a hard time dying. Just as Chu Fan was thinking about how to make a fool out of Lu Feng, the door was pushed open again. Hello everyone. Sorry, traffic jam. Came late. A voice came from outside the door, and Lu Feng, who was chatting with Shin Changkite, also raised his head violently when he heard this voice. Chapter 12, tearing each other apart. As soon as the words fell, a girl in a purple dress walked in with a balding man on her arm. That's right, this woman was Lu Feng's first love ex-girlfriend, Su Lily. Only Su Lily just walked into the private room and looked around as if she was searching for something until he saw Lu Feng, who was sitting with Shin Chankue. You really came, Su Lily said with a resentful face. She was furious when she saw Lu Feng. If it wasn't because of him, she wouldn't have been beaten up by her boyfriend or ridiculed. And at this moment, the bald man had also spotted Lu Feng, but his eyes were dead set on Shin Changkite next to him. What a superb girl. If this can sleep with me, I would be willing to live 10 years less, the bald man thought in his heart, and even forgot to look for Lu Feng's trouble. What? You can come and I can't. Is this place owned by your family? Do you live in the Pacific Ocean? And your control is so wide. Hearing Su Lily's questioning, Lu Feng immediately disliked back. Su Lily was dumbfounded by Lu Feng's dislike, so she could only tug on the bald man's arm. Hubby, look at him. He was the one who scolded you last time. Feeling someone tugging at him, the bald man reacted before looking at Lu Feng. Good boy, but let me catch you. If I don't break your legs today, I'll write my last name backwards. The man immediately shouted. Lu Feng's eyes narrowed when he saw the man talking like that. He was just about to open his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Chu Fan. Lily, you give me face. Today is a class reunion. There is something to be said later. Don't spoil everyone's fun. Hearing Chu Fan's words, considering Chu Fan's father, Su Lily also pulled the man to sit down, ready to finish the meal before settling the score with Lu Feng. It was not easy for the war to stop. The meal was also served. Chu Fan saw that the time was ripe, stood up and raised his wine glass and said, Classmates, today is our first gathering after graduation. I also take this opportunity to wish everyone can find a good job, all getting better and better. Come on, let's all have a toast. The others also stood up when they saw this and raised the glasses in their own hands. For a while the scene was very lively. It was as if everyone had forgotten the previous unpleasantness. But in this happy atmosphere there were always people who liked to find things to make everyone unhappy. Only to see Su Lily picking up another glass of wine and looking wistfully at Lu Feng. This glass of wine I want to toast Lu Feng alone. Hearing Su Lily say that, everyone quieted down. After all, they knew that Su Lily wouldn't have any good intentions. Sure enough, Su Lily stood up and raised the wine glass in her hand towards Lu Feng. I want to thank him for sparing me. Otherwise I wouldn't have met my current boyfriend. If I continued to be with him, I think my life would be over. Hearing such insulting words, a trace of anger flashed in Lu Feng's eyes, and just when he wanted to get up and dislike him back, he didn't expect Chu Fan on the side to also stand out. Ha ha ha, yeah, fortunately Lu Feng is a bit self-aware. Otherwise Lily you would have to work hard for the rest of your life following him. Chu Fan looked at Lu Feng with a mocking face and said. Su Lily saw Chu Fan helping herself and became even more bold. Yes, class president. I heard that certain people still haven't found a job until now. All day long their eyes are high and low. Nothing is useful. Su Lily continued to sneer. Hey, who says it is not? Originally for Lily's face, but also want to help him a little. Let him come to work in my company. Who knows that people not only do not appreciate, but insult me instead. The bald man who had been silent also suddenly joined the battlefield. Hearing these words Lu Feng was about to stand up, but was held down by Lu Li and Zhang Kai. Old Lu, calm down, don't be impulsive, Zhang Kai whispered. Just as Lu Feng was being held down by the two men, the nearby Shinchankue couldn't sit still and directly slapped Su Lily's face. You also deserve to talk about others. A hypocritical gold-digging woman, for the sake of money actually found a man older than her own father. I really don't know how you call this boyfriend out. Shinchankue similarly returned the favor with a mocking gesture. Su Lily was directly confused by this sudden scene. The man on the side who saw his woman being beaten just wanted to come up and say a few words but was scolded back by Shinchankite. You still dare to stand out, looking for a younger than their daughter lover, but also shy-faced to participate in her classmates' reunion. Your wife knows that you are outside to keep a mistress. The bald man was also disliked by Shinchuankue's 3 words and didn't dare to speak. Just when both of them were stunned by Shinchankite's dislike, Chu Fan once again stood out. Chankite, what are you doing? This is none of your business, Chu Fan said as he looked at Shinchankite. As a result, he did not expect Shinchankite to directly launch an indiscriminate attack on him as well. You still have the face to speak, call you a class president? You really take yourself as a scallion. Help outsiders bully their own people. How do you have the good sense to do it? And don't call me Chuang Kite, I don't know you well. Don't think I don't know your mind. Be careful, I'll let you have it all. Chu Fan was set on the face of a green piece of white piece, but just do not dare to say anything, because he is aware of Shinchankite that horrible identity. But he doesn't dare, doesn't mean other people don't dare. Just when Shinchankite just finished disliking Chu Fan, the bald man on the other side finally reacted and raised his arm to hit Shinchankite. Just in the nick of time, Lu Feng finally got rid of Zhang Kai and Lu Li's restraints and pulled Shinchankite over to protect her behind him, and then stuck the man's palm that came over with a deadly grip. Hitting a woman with your hands, isn't that out of character? Lu Feng said coldly as he looked at the man. The man directly laughed out when he heard Lu Feng's words. Ha ha ha, what are you pretending for, kid? Today, as long as you go out of the hotel door, you see if I can break your legs. And Lu Feng just smiled calmly after hearing the bald man's words. I hope you can still be so tough later. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and found the phone number and dialed it. Ha ha ha, kid, are you trying to laugh me to death? Who can you call? Don't think I don't know your bottom line. Lily told me everything. You are a fatherless and motherless poor bastard. The man saw Lu Feng calling and immediately mocked. Ha, Lu Feng simply sneered and didn't say anything, and the dialed phone rang twice before someone picked up. Hey, Lu Dong, what's the matter with calling so late? Is there a supplier surnamed Xiao under the group? Stop his goods, and then send someone to me to scrutinize the quality of his past supplies, as well as the payment for the goods, Lu Feng said to the phone blandly. Okay, Lu Dong, I'll do it, the voice on the phone directly agreed. Lu Feng didn't say anything more when he saw this and directly hung up the phone, and the man on the side laughed even harder when he heard Lu Feng's words. Ha 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 ha, kid, don't pretend, you're about to laugh me to death. Su Lily on the side also spoke up when she saw this. Lu Feng, you won't be struck out of your mind, or else you apologize to me and I'll get you some money for you to go to the hospital to look at your brain? How is apologizing enough? I want him to kneel down and kowtow to me, and then break his legs, the man said viciously, but without waiting for a few minutes. The phone in the man's bag suddenly rang. The bald man pulled out his cell phone and saw the note on it. His heart thumped, and Lu Feng just stood there looking at him with a smile on his face. The bald man's heart fluttered at Lu Feng's look, but he still pressed the answer button. What's the matter? Don't you know I'm busy? The man said in a calm manner. Mr. Chow, Tianyu Group suddenly cut off the cooperation between us, and also sent people to check up on all the previous supply bills and quality overnight. Madam has already called and asked the manager of Tianyu Group, but the manager only said that we have messed with someone we shouldn't have messed with and hung up the phone. What should we do now? Hearing the voice coming from the phone, the man panicked, seeing Lu Feng who was looking at him with a teasing face across the room. Instantly his brain was sweating. How is it? Got the notice? Scared? Don't be afraid. If the materials and bills you supplied before are okay, then you're okay, but if the previous goods and bills are problematic, then you're also problematic. Looking at the man with a panicked face, Lu Feng said indifferently. At this moment, the man was completely flustered, combined with the phone call from his men just now. He understood that he had kicked an iron plate, or a titanium steel plate. A single phone call could make Tianyu Group terminate its cooperation, and even send someone to check the accounts overnight. Pressing him to death was as simple as pressing an ant to death. Thinking that he had just mouthed off to such a big shot, even clamoring to break someone's 2 legs, the bald man couldn't control the trembling of his legs. Plop! The man directly softened his legs and knelt in front of Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, I know I'm wrong, please spare me, please spare me. I have an old man and a young man. They're all counting on me, the bald man said with a snotty nose and tears. Lu Feng didn't have the slightest pity when he saw the man like this. If he was just an ordinary college student today, then he would be the one kneeling on the ground right now. Didn't you just say that you want to break my legs and make me suffer? Why do you know that you're wrong now? Lu Feng asked back coldly. While on the side, Su Lily and her classmates were directly stunned when they saw this scene. They didn't expect Lu Feng to make the arrogant and domineering bald man's attitude change 360 degrees just by making a phone call. When the bald man heard Lu Feng's words, he directly kowtowed to Lu Feng. I'm sorry, it's because I have eyes and don't recognize MT. Tai-shan, please forgive me, the man said while kowtowing his head, and Lu Feng just indifferently watched him perform, without a hint of wanting to forgive him. Suddenly, the man looked like he thought of something, and yanked over Su Lily who was still frozen. Lily, help me beg for mercy with Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu will definitely let me off for your sake. At this time, Su Lily who was dragged over also reacted. How is it possible? You let me apologize to him. You have not eaten the wrong medicine. Your bodyguard called out to beat him off. Su Lily has not yet seen the situation continue to clamor. Perhaps she sees it, but still want to die. Splat! The man slapped Su Lily's face and then roared. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lu or I'll beat you to death. Being slapped, Su Lily saw the classmates on the side were looking at her. Instantly felt that her face couldn't hang on, and directly grabbed towards the man's face, and while grabbing, she also hissed. You dare to hit me. See, I do not scratch you to death. The man at this time is also the emotion on the head. Their survival of the company was a sentence to the people nearly bankrupt, and the cause of the matter is because of the in front of this. So the man directly angry and furious grabbed Su Lily's head to the table to hit. Just as Su Lily's head was about to hit the table, the male students who were watching finally reacted and hurriedly pressed the man. The man who was held down, however, knelt down to Lu Feng again. Young Lu, this has made you unhappy. I will tie her to your bed later. You can do whatever you want. What do you think? As long as you can forgive me, I can do whatever you want me to do. Hearing what the bald man said, Lu Feng was directly stunned. Not only Lu Feng, everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect the bald man to be so shameless. And when Su Lily heard the man say that, she wanted to rush up and grab the man again. Good you Chow Bo, you actually did this to me. You should know that in the beginning it was you who said that you like me and wanted to marry me. Otherwise how could I break up with Ah Feng? The man directly laughed out when he heard Su Lily's words. Oh, all this time you are still pretending to be pure. In the beginning it was my Land Rover parked on the side of the road. It was you who saw me leave a car phone, take the initiative to contact the seduction of me, and now you actually also backtracked. All the people present heard the two conversations or also feel the three views shattered. At this time, the man did not care how others look at him, and then said to Lu Feng, Lu Xiao, don't listen to her. She seduced me. I will give her to you today, at your disposal. The man said that he was about to call and inform the bodyguards outside to come in and arrest Su Lily. Enough. Lu Feng saw that the two of them were going to continue to mess around and said impatiently. Chapter 13 Midsummer Night. Hearing Lu Feng snapping, the bald man hurriedly kept his mouth shut. If I was the one kneeling on the ground and begging you for forgiveness today, would you agree to let me go? If I didn't have a bit of strength, I'm afraid my legs would have been broken by your bodyguards just as I left the house. Lu Feng looked at the bald man kneeling on the ground and said coldly. When the bald man heard Lu Feng's words, he immediately didn't say anything because he knew that if it was Lu Feng kneeling here today he would definitely not let Lu Feng go. Why don't you say anything? You won't let me go. So put your heart in the right place. I won't spare you either. Seeing that the man didn't speak, Lu Feng continued. Just as Lu Feng had finished speaking, Chu Fan jumped out again. Almost line. We are all classmates. There is no need to make it so stiff. Lu Feng, you give me a face. Seeing that Chu Fan jumped out again to make a demon, Lu Feng nonchalantly disliked him. You don't need to come out at this time to act like a big-tail wolf. My good class president. Just now you fell down on me and now you're coming over to be a good person. Are you filled within your head? You forget things so quickly. Chu Fan was dumbfounded by his dislike. He could only silently retreat back again. After disliking Chu Fan, Lu Feng turned his head to the bald man and said, you can't live with your own sins. You'll wait for the next sanction. After saying that, Lu Feng pulled Shin Chang kite and was about to leave. Feng, wait a minute. Seeing Lu Feng about to leave, Su Lily hurriedly called out, do you have anything else? Lu Feng said impatiently, Feng, can we go back to the old days? Su Lily begged bitterly. She wasn't stupid. Instead she was very smart. From the fact that Lu Feng could make the bald man soften immediately with just one phone call, she understood that Lu Feng must be very powerful now, so she wanted to return to Lu Feng's side. Do you think it's possible? Su Lily, or do you think I, Lu Feng, would want a broken shoe worn by someone else? Lu Feng mocked. Hearing Lu Feng's mocking words, Su Lily also froze on the spot. Lu Feng stopped talking nonsense with her and left the private room with Shin Chuankue, as he felt that there was no need to stay at this class reunion at all. Zhang Kai and Lu Li looked at Lu Feng as he left, glanced at each other and hurriedly chased after him. At this time, Su Lily saw Lu Feng walking away without looking back. She could no longer hold back her grief and anger, and directly went up to fight with the bald man again. This time the students did not have a fight, because everyone knows that now Lu Feng is not the same as in the past, so they are afraid of offending Lu Feng. But Su Lily, a girl how to beat an adult strong man, soon was beaten dizzy, and the bald man while beating also said, stinking asterisk son, if it is not because of you, I can offend Lu Xiao. You, I want to sell you to Africa. Hearing the bald man to sell himself to Africa, Su Lily panicked, because she understood that men can really do out such things. At the thought of being sold to Africa to live that miserable life, Su Lily hurriedly hugged the bald man's thighs and begged bitterly, hubby, don't do this to me. Don't you love me the most? Don't you want to marry me? Looking at Su Lily, who hugged her thighs and begged bitterly, the bald man mocked, you are also worthy of me to marry you. I just see you look pretty good. Live is also good. With you to play just. After that, the man kicked off Su Lily to notify the bodyguards to come and take Su Lily away. And Lu Feng didn't know about these things because he had already taken Shin Chang Kue out of the hotel. Thank you, classmate Shin. It's you who helped me again today. Lu Feng thanked Shin Chang Kite. You're welcome. I'm also not used to seeing a few of them, Shin Chang Kue said with a guffaw. Then let me treat you to dinner. As compensation for your class reunion today, Lu Feng said. Good, because of you. I haven't had enough to eat, Shin Chang Kue teased. Just as Lu Feng brought Shin Chang Kite to prepare to go eat, Zhang Kai and Lu Li also chased after him. What do you two want to go for running so fast and not waiting for us? Zhang Kai said panting. I was about to take Shin to dinner. Do you two want to come together? Lu Feng said as he looked at Zhang Kai. We won't go. You two go. Seeing Shin Chang Kue behind Lu Feng looking at the two of them with murderous eyes, Zhang Kai and Lu Li immediately wimped out. Alright then the two of us will go first. Hearing Zhang Kai's refusal, Lu Feng directly said, I don't know why. Lu Feng was instead happy in his heart after hearing Zhang Kai's refusal, as if he subconsciously didn't want Zhang Kai to agree to go to dinner together either. Aha, you two have fun we both will go back first, Zhang Kai said and pulled Lu Li and left. Seeing Zhang Kai and Lu Li walking away, Lu Feng and Shin Chang Kue both called a cab and also left the Grand Hotel. Old Lu, do you see it yet? Zhang Kai, who had already walked away, suddenly said to Lu Li, who was beside him. See out. A pair of dog, man and woman, also do not know when they are together. No wonder Lu Feng walked out so quickly. The original is a beauty in the arms. Lu Li sniffing is also a face of indignation said. Yes, Shin Chuankue, what person? The old iceberg, the old Lu, he is how to deal with. Zhang Kai face puzzled. Who knows? Although the school flower with school grass, but Shin Chuankue obviously come to a great head. At that time Lao Lu will not be Shin Chuankue, her old man chased to kill it? Lu Li said worriedly. I don't know. Who cares? If you die under the peony flower, you can be a ghost. Maybe Lao Lu likes excitement. Let's go. We don't worry so much. Let's go have a snack. I haven't had enough to eat, Zhang Kai said. Hearing Zhang Kai say this, Lu Li nodded with approval, and went to have a midnight snack with Zhang Kai on his shoulder. On this side, Lu Feng and Shin Chankue also took a car to a big stall. The dishes fried in this place are delicious, especially the flower armor. You must try it, Lu Feng said to Shin Chankue. Okay. I realized that Lu seems to have a special opinion about food, Shin Chankue asked with a smile. Ha ha ha, usually do not go to class. In addition to part-time work is not much to do, so wandering in these roadside fly restaurant, time long, where to eat and where not to eat is also clear. Lu Feng said to help Shin Chuankue open a bottle of drink and handed it over. Ha ha, I haven't seen that you're still a gourmet. Shin Chuankue took the drink and covered her mouth and laughed. Afterwards, the two of them chatted for a long time, and didn't stop until the food was on the table. After the stir-fried dishes were served, Shin Chuankite couldn't wait to taste them. Well, this is really delicious, Shin Chuankue said as she picked up a piece of garlic pork ribs. Ha ha, if you like it, eat more, eat slowly, there's no rush. Looking at Shin Chuankite who kept eating in front of him, Lu Feng was dumbfounded for a while, because the current Shin Chuankite was completely different from the usual iceberg beauty. Lovely, beautiful, gentle. This is Lu Feng's evaluation of Shin Chuankue. At this moment, looking at Shin Chuankite who was eating, his heart suddenly had a little change. Maybe he himself didn't realize, as if he would become happy as long as he saw Shin Chuankite. The two of them ate until almost 11 o'clock before ending the fight. Then Lu Feng was ready to call a car for Shin Chuankite, ready to send her back, but it was rejected by Shin Chuankite. Let's take a walk together, Shin Chuankite said suddenly as she looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at the beautiful and attractive Shin Chuankite and nodded his head in a mysterious way. On a summer night, the stars hung high in the sky, and the air had long since lost the heat of the day, and there was just a cool breeze. Lu Feng and Shin Chuankite walked together by the river. The two have been speechless, but very happy. Lu Feng didn't know why. As long as he was with Shin Chuankite, even if he didn't do anything, his heart would be very happy. Coincidentally, a breeze blew on his face, blowing Shin Chuankite's hair, also blew the teenager's heart. On a midsummer night, the teenage girl by the river formed a moving picture. Chapter 14, Luxury Motorcade. After separating from Shin Chuankite, the thoughtful Lu Feng returned home, but in his mind, he kept thinking about what Shin Chuankite had just said. Feng, I'm really super happy today, thank you for accompanying me. Shin Chuankite, who was wearing a long dress, said gently to Lu Feng. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Feng's heart was in turmoil. After thinking about it, he decided to call and ask Shin Chuankite what she meant, only to realize that he didn't have someone's phone number. Maybe I'm just being selfish, how can people look at me? Lu Feng laughed to himself, then he went into the bathroom, took a shower, and lay down on the bed to sleep. There were no words in the night. Early in the morning, Lu Feng, who was sleeping soundly, was disturbed by the sound of cicadas, and wobbly got up and prepared to wash up to meet a beautiful day. In the bathroom, Lu Feng was brushing his teeth while thinking about the beautiful dream he had last night. In the dream he knew Shin Chuankue when he was very young. The two of them played house together, and Shin Chuankue noisily wanted to be Lu Feng's wife every time, and wanted to give Lu Feng a child. How could I have such a strange dream? Lu Feng thought in his heart. After washing up, Lu Feng sat on the sofa and entered the system interface. This was the happiest time of the day for Lu Feng right now. Ding! As Lu Feng entered, the most anticipated sound was also heard. This day's spike items have been refreshed. The refreshed items are as follows. A set of Patek Philippe's full range of wristwatches, worth 470 million renminbi. Ocean Conqueror yacht, worth 230 million renminbi. Top luxury fleet containing 6 Mercedes-Benz G63s, 1 Audi A8 special bulletproof command car, and 1 Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth 1 billion RMB. Note, the cars in the fleet are all special customized versions that have been modified so that ordinary bullets can't even penetrate them. Inside the car are installed with automatic fire extinguishing, automatic air purification equipment. The center of the Rolls-Royce is a set of emergency treatment equipment, which is contained and the owner of the blood matched. So 1 billion is really not expensive. Looking at the 3 choices on the panel, Lu Feng was also in deep thought. In the end, how to choose it. It is said that every successful man must have a wristwatch, but as the old saying goes, poor play with cars and rich play with watches, and mega rich play with yachts. I also want a yacht Lu Feng said in a tangled voice. System I cannot want all Lu Feng cheeky said. No can only choose 1 inch. The system mercilessly rejected Lu Feng's request. Well then, it's the same old rule. Choose the expensive one. I'll choose 3 inch. Lu Feng said helplessly. Ding, the host has made his choice. Choose 3. The reward has been issued. The convoy will arrive at the cell basement within 2 hours. As the system's voice came, Lu Feng also exited from the system space. As for why he chose the convoy, Lu Feng had actually considered a lot. First of all, he didn't even have a car when he went out now. It was either a taxi or a shared bicycle, which really didn't match his current status. Secondly, this fleet is not an ordinary fleet. After a special modification, the safety is greatly increased, and he can rest assured that he will be able to travel in the future. After all, how to say that he is now also considered a rich man, in case someone wants to rob him, and besides, it is not guaranteed that there will be an enemy who will backstab him later. so for the sake of his life, Lu Feng chose the fleet. Just as Lu Feng was waiting at home for his fleet of cars to come to his door, the appearance of a luxury fleet of cars on the esplanade in Mordor attracted people's attention, only to see the fleet that sped along the road. There were a total of 8 vehicles that made up the fleet. In front of them were 3 Mercedes-Benz Big Gs, then followed by an Audi A8. In the center was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and behind it were the same 3 Big Gs that pressed on the road. Which big brother is traveling here? People looked at the fleet of luxury cars and speculated. Other vehicles on the road were also far away when they saw the convoy, afraid of scraping these luxury cars. And more good people to the fleet photographed on the internet, and then caused a furor on the internet. After a while, the convoy stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood of Mission Hills International, and the security guards were too scared to come forward when they saw this scene. The night gave me a pair of eyes, and I used it. As his cell phone rang, Lu Feng picked up the phone. Hello, which 1-inch? Lu Feng said. Hello, Mr. Lu, the car you ordered has arrived at the entrance of your district. Please come over for inspection. A man's voice came from the phone. As soon as Lu Feng heard that it was the convoy that had arrived, he hurriedly packed up and went out. At this moment, with the arrival of the convoy, the residents of the neighborhood also boiled over, because although those who lived in Mission Hills International were either rich or noble, the vast majority of them couldn't get out of such a luxury convoy. So a lot of people are wandering around. Want to see the neighborhood in the end is what people have so much energy. The neighborhood property at this time is also in a hurry to come, but looking at the roadside luxury fleet, and fleet side of the black-clothed men standing neatly, the property security guards for a time do not dare to go forward. After all, a month's salary is so little, not worth it. Lu Feng at this time also rushed to the scene, see surrounded by so many people, a little puzzled, and then see their own fleet of cars is also understood. The original are to see the car. With the arrival of Lu Feng, the leader of the pugnacious man directly led the other black-clothed people to bow to Lu Feng and said, Mr. Lu, your car has been prepared. Please get on board and experience. As soon as the pugnacious man's words fell, people were shocked and couldn't speak. They looked at the young man in front of them and speculated. What kind of person is it that has so much energy to create such a luxurious fleet of cars? And at this moment Lu Feng said, Really cool ah. What is the difference between this and the return of the god of war to hit the face of other people? Cool ah. Lu Feng thought while pretending to be calm and got into the car. With the sound of a roar, the fleet slowly left the neighborhood. Sitting in the car, Lu Feng looked at the driver who was driving in front of him, and his heart was curious, because the system had only rewarded the convoy. So what was the situation with these drivers and bodyguards? Were they also rewarded, and could the system still make a big difference? Thinking of this, Lu Feng asked the system, what's the deal with these bodyguards? Hearing Lu Feng's question, the system immediately responded, Host, these bodyguards will be leaving at 10 o'clock this evening, and with the system's current level it is unable to create living people for an extended period of time. Hearing the system's explanation, Lu Feng was dumbfounded, which meant that these bodyguards were really created by the system. It could really create living people. Thinking of this, Lu Feng couldn't sit still anymore. System, then when can you create living people for a long time? Lu Feng couldn't wait to ask. Ding! When the system is upgraded to the second level it will be able to refresh the characters and the daily spike items and open the system mall at the same time. The system replied, I**. I didn't think you could make a big change. Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh. It looks like we have to work hard to get the system upgraded to level 2 soon. Lu Feng thought in his heart. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, Chen Xian suddenly called. Seeing this, Lu Feng had no choice but to stop thinking. Hey, what's up, Secretary Chen? Hello, Mr. Lu, how are you? Do you have time here? I have something to find you, Chen Xian said gently on the phone. What's the matter? Okay, I'll be right there, Lu Feng said after some thought. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng asked the driver to turn around and head to Ferrari's temporary office. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xian brought a few of her employees to the bottom of the office building to wait for Lu Feng. After about 10 minutes, Chen Xian saw a luxury caravan coming towards them from a distance. But Chen Xian did not think much, because their temporary branch location in the Magic City Golden Triangle area. There are numerous listed companies and large groups here, and in such a place where bigwigs gather, it's normal for a luxury fleet to drive in. But as the car brakes sounded, the convoy stopped in front of Chen Xian and the girls. A group of black-clothed bodyguards quickly got out of the car and stood in accordance with the position. Then the leader of the big man opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce. Wearing a suit, with gold glasses, Lu Feng slowly came down from the car. Chen Xian saw this scene were stunned. Guessed half a day Big Brother turned out to be their own people. Looking at Lu Feng surrounded by a group of black-clothed people, Chen Xian hurriedly walked over. Good day, Mr. Lu, Chen Xian said respectfully. The employees behind her were surprised to see Lu Feng, but still said in unison, "Good day, Mr. Lu." Chapter 15, a coincidence not seen in 1,000 years. Lu Feng saw the Ferrari employees who greeted him and responded with a smile. "Hello everyone." After the greeting, Chen Qian led Lu Feng towards the company. Because this was a rented temporary venue, there hadn't been many employees recruited, and Chen Qian's reason for looking for Lu Feng today was also this issue. "Mr. Lu, it's been a few days, and the European headquarters asked when the branch over here could be set up," Chen Qian said as she poured a cup of tea for Lu Feng. Hearing the question asked by Chen Qian, Lu Feng also had a headache. He had no goal until now, but people have asked. They have to give an answer. Just when Lu Feng was ready to delay for a few more days to see if the system could brush out something by then, he suddenly thought of something. Then he said to Chen Qian, "I came over today because I want to talk to you about this problem. I have already let someone choose a site before. It is just that I now give him a call to ask how it is." Lu Feng said and picked up his cell phone and called out. With 2 beeps the phone was picked up. "Hey, Mr. Lu, what are you looking for me for?" Wang Yu's voice came from the phone. At this time Wang Yu was fretting over the group's affairs. "Things are like this. Tianyu Group has built a factory that covers an area of 80 acres, as well as an office building that is complementary to the factory. But after it was built, the other party ran out of money due to a broken capital chain, so they couldn't afford to buy it, and now they can't afford to pay the liquidated damages." Wang Yu has been worried about this matter for the past few days, because most of Tianyu Group's funds have been smashed into the development of this factory. Because of the development of this factory, most of the funds of the Tianyu Group have been smashed into it, resulting in the account now does not have a lot of active funds, and even worse is that there is still a neighborhood behind the group that needs to be developed. And although this factory and office building is in a very good location, but this also leads to it is very expensive. In a short period of time cannot be sold. Not being able to make a move means no money, and without money, the neighborhood to be developed in the back will have to be shut down, and the shutdown will deal a blow to Tianyu Group's stock and reputation. Wang Yu is worried to death these days. "It's like this, Wang Yu, can our group help me find a piece of land in a good location, and then help me build a factory and office building?" Lu Feng looked at Chen Qian and asked in a calm manner. Wang Yu over here froze directly when he heard what Lu Feng said. He didn't even know that he dropped his cell phone. Hey, old Wang, are you listening? Don't worry, the money will be not less than a cent." Lu Feng thought that Wang Yu was afraid that he, the new director, was going to pull the wool over the company's eyes, and hurriedly explained, Yes, Mr. Lu." Wang Yu only came to his senses after Lu Feng opened his mouth once again and hurriedly agreed. When he heard Lu Feng's request, Wang Yu said that he had never heard such a nice voice in his life. Even his wife's "I'm willing" when they got married didn't sound as nice as Lu Feng's words at this moment. Lu Feng was relieved to hear Wang Yu agree. "Aha, then I'll trouble you. Just tell me how much you need," Lu Feng said, about to hang up the phone. Lu Feng said that he was about to hang up the phone, but Wang Yu's excited voice came out on the phone again. Mr. Lu, don't hang up the phone first. I just have a well-built factory here. There is a matching office building. The location is absolutely good." Wang Yu was afraid that Lu Feng hung up the phone and hurriedly said, "Wang Yu is so fast," he said. "I don't know what to do. Wang Yu's speed is so fast. He's found it." Hearing what Wang Yu said, Lu Feng said he was shocked. "Really, old Wang, don't lie to me," Lu Feng asked a bit skeptically. "Really, Mr. Lu, it's true. Why don't I send someone to pick you up? We can go and take a look right now." Wang Yu saw that Lu Feng didn't believe him and hurriedly said, "No need for you to pick me up. Send me the location. I'll go over and take a look now," Lu Feng said. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Yu hurriedly sent the location of the factory. "Mr. Lu, then I'll wait for you at the factory," Wang Yu said as he forced down the excitement in his heart. "Well, okay, I'll be there later," Lu Feng said blandly and then hung up the phone. Wang Yu on this side hung up the phone and hurriedly told his secretary to call the company executives to gather in the lobby and prepare to leave for the factory. Quickly, tell them to gather quickly. If they're late, get the hell out of here," Wang Yu said as he hurriedly rushed towards the hall. In less than 2 minutes, the company's lobby directly gathered most of the company's executives, and they were all in charge of the factory project. The young lady at the front desk was dumbfounded, not knowing why these leaders would stand neatly in the lobby and not even sit down. Ding! As the elevator door opened, Wang Yu directly rushed out to come, and while walking, he said to those standing executives, "Hurry up, follow me, get in the car," and then took the lead in the convoy waiting at the entrance. Hearing Wang Yu's words, those executives also hurriedly followed, making the receptionist look blank. With the sound of the engine roaring, the convoy drove out like it was flying close to the ground. "I go. What's the situation? What is the president doing with the leaders in such a hurry?" said employee curiously. I don't know. Is it to grab the project? Employee B also said curiously. Don't guess. Look at the president so anxious. It must be about the group's big event. Maybe the group is going to have a big event, Employee C said with a mysterious face. While the employees were talking, Wang Yu was sitting in the car and kept urging the driver to drive faster. 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 Get me there in 10 minutes. I'll give you a promotion and a raise, Wang Yu says excitedly. Seeing that his own president was so anxious, the driver also put in his best effort and drove the car speeding down the road. On Lu Feng's side, he took Chen Qian with him and rushed towards his destination. Chen Qian, who was sitting in a Rolls-Royce for the first time, looked left and right, touched this and that, looking very curious. On Wang Yu's side, he quickly arrived at the factory's location with the driver's efforts. After getting out of the car, Wang Yu took the executives to stand under the scorching sun and waited for Lu Feng. But the executives on the side didn't understand anymore. Why did the president have to gather them and then bring them all to the entrance of this factory? As if they were waiting for some big shot. President, are there any leaders coming down to inspect today? One of the executives asked. When Wang Yu heard this, he replied, do you know that the company has reached a life and death situation in the past few days? The executives on the side instantly laughed when they heard that. President, don't joke. Our company is now flourishing. How could it reach the point of survival? Another executive chimed in. Yes, President, the factory we are in now is what I am responsible for. It has been successfully completed now. As long as we wait until the money arrives, our company's next project will have enough money to be successfully completed. And we can also take that piece of land in Xiqing district by the way. I know what you guys are saying, so what if we can't get the money for this factory? Wang Yu asked rhetorically. That's right, the matter of not getting the money for this project is only known to Wang Yu and the old director, because the impact of this matter is too great. One slip of the tongue and the company might go bankrupt. So Wang Yu didn't tell the other executives of the company. How is it possible? Now that the project has ended smoothly, could it be that the Red Maple Group is going to renege on its debt? One of the executives asked incredulously. Then if I tell you that Red Maple Group has gone bankrupt, what should you guys do? Wang Yu said as he looked at the executives. Hearing Wang Yu say this, the executives instantly panicked, because they understood that if they couldn't get the payment for the project on time, then Tianyu Group's next project would have to be halted. Not to mention going to grab that piece of land on the west side of the city with other groups. Or maybe Tianyu itself would have to go bankrupt. Does the old director know about this? An executive suddenly asked. The old director is the one who told me about this. The reason why I didn't tell you guys is also because I'm afraid of messing up. Wang Yu said lightly. Then what to do now? The executives instantly made a mess. Be quiet, Wang Yu said coldly. The executives slowly quieted down upon hearing Wang Yu's words. You are all old men. You should know that the old director of the Red Maple Group and our chairman are old friends for many years, or else you wouldn't have dared to directly complete the project after only receiving 30% of the project payment in the first place. The executives nodded at the words. It was because they knew the relationship between Red Maple Group and their own chairman that they looked so surprised when they heard that they couldn't get the money for the project. It's because of this relationship that we ourselves have advanced too much money for this project, thus leading to the fact that there isn't much active capital above the company right now. And the chairman of the board doesn't have much active capital in his hands either. Even he sold 10% of the company's shares before, Wang Yu slowly said. The company's executives all nodded at this. They all knew about these things. But now that they are about to go bankrupt, what's the point of talking about this? Seeing them all hanging their heads, Wang Yu didn't say much because he was even less confident than these executives before. But now it's good that this factory will soon be taken over by someone else, or their new director Lu Feng. So he decides that he'll help Lu Feng boost his voice within the group. Although the group is now facing a crisis of bankruptcy, haven't you guys forgotten that we still have a new director? The executives instantly got excited when they heard Wang Yu's words. Mr. Wang, isn't it true that Lu Dong is willing to step in and help out? One of the executives asked hurriedly. The others are also looking at Wang Yu with anticipation. Wang Yu didn't sell out when he saw this. That's right, before there is really no way. I contacted Lu Dong, told Lu Dong the company's current situation. I wanted Lu Dong to help me contact him to see if there was anyone willing to buy the factory, but after Lu Dong realized the company's current situation, he directly gave me a huge surprise. Lu Dong said that he could buy this factory to relieve the company's urgent needs. That's why I hurriedly dragged you all over to accompany Lu Dong to look at the project. Hearing Wang Yu's words, the executives directly chanted Long live Lu Dong. Seeing this, Wang Yu began his plan. I know that a large portion of you were prejudiced against Lu Dong at first, thinking that a young man, who bought the group's shares based on his family's money, is in fact a brat who can't do anything? Hearing Wang Yu's reprimand, the executives all lowered their heads in shame. But today, it's this young man who you all thought knew nothing that saved the group, saved us, and saved our jobs. So from now on, I won't allow anyone in the company to talk about Mr. Lu behind his back, but if anyone belittles Mr. Lu again, don't blame me for being unforgiving, Wang Yu said with narrowed eyes. Yes, don't worry, Mr. Wang, we will never be like this again, the executives immediately assured. In fact, they would have done the same even if Wang Yu hadn't said it, because just like Wang Yu said, Lu Feng had saved all of their jobs. Right after Wang Yu finished his lecture, a fleet of luxury cars drove up from the distance. Lu Feng had finally arrived. Chapter 16, Factory Inspection. Looking at the fleet of cars coming towards them, Wang Yu was actually a bit confused and didn't quite dare to confirm if it was Lu Feng arriving as the fleet of cars was too big. As the convoy came to a stop, a beautiful woman in professional attire came down from the car. The beautiful woman got off the car and hurriedly opened the back door of the Rolls-Royce, then stood aside and bowed to wait, while the bodyguards who came down with her also quickly opened two black parasols and held them above the back door. Under the backdrop of the black-clothed bodyguards and the beautiful secretary, Lu Feng walked down from the Rolls-Royce. At this moment, Lu Feng was as dazzling as a god descending from the heavens in the eyes of the Tianyu Group's senior management. Good day, Mr. Lu. A group of executives forced down the shock in their hearts and said to Lu Feng, hello, you guys. Hard work. So hot days still come over to accompany me to see the project, Lu Feng said in greeting. No hard work, no hard work, the executives said hurriedly. Just kidding, this is the ancestor who saved their rice bowls. Not to mention accompanying him to look at the project, even accompanying him to sleep is not impossible. Ah, Lu Dong, then let's watch and talk. Wang Yu came to Lu Feng and made an invitation gesture. Well, let's take a look then. Then Lu Feng visited together under Wang Yu's leadership. Lu Dong, look. This is the factory area that covers an area of 70 acres. We used the best materials when we built it, and the designer drew no less than hundreds of drawings just to design the whole factory area. Wang Yu introduced while walking. Well, it's not bad at all. Lu Feng nodded his head as he listened to Wang Yu's introduction and said, in fact, he had finally put down a big stone in his heart. After fixing the Ferrari branch issue, he would not have to worry about his sleep every day. Not long after the introduction of the factory, Wang Yu brought Lu Feng to the office building. Only to see an office building covering an area of 15 acres towering in front of Lu Feng's eyes. 8-story building height, half-curved main body design, snow-white exterior walls all tell the building's grandeur. Looking at the office building in front of him, Lu Feng turned his head to look at Chen Xian. How does Secretary Chen feel? Wang Yu, who was beside him, heard Lu Feng ask a small secretary, and couldn't help but guess whether the secretary in front of him was the little honey that Lu Feng had raised. While Wang Yu was guessing wildly, Chen Xian spoke up. President, this place you chose, whether it's from the location or from the office building in front of us and the supporting factory, is impeccable. It's simply perfect. President, is calling me? Wang Yu looked at Chen Xian blankly, a little confused in his heart. Looking at Wang Yu, who was puzzled because Chen Xian called him president, Lu Feng was also happy. Don't guess, it's calling me. I forgot to tell you guys, I'm actually still the president of Ferrari's Asian division. This factory and office building is the division I chose for Ferrari. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Wang Yu and the executives behind him were directly confused. What the hell? The young man in front of them was not only their director, but also the president of Ferrari? Has this world now exaggerated to this point? Wang Yu sniffed and asked cautiously, Lu Dong, is that the Ferrari that builds sports cars? Are you really their president? Hearing Wang Yu's question, Lu Feng directly laughed out loud. Ha ha, of course, which other Ferrari could it be? I'm currently the president of Ferrari's Asian branch, and the one beside me is the assistant that Ferrari has assigned to me. Hearing Lu Feng's exact answer, Wang Yu said that he was shocked beyond words. Lu Dong, you really impress me. Sitting as the president of Ferrari Asia at such a young age, you're really young and promising. I actually questioned you before. I'm really sorry, Wang Yu said sincerely. Ha ha ha, I'm the president because I hold shares in Ferrari and am their director. That's why I'm the president, Lu Feng said in a self-effacing manner. Unexpectedly, after Lu Feng finished speaking, Wang Yu and the others were even more confused. So you still hold shares in Ferrari? Wang Yu's tone of voice trembled a bit as he spoke. Yeah, what's the problem? Lu Feng asked back. No problem. Wang Yu hurriedly waved his hands and said. The poor CEO Wang Yu was directly struck to the point where he didn't want to speak today. Thinking that he had become the president of Tianyu at the age of 40, he already felt that he was very powerful, but as a result, now that he was directly second-guessed by Lu Feng, Wang Yu had the heart to die just thinking about it. Seeing that Wang Yu had no more problems, Lu Feng was ready to talk about the price of this factory and buy it, but just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a voice coming from his ear. Mr. Lu, please wait. Lu Feng turned his head to look over at the sound of his voice, only to see an old man around 60 years old walking over with the support of his nanny. while Wang Yu and the executives of Tianyu Group directly hooted and ran over when they saw the old man. "Old director, why are you here?" Wang Yu, who was in the lead, asked. "I've come to take a look. The rising star who helped our company through life and death." The old director said smilingly. With that, he bowed deeply to Lu Feng, and after Lu Feng saw that, he hurriedly ran to the old man and pulled him up. "You are Li Yunfeng, Elder Li, right?" Lu Feng said while pulling the old man's hand. "Ha ha ha, that's right, it's my old man." The old man smiled back. "Thank you so much for the snowy weather. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that my life's work would have collapsed straight away this time." Hearing the old man's sincere thanks, Lu Feng quickly waved his hand. "Speaking of which, you've helped me a lot. Otherwise where would I find such a suitable factory? Besides, I'm also a director of the company. Helping the company to solve its difficulties is also my job. You're just being out of line with me if you say that. Ha ha ha." Hearing what Lu Feng said, the old man laughed happily, then pulled Lu Feng's hand and said with a solemn face, "I'm really relieved that the company has a director like you. Where, you are too polite." Then the two of them held hands like this and chatted for a long time, until the old man's nanny reminded the old man that it was time to drink water, and only then did they stop. The old man took the cup of water handed over by the nanny and took a sip, then spoke up and said, "Bring Xiaofeng a bottle as well." The nanny heard the old man's words and hurriedly ran to the car and took another bottle of water and handed it to Lu Feng. After watching Lu Feng finish the bottle of water in his hand, the old man opened his mouth. "Little wind, this factory you really intend to buy it?" "Well, not because of this factory shortage of funds, otherwise, we'll just leave it here and sell it slowly. As for the money the company needs, the big deal is that my old man will go out of his way to find an old friend to borrow money to turn around." Hearing the old man's words, Lu Feng said, "Don't worry, old master. I really need this factory and have enough money to buy it, so just put your heart at ease. I'm not trying to be brave." Hearing Lu Feng say this, the old man was still uneasy. He was afraid that Lu Feng would break his own financial chain because of helping him, and then he would be the sinner. Just when the old master was about to say something, Wang Yu, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth. "Old director, you still don't know, right? This new director of ours is also the president of Ferrari Asia, and he's the president who holds the shares of Ferrari in his hands." The old man also directly froze when he heard this. He never thought that Lu Feng actually had such a layer of identity. And Lu Dong bought this factory for Ferrari to use as a branch, so it shouldn't be necessary for Lu Dong to contribute too much, and Ferrari side should account for the bulk of the money. Wang Yu explained again. When the old master heard Wang Yu's words, he was still a bit unconvinced and turned his head to look at Lu Feng. "Master Li, Wang Yu is right. This factory really doesn't need me to spend much money." Lu Feng saw the old master looking at himself with inquiring eyes, and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. When Elder Li heard Lu Feng's explanation, he didn't say anything more, but just kept pulling Lu Feng's hand, and kept saying that the younger generation was fearful. The younger generation was fearful. In fact, Lu Feng in front of the old man is also a lot of admiration. From scratch to the company's market value of 20 billion, the old man is relying on their own unusual vision and the means of thunder and lightning. And the old master's heart is also particularly kind. At first he was afraid that Lu Feng would get into difficulties because of helping himself, and then refused Lu Feng's help. "Since all of you have no more objections, let's talk about this factory. Roughly how much money is needed?" Lu Feng saw that all of them were silent and spoke again. Hearing what Lu Feng said, Wang Yu didn't dare to talk but looked at the old man. "Let the person in charge of this project come out and calculate how much it will cost. Don't do it blindly, only count the cost price. Don't even count the labor for me," the old master said with a slap of his thigh in a domineering manner. Hearing the old master's overbearing speech, Wang Yu and a group of executives were also in tears, and could only do what the old master said. Lu Feng, who was standing on the side, however, was anxious because he didn't want to take advantage of the old master. "Master, you can't be like this. One size does not fit all. I haven't thanked the group for helping me solve such a big problem. How can I let the group suffer? Let's count how we should count. No, Xiaofeng, you helped the group so big favor. Today must be so counted," the old man very tough said. Seeing that one old man and one young man are about to quarrel over this matter, Wang Yu also immediately rounded up the scene. "Otherwise, how about this? Let's first calculate how much the market value is, then how about you two chat in detail?" "That's good. You do the math," the old master said, agreeing after hearing this. Seeing the old master's agreement, Wang Yu led a group of executives responsible for the project to do the math on the spot. After less than 5 minutes, Wang Yu walks over with a draft paper. "It's done, Mr. Lu, master, please take a look," Wang Yu says and hands the results of the calculations in his hand to the two of them. Upon calculation, this project we Tianyu invested a total of 1.4 billion. The Red Maple Group invested the first batch of funds of 600 million. and the completed market value is 2.8 billion inch. 1 introduces at the side. Then we'll charge Xiao Feng 1.4 billion, and then we'll take out 2 billion from this 1.4 billion to the Red Maple Group, so that my old friend can use it for his old age, the old man said after taking a look at it. Hearing the old man's non-refusable tone, 1 could only do as he was told. While at this time, Lu Feng was not satisfied with the price. Elder, you can't do this. This is directly less than half. You've suffered too much loss. Lu Feng quickly refused. No matter, if it wasn't for you Xiao Feng, most of my life's work would have been lost directly, the old man said forcefully. Old man, no, I really can't accept this price. Lu Feng still shook his head, looking at the two people who were arguing over the fact that one wanted to charge less and the other wanted to pay more. Everyone present was also silent. Chapter 17, Seeing Enzo Again. Finally, after countless negotiations, the factory was successfully sold to Lu Feng for $1.9 billion. 1 and the executives who witnessed the entire transaction said that they had never seen such an amazing deal in their lives. Secretary Chen, call the deposit over first later, Lu Feng said to Chen Xian. Okay Mr. Lu, Chen Xian nodded back. Since both of us have solved a big problem today, I propose that we all have a meal together at noon. What do you say? 1 said from the side. Well, this is good. We have to thank Xiao Feng today. Elderly immediately agreed as soon as he heard this. Good then let's have a meal together to celebrate. Seeing that everyone was proposing to eat, Lu Feng also agreed. Afterwards, several people got into separate cars and prepared to go to dinner. After about half an hour, the caravan stopped by an ancient farmhouse-style building. The old man looked at Lu Feng who had a curious look on his face and then explained the building to him. This is the Hearing Wave small building, a real private kitchen. For those who come here, no matter what your status is, you must make a reservation for dinner. It just so happens that I happened to make a reservation for a game here 2 days ago, so you kid will have a blessing today. Lu Feng was also interested in the place in front of him when he heard the old man's words. Really? Then I'm in your good graces today, Lu Feng said with a smile. Afterwards, the old master led Lu Feng inside. This time the meal was only Lu Feng and the old master and Chen Xian and Wang Yu. As for those executives, they had already gone back. Lu Feng, who had just entered the Hearing Tao small building, was shocked by the scene in front of him, because in front of him was a green bamboo forest, covering an area of more than 20 acres of land so large. The bamboo forest is located in a small ancient attic. To know that they are in the magic city, every inch of land, this hotel owner actually engaged in such a large piece of bamboo forest used to decorate, enough to see its wealth and energy. Under the guidance of a young girl wearing a cheongsam, Lu Feng came to a small building in front of the bamboo forest. The cheongsam girl opened the door, lit a good incense, which let Lu Feng them in. After going in, the people took their seats. What you can see and touch right now is all made of fine incense wood and rosewood. The cost of such a small attic is no less than 200 million renminbi, the old man smilingly introduced. After hearing the crowd was surprised. They did not expect the decoration here is actually so luxurious. And this side of the ingredients are flown in from all over the world. A random meal is $3 million at the bottom. I was going to invite someone to dinner here to see if there is anyone who can help the company through the difficult times, but I didn't expect to hit the right spot, and ended up inviting you, the one who has been instrumental in solving the company's big problems. Ha ha ha, isn't this quite good? You didn't waste this meal, Lu Feng said with a smile. Ha ha ha, it's this reasoning, Xiao Feng, the more I look at you, the more satisfied I am. It's a pity that I only have an incompetent grandson and no granddaughter, otherwise I would really have to let you be my grandson-in-law, the old master said with a smile. Lu Feng was also shocked by the old man's words, and hastily waved his hand to refuse. Old man, now cannot be arranged marriages, we now advocate free love. The old master also laughed when he heard Lu Feng's words, and then changed the topic. But at this time, Lu Feng's mind did not know why the figure of Xin Chuankui surfaced again. Knock knock knock. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, he was suddenly awakened by a knock on the door. And then he saw a team of beautiful girls wearing green-colored cheongsams and carrying plates in their hands walk over. The young girls gently placed the dishes on the table and slowly bowed to the crowd before retreating. Since the dishes have all been served, let's all move our chopsticks, the old man greeted. After hearing this, several people were not polite and picked up their chopsticks. A meal was eaten for about an hour or so before it ended. Before leaving, the old master kept pulling Lu Feng's hand, asking him to make sure to go to his home to get together with him when he had time. Lu Feng smiled and agreed. Several people then parted ways. The old man was old so he went straight back. Wang Yu still had to go back to his company to work, while Lu Feng and Chen Chen both returned to Ferrari's temporary branch. Secretary Chen, the location of the branch is done. We can recruit employees next. First build out the general framework of the company, so that we can be accountable to the headquarters side when the time comes. Sitting in the car, Lu Feng said to Chen Xian who was beside him, "Okay, Mr. Lu, don't worry, I'll go back and do it." Hearing Lu Feng's plan, Chen Xian hurriedly nodded her head to indicate that she knew. The car quickly arrived at Ferrari's temporary branch, and after the two of them got off the car, they went straight to the office. The two of them were next going to give the $500 million that the Ferrari headquarters had called over earlier to the Tianyu Group first, and then by the way, they were going to ask the Ferrari headquarters for the rest of the money that was left to buy the factory. Inside the office, Chen Xian was in the process of transferring money to the Tianyu Group while Lu Feng was on a video call with Enzo. Beep. As the video connected, Lu Feng met Enzo once again. "Hey Lu, what are you looking for me for?" Enzo in the video greeted with a smile. "Mr. Enzo, it's been a long time, there's really something I'm looking for you this time. The company's branch has already been selected and built. I've already paid the deposit and am now waiting for you to make the final payment," Lu Feng said with a smile. Hearing that Lu Feng had taken care of the branch matter so quickly, Enzo on the opposite side of the computer looked very surprised. After all, when he had given Lu Feng full authority over the matter of establishing the branch, it was also for the reason of testing Lu Feng. As a result, he didn't expect Lu Feng to fix the matter so quickly. Even Enzo, the big man who was in charge of Ferrari, was a bit surprised in his heart. "Ha ha ha, Lu, you really surprised me," Enzo said after adjusting his emotions. Hearing Enzo's words, Lu Feng smiled flatly. Chen Qian, who was on the side, had already transmitted the data of the branch factory and office building to Enzo while the two were chatting. While Enzo was looking at the data, Chen Qian began to help Lu Feng take credit. "President Enzo, you don't know, but Mr. Lu has helped us save a lot of money this time with the branch. I believe that you can also tell by looking at the data. This time the factory is impeccable both in terms of layout and location. And most importantly, the factory has a market value of $3 billion, while Mr. Lu took it down for $1.9 billion. When Enzo heard Chen Xian's words, his first reaction was disbelief. "Lu, you two can't be teaming up to tease me. This is almost impossible," Enzo said with a surprised face. After all, this wasn't buying food in a vegetable market, directly cutting it in half. Like this kind of order involving billions of dollars could be cut down by 10% would be good. Seeing Enzo's disbelief, Lu Feng explained to him what happened. "It's like this, Mr. Enzo. This factory just happens to be a product of the shareholding group I hold, and because of some special reasons, I took it at cost." Hearing Lu Feng say such a big thing with very calm words, Enzo was also not calm anymore. "Lu, I really appreciate your help, but since you hold shares in the group, I can't let you suffer. I'll have someone call $1.5 billion directly to you later, so with the previous $500 million, it's a total of $2 billion. As for the extra $100 million it'll be taken as your thank you fee," Enzo said with a bold face. Chen Qian, who was beside him, heard this and was directly dumbfounded. "Is it possible that all of you rich people give your thanks directly by the billions?" Lu Feng was suddenly excited inside after hearing Enzo's words. After all, he was only in a superficial splendor right now, but he was actually very, very poor on the inside. "Then thank you Mr. Enzo." Lu Feng forced down the excitement in his heart and thanked Enzo with a calm face. "Ha ha ha, you're welcome. Besides the extra $100 million, I'm going to give you another gift, but it's going to be kept secret for now. You'll know when the gift arrives," Enzo said with a mysterious face. Hearing this, Lu Feng became interested in Enzo's mysterious gift. "Alright Lu, I'll stop talking to you for now. I still have a meeting on my side. It's about new energy. I've been busy with my head over these things for a while," Enzo said while rubbing his head. "Okay, see you then. Be sure to visit China when you have time," Lu Feng said politely. The two then hung up the phone. "Secretary Chen, is Ferrari going into new energy as well?" Lu Feng asked curiously. After all, in his cognizance Ferrari had always built fuel cars. Suddenly from the mouth of Enzo, the Ferrari boss, he learned that Ferrari was also going to enter new energy. Lu Feng was still very curious. "Yes, Mr. Lu, Ferrari set up a new energy department a long time ago to research new energy vehicles. After all, new energy represents a new cake. Ferrari also wants to get a piece of the feast," Chen Qian explained after a moment's thought. Hearing Chen Qian's words, Lu Feng nodded approvingly. "Yes, just look at Tesla and understand. Directly relying on new energy to become the richest man in the world in a single leap. Not only Tesla, even these domestic automobile manufacturers are also entering the field of new energy, in an attempt to realize bending the road to overtake. And Ferrari as a veteran automobile business, early layout of new energy is also reasonable," Lu Feng analyzed as he sat on top of his boss chair. "By the way, thank you for the words you just said for me. Because of the words you said, Mr. Enzo has transferred $100 million more to me," Lu Feng suddenly said to Chen Qian. "Mr. Lu is too kind. I am just telling the truth. Chen Qian responded modestly. That's not the way to put it. When the time comes for the 1.5 billion to be transferred over, you transfer 1.4 billion to Tianyu Group. Then you yourself take 1 million from this remaining 100 million. As my reward for you. Lu Feng looked at the modest Chen Qian. The more he looked at her, the more satisfied he was, and directly rewarded her $1 million with a wave of his hand. Boom! Chen Qian was directly shocked by Lu Feng's generosity and almost sat on her butt. How? Dislike to give less ah? Lu Feng looked at Chen Qian's surprised appearance. Teased. No. I'm just too excited, Lu General. Chen Qian quickly explained. Ha ha ha, don't be excited. Follow me well. You won't be able to do without your benefits in the future. Lu Feng directly drew a big cake. Yes, Mr. Lu, you can rest assured. Chen Qian quickly assured. Ha ha ha, well, I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go. Don't forget to hit the rest of the money right inside my account. Lu Feng said as he stood up and was about to leave. Mr. Lu, please wait a moment. I'll treat you to a meal. Last time I said I wanted to treat you to a meal, but I never had the chance. This time you rewarded me with so much money. I must treat you to a meal, said Chen Qian, hastily stopping Lu Feng. Facing Chen Qian's request, Lu Feng thought for a while and still agreed. Alright, let's have a meal together then. But don't go to some luxurious place. Just find a random food hall and eat something. Chapter 18, Strolling in the Old Street. Hearing Lu Feng promise himself, Chen Qian jumped up happily. Lu Feng, on the other hand, let the bodyguards go back first, and he could just sit in Chen Qian's car. In fact, Lu Feng was afraid that these people would directly disappear in place when the time came, and then they would have to scare others to death. The bodyguards heard Lu Feng's arrangement and drove away. On this side, Lu Feng sat in Chen Qian's minivan and set off for dinner. But because it was not yet time for the evening meal, Lu Feng and Chen Qian went to the old streets of Magic City together. The old street of Mordor has a very long history. From the Republican period, the old street has already existed. After the precipitation of history, the old street is now more lively and grand. Parking the car, Chen Qian led Lu Feng into the old street. Looking at the many hawkers dressed in Republican-era clothes hawking, looking at the typical Republican-era buildings on both sides of the road, Lu Feng thought he had traveled back to the Republic of China. Mr. Lu, when you come to this side of the old street, you must try Yuan Fuji's pastries, especially the osmanthus cake, Chen Qian introduced to Lu Feng. Really? Then I'll listen to you tonight. You make the arrangements, Lu Feng said. Hearing Lu Feng say that, Chen Qian also directly led Lu Feng towards Yuan Fuji. Boss, have an osmanthus cake and then a box of pastry mess, Chen Qian said to the boss. Because it was only 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the old street wasn't particularly crowded yet, and the old street was only crowded at night, so there was basically no need to queue up to buy anything now. Mr. Lu, try it, Chen Qian said to Lu Feng as she held up a piece of osmanthus cake. Looking at the osmanthus cake in the hands of Chen Qian, Lu Feng took over, and then put into his mouth. Worthy of Chen Qian's recommendation, really very tasty. The entrance of osmanthus fragrance straight to the heart. Soft and delicate taste is also very good. Eat a piece of as if you can clear a day of fatigue. Lu Feng couldn't help but take another piece and put it in his mouth. Seeing Lu Feng eating so flavorful, Chen Qian also held the box and ate it up. Mr. Lu, you eat slower. I still have a box of pastries here to mess up the puzzle. You try them all, Chen Qian said vaguely with her mouth full of pastries. Hearing Chen Qian's words, Lu Feng took over the pastries in Chen Qian's hands, and took out a piece of horseshoe cake and put it in his mouth. It's really very good too, Lu Feng sighed in his heart. Afterwards, the two of them walked and ate the pastries in their hands, until Chen Qian saw another stall selling stinky tofu, and hurriedly pulled Lu Feng to walk over quickly. Boss, give me 2 portions of stinky tofu. Mr. Lu, do you eat spicy food? Chen Qian twisted her head and asked. I can eat a little bit, Lu Feng said back. Then 1 extra spicy, 1 slightly spicy, Chen Qian said to the boss. Okay, the boss promised, and then began to fry up the stinky tofu. Not long after, the 2 steaming hot stinky tofu came out of the pot. Received the boss handed over 2 copies of stinky tofu. Chen Qian slightly spicy one handed Lu Feng, and then he couldn't wait to eat up. Lu Feng looked at Chen Qian eat so flavorful, also began to eat up. Afterwards, the two of them kept strolling and eating until it was already evening, and the two of them walked out from the old street holding a yellow wine milk tea each. Mr. Lu, let's take the yellow bus to dinner. You must take a ride on the yellow bus in the old street and experience the way of traveling in the Republic of China, Chen Qian suggested as she sipped the milk tea. Good, then let's take a ride. Looking at the yellow bus in front of him, Lu Feng was also very curious. After all, it used to be in movies and TV dramas that you could only see the yellow bus, so it's not bad to experience it. Hearing Lu Feng agree, Chen Xian went up to talk about the price with the pulling master. Uncle, you cheaper. Too expensive. We are too so light. You pull very labor saving, Chen Xian said to the boss. Oops, little girl I'm already the best deal, the boss said helplessly. A little cheaper. Uncle, please, Chen Xian continued. Okay, 80 lowest price, the boss agreed. Hey, thank you boss, Chen Xian quickly thanked, paid the money and then ran over to Lu Feng. Okay, it's done, Mr. Lu, let's go, Chen Xian said to Lu Feng. Then Lu Feng and Chen Xian got on the yellow bus together, enjoying the breeze blowing in the face. Sitting on the yellow bus, Lu Feng squinted his eyes comfortably, as if all his unhappiness could be dispersed with the wind. In no time, the yellow bus master sent them to their destination. Here we are, you can get off now, said the rickshaw puller. Hearing the boss's voice, Lu Feng opened his eyes and walked down with Chen Xian. Thank you, boss, Lu Feng and Chen Xian thanked together. You're welcome, you guys have fun, the boss said and then pulled the car away. How's it going, Mr. Lu? It feels good, doesn't it? Chen Xian asked. Aha, it feels very good, the experience is great, Lu Feng very much agreed. However, are you sure you can still eat it? Lu Feng expressed his doubts. Of course I can, Mr. Lu, don't underestimate me, Chen Xian responded. Then Chen Xian led Lu Feng into a very dated bistro. Looking at Chen Xian, who was familiar with ordering food, Lu Feng felt that she should come often. You should come here often to eat, right? Lu Feng asked. Yes, usually some small sister party or something. We are preferred here. The boss is the authentic Magic City people. A hand of local dishes burn is that called a delicious, Chen Xian explained. Then sat for about 10 minutes. The two ordered dishes began to be served one after another. Stir-fried eel silk, Magic City braised pork, fragrant dew onion oil chicken, are Magic City famous local dishes. Mr. Lu quickly taste it. The taste is really super great, Chen Xian said to Lu Feng. Looking at the food in front of him that made his taste buds move, Lu Feng couldn't help but pick up his chopsticks and eat it. Is it delicious, Mr. Lu? Chen Xian asked with an expectant face. Delicious. The flavor is really good. Lu Feng nodded his head and praised. After about half an hour or so, the two people also winded up eating all the food on the table. Mr. Lu, you drink water, Chen Xian said and got up to help Lu Feng pour a cup of water. The two of them sat on top of the chairs again and rested for a while before they walked out of the restaurant. After refusing Chen Xian's request to send him home, Lu Feng took a taxi home alone. After arriving home, Lu Feng directly took the elevator to the underground parking lot without saying a word, because he wanted to see if those bodyguards and drivers were still there. It wasn't until he saw the neatly parked fleet of cars inside the underground garage, but there wasn't a single person in sight, that Lu Feng believed that they had really left after their time. After simply washing up and lying on the bed, Lu Feng slowly fell into deep thought. From a few days ago, he had nothing. His girlfriend ran away with someone else because he had no money. To now have billions of family property. Bank card is lying inside the full 9-figure deposits of the president. This just a few days actually changed drastically. Every time I think of this, Lu Feng feel unreal. Not to mention that he also, like the novel inside the story, ruthlessly hit the face of his gold-digging ex-girlfriend and his nemesis. Really cool. But unconsciously Lu Feng's mind surfaced Shin Changkite's figure, although he is now also considered a cow. But it seems that compared with Shin Changkite's background is nothing. That's right. Lu Feng also from the last reunion knows some of the background of Shin Changkite. Can let the big man in the Magic City personally call Shin Changkite, absolutely big head. Anyway, now worth billions of Lu Feng is not please. Even to put it bluntly, don't say please. It is difficult to see. After all, that is the real top of the big man. The existence of the day-to-day management of the existence of the ordinary people to see aside are counted as high incense. The pressure is so great, Lu Feng thought, while slowly entering the dreamland. Bah, really narcissistic. Do not know whether people Shin Changkite like him or not. Dare to think so much. Really shameless. Chapter 19. Brother, you won't be adopted by a rich woman, right? Lu Feng got up early the next morning, because Wang Shui from Times Square called him and said that the rent had been collected and had been paid to his bank card. Lu Feng hung up the phone and saw the text message from the bank, and when he saw the long string of numbers, he smiled in his heart. Sure enough, it's still cool to collect rent, Lu Feng said to himself. However, just as he was about to go out for breakfast, the phone rang again, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be his sister, Lu Yin, calling. Brother, I've arrived at the location you gave me. How come I haven't seen you in person? Lu Feng, who heard this, was a bit stunned and hurriedly asked back. Isn't it still 2 days away? How come you came over today? Brother, are you remembering wrong? I told you the day is today. This can forget. Really, men are unreliable. Lu Yanyan's indignant voice came from the phone, obviously extremely angry at her brother for forgetting about her. And naturally, Lu Feng also heard the anger contained in these words, and could not help but reveal a toothache expression. This brain of his own was also really, he could even forget his own sister. Okay, you wait at the door for a while, I'll come over to pick you up right away. After saying that, Lu Feng hung up the phone in a hurry, and ran downstairs. At the same time, at the east entrance of Mission Hills International, a girl dressed purely and beautifully was looking around with her suitcase in her hand. Only that pretty face was full of anger. And this place was Lu Yanran, Lu Feng's younger sister. Damned brother, obviously have agreed with him. Do not come to pick me up even if I have found the door of the house, actually have not seen his shadow. Lu Yanyan wrinkled her nose, a mouthful of silver teeth clenched, but was soon attracted by the gate of Mission Hills International. This place is so luxurious. Is it something my brother can afford to live in? Am I looking for the wrong place? After muttering a sentence, she pulled out her cell phone and was ready to double-check. Yan. Suddenly, a steady voice rang out, and Lu Yanyan, who was about to look at her cell phone, turned around and looked over, but she realized that the person coming was none other than her own brother Lu Feng. But let me look for it. Stinky brother. Putting her cell phone in her pocket, Lu Yanyan pulled her suitcase and said viciously, "Hey, sorry, these 2 days are a bit busy. Later brother treat you to a big meal, and your expenses in Magic City brother all inclusive, as a compensation to you." Facing his sister's complaint, Lu Feng hurriedly promised a series of benefits. Looking at her brother, Lu Yanyan's heart flashed with a hint of emotion. Although she hadn't seen her brother for almost 4 years, he still loved her so much. "Brother, I miss you so much." Lu Yanyan fiercely jumped into Lu Feng's embrace and hugged him tightly. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was a bit overwhelmed by his sister's sudden move, but he quickly reacted and tenderly touched her head. "Brother misses you too. I haven't seen you for a few years. My little girl has grown into a big beautiful girl. I almost didn't dare to recognize her just now." "Humph, you don't miss me at all. Otherwise why didn't you go back for so many years?" Lu Yanyan hummed. Her small mouth pouted so much that she could hang a beer bottle. "Brother is not to earn money. Without money, how to buy you gifts and give you a quality life? Alright, don't hug so tightly, it will be misunderstood by others later. You also don't want brother to be single for the rest of his life, right? Humph, then you'll be single for the rest of your life." Lu Yanyan was still a bit sultry, but she still honestly loosened her arms. "Let's go. Go back and take a rest first. It's not easy for you to come here, so naturally you should have a good time." Lu Feng smoothly pulled up the suitcase on the ground and took the lead to walk towards the small area. Looking at her brother's appearance, Lu Yanyan bared her teeth and laughed out, quickly chasing after him, just like the way the two of them went to school one after the other when they were young. But when she saw Lu Feng actually walking towards the entrance of the neighborhood, Lu Yanyan panicked. "Brother, are you going to the wrong place?" "What wrong place? Didn't go to the wrong place. I live in this neighborhood. Lu Feng stopped his steps, his gaze carrying a slight doubt. "What? You really live here?" Lu Yanyan looked at the luxurious gate in front of her. Her eyes were full of incredulity. Although she didn't care much about rent and such, she had heard of some of the things that happened in a super tier 1 city like Magic City. For example, renting a small house costs at least $2,000, and if you want to rent a small apartment with 1 room and 1 hall, it costs several $1,000s. She didn't believe that her brother, who had just graduated, would be willing to take a few $1,000s to live in a house. Not to mention that the gates of this neighborhood were so grand, so it definitely didn't need to be a normal house. "You won't have won the lottery, right, brother?" Lu Yanyan instantly thought of a possibility. Other than winning the lottery, she couldn't think of any other channel that could make someone instantly rich. "What, winning the lottery? Is your brother the kind of person who puts his hopes on buying lottery tickets? I've fought my way out of it." Lu Feng patted his chest, acting extremely tough. Lu Yanyan, who suddenly heard this, paused for a moment. How could she not believe this? "Brother, you really live here? Where did you get so much money? It can't be that you've been adopted by a rich woman." She had a flash of inspiration and thought of another possibility. "Although I don't think you're good looking, but I can't help that other girls think you're good looking. The love letters those girls wrote to you when I was in school before is a good proof. Tell me, what kind of rich woman? Is it the kind of rich woman in her 50s or 60s, or a rich white woman in her 20s or 30s? Lu Feng, who was pulling his suitcase forward, heard this and his teeth were about to be clenched. "Lu Yanran, shut your mouth to me. This is really my own house. It has nothing to do with a rich woman." "Then where did you get so much money?" "As far as I know, the rent in Magic City is very high. Can you afford it if you just graduated?" Facing Lu Feng, who was about to explode, Lu Yanyan spat out her tongue. "I partnered with others to open a company, and the company's benefits are not bad, so I bought this house to live in." Since he didn't want to expose the system, Lu Feng made a random excuse. Then where did you get the money? You know that you haven't touched a single penny of the money that my father gave you in these 3 years. Lu Yanyan was even more puzzled when she heard that Lu Feng had opened a company. Starting a company requires a large amount of money. She didn't believe that Lu Feng could earn such a large amount of startup capital from odd jobs alone. There's no money. I'm a technical shareholder. Well, I know you have a lot of questions right now, but put it in your stomach first, okay? When I go back I'll give you a slow talk. Lu Feng hurriedly interrupted Lu Yanyan's move to ask further. Too many words would be lost, and if he said more, it was not guaranteed that there would be some kind of loophole. Along the way, Lu Yanyan was marveling at the luxury of the neighborhood. Looking at her sister who was full of curiosity, Lu Feng secretly said in his heart, "Girl, don't worry, brother now has the ability to let you live a good life." Chapter 20 Lu Yanyan's shock. Soon, the two of them took the elevator to the entry door. When she saw the luxurious and incomparable armored door, Lu Yanyan was even more shocked inside. "Brother, this house is also too luxurious, right? I only heard about the prosperity of Magic City before. This is the first time I visualized it." As she spoke, she surveyed the layout of the corridor. Then she placed her gaze on Lu Feng. "How much does this house cost?" Not much. It's almost $100 million. Lu Feng said indifferently, as if this 100 million was just $100 to him. 100 million. Hearing this price, Lu Yanyan directly screamed. According to their family's income before, 500 years wouldn't be able to afford this suite in front of them. Just when she was still in shock, Lu Feng had already opened the entry door through his pupil. "Let's go. Go in. Why are you standing at the door?" Lu Feng put down such a sentence and directly walked into the room. Lu Yanyan, who had reacted, hurriedly followed. "Brother, I'll mix with you. You can casually offer me $20,000 to $30,000 per month. What are you thinking about? The most important thing for you now is to finish your studies before you can think about anything else." Lu Feng didn't even think about it and refused. If he let his eldest uncle know that his precious daughter came to Mordor for a trip and let him fool him into not going to school, with his old man's temper, he could directly kill him from his hometown. Okay, underscore. Lu Yanyan instantly pulled a small face when she heard Lu Feng's words, but soon, she was attracted by the luxurious decoration in the room. "Wow, this is where you live? Ah, this is too luxurious, too extravagant. This hall is estimated to be as big as our house. And this balcony, it's longer than my life." Lu Yanyan said to Lu Feng with a heart full of shock. This is still the first time she has come into contact with such a big house since she was a child. And it's in a super first-tier city like Magic City. "Like it? If you like it, I'll leave you a room. You can come over to live whenever you want." Lu Feng incomparably spoiled his mouth. "Really?" Lu Yanyan said hurriedly. "Of course, I'll take you for a fingerprint later. You pick a room, and here you can come over whenever you want." "Thank you, brother. You're too good to me." Lu Yanyan excitedly ran over and hugged Lu Feng again. Only this time it was a touch. After Lu Yanyan had strolled around the entire large flat, Lu Feng then brought her to the room that had been prepared before. "This is the room I prepared for you. Have a good rest, and when the evening comes, I'll take you out to eat something delicious." After saying that, he gently retreated out. Looking at the room that her brother had prepared for herself, looking at the bed with her favorite color sheets and a large doll on the bed, Lu Yanyan's eyes reddened again. "Brother, you are so good to me." Just as Lu Yanyan was secretly moved, Lu Feng had already returned to his bedroom and unlocked the door, because he had gone out early in the morning. Up to now he didn't even know what the system had refreshed today. Sitting on his bed, Lu Feng hurriedly focused his mind to enter the system, and with his arrival the system's beep sounded on time. Ding! The limited time spike system has been refreshed, and the items refreshed for this day are as follows. 1 Augusta Westland AW109, civilian helicopter worth 62 million renminbi. 1 Idle Cloud Manor, worth 1 renminbi. 8 billion. Magic City Puri Hotel, worth 740 million renminbi. Such good luck this time. The items refreshed out are all good. Looking at the items refreshed out by the system, Lu Feng was a little excited. However, the next one soon suffered from selection difficulties again. The first helicopter. Although Lu Feng would like to experience what it's like to fly an airplane, he doesn't know how to do it. And the helicopter doesn't mean you can fly it once you buy it. It involves airways, and a lot of things, so he can't choose for now. The second Idle Cloud Villa. This he did not know where, but should be a manor, otherwise it cannot be so expensive. But now he has a place to live. Not very need this. He would prefer to refresh the industry, because the industry can help him earn money. And the third is his favorite industry, a hotel. And it's not an ordinary hotel. As a super luxury hotel, Puri Hotel can also rank in the top 10 in the whole Magic City, so he is very moved. Just as Lu Feng was considering whether to choose the third option, he suddenly thought of something. System, how much is currently missing to upgrade? Ding! Querying and calculating, the result of the host's worth is as follows. 1% of Ferrari Group shares worth 1 billion renminbi. 10% of Tianyu Group shares worth 2 billion renminbi. 1 times square worth 5 billion renminbi. The top tuner fleet is worth 1 billion renminbi. A large flat in Mission Hills International is worth 74 million renminbi. Looking at the value that was already approaching 7 billion, Lu Feng was happy. However, he thought that the system needed 10 billion worth of body value to be upgraded, and that the upgraded system could refresh the characters and open them all. After thinking for a long time, Lu Feng still decided to choose 2, because with the manners 8 billion it's almost 9 billion, and tomorrow if he's lucky, he might be able to get the system upgraded. System, I choose 2-inch, Lu Feng said to the system. Ding, the host has made a choice. Choice 2, 1 Idle Cloud Manor. Please sign for it at the Idle Cloud Manor. The system's mechanical voice came out without a trace of emotion. You still have to go to the place to sign for it. Okay, then I'll go over there now. Seeing that the system had once again changed the signing method, Lu Feng sounded a bit helpless and then exited the system. After greeting Lu Yanyan, he left directly. According to the location given by the system, Lu Feng drove all the way out of Magic City before stopping. Looking at the asphalt road leading to the mountain in front of him, Lu Feng drove up with a kick of the gas. It wasn't until he reached the top of the hill that he saw the so-called manor. At this time, there were a few characters in suits standing at the entrance of the manor, and when they saw a big G coming, they hurriedly prepared to greet it. Squeak! With a kick of the brakes, the car stopped beside the several men in suits. Lu Feng opened the door and walked down. You are Mr. Lu, right? How are you? I am the person in charge of this transfer of the manor. Just call me Xiao Xiao, the one in the lead hurriedly said. Well, hello, hard work for you guys to run a trip. Lu Feng nodded blandly. No hard work, it's our honor to serve you, the man responded. Let's take a look at the house then. Looking at the sprawling manor in front of him, Lu Feng was a little impatient. Alright, you please follow me over here. Chapter 21 Awesome Manor. Hearing Lu Feng propose to take a look at the house, Xiao Xiao hurriedly agreed. Look Mr. Lu, this is the gate made of a special alloy that is bulletproof, and the gate is equipped with the most advanced self-recognition system that can easily identify if it's a person or a car inside the manor. If an outsider is detected intruding, the gate will instantly close, and a second gate will be drilled out from underneath for defense. Xiao Xiao pointed at the manor's gate and introduced it to Lu Feng. As Lu Feng listened to the introduction, he was calm on the surface, but inside he couldn't stop. After the gate was introduced, little Zhao started to introduce the fence again. The entire manor covers an area of nearly 70 acres of land, all of which is enclosed by the fence, and the surface of the fence is also covered with a layer of alloy steel plates that are 2 centimeters thick. Even the top of the fence is equipped with a high-voltage power grid and monitors. As long as the monitors monitor that someone is attempting to climb over the fence, the high-voltage power grid will instantly start. With these words, Lu Feng couldn't be more satisfied. This is simply a fortress, not afraid of the biochemical crisis coming. Afterwards, the group walked into the manor. Mr. Lu, the arrangement you are seeing now was personally laid out by the Suzhou City Garden Master with his people. From the wigwam to every tree and flower here, including the creek, all of them were built in strict accordance with the methods of the Suzhou-style gardens. After quickly introducing the layout of the manor, Xiao Zhao led Lu Feng to finally walk into the location where the villa was located, only to see the 3 secondary villas forming a triangular formation, tightly enclosing the main villa in the middle, and then a small river about 2 meters wide slowly flowed around the several villas. Mr. Lu, the entire main villa has a ground floor height of 4 and an underground floor height of 3, making a total of 7 floors. The ground level 4 outer wall is divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer is the antique design decoration. Then there is the alloy steel plate with a thickness of a full 5 centimeters, and the last layer is the mixed mud wall with a thickness of 40 centimeters. My asterisk. This is too bullish. Is this a ing manor or a safe house? Was the owner who built this manor so afraid of death before? After hearing that even the walls were inlaid with alloy steel plates, Lu Feng couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his heart. Seeing that Lu Feng was still so calm after hearing so much, Xiao Zhao secretly guessed in his heart about Lu Feng's origin. What kind of big shot was actually so calm? To know that after he first learned the information about these houses, he was shocked directly half a day before reacting. Next, a group of people visited the entire villa. What the hall, parlor, rest area, entertainment area, fitness area, study, through the introduction of the ones, finally took the elevator to the basement. The most shocking thing for Lu Feng is that the third underground layer is actually a shelter, which can store a dozen people a year's worth of food, with its own air purification equipment and equipment to purify drinking water. And the whole manor is also spend a lot of money to create an intelligent system. That is to say, in the future, Lu Feng can be in the main villa to control everything in the manor, including the monitoring system, defense system. After understanding the details of the manor, Lu Feng sighed in his heart that he was still far from being a real tycoon, and his vision was still too narrow. Finally, Xiao Zhao briefly introduced the other 3 villas. Of course, there was definitely no way to compare them with the main villa. The other 3 villas only had 3 floors above ground and 2 underground, and the protection was not as strong as the main villa. After listening to the introduction, Lu Feng also directly asked Xiao Zhao to bring out the transfer certificate and signed on it without hesitation. Xiao Zhao, who had completed his task, didn't stay too long and left with his staff. Looking at Xiao Zhao and his team, Lu Feng couldn't wait to start manipulating the manor system. After clicking into the defense interface and seeing Xiao Zhao and his group drive away from the surveillance, Lu Feng immediately turned on the defense system, only to see the manor's gate quickly close, and then the ground rose up again with a fully closed gate made of alloy, and the high-voltage power grid on the wall was also instantly turned on. He then entered the surveillance system and watched as the entire manor was under the shroud of surveillance, and then retreated with satisfaction. Just find some more bodyguards and patrol the area and it'll be okay, Lu Feng muttered as he looked at the empty manor. If it wasn't for the total ban on guns in China, he would have wanted to get a few guns for self-defense. Just as Lu Feng was still wandering around inside the manor, everyone inside the other manors on the hill knew that the one on top of the hill had a new owner. What kind of person is it that can actually take the manor at the top of the mountain? Knowing that when I first spent $2 billion to purchase it, they wouldn't even sell it to me. An old man dressed in a tang suit looked towards the top of the mountain and muttered to himself. You should know that there are only 18 manor houses on this mountain, and the owner of each manor house is a big shot in Magic City or even the whole of China. Trying to take a set of manors from these people was as hard as heaven. The idle cloud manor at the top of the mountain was bought by someone. Ha, interesting. Inside another mountain manor, an old man with a majestic face and a regal aura said, you immediately head to the mountaintop manor right now. Go and send an invitation to the owner there. Just say that my old man is celebrating his birthday in a few days, and invite him to come over and get together. Yes, the servant sniffed and turned around to carry out the order and went. At this time, Lu Feng had also finished strolling through the entire manor, and was about to leave with satisfaction. But as a result, he was stopped by someone before he could even get into the car. Sir, please wait a moment. A young man flew over. Is there something wrong? Lu Feng said as he sized up the person in front of him. It's like this. Our family's old man asked me to come over to deliver an invitation to you, hoping to get together with you. The young man said and took out an invitation and handed it over. Lu Feng looked at the invitation handed over and wondered. He didn't know their old man. Why would he invite himself over? Just as Lu Feng wanted to refuse, the servant saw that he wanted to refuse and hurriedly said, my family's old master's name is Yi Weiman. Holy! Lu Feng was directly shocked out of a cold sweat by the name. A name he was more than familiar with. Yi Weiman. This was the name of the last hand of Mordor, a great man with his hands in the sky. But what made him puzzled was that the two sides did not have any interactions. So why would such a big shot want to find himself? Seeing that Lu Feng was a bit puzzled, the servant opened his mouth and explained. It turned out that Yi Weiman lived here and had heard that he had moved in with a new neighbor, and it just so happened that in a few days it would be the old man's 70th birthday, so he wanted to invite him over to participate. After hearing this explanation, Lu Feng then put his heart down. Alright, I understand. Please go back and tell the old master that I will definitely go over to wish him a happy birthday. After hearing this, the servant excused himself and left. Lu Feng didn't delay either and started the car towards the foot of the mountain, but the slightly trembling hands still betrayed his inner excitement. There was no way the hand of Magic City the big brother of the big brother, actually invited him to attend the birthday banquet. Who else would be excited At the same time, the servant was also talking about Lu Feng to the old man after he returned. Are you saying that a young man of only 23 or 24 years of age is in? The old man asked skeptically. Yes. After receiving the servant's definite answer, the old man directly fell into deep thought. Is it the heir of whoever is over in the imperial capital? Or is it an heir cultivated by those families? The old man muttered. Unfortunately, he was destined to not get an answer now, as Lu Feng had already arrived home immediately. With a click, the door was opened. Looking at the empty living room, Lu Feng walked to the door of the room and knocked on the door. Yan, get up. I'll take you to dinner, Lu Feng said as he stood outside the door. Got it, old brother. I'll get up right away, came Lu Yan's voice from inside the room, who had just woken up from her nap. Seeing that his sister had already heard it, Lu Feng sat on his butt on the sofa in the living room. After a while, Lu Yan, who was rubbing her eyes, walked out. Brother, you're back, Lu Yan said with a yawn. Well, I just came back, just in time to take you to dinner, Lu Feng said as he sat on the sofa. Can you not go I'm so sleepy, I don't want to go out. Lu Yanyan's face was not at all energetic at this time. Then you have to eat too. Look at you. You didn't eat at noon. Lu Feng saw that she was actually so spiritless and opened his mouth to ask. It's like this, brother, I'm just too sleepy, so I didn't get up to eat. That's all the more reason to go eat. Let's go. Brother knows a particularly delicious pavilion. Take you there. Lu Feng stood up and took the lead. Oh, that's fine. You wait for me for a while. I'll wash up and draw a makeup. Lu Yanyan saw that she couldn't argue with Lu Feng but could only agree. Well, try to hurry up. I'll wait for you in the car. Remember to lock the door. Got it. Chapter 22, Shin Changkuei's origin. Time passed minute by minute, until half an hour passed, which waited for Lu Yanran to come out, from which it could be seen that it was really troublesome for girls to go out. Where are you going to eat? Lu Feng asked while starting the car. I don't know. You look at the arrangement. Anyway, Magic City you familiar. Lu Yanyan buckle nails, head also did not lift back. Then let's go to Rui residence. I don't know if there are still seats available at this hour. Lu Feng saw that she didn't have any goals and directly made a decision. As a result, just as the words fell, the phone rang. Lu Feng took out his cell phone and pressed the answer button. Hello, which 1 inch? Lu Feng said as he looked at the unfamiliar number prompted on his cell phone. It's me, Shin Chang Kite, came the voice on the phone. Hearing that it was Shin Chang Kite calling, Lu Feng almost crashed his car on top of the guardrail with a handshake. What are you doing, old brother? Are you going to murder? Lu Yanyan was startled. Shin Changkuei on the phone was instantly curious when she heard a girl's voice. Why? Is there someone next to you? Is it bothering you? Hearing Shin Changkuei misunderstanding, Lu Feng hurriedly explained. No, it's my sister. She came over to find me to play. Now I'm preparing to take her to dinner. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Shin Chang Kite on the other side of the phone put down her squeezed hand and returned to a gentle state. It's like this. There's an elder celebrating his birthday in 2 days and I would like to invite you to come over and accompany me because I'm afraid I'll be a bit lonely on my own, Shin Changkuei said softly. As soon as he heard that Shin Chang Kite invited himself to go to the party with her, Lu Feng was a bit excited and quickly agreed. Seeing that Lu Feng had agreed, the corner of Shin Chang Kite's mouth on the other side of the phone curled up. Thank you then, Mr. Lu, I was going to treat you to dinner today, but since you're going to accompany your family, let's do it in a couple days. However, Lu Feng directly chose to abandon Lu Yanran when he heard that Shin Changkuei was going to invite himself for dinner. What sister? Can a sister be as important as one's own lifelong happiness? It's fine. It's just that she doesn't want me to accompany her. I'll send her to her destination and then I'll go find you, Lu Feng said in a hurry. Won't it delay you? No, it won't. I'll add you as a friend. Then you send me the location. I'll go over later. Lu Feng obediently made a request to add Shin Chang Kite as a friend. Alright then, I'll wait for you. Shin Changkuei's gentle voice came through the phone and then hung up. Lu Feng, who ended the call, immediately placed his eyes on Lu Yanran. Go eat by yourself later. I have something I need to take care of. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Yanyan to respond, he directly took out his cell phone and transferred $10,000 to her. But Lu Yanyan, who had listened to the entire conversation, didn't believe this statement. Brother, you didn't lie to me. I just heard a girl talking on the phone. It won't be your girlfriend. No, it's just work. The money is transferred to you. I'll put you there in the old streets of Mordor later. You have a good stroll. Lu Feng directly came to a non-recognition. That's fine. I'll go shopping by myself. Lu Yanyan saw this and could only agree. Afterwards, Lu Feng drove the car to the old street with a kick of the gas, put Lu Yanyan down, turned around and left. Through the localization given by Shin Changkuei, all the way sped up, Lu Feng smoothly came to the destination. After parking the car, he called Shin Chang Kite and asked her exactly where she was. I'm at the Riverside Tavern. You can see me directly when you arrive. Hearing this, he jogged all the way to the so-called Riverside Tavern. I've kept you waiting. Lu Feng came to the door and saw Shin Chang Kite, who was waiting for him, and said with a slight apology, I also just arrived. Suddenly invited you for dinner today. Didn't disturb you, right? Shin Chang Kite smiled slightly. Her voice was very gentle. No, I'm just responsible for being a driver. Now that I've sent her across to her destination, I have nothing else to do. Aha, let's go in then. Shin Chang Kite said and walked in with Lu Feng, sitting on a chair, looking at the cozy decoration inside the tavern, and then looking at Shin Chang Kite in front of him. Lu Feng was speechless for a while. What's wrong? Are you nervous? Shin Chang Kite laughed when she saw Lu Feng, who didn't speak. Ha ha ha, which is not. I'm just too hot. I didn't react for a while, Lu Feng awkwardly explained. The two of them then sat in the tavern, drinking a little wine and chatting a little, as if they were a couple in hot love. Suddenly, Shin Changkuei looked at Lu Feng and changed the topic of conversation. Feng, you've changed. I can feel that you're not an ordinary freshly graduated college student anymore. Suddenly hearing Shin Changkait's slightly intimate address, Lu Feng's heart jumped violently. Why do you say that I'm not an ordinary freshly graduated college student anymore? Lu Feng pretended to be confused while trying to understand. Shin Changkui smiled a little at his words. Ordinary people can't scare a boss who has connections in both black and white to his knees with a single phone call. Ha ha ha. It was also a fluke that I happened to know his parent company to be able to handle him. Lu Feng said modestly. He didn't want others to know about the existence of the system, not even those who were even closer. Then come over today and still drive such a nice car. Shin Changkui directly demolished his excuse. It's kind of a fluke business success. Lu Feng scratched the back of his head and said with a naive smile. Congratulations. Seeing that Lu Feng didn't want to say anything, Shin Changkui raised her cup and clinked it with Lu Feng. After that, Shin Changkui opened her mouth again and said, do you still remember when I said on the phone that I would let you accompany me to celebrate someone else's birthday in a few days? Remember? You did not say that you were afraid of going alone and being bored. Then do you know what the name of the person who celebrated his birthday is? An inexplicable smile appeared on Shin Changkui's face. I don't know. How would I know? You just told me today. Lu Feng said back suspiciously. His name is Yi Weiman. He was the last hand of Mordor. Shin Changkui spoke out a heavenly figure in a light tone. Asterisk asterisk. Lu Feng was confused. He didn't expect that it was actually Yi Lao. He had to know that just a short while ago he also received an invitation letter from Yi Lao, saying that he was asked to come over for a get-together. As a result, he didn't expect that Shin Changkite would also want to bring him over together. This was too much of a coincidence. Shin Changkite looked at the surprised Lu Feng and smiled faintly, but in her heart, she was stealing joy. Feng, scared. Ha, such a big character. What did you bring me along for? Lu Feng looked at Shin Changkite and said, nothing. Is a person afraid of boredom? And then bring you together. You know, I also have no friends in this side. Sniffed Shin Changkite said lazily. Is it really because of boredom? This is the former hand of Mordor. If you take this opportunity to sell, I estimate that 100 million will be snatched to buy. Lu Feng said with a face of disbelief. You should know by now that I have a big head, right? Shin Changkui replied. I know. Lu Feng froze and spat out a breath and said, I come from the imperial capital. The four great families of the imperial capital. Li Yi Shen Wang. I come from the Shin family. Shin Changkite slowly said his origin. Hearing that Shin Changkite came from the imperial capital Shin family, Lu Feng was actually not shocked at all, because he had guessed it long ago. Surnamed Shin, transferring from the imperial capital a year ago, and letting the current hand of the devil's capital call to personally escort him. Only the imperial capital Shin family could do it. You should have guessed this a long time ago, right? Shin Changkui looked at Lu Feng, the gentleness in his eyes as if he was trying to personalize it. Lu didn't answer, because he was thinking why Shin Changkite was telling himself these things. Seeing that Lu Feng didn't answer, Shin Changkite said to himself again, I don't have much time left. My family arranged a marriage for me. It's the proud son of the imperial capital Li family. The two families want to wrestle for that supreme position through the marriage. Boom! This paragraph seemed like a thunderbolt that struck Lu Feng's head directly causing him to sit on top of his chair for a long time, unable to regain his senses. Chapter 23, System Upgrade. Lu Feng really didn't expect that Shin Changkite would actually tell him such a big secret, and when he heard that Shin Changkite was going to have a political marriage soon, Lu Feng only felt a sharp pain in his heart. Then what does this have to do with you taking me to Elder Ye's birthday banquet? Lu Feng asked with forced composure. Because I know that you're a little successful now, so I'm going to give you a hand so that you can grow up early. Shin Changkui heard slowly stated the reason. What? Let me grow up early? Why? Lu Feng heard this and wondered even more. Because the boy I like is still too weak right now. Shin Changkite looked at Lu Feng tenderly, the love in her eyes not hidden at all. Hearing Shin Changkite's words, Lu Feng's brain instantly went blank, sitting motionless in his chair, until after a long time, he came back to his senses. What do you mean by this? Lu Feng asked excitedly. Yes, what do I mean? Shin Changkite looked at the excited Lu Feng, pursed her lips, got up and left. Lu Feng saw Shin Changkite leave and hurriedly chased after him. You wait, what do you mean by that? Who are you in the end? Lu Feng said as he grabbed Shin Changkite's soft jade arm like a snowy lotus root. The moment he grabbed Shin Changkite, Lu Feng was directly immobilized by that gentle touch. Seeing Lu Feng grabbing his arm, Shin Changkite didn't get angry, but just gently took Lu Feng's hand down and gently caressed Lu Feng's face. Gently said, Feng, knowing so much now won't do you any good. You need to work hard to become stronger. After saying that, Shin Changkui left, and then left Lu Feng alone standing in the same place. Shin Changkite who got into the Maybach looked at Lu Feng who was not far away. The feelings in her heart could no longer be suppressed. Feng, I'm sorry, but I can only do this now. If you can get Elder Ye's full support, then there's only a possibility between us. Although telling you so much in advance has put you under so much pressure, but I believe you can do it, because there really isn't much time left for us. On the other side, the disoriented Lu Feng didn't even know how he got home. All he knew was that someone had called a chauffeur for him, and then he appeared on the bed in his bedroom. Lu Yanyan hadn't come back yet, but she already had the fingerprints on the door, so Lu Feng wasn't worried about her not coming back. And laying on the bed with the strength of the wine, he fell asleep in a confused manner. The next morning Lu Feng was woken up by a burst of crackling sound. Get up only to realize that it is Lu Yanyan is preparing breakfast. Although the kitchen was as good as ransacked, there were fried eggs, heated sandwiches, and rinsed oatmeal on the table. Seeing Lu Feng get up, Lu Yanyan hurriedly greeted him. Brother, you're up. Hurry up and go wash up. Try my handiwork. Hearing Lu Yanyan speak, Lu Feng instantly understood that the sound in the kitchen was preparing breakfast. In order to live up to his sister's good intentions, he forced himself to wash up and then sat on the dining table, looking at the omelette on the table that had already been fried until it turned black. Lu Feng's expression was a bit ugly. However, looking at his sister's expectant eyes, he had no choice but to endure the fear in his heart and put the blackened omelette into his mouth. However, he still underestimated the power of the blackened omelette. Just the moment it entered his mouth was filled with a bitter and burning flavor, and it didn't feel like he was eating an omelette at all, but rather eating charcoal. Is it good? Brother, not bad. Lu Feng swallowed the egg with difficulty and then praised Lu Yanyan. Hearing her brother's praise, Lu Yanyan's eyes instantly filled with light inside. I knew I'm a great cook. There's still a lot more here. Brother, you eat more. Saying that, Lu Yanyan pushed the 4 or 5 dark fried eggs on the plate to Lu Feng's front. Looking at the dark cuisine in front of him, Lu Feng was speechless, but in order not to hurt his sister's heart, he gritted his teeth and directly ate all the food as fast as he could, and then ran back to his room without looking back. This strange scene could confuse Lu Yanyan. What's the situation? What's the point of running so fast? On the other hand, Lu Feng went back to his room and couldn't even wait to see what the system had refreshed today, so he directly ran to the bathroom and threw up. It was not easy to vomit almost the time. The stomach again grumbled. Intention straight to the head. He had to sit on the toilet again above the firecrackers. Crackle crackle crackle. After about 10 minutes, a pale-faced Lu Feng held the wall and walked out. While thinking that he could never eat any more of Lu Yanyan's cooking in the future, he laid down on the bed and opened the system. Ding! This day's spike items have been refreshed. The results of the refresh are as follows. Tanglong Hotel, worth 1.9 billion renminbi. A building in Yuying neighborhood, worth 10 renminbi. 500 million renminbi exchange card, worth 500 million renminbi. When he saw the first option, Lu Feng felt that the name of Tanglong Hotel was so familiar. After taking a closer look, wasn't this the place where the class reunion was held some time ago? It had actually been messed with by the system. Lu Feng thought and looked at the second option of a building, knowing that his dream was to be a chartered house. How cool it felt to sit and wait to collect money. As for the 500 million renminbi card, he didn't even look at it because it's not like he lacks money right now. It's better to pick the first one. Who let the system be upgraded soon? Together with this one, 8 billion. My worth will break through 10 billion inch. Thinking that the system was going to be upgraded, Lu Feng finally chose the most expensive Tinglong Hotel. Ding! The host has made a choice. Choice 1. The Tinglong Hotel transfer agreement has been placed on the host's nightstand. The system's faint voice prompted. Lu Feng heard this time directly put the transfer agreement to his side, hurriedly exited the system interface, immediately saw the transfer agreement on the nightstand, picked up and quickly signed on it. After signing, Lu Feng saw that the system hadn't been upgraded yet and returned to the system interface. System, why aren't you upgrading yet? In the face of Lu Feng's inquiry, the system immediately replied. Ding! System upgrade requires the host's consent. Agree. I agree. Hurry up and upgrade. Ding! Detected that the host's value has exceeded 10 billion. The system is starting to upgrade. The upgrade time is 24 hours. During this time the system will fall into a deep sleep. Please be prepared for the host. The system replied, and then there was no movement. System? Attempted to call out twice, but as a result, no one said yes. Lu Feng could only exit the system interface. Finally upgraded. So looking forward to the changes in the secondary system. Can refresh the characters, can open the mall to buy things. TSK, really happy just thinking about it. Lu Feng said to himself. Shinchang Kite, don't worry, I will definitely become stronger. I will build a huge business empire and prove to the Shin family that I, Lu Feng, alone can be a lineage. Lu Feng suddenly thought of Shinchang Kite again in his heart and secretly made up his mind. However, for now, let's go and take a look at the Tinglong Hotel that belongs to me. Just in time to take Yanran for a good meal. Lu Feng thought and opened the door and walked out. Chapter 24, punching Chu Fan in the face again. with Lu Yenran in tow. Lu Feng drove out the door. Girl, when you want to go back, give me a word. I'll go home with you. Lu Feng suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth. Ah, really? That's great. Mom and Dad miss you all the time. They must be very happy to know that you're back. Lu Yanyan immediately jumped up happily upon hearing this. Don't get excited first. What you see in these next few days should be kept secret for me. Go back and don't talk nonsense. I don't want them to worry. In order to prevent this sister who often pits him from talking nonsense, he directly saves for a rainy day and gives it a shot of prevention. In case Lu Yanyan really told the truth about what he was doing now, his uncle and aunt, who had been honest all their lives, would definitely be shocked. He didn't want the two old men to worry about him. A moment later, the two arrived at the Tinglong Hotel. Just when he parked his car and wanted to go in, Lu Feng saw a person he didn't want to see, Chu Fan, and Chu Fan also saw him at this time. Yo, still driving a big Giat, with a little beauty to pretend it. This car is rented? Chu Fan saw Lu Feng sneered. Brother, who is this? Ah? Lu Yanyan asked. Just, lazy, let's go. Lu Feng ignore him, after all, stand at a different height. See, the scenery is not the same. He is now already lazy in Chu Fan quarrel, but Lu Feng ignored him. Chu Fan instead intensified his behavior, and opened his mouth to Lu Yenran who was beside Lu Feng. Beautiful woman, you don't want to be fooled. Ah, this guy is a poor guy. This Mercedes-Benz is definitely rented. Bring you to this Tinglong hotel, definitely can't afford to eat the dishes inside. This words, at this time Lu Yenyan also understand over. In front of this man who can't stop talking must be the brother's opponent. Naturally has no good face to Chu Fan. I'm happy. I'm willing to follow him even if he's poor. Even if it's to drink cold water, I'll follow him. Lu Yanyan directly disliked back. Hearing this, Chu Fan was instantly confused. He really couldn't figure out what kind of mesmerizing soup Lu Feng had given to the girl in front of him, making her die like this. Lu Feng of course would not let go of such an opportunity to mock his nemesis, and immediately said on the sidelines, although I don't have much money, but it can't be helped. Who let me be handsome? Asterisk. Chu Fan cursed, but there was nothing he could do because Lu Feng was indeed handsome. Why? What are you, Chu De Shao, doing here? Are you going to feast on your classmates again? At this time, Lu Feng's voice sounded again. Chu Fan directly proudly puffed out his chest when he heard this. Today it's my father who came over to banquet others. Let me come over to prepare in advance. How about it? Poor bastard. Except for the last time I had mercy to invite you guys over for dinner. You probably can't afford to come here anymore in your life, right? Chu Fan was in the middle of talking when he was interrupted by a sudden sound. Little Fan, what are you doing over there? Did you finish what I asked you to do? A middle-aged man walked over with a group of people. Hearing that it was his own father asking, Chu Fan hurriedly ran over, stating that he had already taken care of all of it and was just waiting for them to come over. After hearing that, Chu father nodded. Then he turned his gaze to the man from the Lu landscape. Is this your friend? No, I won't be friends with such a pretender who has to come over here to puff up his face, Chu Fan said disdainfully. Hearing his son say that he is not his friend, Chu father directly left. After all, there are still people he wants to feast behind him. He doesn't want to waste time on these trivial matters. Chu Fan watched his father leave. He also didn't care about mocking Lu Feng, and hurriedly followed his father and left as well. Seeing a few people far away, Lu Yenran then asked, brother, was it your opponent just now? No, it wasn't. It was just a smug person. Lu Feng said indifferently. Let's go take over this hotel. Lu Feng raised his feet and edged away. What do you mean take over this hotel? This hotel is your. Lu Yenran hurriedly followed up. At this time, the hotel manager side received a phone call early. In order to show in front of the new boss, the manager directly with the staff standing at the door this side waiting to meet Lu Feng. Coincidentally, Chu Fan's father with the guests to be entertained also happened to walk to the entrance of the hotel, saw the general manager standing there, and hurriedly and enthusiastically walked over. Gu, Mr. Zhang, how dare I trouble you to wait for me here? Chu Fan's father said excitedly. Then he was about to shake hands with the hotel manager. The hotel manager with a dumbfounded face looked at the enthusiastic Chu Fan's father and completed the handshake in a daze. Chu Fan, who was following behind, saw that his father was actually able to make the manager of the Tinglong Hotel stand at the door to greet him, and his heart was also overjoyed. To be able to make the manager of a grand hotel whose reputation resounded throughout the entire Magic City personally come out to greet him, this was originally a very honorable thing to do. At this moment, Lu Feng also walked over. Seeing the visitor, Chu Fan just wanted to taunt, when he saw the hotel manager flying over, then standing directly in front of Lu Feng. Good day, Mr. Lu. Well, how are you? I just want to take a look at the hotel this time over and complete the handover by the way. No need to be so grand. Seeing the hotel manager bringing his staff in a grand manner, Lu Feng said flatly, yes, 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 I'll let them go back. The manager nodded repeatedly, but this scene fell in Xu Fan's eyes, but it was so unreal that he rubbed his eyes and thought he was dreaming. But before he could react, Lu Feng made arrangements for him. Did you see this person? In the future, permanently pull him into the blacklist. Don't let him appear in the Tinglong Hotel again. After saying that, he pulled the little girl who had been shocked to the point of not being able to walk and prepared to enter the hotel, but suddenly stopped when he passed by Xu Fan's father. And this person, also not allowed to enter. There is his son will have his father. The lower beam is not correct. The upper beam is crooked, said and entered the hotel without looking back. Only left Xu Fan and his father in a mess. Reacted to the manager hurriedly stopped to go and Xu's father and said, Mr. Xu, I'm sorry, just now our Mr. Lu said, you and your son can't enter our Tinglong Hotel from now on, please leave. Hearing the manager say so, Xu Fan hurriedly walked to the manager in front. Mr. Zhang, you cannot be just that poor than deceived. He is a beggar. He is nothing. Just as Xu Fan had just finished speaking, the hotel manager's face went cold. Security, come over here for a moment. Throw this kid out for me, the manager said into the walkie-talkie. A few men in security uniforms flew over, then set up Xu Fan and left. Xu Fan still kept cursing Lu Feng as he was dragged away. In the face of all this, Xu's father hadn't reacted yet. Mr. Zhen, what are you doing? You have to give me a statement today or I am not a vegetarian. Although he didn't understand what was happening, Xu father still issued a threat to the hotel manager. The hotel manager also heard the meaning in Xu Fan's father's words and directly snorted coldly. Oh, I'll call you Mr. Xu, don't really think too highly of yourself. Offend our Mr. Lu, be careful of letting you suffer. After saying that, he turned around and left. Before leaving, he also didn't forget to arrange for the security guards to let them not let Xu Fan's father in. Facing the hotel manager's mockery, Xu's father dared to be angry but dared not say anything, because he understood too well the strength that Tinglong Hotel represented. He simply couldn't afford to mess with it. Go go go, we won't eat here. What the hell? Listening to a young man so much, is this surname Zhang a dog raised by someone else? Xu's father was a loser and didn't want to lose face in front of his partners. Don't, Mr. Xu, we see that we still cooperate. Today's meal did not eat, but also followed you to suffer such a great humiliation. And your son has just obviously already offended that young big shot. If we work with you again, in case we are targeted by that big shot, we will be finished, the partner said and left. Didn't even give Xu Fan's father a chance to stay. Hey, don't go let's discuss it again Xu's father also wanted to stay for a while, but the partner directly sat on the car, looking at the partners who had already gone far away, and then thought of offending the big shot of Tinglong Hotel. Xu Fan's father was furious. Just when this time Xu Fan ran back again. Dad, how come all those partners of yours have left Xu Fan asked. Dad, what's wrong with you? Looking at his father not agreeing with himself, but instead staring at himself with the eyes of an enemy, Xu Fan took a few steps back in fear. Pa! A slap slapped on Xu Fan's face. You still have the face to call me dad. Xu Fan's father growled like a wild beast, then grabbed Xu Fan as a beating and kicking. For half an hour before Xu Fan was pulled away by the ambulance. And at this time Lu Feng had already sat in the manager's accompaniment into the Tinglong Group's top-class private room, a private room that was never open to outsiders. Chapter 25 Uncle's Call. Lu Feng, who was sitting inside the top box, handed the menu to Lu Yenran, who was still surprised. Look at what to eat. Point. This is brother's own hotel. Casually point. Lu Yenyan, who received the menu, looked at what was written on it. Australian lobster, top-grade Wagyu beef, king crab, black gold abalone, and was immediately startled. Brother, is this really your hotel? If it is, then I'll let go of ordering After all, I've only seen these things on TV? Lu Feng directly laughed out at his words. Ha, you let go a bit, eat harder, it's all on your brother. But although Lu Yenyan said this on her lips, she still didn't bother to order much. Soon, a large table of food came up. The level of luxury was many times better than what Xu Fan had treated him to earlier. Brother, then I'll be polite. There are no outsiders anyway. Lu Yenyan said and picked up a piece of black gold abalone and put it into her mouth. Wow, delicious. The moment her mouth came into contact with the food, Lu Yenyan was directly conquered by the food on the table. For the rest of the time, she couldn't even spare a word, devoting herself to destroying the food. A meal lasted for more than an hour before it ended, and accompanied by the manager, Lu Feng took Lu Yenyan, who was already on the verge of walking, out of the hotel. Tell them later, double your salary this month, including you. Lu Feng glanced at the manager and directly sent out a wave of benefits. Understood, Mr. Lu, I thank you on behalf of all the members. The manager forced down the excitement in his heart and said respectfully, well, I'll leave if there's nothing else. Take care, Mr. Lu. The hotel manager bowed until Lu Feng's car disappeared from his field of vision before he slowly got up. Let's take you guys to the beach. Lu Feng, who was driving the car, suddenly suggested. Once she heard that Lu Feng was going to take her to the beach to play, Lu Yanyan was very happy and clamored for Lu Feng to drive faster. As someone who grew up in an inland city, she had always had high expectations for the beach. There were no words along the way. The car quickly arrived at the destination. Lu Yanyan got off and immediately ran to the place where swimsuits were sold. Wait for me, ah. I also need shorts, ah. Lu Feng hurriedly followed and ran over. And Lu Yanyan carefully selected is not the same. Lu Feng simple just single picked a shorts change. In the beach sunbathing. After a long while, Lu Yanyan changed her swimsuit and shyly walked out, while the man who saw her directly drooled all over the place. Brother. Hearing someone call himself, Lu Feng opened his eyes, and then his eyes were shaken by a pair of snow-white thighs in front of him. Lu Yanyan was wearing a set of white swimsuit looking so cute and moving. Her pretty figure was extremely sexy under the swimsuit. Really grown up, ah. Looking at the rippling scenery in front of him, Lu Feng murmured, but he didn't know that the nosebleed had already flowed down. Brother, what are you talking about? The nosebleed is flowing out. Lu Yanyan shyly stomped her feet. Ha! Lu Feng reached out and touched it, and sure enough, his nose was bleeding. You play here, I'll go and take care of it first. Embarrassed, he left such a sentence and left the recliner as if escaping. Looking at Lu Feng's wretched appearance, Lu Yanyan instantly laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. And then, she sat on the chair and applied sunscreen. The sun was so big on the beach, so you couldn't tan your skin. After Lu Feng dealt with the nosebleed, he saw Lu Yanyan applying sunscreen and twisted his head back in fear. After applying the sunscreen, Lu Yanyan didn't delay and ran directly to the shallow water to play. Brother, come down and play. Lu Yanyan stood in the water and shouted at Lu Feng. Seeing this, Lu Feng was also ready to go down and play, but before he could get up, he heard Lu Yanyan scream. Ah, what do you want? Not daring to delay, Lu Feng hurriedly ran over, only to find that there were a few men who were making a move on Lu Yanyan. What for? Want to bully a little girl in broad daylight? Lu Feng shielded Lu Yanyan behind him with a grim face. Yo, what? We can't even come to have fun with our little sister, a yellow hair said provocatively. Brother, they want to molest me. Lu Yanyan grabbed his arm with some fear. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes narrowed a bit and his voice became icy. I don't care what you are, but you want to bully my sister. No way. After all, he was worth more than $10 billion, and he had seen a lot of big shots and big scenes, and now he was really a bit of a big brother. A few small punks by Lu Feng suddenly exudes the aura of a jump, but on second thought and think so many people on their side cannot be in front of the beautiful beauty of the goat, they want to surround over to beat Lu Feng. The result was rushed to the patrol marine police caught a square. After such a mess, the two did not have the mood to continue playing, and directly chose to leave. Just returned home. Lu Yanyan unimaginatively lay on the sofa. Lu Feng sat on the rocking chair. The result was that just after lying down, the phone rang again. The night gave me a pair of eyes, while I used it to search for light. Lu Feng, who heard the phone ringing, took out the phone and looked. It turned out to be from his eldest uncle, Lu Yanyan's father. Hey, eldest uncle, how's your health these days? As soon as he picked up the phone, Lu Feng asked with concern. Good, both your great aunt and I are in good health. A cheerful voice came from the phone. Lu Yanyan, who was lying on the sofa, was directly scared to sit up when she heard that it was her father calling, then looked at Lu Feng with pleading eyes. Yanyan didn't get you into any trouble, did she? The voice on the phone said again. Hearing this, Lu Yanyan's heart was in her throat. Lu Feng saw this and gave her a reassuring gesture back. Don't worry, uncle. Yanyan is very obedient over here. I'll help you watch over her. The voice on the phone laughed when it heard Lu Feng's words. Ha ha ha, you brat. I'm just afraid that you'll love her too much and spoil her. How could it be? Yanyan and I aren't little kids anymore. Just rest assured. Lu Feng answered smilingly. Well, with you here, I feel much more at ease. Otherwise I wouldn't worry about her going out to play. She's still like a child at such an old age. Lu Yanyan's mouth pouted when she heard her father say this about herself. Inside the phone, after asking Lu Yanyan, the eldest uncle asked when Lu Feng would be coming home. Little Feng, when are you coming back? Your aunt and I miss you. The elder uncle's words of concern came from inside the phone, causing Lu Feng's heart to be touched. I plan to follow Yanyan back this time, so I'll accompany you guys when the time comes. Good. It's good to come back. Your kid hasn't come back in these 4 years, and the money that was given to you to fight also don't want. On the phone, the eldest uncle's complaining voice came. Lu Feng heard a snort, did not dare to answer, but changed the topic, so the two talked for a long time before hanging up the phone. Just hung up the phone. Lu Feng heard the sound of cell phone bank card transfer. A closer look turned out to be the eldest uncle transferred $5,000, but also with a note saying that let Lu Feng eat some good, do not save too much money. Feeling the love of his uncle, Lu Feng was touched and his eyes reddened. Eldest uncle, let me honor you next. Lu Feng secretly made up his mind in his heart. After all, he had long treated his eldest uncle as his father and Lu Yanran as his own sister. The two of them who had been playing all day just kept lying on the sofa and didn't move a muscle. They didn't even want to eat. In the end it was Lu Feng who called the housekeeper to inform him to send the meal over. After eating, Lu Yanyan went back to her room to rest, while Lu Feng sat on the sofa and entered the system interface. Looking at the upgrade countdown displayed above, Lu Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart and went back to his room to sleep. After all, time passes fastest when you're asleep, doesn't it? Chapter 26, The Awesome Second Grade System. Early in the morning of the next day, with a ray of sunlight hitting his face, Lu Feng instantly woke up from his sleep, then quickly entered the system interface and cheered happily when he saw the system that had been upgraded and completed. System, you've finished upgrading. Ding. Yes, host, I have completed the upgrade. Now I will introduce you to the changes in the system after the upgrade, came the mechanical voice of the system. Lu Feng sniffed and hurriedly looked at the system, and then realized that there was an extra mall option on the system panel. Holding the mindset of trying it out, Lu Feng clicked on the system mall. In just an instant, he was shocked speechless by the things inside the system mall. Asterisk. This is really shocking. System, you're too powerful. Lu Feng looked at the dazzling goods in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim. Because the mall that was displayed in front of Lu Feng had everything inside. Strengthening genetic modifiers, fighting master skill books, flying carrier skill books, vehicle carrier skill books. Moreover, there were a lot of technologies that far exceeded the current ones, such as plasma cannons, laser technology, rocket return technology, exoskeleton armor technology, and everything. Ignoring Lu Feng, who was still in shock, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The system has been successfully upgraded, gifting the host with a free mall draw. What's a lottery? Lu Feng's brain was full of question marks when he heard the system's words. It is the host can choose this lottery opportunity to be used to draw props in the mall. This lottery has no prestige point limitations. It all depends on luck, the system explained. And what do you mean by prestige points? Lu Feng was even more puzzled after hearing this. Prestige points are the currency that synthesizes the host's property and influence, thus generating the currency that is used to purchase items in the mall. The system explained tirelessly. Although I don't really understand it, but let's draw the lottery first. I'm kind of looking forward to what I can draw, Lu Feng said excitedly. Ding! Drawing is in progress, please wait for the host. Lu Feng watched as the system interface flashed around, jumping back and forth between countless items before finally settling on the Fighting Master skill. Congratulations, host, obtaining the Fighting Master skill book. How do I use this skill book? Is it used to become a fighting master? Lu Feng asked curiously. Just click on the skill book and choose to use it, the system answered. Oh, then I'll try. Lu Feng couldn't wait to say. After all, the system said it was too amazing. After using it, you can become a master. Which boy doesn't have a martial arts dream? Ding! This day's spike items have been refreshed. The refreshed items are as follows. Just when Lu Feng wanted to try the Fighting Master skill book, the system suddenly prompted that today's items have been refreshed. Lu Feng heard that he couldn't care about using the skill book, and hurriedly looked at the system to see what good things could be refreshed today. Thompson's Mansion, worth 150 million renminbi. 30% shares of Star Language Entertainment Company, worth 6 billion renminbi. One copy of Super Battery Technology Drawing, worth 5 billion renminbi. Looking at the things that the system refreshed out, Lu Feng was directly nonplussed. Good lord, this is so powerful for only the second level. This third level shall not take off. Lu Feng muttered. Please make your choice as soon as possible. The system's merciless voice broke Lu Feng's fantasy. Which one to choose? Although the Townsend is very good, but it also depends on who it is compared to. In front of the shares worth $6 billion, and drawings worth $5 billion, the Townsend counts for nothing. Lu Feng directly filtered out the first choice without even thinking about it. Although the shares are more expensive than the drawings by 1 billion, but in the long run, it's still the battery technology that's better. But I don't have a company that produces automobiles, so what should I do? So tangled. Looking at the remaining two options, Lu Feng was again in a tangle. Suddenly, Lu Feng thought of Ferrari. Doesn't Ferrari want to research new energy sources? I'll directly give them this technology. At least I can exchange it for $10 billion. Lu Feng's eyes were glowing with gold. He actually hit the idea on Ferrari, but he soon dismissed the idea. No. Now the foreign car building program is already more powerful than the domestic. Then sell this technology to Ferrari. The gap will be even more powerful. Can't you see that domestic automobile brands are desperately researching new energy? Isn't it that they want to finish bending the curve in the field of new energy? If this drawing is given to foreign countries, then I won't be a sinner. Lu Feng instantly dismissed the idea when he thought that he would be pointed at and scolded by others. However, in the end, he still chose the super battery technology because he planned to build his own car when the time came. And if he couldn't, he would directly donate it to the country or sell it to a domestic car company. After resolving the choice issue, Lu Feng directly used the Fighting Master's skill book. After clicking the use button, Lu Feng waited for half a day, but the result was no response at all, which made him anxious. System, why isn't this thing working? Ding, it requires the host to exit the system for it to take effect. You didn't say so earlier. Hearing the system's explanation, Lu Feng spat out a sentence and hurriedly exited the system. The moment he had just exited the system, a large number of martial arts techniques, moves, directly appeared inside his mind, followed by a wave of inexplicable power transforming his body at the same time. It hurts. System, UING punked me. With a scream, Lu Feng fainted until it was afternoon. Lu Yanyan saw that he had not yet come out, so she came over and tapped on the door, which woke Lu Feng up. Lu Feng, who was woken up, heard his sister calling herself and hurriedly opened the door. What's wrong? Yan, Lu Feng asked suspiciously. Brother, are you a pig? It's afternoon and you still don't get up. Lu Yanyan looked at her brother, who just woke up, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Hearing this, Lu Feng opened his cell phone and glanced at it. Sure enough, at this time it was already 2 in the afternoon. No wonder Yan came to call herself. Oh, I stayed up late reading novels yesterday. I slept too late. Lu Feng casually found an excuse. He couldn't say that he fainted from the pain. Hearing her brother's explanation, Lu Yanyan didn't say much. She just said that she would like to go shopping in Chanda Plaza later on, and asked him to accompany her. Lu Feng directly agreed. After sending Lu Yanyan away, Lu Feng, who had returned to his room, felt a change in his body and directly punched out, bringing out gusts of fist wind. Immediately afterward, following the fighting techniques in his mind, Lu Feng directly punched out a complete set of intercepting fists. Holy, what the hell is the system? It's actually this powerful. I'm not only proficient in all kinds of martial arts now, I've even improved my physical quality by quite a bit. Looking at his fists, Lu Feng let out a gasp. Immediately after that, he juggled in his room for a long time, and only after he had enough, did he go out and take Yen Ran Lu to Cheetah Plaza. The car sped along and smoothly arrived at Cheetah Plaza. Today you can buy whatever you want. Brother will come and pay the bill with you. Lu Feng just got out of the car and said with great bravado. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Yanyan was incredibly happy, but when she actually walked into the clothing store, after seeing the prices on it, she was a bit reluctant to part with it. Although she knew that Lu Feng had money now, it wasn't a reason for her to spend money randomly. Brother, why don't we change to another one? Lu Yanyan pulled Lu Feng's sleeve and said softly. No need. Brother has money. We'll buy whichever you fancy. Lu Feng rubbed her head, his tone carrying a strong sense of relief. His younger sister had grown up and knew that she felt sorry for him, but just at this moment, he heard the guide on the side muttering in a small voice. What kind of person? I thought it came to a big order, but it turned out that I couldn't afford it. I hate this kind of person the most. Don't have money and still come to visit a high-end store? Said employee A. Yes, originally see that man quite temperament. Thought Richard, the result is a pretender. Employee B said and also glanced at Lu Yanran. The sound of these two words was so small that Lu Feng wouldn't have been able to hear them if it wasn't for the fact that his body had been strengthened. Listening to the two men's words with insults, Lu Feng directly walked over and then slapped on the table, giving the two employees a fright. What are you doing? Why are you slapping the table properly? The employee immediately shouted. What did you just say? Lu Feng said in an icy tone as he looked at the two employees. We didn't say anything. The two employees simply did not recognize the situation. Lu Feng saw that they do not die. Directly let them call over the store manager. But the two employees are at fault first. How dare they call over the store manager? Has been dragging their feet. At this time, the store manager, who happened to go to the toilet back to see this scene, directly walked over. This gentleman, what happened? The store manager walked to Lu Feng's side and said softly. As soon as the two employees saw the store manager coming, they hurriedly complained in an evil manner. Store manager, this gentleman said that we insulted him behind his back, but we didn't. When the store manager heard this, his attitude also went cold. This gentleman, please explain. Lu Feng sniffed and directly pulled out a gold card from inside his wallet and slapped it on the counter. Just now, my sister was here to buy clothes, and no one came to greet her from the time she entered until the end. She shopped on her own for quite a while, and when she pulled me away, your employees whispered aside that we are poorer than us, saying that if you can't afford it, don't come to see it. Do you think I should be angry? Seeing the black card of Magic City Bank that Lu Feng patted on the counter, and then hearing what Lu Feng said, The store manager was basically sure that it was his two employees who had made a mistake by judging people by their appearance, and then bad-mouthing people behind their backs and letting them get caught. Thinking of this, the store manager hurriedly apologized to Lu Feng. "I'm sorry, sir. This time it's our fault. It's because of our lax management. We will punish both of them later. Please forgive me." Lu Feng just sneered when he heard the store manager's apology. If apologizing can solve all the problems, I think the world should become beautiful. The store manager heard the sarcasm in Lu Feng's words, but didn't dare to say anything. After all, the mistake in this matter was made by their employees. Otherwise, like this, "I'll be the host today. I'll give you a 20% discount on all your purchases in the store today." He. Lu Feng sniffed and laughed coldly. "Do you think I need to take advantage of these small favors of yours?" After saying that, he took his card and left with Lu Yanyan, not forgetting to say something on his way out. "If your employees will only judge people based on their appearance, I suggest that you should close the store before it's too late." When these words came out, the store manager's face went black, and when Lu Feng walked out of the store, she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart and yelled at the two guides. "What have you two done? That's the Magic City Bank's gold card. You have to have a minimum deposit of 100 million to have it. Offending such a big shot. Do you guys want to get out of the business?" The two employees heard that Lu Feng's head was actually so big, they hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, store manager, we were wrong. What's the use of you apologizing to me? If you don't obtain that gentleman's forgiveness, you two get the hell out of here," the store manager said fiercely. Hearing the store manager's words, the two men hurriedly ran out to chase after Lu Feng, and at this moment, Lu Feng had already walked into the opposite door of this clothing store. Welcome. Chapter 27, Don't Judge a Book by Its Cover. Lu Feng just walked into the store and was warmly welcomed by the shopping guide. "Which type do the two of you want to see, so I can focus on introducing it to you?" the guide said with a smile. "Recommend a few outfits for my sister. Price is not a problem, but it must look good," Lu Feng said indifferently. "Okay, this lady please follow me." The shopper guide led the way in front. Lu Yanyan glanced at Lu Feng and quickly followed. At this time, the two employees from that store just now also chased after her and apologized one after another when they saw Lu Feng. "I'm sorry sir, we know it's wrong." "Yes sir, just be generous and forgive us." However, Lu Feng just sneered when he heard their apologies. "You guys are not knowing that you are wrong. You just know that you are going to be finished." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to them and sat on the chair leisurely drinking the water that the shopper had just sent over. Waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, Lu Yanyan wearing a tea-break French white square neck short dress walked out, with half of the white stockings on the legs, living from the fairy tale out of the princess. "Brother, does this one I chose look good?" Lu Yanyan, with a shy face, spun around in front of Lu Feng, and along with the rotation of her body, a fragrant wind filled the air. Lu Feng looked dumbfounded, although he knew that Lu Yanyan was very good looking, but wearing this outfit, it still stunned him. "Good looking, ha ha ha, my sister looks good in anything," Lu Feng complimented. Getting the desired answer, Lu Yanyan lowered her head even more shyly. "Follow this standard again and come with a few more sets," Lu Feng said domineeringly to the guide on the side. When Lu Yanyan heard this, she directly climbed to Lu Feng's ear. "Brother, don't, here is also expensive. I am wearing almost $50,000. Although you are now rich, but let's not buy so much it. Ha ha ha, you little girl let go to buy. I earn so much money, you do not help me spend, how can it?" Lu Feng laughed, and then pushed Lu Yanyan to the shopper again. Let her buy a few more clothes. After about another half an hour, Lu Yanyan chose a few more outfits before Lu Feng asked the sales clerk to settle the bill. "Hello sir, you spent a total of 237,000 yuan. I'll give you a discount. You can just give 230,000 yuan. The shop assistant counted the bill and reported out the amount. "Swipe your card." Lu Feng took out his gold card from his pocket and placed it on the counter. As soon as the gold card came out, the shopping guide became even more respectful, and this scene made the two employees waiting at the door ready to apologize look at them with red eyes. If this order had been bought in their store, the two of them would have to get almost $10,000 in commission, and now there was nothing left. Not only had they offended others, but they were also facing the situation of being fired. Lu Feng, who had finished paying, had just walked out of the door with the two people in the guide's respectful bow, when he encountered the two snobbish sales clerks from before. "Sir, we really know we're wrong, please forgive us," the shop assistant said with a crying voice, as a way to try to impress Lu Feng. Unfortunately, Lu Feng didn't eat this, and walked away without looking back, and warned them to call the police if they followed them any further. The two employees were too scared to follow them any further. "If I had known this, why did I bother?" In the guide who just sold 230,000 taunts, the two people lost their souls and left, because they did not obtain Lu Feng's forgiveness. The two people go back to face the situation to be fired. After buying clothes, Lu Feng took Lu Yanyan and went to catch dolls. In the face of cute dolls, the little girl played that call a happy. If not, Lu Feng pulled her out, estimated that she could be inside the mall dolls to catch. On this, Lu Feng, two hands are each carrying a large bag of dolls. It was hard to get out of the square. Lu Feng put the dolls into the car, ready to take home to rest, but Lu Yanyan said she did not play enough. To Lu Feng to take her out to play, there was no way. His own sister, his own favor. Lu Feng had to take her to the Huangpu River again, took the ferry, and then took them up the first tallest building in Magic City. Just like that, the two of them didn't have a day to spare, and when they got on the car, Lu Feng almost didn't even have the strength to drive. "Brother, you're so weak," Lu Yanyan, who was sitting in the car, teased. Hearing this heartless words, Lu Feng rolled his eyes. "You still have the nerve to say, the clothes you bought and whatnot are all carried by me, and your 2 bags of rag dolls are not all carried by me? Where you go, I have to carry my backpack to wear." Humph. Being said so, Lu Yanyan instantly stopped talking. Indeed, her things and bags were all carried by Lu Feng. Thinking of the weight of the backpack, she laughed out in embarrassment. He. "No brother, you work hard. When I go back I will give you food below," Lu Yanyan said with a he smile. Stop, no need, we'll just eat casually later." Lu Feng hurriedly stopped as soon as he heard that Lu Yanyan wanted to cook. He never wanted to taste dark cuisine again in his life. After driving for a while, the two of them passed by a barbecue stand. Lu Yanyan saw the barbecue stand and said that she wanted to eat barbecue, so Lu Feng stopped the car. "Boss, what kind of delicious food do you have here?" Lu Yanyan asked as soon as she got out of the car. Ha, I have a lot of good food here. There are garlic mushrooms, flower armor fans, secret lamb kebabs, spicy grilled chicken wings. I can't even say it enough, the boss said with a smile. Upon hearing so many delicious food, Lu Yanyan hurriedly sat down, asked the boss for a menu and started ordering. Lu Feng also parked his car and walked over. Lu Yanyan saw her brother come over, very considerate to hand over the menu, let him also order some favorite food, but also said that tonight all the consumption of her package. Lu Feng heard his sister say this, and also ordered nonchalantly. After a while, just as the two were getting hungry and couldn't hold on any longer, the boss brought up the barbecue they ordered. Faced with the temptation of food, the two were also not polite and quickly started fighting. But just as the two were eating happily, a burst of noisy sounds came from behind them. Lu Feng turned his head to look. It turned out to be a table next to a few young people with dragons and tigers painted on their bodies where they're loudly expelling a homeless man there. In the face of the strong man's expulsion, the homeless man was so scared by them that he was about to cry. Seeing this scene, Lu Yanyan are too angry to eat kebabs, but because the opposite side is a large group of men, and from the tattoos on their bodies can also be seen not to be messed with, she, a girl, does not dare to go over. "Brother, why don't we call the police? You see they are using bottles to smash that old grandpa scavenging," Lu Yanyan whispered. "No need, I'll go over and solve it." Lu Feng got up and was about to go over. AI. "Brother, don't be impulsive, there are so many of them. In case of a conflict, we will be at a disadvantage." Lu Yanyan hurriedly pulled back Lu Feng, who was about to go over. Lu Feng sniffed, just faintly smiled, then took down the hand grasping on his arm, walked straight over. The punks were still smashing the old man with leftover food and beer bottles, and the barbecue stall owner didn't dare to come forward to stop the punks even though they were outnumbered. Just as one of the punks was about to take a beer bottle and prepare to smash it at the old man, a hand grabbed his raised arm, followed by a cold voice that came faintly from his ear. "You guys have gone too far." Chapter 28, 1-5. The punk hurriedly threw his arms away. Then he saw Lu Feng. "Who the hell are you? So nosy? Do you want us to loosen your muscles?" Lu Feng heard the face directly cold. "I say you guys are not a little excessive. So bullying an old man, you do not have a conscience. None of your business. Beware of the old man to beat you," another punk said and waved his fist. At this time Lu Yanran, worried about Lu Feng, also walked over. "How can you do this? You are too bullying," Lu Yanyan said to the punks. When a group of punks saw the beauty that suddenly appeared, their eyes instantly lit up. "Yo, little sister, then come over and play with your brothers," a punk said with a smile. Ha. "Yeah, I won't bully this old man if you come over and play with us," another punk also coaxed. The scavenging old man looked at such a nice little girl who was about to be bullied by the punks, and hurriedly said to Lu Feng, "Young man, you hurry up and take the little girl away. Don't worry about me." Hearing the old man say this, Lu Feng turned his head and gave the old man a reassuring look. "Elderly man, you don't have to be afraid. I'll take care of them." After saying that, he pulled Lu Yanyan behind him again. "Hide behind me. See how I'll teach these scum of theirs a lesson." This just finished. The punks are not happy. Directly a beer bottle thrown over. Mouth also clamored. "Kid, ing give you face. Today do not beat you crippled. We do not mix. Another small punk has also copied the bottle to come over to dry Lu Feng. Mouth is also muttered cursing nonstop, later on in front of your face. We have a good play this little beauty. Let you understand what is called the gun to hit the head out of the head. Before the words fell, Lu Feng copied the bench on the ground and smashed it. Originally just wanted to stop them from bullying the old man. But now these punks actually dare to insult Lu Yanyan. Uncle can endure. Aunt can't endure. Suddenly, the stool directly to the punks to smash confused. He could not understand the other side of a person, and they are full of 5 people. In this case, the other side how to dare to move the first hand off. Lu Feng copied another bench, said to Lu Yanyan, who was still in a daze, hurry up and hide far away. Don't hurt you. Lu Yanyan saw her brother already fighting with others, hurriedly want to go over to help, but did not wait for her to take 2 steps. It was once again stopped by Lu Feng. After that, the fight instantly entered into white heat. With a body comparable to that of a special forces soldier, and master-level fighting skills, Lu Feng couldn't deal with these few punks too easily. Only to see Lu Feng grabbed a small punk up to an over-the-shoulder slam, and then a flying kick down the other one. Watching Lu Feng so violently put down 2 people, the remaining 3 small punks clenched their teeth and rushed up together. Pa! Lu Feng punched down one of the punks who rushed up, then a black dragon 18 hands, knocked down another one. The last one saw that something was wrong, picked up a bottle and smashed it over. But the result was directly smashed by Lu Feng's fist to break the beer bottle, and then kicked it over, and the punk was kicked to the ground, lying motionless and foaming at the mouth. Lu Feng's side resolved the fight in 3 strokes, and hurriedly looked in Lu Yanran's direction, fearing that she would be injured, only to see Lu Yanran with a stagnant face. It was as if she was stunned by the scene in front of her. Yan Yan, are you alright? Lu Feng ran over and asked, but as a result, Lu Yanyan acted as if she didn't hear him. Lu Feng thought that his sister was scared, so he reached out and grabbed her and shook her. After shaking her a few times in a row, Lu Yanyan finally reacted. Brother, are you alright? Your hand is bleeding, Lu Yanyan said while grabbing the toilet paper on the table and started to clean that wound. It's fine, it's just that my hand was just scratched by the glass, Lu Feng said with a plain face. With his master-level fighting skills and special forces physical quality, he didn't even put these punks in his eyes. Why are you so impulsive? There are so many of them, and you still dare to do it. Scared me to death, Lu Yanran said as her tears couldn't stop falling down. God knows how worried she was just now. Seeing Lu Yanyan crying, Lu Feng hurriedly comforted. Okay, Yanyan, don't cry. I didn't hear them insulting you, that's why I moved my hand. But once Lu Yanyan heard that was the reason, she cried even harder, believing that it was her own reason that made Lu Feng and the other party start a conflict. Just at this time, the police finally rushed over. Seeing this chaotic scene in front of them, the police also a little bit of reaction is not good to say that there are triad bullies. Now how these punks are lying on the ground. In order to understand the situation, the police questioned the owner of the barbecue stall, and then froze with a dumbfounded look at Lu Feng who kept comforting people in front of him. You said that these punks were knocked down by him alone, a young policeman asked with a face full of disbelief. Yes, I was trying to go up to help, but it turned out that he knocked them all down in 3 or 2 hits, the barbecue owner said in shock. And Lu Feng, who saw the police coming, also brought his little girl over. The police then interrogated Lu Feng, and when asked who made the first move, the barbecue stand and the scavenging old man both said in unison that it was the punks who made the first move, and that there was no surveillance on this roadside anyway. After the understanding of the matter, the police put a few punks are all taken away, along with the old man scavenging was also taken away by the police, said the old man will be arranged to the old age home. Lu Feng was also asked by the police to phone number and address information, said he did not take him to make a statement, but if there is something we'll contact him, said the police went away, waiting for the police to leave. The barbecue stall owner again to give them a large table of barbecue, and do not want to pay, said that is to thank Lu Feng this time the righteousness to help. Lu Feng can only accept the boss's good intentions, but when he left, he still pressed $1,000 under the plate. On the way back, Lu Yanyan kept asking Lu Feng how he was so powerful that he was able to beat 5 punks. When Lu Feng heard that, he bragged about how hard he had practiced martial arts in the past few years, just to be able to protect his family and get rid of the violence one day, and coaxed Lu Yanyan into tears. After arriving home, Lu Feng was pressed onto the sofa by Lu Yanyan, saying that she wanted to treat his wounds. Not long returned with a medical box, took out the alcohol and cotton swabs inside to decontaminate Lu Feng's hand. Hiss, it hurts. Yan, be gentle. Does it still hurt? I'm already gentle enough. Slow down. I can't take it. Oh, then I'll slow down a bit, Lu Yanyan said as the speed of her hand slowed down. After the disinfection was completed, Lu Yanyan applied Yunnan Baiyao to the wound and put on a bandage. Looking at his hand being wrapped in bandages and there was a bow on it, Lu Feng was also crying and laughing. After returning to his room, he lay on the bed. His heart couldn't calm down for a long time. After all, from an ordinary person suddenly became an expert. Whoever else could not adapt at once. Chapter 29 The Little Girl in Memories. The next morning, Lu Feng, who slept until he woke up, naturally got up and brushed his teeth, pushed open the door and saw the dining room table filled with breakfast, xiaolong bao, donuts, tea leaf eggs and whatnot, and Lu Yanran, who saw her brother get up, hurriedly called him over for breakfast. But Lu Feng sitting at the table is not moving chopsticks, until Lu Yanyan said that this is what she went out to buy. Lu Feng this only dared to eat. After breakfast, Lu Feng just wanted to sit on the sofa to rest a little. Received a call from Xin Changkite, said that tonight to participate in the Yi Weiman old man's birthday banquet, to help Lu Feng to choose a set of clothes. Let him hurry out. Lu Feng hung up the phone and hurriedly put on his jacket and was ready to go out. Beside Lu Yanran asked Lu Feng what he was going to do. As a result, Lu Feng returned a sentence: today you play by yourself. I have something to do. The night to be very late to come back on the door. Dashing to the door of the neighborhood, Lu Feng saw Xin Changkui from a distance. No way. Bentley with a beautiful woman is too attractive. It's hard for you to pick me up so early. Lu Feng looked at Xin Changkite and smiled nervously. It's okay, I just arrived. Get on the car. Xin Changkite gently said back. What do you mean by what you said last time? Lu Feng asked as soon as he got on the car. He was too eager to know what Xin Changkite really meant. Xin Changkite smiled gently when she heard Lu Feng's question. Ah Feng, what do you think I mean? Not waiting for Lu Feng to answer, Xin Changkite added, now you don't ask so much. Knowing too much won't do you any good. Your primary goal right now is to see if you can get into Yi Lao's eyes. Hearing this, Lu Feng was silent. Yes, with his current strength it was impossible to have any influence on the two great families. Instead of asking so many questions, it would be better to get stronger as soon as possible. The car traveled all the way to a street of luxury goods in Magic City. After parking the car, Xin Changkui led Lu Feng straight into a clothing store. Welcome. As soon as the shopping guide of the clothing store saw Xin Changkite, she immediately said with incomparable enthusiasm. As a guide of a high-end clothing store, she had already practiced a pair of fiery eyes, and naturally discovered the noble temperament on Xin Changkite's body. No need for you to follow. I'll help him choose by myself. Xin Changkite directly rejected the guide. Afterwards, she took Lu Feng to stroll up. A moment to take out a suit on Lu Feng to compare and contrast. A moment to take out a tie to Lu Feng to see if it looks good. Looking at Xin Chuankui's snow-white onion-like hand moving around on his neck, and the beautiful face close at hand, smelling the fragrance of her body, feeling the fragrant wind she exhaled, Lu Feng's heart was completely messed up. This is it. Xin Chuankui looked at the clothes she had prepared for Lu Feng with satisfaction, and then led Lu Feng right to the cashier. Swipe your card. Xin Changkite domineeringly took out the black card in her bag. Seeing the black card, the guide's attitude became more respectful. This consumption of 180,000 yuan. After swiping the card, the teller respectfully handed the card to Xin Changkite. Let's go. Next place. Xin Changkui took the card and walked out of the store directly. Lu Feng could only follow after hearing that. In a flash, the two of them came to Patek Philippe's specialty store. Lu Feng looked at Xin Changkite and asked what he came here to do. Of course a successful man should have a watch. Let's go. Let's go in. Xin Changkui pulled Lu Feng and walked in. Nautilus series, Calatrava series, Aquanaut series. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Feng was dazzled by a series of watches. The teller saw the luxury brand Lu Feng was wearing. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and directly ran over. Hello, welcome to you too. May I ask what can I help you with? The teller said respectfully. Help him match a wristwatch. Xin Changkui's tone was cold. She was like this in front of everyone, except in front of Lu Feng, who would show another side. Okay, this gentleman please follow me. Lu Feng glanced at Xin Changkite and followed the teller. Calatrava series, known for its simple and classic design style, these watches usually have a minimalist dial design, a perfect blend of elegance and exquisite details, showing Patek Philippe's respect for tradition and the spirit of innovation. Very suitable for your outfit. But you're too young, so it's not quite recommended for this series. The teller introduced very professionally. Complicated functions timepieces collection. These watches usually have a minimalist dial design, a perfect blend of youthfulness and exquisite details. This, on the other hand, is the one that I personally think is the most suitable for you. The teller introduced another collection to Lu Feng. What do you think? Lu Feng looked at Xin Changkui. I think it's very good. It matches your suit today. Ah Feng, Lu Yanran said in a delicate voice. That's good. This is the one. Help me with the bill. Lu Feng directly chose this one. Okay, please wait a moment. The counter clerk heard billing, excitedly ran over. To know that after buying this single, The commission is almost 20,000 it. A total of 708,000 yuan, said the teller. Hearing the price, Shin Chuankui still wanted to pay, but was stopped by Lu Feng, not letting her pay. But Shin Chuankui told Lu Feng, today these things are bought for him as a gift. Can't refuse. Lu Feng can't argue with her, can only agree. After paying the money, Shin Chuankui gently helped Lu Feng put on the Patek Philippe watch. Not bad, looks very stylish, Shin Chuankui said with a smile as she looked at the well-dressed Lu Feng. He, is that so? Lu Feng laughed nervously again. After buying Lu Feng's equipment for the birthday banquet, the two of them also started to slowly wander around. Strolling around, the two of them came to a gazebo. Feng, I know you're curious about what I did to you like this, said Shin Chuankui, who was sitting on the bench as she gently looked at Lu Feng. Yes, I'm really curious. Why? Lu Feng finally asked the doubts in his heart. If I say we knew each other before, do you believe me? Shin Chuankui said slowly. What? We knew each other before? Lu Feng's eyes widened directly when he heard it, but he carefully recalled the people and things in the past, but realized that there was no Shin Chuankui in his memory at all. Looking at Lu Feng's disbelief, Shin Chuankui slowly told a story of a little boy and a little girl. The story happened when Lu Feng was about 10 years old. At that time Lu Feng was still living in his eldest uncle's house, going to and from school with his younger sister Lu Yanran every day, until one day the class suddenly transferred to a small girl. The little girl stood on the podium, timidly introduced herself as Li Fuyang. After the introduction, the teacher arranged her to a small boy. They logically became the same table, but the little boy found his new desk is very strange. They talked to her, she ignored. Give her snacks, she also do not eat. And then slowly the little boy also ignored the little girl, until one day after school, the little boy saw the other class of little boys and bullying the little girl, but also scolded him for not having a father. The little girl heard others scolding their own no father, went up and they wrestled together, but she a girl how to beat a few boys of the same age, soon to be beaten down. Passing by, the little boy saw his table was bullied. Without saying a word, directly rushed over and the few children to fight together. Soon in the little boy's life-threatening attack, a few small children were afraid of being beaten, and directly fled. A nosebleed little boy pulled up the little girl and asked if she was okay. The little girl heard the little boy asked her, quickly shook his head to say that he was okay, and then from inside the school bag took out the toilet paper for the little boy, wiped up the nosebleed. Afterwards, when the little girl asked why she wanted to help herself, the little boy just patted his chest. You are my classmate. That is my person. I have to protect you, otherwise how can I be considered a man? The little girl heard the little boy's statement and laughed straight away. Then she became his follower. Wherever he went, she followed him, and in the game of playing house, she also kept saying that she wanted to be his wife, and he promised that he would marry her when he grew up. This went on for a long time, until one day the little boy returned to school and waited at the school gate until class started, but did not wait for the little girl, who would wait for him no matter if it was windy or raining, to come into the school with him. Looking at the empty seats around him, the boy cried out for the first time, clamoring to find the little girl, but no matter how he looked, the little girl seemed to have disappeared from his world forever, as if she had suddenly appeared and then suddenly disappeared. Chapter 30 Reasons. So, you're Li Fuyao. Lu Feng was shocked. Yes, I am. Looking at the shocked Lu Feng, Shin Chuankui, however, said calmly, then how did you become Shin Chuankui again now? What the hell is going on here? He was about to go crazy. When he was a child, that little girl who followed his ass every day, in a flash became a big school flower who was loved by everyone, and seemed to like himself. Anyone else would have to go crazy. Lu Feng even suspected that he was too deeply hurt by his ex-girlfriend, resulting in a long period of negativity, which led to a coma. And everything that is happening now is a dream, because how to see how not normal. First obtained the system, on the peak of life, and then gold-worshipping ex-girlfriend also by their own crazy face. Finally, he also fought with his bald boyfriend at a class reunion, and now there is actually a childhood friend of the school flower. How to see how it is like dreaming. Looking at the frantic Lu Feng, Shin Chuankui got up and sat next to Lu Feng and explained. It turns out that the reason why Shin Chuankui was called Li Fuxiao when she was a child was because of her mother's surname, and Shin Chuankui's parents' recognition was also a political marriage. Although Shin Chuankui's mother was also surnamed Li, it was not the imperial capital Li surname, but the Sioux City Li family, which was the veritable number one family in Sioux City. Therefore, Shin and Li families chose a political marriage, but neither of Shin Chuankui's parents liked the political marriage. So after Shin Chuankui's mother gave birth to her, the two of them had a big fight over something, and Shin Chuankui's mother took Shin Chuankui and ran away from home. This time, Shin Chuankui's mother took Shin Chuankui into hiding and didn't even go back to Sioux province, but lived in province. Then when Shin Chuankui was in elementary school, she met Lu Feng, But because of the school registration system, the Shin family and the Li family quickly found out where they were, and the Li family in Suzhou City picked up Shinshankite and her mother first, leading to the end of the Shinshankite didn't even come and say goodbye to Lu Feng. After listening to what Shinshankite said, Lu Feng's first concern was whether her parents had made up. He was afraid that Shinshankite had a bad time because of her parents, and Shinshankite's heart flashed a touching when she heard Lu Feng's first time was to care about herself instead of asking about other things. Reconciliation. Then because of this matter, my father was severely punished by my grandfather, and my father also regretted gasping away my mother. After my mother took me away, my father went crazy to look for us, but even if my father mobilized all his relations, he didn't think that we were hiding in a small county and in province. And then my father spent every day in regret and self-reproach. Shinshankue said, reconciliation is fine. I'm worried that you're not doing well, Lu Feng said as he looked at Shinshankite with heartache. It's okay, Feng, it's all in the past. Looking at Lu Feng's heartbroken look, Shinshankite's heart was as sweet as honey. Then why did your parents agree to your political marriage since they both hate marriages? Lu Feng asked with a puzzled look on his face. Hearing Lu Feng's question, Shinshankite also slowly recounted the reason. It turned out that after Shinshankite was picked up by the Li family in Sioux City, her father rushed to the Li family at the first opportunity. But Shin mother said nothing and was not willing to see him, until Shinshankite's father stood outside the door without eating or drinking for 4 nights and 5 days after fainting. Her mother forgave Shinshankite's father, and then the relationship between the two people warmed up quickly. After living in Sioux City for half a year, Shinshankite's father took the mother and daughter back to the imperial city Shin family. Shinshankite met Li Junmo, the proud son of the Li family, at school in the imperial capital, and as soon as the two of them met, Li Junmo kept getting close to Shinshankite. But Shinshankue heart-loaded has always been Lu Feng, so did not pay attention to him, but in the end is a child's heart. The two quickly became good friends, but Shinshankue has always been aware of the two people's proportion, because she only liked Lu Feng, so for many years, until Shinshankue to go abroad to study, Li Junmo confessed to her. Not surprisingly, Shinshankue mercilessly rejected him, and then went abroad to study. In the foreign study Shinshankue pulled Black Li Junmo's contact information, only 3 years to complete all the studies, successfully graduated from the University of Cambridge, just returned to China. Shinshankite used the relationship of the Li family in Suzhou City to find the place where Lu Feng went to school, and then transferred over. But I didn't expect. Li Junmo and the Shen out of the country in these years, has been in front of Shen father and mother to brush the good feeling, until the good feeling brush almost. Li Junmo to Shen parents proposed marriage. Originally, Shinshankite's parents wanted to refuse, because they do not want their own baby girl like the first time, but Li Junmo said he and Shinshankite grew up together. Is a childhood sweetheart? There is affection. Shinshankite parents thought about it, coupled with the internal voice of the Shin family, the two of them agreed, but also just let Shinshankite and Li Junmo try to be suitable or not. If not, they will not force their daughter to marry a person they do not like. The next step is to let Shinshankite go back to the imperial capital and take charge of a company together with Li Junmo, which will be used to cultivate feelings. Shinshankite was originally going to refuse when she found out, but then she thought that if Lu Feng was just an ordinary person, then the resistance to being with her would be mountainous, so she agreed to take charge of the company, and she would use the resources in her hands to help Lu Feng grow quickly until one day Lu Feng could be with her openly and honestly. After Lu Feng heard this, the suppressed emotions in his heart directly exploded, and he hugged the girl in front of him, shedding tears, and he now understood what Shinshankue had paid in order to be with him, and how much pressure she had to bear. Shinshankite was startled by Lu Feng's sudden embrace, but reacted by hugging Lu Feng tightly. The two hugged like this for a long time before reluctantly letting go of each other, but their hands were tightly pulled together. Feng, so for my sake, you must perform well at Elder Ye's birthday banquet tonight. The gentleness in Shinshankue's eyes seemed to melt Lu Feng away. Well, don't worry, I will definitely perform well. It won't take long and I will stand behind you brightly, Lu Feng said with conviction. The two of them chatted a lot of interesting things when they were young. When they talked about why Lu Feng helped her fight, Shinshankue touched Lu Feng's face again with heartache. So the two of them talked until it was dark, before they stopped the topic. When Shinshankite wanted to take Lu Feng to the birthday banquet, Lu Feng asked her to send herself home for a while. Shinshankite was puzzled, but didn't ask anything, and drove directly to the place where Lu Feng lived. Getting out of the car, Lu Feng leaned over Shinshankite's ear and said that he wanted to give her a surprise, and then ran away, causing Shinshankite to be in a fog. After a while, Lu Feng panting ran over, just sat in the car. Shinshankite face expectant hand out to ask Lu Feng to prepare her surprise is what? Lu Feng heard directly from the hand out of the two boxes with a mysterious face handed to Shinshankite. Shinshankite received the box with joy, and then opened the first one. In the box there was a large sapphire necklace. The beauty of it was unbelievable. You sent me? Shin Shankue asked happily. Yes, this gemstone is called the Heart of the Ocean. It was later made into a necklace by a European master, and now I'm giving it to you. Lu Feng explained the origin of the necklace. It's that Heart of the Ocean that was auctioned off a few years ago by a mysterious tycoon at an international auction for $120 million? Shin Shankue was directly shocked at the words. To know that after this Heart of the Ocean was auctioned off by the tycoon, it mysteriously disappeared, and reappeared as this time in front of her, was made into a necklace and given to Shin Shankue. Yes, this gemstone matches you very well. Lu Feng smiled when he saw Shin Shankite's surprised look. Then you help me put it on, Shin Shankite said as she tilted her snow-white neck. Subsequently, under Lu Feng's trembling performance, the Heart of the Ocean, which was known as the largest sapphire in the world, was put on Shin Shankite's neck. Don't ask Lu Feng when he had this gemstone. It was something he bought with prestige points in the System Mall when he had just gone back. The mall didn't just have those high-end tech and stuff. Luxury goods were also available. I can't wait to see the second box, said Shin Shankue. Opened the second box. What caught her eyes was a red invitation. Shin Shankue picked it up in confusion, not understanding why Lu Feng gave her an invitation. Looking at the confused Shin Shankite, Lu Feng said with a mysterious face, "Don't you know if you open it?" Chapter 31, Attending the Birthday Banquet. Looking at the mysterious Lu Feng, Shin Shankue couldn't hold back her curiosity and directly opened the invitation. With just a glance, Shin Shankite looked at Lu Feng with an incredulous expression. This is yours? Did Elder Yi give it to you? Lu Feng saw Shin Shankite, who was surprised because of the invitation, and happily showed off. How about it? It's awesome, isn't it? Awesome, really awesome. Ah Feng, you're too mysterious now. This is Master Ye's invitation. How many people dream of it? Shin Shankue said as she looked at Lu Feng. It's just average. Lu Feng sniffed modestly. Not average at all. Really good. And this is a handwritten invitation. To know this time I attended the old man's birthday banquet to get her not handwritten invitations, Shin Shankue praised. Lu Feng sniffed and was a bit surprised. After all, how to say that with the strength of the imperial capital Shin family, a handwritten invitation is still a breeze. Ah, is that so? You guys with the strength of the Shin family, you should also have handwritten invitations. Ah, of course our Shin family can. Ah, but it has to be my father to come. I can only be considered a junior now, so I can't get it, Shin Shankue explained. Oh, I see. The two of them then chatted and drove like this, soon arriving near Yi Elder's manor. Parking the car, the two of them walked over shoulder to shoulder, handing the invitation in their hands to the bodyguard checking them, then stepped into the manor under the respectful gaze of the bodyguard, especially Lu Feng. After he took out the handwritten invitation, the bodyguard looked at him differently. After the two left, the bodyguard quickly took out his walkie-talkie to inform the staff inside the manor that a big shot with a handwritten invitation had come. Behind them, the dignitaries waiting to hand in their invitations heard the bodyguard's words and guessed the identity of Lu Feng's two men. After all, there weren't many people who could get the old man to give them handwritten invitations. As soon as the two entered the manor, they realized that there were already a lot of people standing on the lawn of the manor, chatting in groups of 3 to 5, and Lu Feng's and their two arrivals didn't attract anyone's attention. After looking around for a while, Shin Shankue took Lu Feng and ran to the place where the desserts were placed, picked up a piece of cake and stuffed it into Lu Feng's mouth, blocking Lu Feng's mouth tightly. Looking at Lu Feng was stuffed cannot speak. Shin Shankite happy smile, also picked up a piece of cake into the mouth. Eating the cake, Shin Shankite also picked up a cup of juice ready to let Lu Feng drink some pressure. But the result of a slip of the hand did not hold steady. The cup fell to the ground, spilled into a small girl wearing a white dress. I'm sorry. Shin Shankue looked at the girl and hurriedly apologized. Lu Feng also apologized on the side, and also took out a tissue to hand the girl to let her wipe it. Who expected the girl directly to slap on the face of Shin Shankite? Fortunately Lu Feng reacted quickly, immediately pulled Shin Shankite over. See, hit empty, the girl again to reach out and hit over. This time Lu Feng did not spoil her, directly clutched the girl, reached over the palm of the hand. The girl was clutched by the arm, reddening, but her mouth was not forgiving. What kind of people are you? Dirty my skirt, actually want to hit me. The crowd also cast their eyes over after hearing the quarrel. As soon as the girl saw that someone was paying attention to this side, she directly became more arrogant. How did you guys get mixed in here? As soon as you came in, you are eating and drinking here, dirtying people's skirts and hitting them. Lu Feng heard the girl speak so nonchalantly and no longer held back. We did accidentally dirty your skirt, but we also sincerely apologized. But you are not forgiving. Directly want to hit us? If not, I stopped in time. You are directly hit us in the face. I hate you. What's wrong? Who let you guys dirty my skirt? I don't know who invited you guys over, but today is my grandfather's birthday. I don't want to fight with you guys. You guys hurry up and get out. On the side, Shin Shankue frowned when she heard that the girl was trying to drive them away and claimed to be Elder Ye's granddaughter, because she didn't remember that Elder Ye had a granddaughter. You said you're Elder Ye's granddaughter? How do I remember that Elder Ye only has one grandchild? Shin Shankue asked with a skeptical face. Upon hearing this, the girl who was strutting her stuff instantly shortened her aura by half, but didn't want to give in, so she could only forcefully pretend to be calm. I'm Yi Lao's grandson's girlfriend, so of course Yi Lao is my grandfather. Hearing the girl's defense, Lu Feng and Shin Shankue were also speechless. After half a day of just someone's grandson's girlfriend, actually dared to pretend to be a tiger. And not to mention that it was Yi Lao's grandson's girlfriend. Even if it was Yi Lao's grandson, Shin Shankite was not the least bit abashed. Who let her come from the Shin family? Understand the reason. Shin Shankite also do not want to dwell too much with her. Asked her how in the end want to solve. Who expected the girl actually said to take red wine to splash Shin Shankite face before willing to give up. Lu Feng two people heard, directly ignored the girl's request, turned around to go. The girl looked at the two people to run, directly picked up a cup of red wine to Shin Shankue splashed over. With a wow, the clothes Shin Shankue was wearing were instantly drenched with red wine. Seeing Shin Shankue drenched, Lu Feng couldn't hold back any longer, and went up to slap the girl on the face. This slapped the girl froze. Aside the crowd also froze. After all, how to say this is also Ye old grandson's girlfriend? Maybe in the future is Ye old master's granddaughter-in-law. This young man how to dare The girl who reacted directly cried and took out her cell phone to call her boyfriend. Shin Shankue also pulled Lu Feng's hand. Said Lu Feng is a little impulsive. This will leave a bad impression on Ye old man. But Lu Feng carefully wiped the red wine on Shin Shankwe's body, and then said without caring, I don't want that much. I just know that no one can bully you in front of me. When Shin Shankue heard Lu Feng's domineering and protective words, her heart flashed with a trace of joy, and she tenderly leaned on Lu Feng's shoulder. At this time, the girl brought her boyfriend to Shin Shankue in front of them. Are you the ones who moved? Beat up my girlfriend? A young handsome boy came in front of the two and questioned. Shin Shankite looked up at the boy, but after half a day of looking at him, she realized that she didn't recognize the boy in front of her at all, knowing that she had only just met Yi Lao's grandson before she left the country. Who are you? Shin Shankite said flatly. I'm Yi Lao's grandson, beating up my girlfriend at my grandfather's birthday banquet. You guys have a lot of guts, the man said in a domineering manner. How come I didn't know that Yi Lao had a grandson like you? Who the hell are you? Shin Shankue exuded a powerful aura that went straight at the man. The man was shocked by Shin Shankite's aura and told his origin. I am Yi Lao's distant cousin grandson. Hearing the man's explanation, Shin Shankite laughed softly. You two wait here. I'll call Yi Fan and have him come over to deal with you. Hearing that Shin Shankite was going to call Yi Fan, the man instantly panicked, but he couldn't do anything in public, so he had to just stand there honestly, praying in his heart that Shin Shankite didn't really know Yi Fan. But soon, his hopes were dashed. About 2 minutes after Shin Shankite hung up the phone, a handsome man walked over. Sister Chuang Kite, when did you come? The man greeted with a smile. I've been here for a while, Shin Shankite said lightly. The man then looked around and saw his so-called cousin and his girlfriend. His eyes went cold, staring both of them and making their legs weak. I'll settle the score with you later. Now get me honestly, stay inside the room and don't come out. The man's majestic voice came out. The scared man and woman hurriedly ran back to the room. Sister Chuang Kite, today is Grandpa's 70th birthday. You give me face. When the birthday banquet passes, I will personally bring them to apologize to you. The young man said softly. Okay, I'll give you face, but this is not over, Shin Shankite said coldly, then turned her head and gently introduced the man's identity to Lu Feng. Feng, he is Yi Lao's grandson, Yi Fan. Hearing that the man in front of him was Yi Lao's grandson, Lu Feng also greeted him. Then he heard Shin Shankite say again from the side. Yi Fan, he is holding your grandfather's handwritten invitation. Yi Fan heard Shin Shankite say that Lu Feng had his grandfather's handwritten invitation. Originally thought that it was an idle person who came with Shin Shankite to join in the fun and casually perfunctorily, but now he didn't dare to slack off at all. Hello, just now is really not good hospitality. Sorry. Yi Fan attitude came a big turn. Very enthusiastic said. It caused Lu Feng all of a sudden did not react. Just hard and he complimented each other. After a long period of time, Yi Fan had other things to do, and they were only able to separate. Do all these people change their faces so fast? Lu Feng asked curiously. Yes, no one born in a big family is a real waste. Just like the crown prince of Cheetah Group, what you see is just what he wants you to see. Shin Shankue generalized to Lu Feng. Chapter 32 Parting. Yes, it's true that the kind of brain-dead youngsters told inside the novels are all fake. How can someone who can really stand out inside the family be so brainless? Lu Feng said in agreement. Just when the two of them were still chatting, Lu Feng heard someone calling himself, and was still wondering how someone could call himself on such an occasion, when he saw that the old man of Tianyu Group had already walked over. Little wind, long time no see ah, the old master said smilingly. Old master, long time no see ah, Lu Feng responded politely. Then the two stood together and chatted. The old man also asked Lu Feng, who is the girl standing next to him? Is not his girlfriend, but Lu Feng was at a loss for words. In the end, Shen Changkite introduced herself and helped Lu Feng out. Hearing that Shen Changkite was from the imperial capital Shen family, the old man didn't dare to say anything more. After all, the Shen family's people weren't something he could discuss. It's been so long, I asked you to visit the old man me, and your kid didn't come. The old master changed the topic and complained. You forgive me, it's just a bit too busy. You know, I'm worried about the branch right now. Lu Feng can only find an excuse to say. In fact, Ferrari branch of things he did not ask. Are Chen Chen alone in charge? He these days every day and Lu Yen Yen and the two of them together to play it. The old man heard Lu Feng said so, expressed his understanding. The two chatted for a while. The old man also had to go to find his old friend and Lu Feng separated. This one just now, if I'm not mistaken, should be the old director of the Magic City's local veteran group. Tianyu, you guys know each other? Shin Changkue asked curiously. Well, I happen to have some shares of Tianyu Group in my hands, so I know them. Shin Changkue sniffed and applauded. Ah Feng is so powerful ah. Shares of Tianyu Group are there. What else are you hiding from me ah? Nothing much, just a bit of Tianyu Group shares, and Ferrari shares. At the same time is also the president of Ferrari Asia branch, and ye old master is a neighbor. The old master just because to see me by the idle cloud villa, only let people send me the invitation. Lu Feng said with a face of stinky fart. At this moment, Shin Changkue was also stunned by Lu Feng's words. You're saying that Ferrari suddenly settled in Magic City because of you? You're still the Asian president of Ferrari? And you even bought the idle cloud villa? And also a shareholder of Tianyu Group? Shin Changkue said in disbelief. Yes. Lu Feng looked at the surprised Shin Changkite also had a secret pleasure in his heart. How about it? Scared? Huh? You didn't lie to me? No. Why would I lie to you? Just now Tianyu's old director didn't he come? And we just talked about the Ferrari branch. Oh yeah, the branch is built by Tianyu Group. Lu Feng looked at Shin Changkue still didn't believe it, and explained it again. Ah Feng, I don't ask you how in the world you did it. I just want to know if it's safe. I don't want you to get into danger. From the worried look on her face one could tell that she was really worried about Lu Feng at the moment, because what Lu Feng was doing now was too heavenly. She was afraid that it was just someone trying to use Lu Feng to take the blame. Looking at Shin Changkite's worried look, Lu Feng took Shin Changkite's hand and assured her that he was absolutely safe and had definitely not done anything illegal. As for why he was suddenly so rich, Lu Feng just said that he would slowly tell her later. Since Lu Feng said so, Shin Changkite did not ask again. After all, everyone has secrets. Almost at 8 o'clock in the evening, Elder Yi finally came out, and the birthday banquet completely climaxed with the appearance of Elder Yi. Shin Changkue also dragged Lu Feng to pay his birthday respects to Elder Yi. Grandpa Yi, I wish you longevity and happiness, Shin Changkite said. Little Iris came ah. The old man said cordially when he saw Shin Changkite. You have a big birthday, can I not come? Shin Changkite said with a smile. This is Mr. Lu right, really young and promising ah. The old master looked at Lu Feng and said, I don't dare to dare. In front of you, the kid's little success is nothing. Lu Feng said modestly. Ha ha ha, you don't have to be overly modest. I've heard that old man Li Yunfeng say that you even did him a big favor before. The old master said with a smile. Hearing that the old master knew elderly, Lu Feng was a bit puzzled, perhaps seeing Lu Feng's puzzlement. Yi Lao explained. It turned out that when Yi Lao was still in office, he knew elderly, and the two of them were considered to be old friends. After speaking with Shin Changkue and the others, Yi Lao also went to greet the others with the help of his servants. After all, he was the protagonist today, and couldn't stay beside Shin Changkue and the others all the time. The birthday banquet lasted until late at night, until the old man couldn't stand it anymore. Then it was considered to be over. Shin Changkite brought Lu Feng to say goodbye to the old man for the last time and also went back. Right after Shin Changkite and Lu Feng left, Yi Lao called his grandson Yi Fan over. Little Fan, what do you think about this Lu Feng? The old master asked as he sat on the sofa. Grandpa, about this Lu Feng, I don't know much. After checking his information it's also mediocre. His parents are gone. He grew up with his eldest uncle. Until he graduated from the university he behaved as an ordinary person should. Yi Fan said respectfully. Ordinary people? Ordinary people can't do to take Ferrari's shares. As far as I know before Ferrari because of the new energy, sold their shares, attracted those capital predators in Europe have made a grab. But in the end it was held by this Lu Feng. Do you think he is just an ordinary person? Yi Lao's majestic voice came out. I also think it's strange, but it's true that there wasn't a single whisper of him before. It's as if this person came out of nowhere. Yi Fan said. Well, Don't think so much. I also didn't expect the mysterious owner of the Idle Cloud Villa to be so young. And the relationship with the Shin family's girl seems to be extraordinary, Yi Lao said lightly. Then what do you mean? Yi Fan asked cautiously. There was no way. He had been afraid of his grandfather since he was a child. Yi Lao had been an official for decades, and the official authority that had been accumulated in his body was simply not something he could resist. You must have a good relationship with him. It just so happens that you are close in age. You will have a common language. Do you hear me? The old man added. Yes. This I understand. Then if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Yi Fan promised. As soon as he saw that Yi Fan wanted to run away, the old master got angry. Just know how to play. Go racing every day. Can't you let me save my mind? Yi Fan didn't dare to talk back to his grandfather's reprimand. He could only let him reprimand him. After a long while, the old man only stopped. Finally, when the old man finished his reprimand, Yi Fan dared to slink out. Seeing Yi Fan go out, the old master slowly stood in front of the bed and muttered to himself. Today, under the pretext of a birthday banquet, so many powerful people have been invited. Even the current Hand of Mordor sent his blessings. It seems like there is a lot of splendor. But once my old man dies, who else will be able to help my family's youngest generation? There is also this mysterious Lu Feng. What is he in the end? Is it cultivated by the Shin family? Or is it a representative figure pushed to the front of the stage by other forces? The old master kept standing with these questions for a long time. And at this moment, on the side of the road, Shin Chankue was saying goodbye to Lu Feng. Feng, I'm leaving, going back to the imperial capital, Shin Chankite said as she looked at Lu Feng fondly. Leaving now? Yes, if it wasn't for the old master's birthday, I should have gone back a long time ago. Good, then wait for me in the imperial capital. It won't be long before I go to the imperial capital to look for you. Aha, without me around. You have to take care of yourself. When you encounter any problems that can't be solved, give me a call. Good, you have to take care of yourself too. Wait for me to find you. As the car door closes, Shin Chankite leaves. Fu Yao, I love you. Wait for me. I will definitely stand in front of you brightly and honorably. Lu Feng looked at the car that was walking away and suddenly shouted loudly. In the car, Shin Chankue was already crying uncontrollably. I will wait for you, Feng, always waiting for you. Chapter 33, Fondly Group. After the soulful Lu Feng returned home, he didn't even greet Lu Yenran and the others before lying down on his bed and started to ruminate, thinking about what happened when he and Shin Chankite were children, and also thinking about so many days of happy togetherness, thinking about how much Shin Chankite had paid in order to be with him. Lu Feng vowed in his heart that he would go to Shin Chankite as soon as possible and not let her wait too long. There were no words for the night. Early the next morning, Lu Feng opened the system to see what the system had refreshed. As a result, the system told him that the daily seconds could now be selected to be converted into a mall draw after the upgrade, and asked if he needed to try the new feature. But Lu Feng decisively refused because he only wanted to get more industries now to increase his say over the Shin family when the time came. Upon hearing the host's refusal of the lottery, the system began to refresh the daily items for him. Ding! The daily spike system has been refreshed. The refreshed items are as follows. 1 Bugatti Veyron Limited Sports Car, worth 120 million renminbi. A coal mine in Mountain Province, worth 7 billion renminbi. 100% of the shares of Family Automobile, worth 6 billion renminbi. Looking at the rewards that appeared on the big screen, Lu Feng felt out a pattern. It seems that luxury goods and such have to take up a spot every time. Another sports car has come out. Looking at the first option, Lu Feng shook his head. Looking at the second option again. A coal mine. Was this trying to get him to dig for coal? Even though it was worth $7 billion, Lu Feng still didn't want it until he saw the third option, and his eyes suddenly lit up. A complete automobile group. It happens to have a new energy battery technology in his hands. Can be given to the Sale Power Group to let them study. Anyway, holding 100% of the shares. And do not have to be afraid of what the other shareholders to force the palace leaks or something. Thinking of this, Lu Feng directly chose the third option. With the system's prompt, Lu Feng's name has another automobile group, but you need to go to Fat City to sign before you can actually own it. Lu Feng said bitterly, but this time I'm going home with my sister, so I can go to Fat City. It's not far away anyway, Lu Feng said and exited the system. After washing up a bit, Lu Feng then woke up Lu Yanyan, who was still sleeping, and called her up, ready to take her out to eat breakfast and then pack up her things. Tomorrow she should leave. Originally still awake, Lu Yanran heard that today is the last day. Hurriedly get up and dress up ready to go out to play again. There was no other way. Lu Feng had to take her for another big stroll in Magic City. While Lu Feng was wandering around, far away in the Fat City of Fondly Group president's office, the current president was following the phone. Listening to the voice on the phone said that Fondly Group has completed the bankruptcy sale. The president was also sitting on the chair with a bitter face and did not move, until someone suddenly broke in. The president sitting on the chair only reacted. Lao Zhao, you've been notified. Right, all of the company's shares have been packaged and sold. Now what should we do? A man around 40 years old came to the president's office in a windy manner and said, well, I already know. And I also know that a mysterious young man bought it. Zhao Yun said bitterly. Wasn't it Mercedes or FAW that bought it? The man said doubtfully. Zhao Yun sniffed and shook his head indicating that it was neither but someone else. Never mind who bought it. What should we do next? Yachty Group has contacted me and said that both of us will still enjoy the same treatment in the past and our annual salary will increase by 30%. The man continued. You want to jump ship? You have to know that this is a critical time for the group. If you, the vice president, jumps ship, it will cause a lot of turmoil for the group. Zhao Yun said angrily. Lao Zhao, if a man is not for himself, the heavens and the earth will be destroyed. The group has packed up and sold off, and will soon be bankrupt, so what can the two of us do? Who knows what the person who bought Sale Power wants to do? It would be better for the two of us to bring a group of elites to switch to Yachty now. First take care of ourselves is really the man said again to persuade. Wang Jingyan, now the group has a problem, but you think of jumping ship, you do not forget, without the group, where is today's you? Zhao Yun angry a slap on the table, directly stood up, seeing Zhao Yun angry, the man also nonchalantly disliked back, yes, it's the group that has accomplished me, but how can I, Wang Jingyan, not be dedicated to the group and give everything I have? But the group is now facing bankruptcy, what can I do? I can only protect myself first. Zhao Yun looked at the emotional man in front of him and understood that what he said was the truth. He could only sigh powerlessly. You go? I won't go. I'm going to work together with the group, Zhao Yun said with a firm face. Good, don't blame me for not reminding you, since this is your choice. I respect you, we are on different paths, said the man as he got up and was about to leave. Wait, Zhao Yun suddenly called out. What? Figured it out. Wang Jingyan stopped his steps. No, I'm trying to tell you that it's fine for you to leave, but you can't put out the information that the group is being sold or take away one person from the group, Zhao Yun said with the majesty that belonged to the president emanating from his body. Surname Zhao, I can promise to keep it a secret, but I'll take away the people under my hand. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Wang Jingyan immediately disliked back. Then we can only meet in court, Zhao Yun said slowly. What? You're going to take me to court because of these trivial matters, right? Wang Jingyan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Yes, as long as you dare to do something unfavorable to the group, I won't let you off the hook. Zhao Yun's gaze was firm, without the slightest intention to joke around. In the end, the conversation between the two ended unhappily. Out of the office, Wang Jingyan looked for an unoccupied corner, pulled out his cell phone number and dialed a phone number. Hey, I've persuaded him, but he doesn't want to leave. Instead he wants to continue to stay in Sale Power, and he doesn't agree with me taking away Sale Power's elites. Wang Jingyan whispered. Then you find a way to get me these elites to dig over a person. I will give you 200,000. You tell the people under your hand, as long as they come over to Yachty, the annual salary rises by 30%. The liquidated damages Yachty will pay for them. The voice of Yachty's president came out on the phone. It turns out that Wang Jingyan has long been in contact with the people of Yachty. Under the benefits promised by the president of Yachty, Wang Jingyan started his digging program. Zhao Yun, who had been sitting alone for a long time on this side, looked at the contact information of the new director that had been passed over, and after thinking about it for a long time, he still took out his phone and called. Lu Feng was taking Yanran Lu to play at Disney when he received Zhao Yun's call. Hello there, Lu Dong. I'm the current president of Ferrari Group. My name is Zhao Yun. I've taken the liberty of disturbing you for a moment, Zhao Yun said with a trembling heart. Oh, it's Mr. Zhao. What's the matter you're calling about? Lu Feng asked with a puzzled look on his face. It's like this. There's something I need to report to you. It's about the departure of the group's vice president. Zhao Yun continued. After Zhao Yun explained the causes and consequences, Lu Feng also finally understood why a group with a market value of 20 billion was only worth 6 billion renminbi, so it was on the verge of bankruptcy. When he heard that the vice president of the group was leaving the company, Lu Feng smiled lightly and said that he knew about it and would go to the group in a couple of days to deal with it personally. He also asked Zhao Yun to stabilize the situation before he came, and then he would give the group a big surprise. A big enough surprise to turn the Sale Power. Zhao Yun listened to Lu Feng's words and also took a great interest in this director of the group that he had never met. In the end, Lu Feng arranged for Zhao Yun to never tell the vice president about this matter. Zhao Yun heard that he hurriedly guaranteed that he would never let the second person know, and the two ended their first call like this. Chapter 34, Going Home. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng didn't have the heart to play on, and casually found a bench to sit down. Hey, I told you, there's no such good thing. It's a bankrupt group in the middle of the day. Thinking of Zhao Yun's words just now, Lu Feng suddenly had a headache because this time, the bankruptcy of Ferrari Group was not a normal bankruptcy. Rather, it went bankrupt because it was pressurized by Mercedes-Benz, which meant that it was a business war. Only that sale power failed. The price of failure is that the group is on the verge of bankruptcy, can only be packaged and sold. If not, Lu Feng intervened. It is estimated that the sale power will be acquired by Mercedes-Benz, because Mercedes-Benz is thinking of defeating the Sale Power Group, and then by Sale Power Group ready-made production lines and plants, used to manufacture new energy. Now Lu Feng took over the Sale Power, is a big pile of mess, internal lack of funds, panic, the vice president has to take people away, external with Mercedes-Benz eyeing. Other domestic automobile manufacturers also want to bite off a piece of meat from the Sale Power Group. It can be said that the current Sale Power Group is in danger, and the main thing is still lack of funds, but Lu Feng happens to not have much money. His account is still only the last Ferrari transferred more than 100 million, and Times Square collected 50 million rent, but now the Sale Power Group needed at least 1.5 billion to stabilize the basics, so now the top priority was to go get money. Where to get? Tianyu Group also just got over the difficulties not long ago. Ferrari are also impossible to lend themselves 1.5 billion. Is it to sell Times Square? Lu Feng sat on the amusement park bench, fretful thought. Suddenly, Lu Feng thought of Xinjiang Kue, but quickly discarded the idea. No. I just boasted that I will go to her right away, but it turned out to be looking for her to borrow money. Don't I want to lose face? Or look at the system to see if there's any way to do it. Thinking of this, Lu Feng directly into the system. Will now face the problem to speak to the system to see if the system has a way to help him solve this problem. As a result, the system really didn't let him down and directly told him that he could use his reputation value to buy cash cards in the mall to solve the problem. Lu Feng jumped up when he heard the excitement. Then he found the cash card in the mall. There are 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, and 1 billion, 10 billion level, but Lu Feng only 10,000 reputation value. At most you can buy 1 billion yuan. Lu Feng looked at the price above, and finally gritted his teeth and bought 1 billion yuan, and the prestige value that just came to him went straight to zero. After finishing everything, he had just exited the system when he received a message saying that the bank card had arrived with 1 billion yuan, and looking at the message in his hand, Lu Feng also took a long breath. With money, any problem will not be a problem. Coupled with the new energy in his hands, it will not be a problem to make the sale power to revitalize the second spring. After spending a day at Disney, Lu Yanyan officially ended her graduation tour. Without delaying outside, the two drove back to Mission Hills International. They were leaving tomorrow, so they had to pack their bags this evening to avoid delaying the trip. Brother, I'm really happy to be with you. I don't even want to go back, Lu Yanyan said to Lu Feng while packing her bags. Ha, just come back when you're happy. Anyway, I've reserved a room for you. You can come whenever you want. Lu Feng laughed and reached out to gently scratch her nose. He. Thank you, brother. After packing for about half an hour, Lu Yanyan then packed her luggage. After everything was done, the two of them went to their respective rooms to rest. After all, they still had to drive tomorrow. There were no words for the night. In the morning, Lu Feng woke up early and then called Lu Yanyan, who was still sleeping, up. After a simple breakfast, the two of them set off on their way home. Their hometown was in province, about 400 kilometers away from the Magic City, which was both near and far. The car sped along, finally arriving at their destination, Xuancheng. After 2 hours, looking at the familiar scenery outside the car window, Lu Feng also couldn't help but think of his childhood. After all, he hadn't been back home for 4 years. The car quickly drove into the neighborhood. Looking at the same old neighborhood, Lu Feng a little bit of near home, feeling timid. Do not dare to go upstairs. Finally, Lu Yanyan pushed to go up. After going up, Lu Feng is also hesitant to knock on the door, because he has not thought about how to say, or Lu Yanyan really cannot stand to see. Popping for Lu Feng knocked up the door. Click. As the sound rang out, a woman around 40 years old opened the door to her room. Years of drudgery had left faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, but her short, greasy, thick hair was always so dark, and her eyes were beautifully double-lidded, bright, and showy, and her face carried a kind of mature beauty as well. The first time the woman saw Lu Feng standing in the doorway, she hastily rubbed her eyes for fear that she had misread it, and then took a closer look, still a bit in disbelief, until Lu Feng called out an aunt. The woman's eyes instantly wet, and then embraced Lu Feng, cried, while saying, child, you suffer. At this time Lu Feng is also completely unable to suppress the feelings in his heart. Hugging the woman, cried. Aside, Lu Yanyan looked at the scene in front of her and could not help but also fell tears. I said, what's wrong? Open a door so long. A voice suddenly came from the house. Then a man wearing glasses, body a little blonde, walked out. Saw Lu Feng's first look is also frozen. panicked to take down the glasses rubbed and put on again. Isn't it little wind? Hearing her own husband's words, the woman also released Lu Feng from her embrace and turned her head to the middle-aged man and said, "It's little wind who came back, old man." The man's eyes instantly reddened at the words. Looking at the familiar figure, Lu Feng directly plopped down at the man and kowtowed 3 times. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man hurriedly walked over to pull Lu Feng up. The woman beside him also hurriedly pulled Lu Feng. "Uncle, auntie, I'm back." Lu Feng, who was kneeling on the ground, said emotionally, "Egu, my good boy, what are you doing, Quickly get up, how dirty the ground, The woman hurriedly pulled Lu Feng up. "Yes, what are you kneeling for? Come in and talk," said the middle-aged man. Chapter 35 Warm Family. Lu Feng stood up after hearing this, accompanied by his aunt. He walked into this home that he had left for 4 years. Looking at the familiar layout of the home, looking at the family portrait of a family of 4 hanging on the wall, Lu Feng's tears almost fell down again. As soon as he entered the door, his aunt told Lu Feng to hurry up and sit down, and he himself went to dry the quilt for Lu Feng, because Lu Yanyan and the 2 of them came back secretly, wanting to give a surprise to the 2 families and did not notify them in advance. So the eldest uncle, they did not know that Lu Feng came back today. Sitting on the living room sofa, Lu Feng began to accept the eldest uncle's criticism, complaining that he went to college for 4 years, did not go home, and did not want their 2 elders, and did not want to give him the money he transferred, saying that he took him as an outsider as the eldest uncle. Listening to the eldest uncle in his ear rambling, Lu Feng not only did not have a trace of boredom, but instead filled with affection, as if he was a child to get into trouble. The eldest uncle is also in the ear muttering non-stop. Let him listen to the words. Study well. After a while, the aunt who gave Lu Feng a good tanning quilt also joined the criticism of Lu Feng. Lu Yanran is on the sidelines to add oil and vinegar. In this way, the family of 4 chatted until almost evening, which is not enough to stop. The aunt proposed to go to buy food, come back to Lu Feng to do a big table of delicious food, especially Lu Feng's favorite childhood sweet and sour pork. Lu Feng originally proposed to go out to eat, do not want to let the aunt so tired, but could not resist the aunt, can only agree. Then he offered to go grocery shopping with his aunt, so the eldest uncle organized the side dishes at home, while his aunt took Lu Feng and Lu Yanyan out grocery shopping together, just like when they were kids. As long as the aunt went out to buy food, Lu Feng and Lu Yanyan followed her ass, expecting to go out and buy snacks to eat. Lu Feng followed his aunt as she walked through the neighborhood. Today, his aunt was in an exceptionally good mood, greeting anyone she saw and introducing Lu Feng to the others. Because the aunt's family has lived here for many years, so there are many people who know Lu Feng. But Lu Feng has not come back for 4 years. They do not recognize him. After the aunt's introduction, many people in the district know that the former naughty but eager to help others, the little kid is back. "Boss, this old goose give me a. I go back to make soup," said the aunt to the vendor. "What kind of guests did you have at home today? You're so generous," the vendor said with a smile. The aunt pointed at Lu Feng and said, "My child is back. How can I not eat good food?" Lu Feng was touched when he heard his aunt's words. Soon, a goose was ready, and the aunt took the 2 toadies to the next stall, and so walked to many stalls. Lu Feng and Lu Yanyan couldn't hold it in their hands, before she stopped. Finally, after all the things have been bought, the 3 are ready to go back. Walking in front of the aunt suddenly saw the buy sugar gourds. She ran over and bought 2 more sugar gourds for the 2 of them, and also instructed the 2 of them not to eat until after dinner. As if Lu Yanyan and Lu Feng were still children, the 3 of them greeted the evening sunset, blew the cool breeze, talked and laughed as they walked towards home, and from a distance, it looked as beautiful and cozy as a painting. After arriving home, the aunt was busy with the eldest uncle. Lu Feng ran over to help, but was rejected by the old couple. Lu Feng, who had nothing to do, could only return to his own room, a room that his aunt and uncle had specially reserved for him. The room was spotlessly cleaned, and the ventilation was also done well. Even if it hadn't been inhabited for 4 years, there was no other odor. And looking at the bed that his eldest uncle had made for him, Lu Feng's nose soured again. Yes, uncle and auntie have been treating themselves like their own since they were young, and have even loved themselves more than Yanyan, their own daughter, and now they can finally repay them properly, and also let them have a good rest now, Lu Feng thought as he lay on the bed. Unconsciously, on the quilt filled with the smell of sunshine, Lu Feng fell asleep, and in his dream, he was back to the time when he was small, and he and Lu Yanyan were enjoying the love from the 2 adults recklessly. Knock knock knock. "Brother, what are you doing? Are you asleep? Get up and eat." Lu Yanyan stood outside the door and shouted. Lu Feng heard Lu Yanyan calling herself and also immediately opened the door. "Xiao Feng, get up and eat. Auntie made your favorite sweet and sour pork and cola chicken wings," Auntie shouted as she took off her apron. Lu Feng answered and walked over with Lu Yanran. Sitting on the dining table, the eldest uncle took out a bottle of wine and wanted to have a drink with Lu Feng, while the aunt was blocking it on the side, reasoning that children can't drink. Seeing the eldest uncle take out the wine, Lu Feng then suddenly thought that the gifts bought for them had not been brought up, and hurriedly pulled Lu Yanyan and ran out. "What are you two doing to go?" the eldest uncle asked. "To get something downstairs," Lu Feng said without looking back. "These two kids are really, what's more important than eating?" the aunt complained. Not long after, Lu Feng and Lu Yanran came back with a big bag. "I forgot the gifts I bought for you." He, Lu Feng said with a silly smile. "You say you this child, go back to your own home, still bring what gift? You can only earn how much money, do not know to save a little." The aunt looked at the piles of gifts with pain and said, she was afraid that Lu Feng would save money and not eat because of buying these gifts. "Yes, your aunt is right. Buy what? We too are not short of anything," the eldest uncle also said. After hearing this, Lu Feng took a bottle of flying mitai and put it on the table. When the eldest uncle saw the mitai, he muttered about Lu Feng again, saying that he couldn't live on his own and wasted his money to buy such a good wine. Lu Yanyan looked at her mom and dad's pained look, and helped Lu Feng explain. After hearing that Lu Feng had achieved so much, the old couple said they didn't believe it at first, but under Lu Feng's repeated assurances, the old couple believed it. "Little Feng, we haven't done anything illegal, right?" The eldest uncle was still a bit uneasy. "Yes, we can't do bad things, we can't earn unclean money," the aunt also asked. Seeing that the old couple began to feel uneasy again, Lu Feng could only explode a part of the industry. When they heard that Lu Feng was now a shareholder of a group with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars, the old couple directly Googled the Tianyu Group that Lu Feng had mentioned. After seeing the list of Tianyu Group shareholders found on the 1000 Degrees browser that really did have Lu Feng in it, the eldest uncle was also happy with tears coming out of his eyes, stating that the old Lu family had finally produced a big shot. Seeing the old couple so happy, Lu Feng opened the moutai and poured a glass for the eldest uncle, and then the family happily ate the meal. During the meal, the eldest uncle kept praising Lu Feng for his ability, while the aunt watched the two of them chatting with a smile on her face. "Little Feng, come and have a piece of ribs," the aunt said and gave Lu Feng a piece of ribs in his bowl. Lu Yanyan saw that her mom only gave Lu Feng a piece, not her, and said it wasn't fair, so she had no choice but to give Lu Yanyan another piece. The meal lasted for more than an hour. Lu Feng helped his uncle who had drunk too much to go to his room, while Lu Yanyan and her aunt cleaned up the housework. Since uncle had drunk too much, after the meal, there were only Lu Feng, his aunt and Lu Yanyan chatting together. Lu Feng took a bunch of maintenance and skin care products and introduced them to his aunt, while she sat on the sofa with a smile on her face and looked at Lu Feng who couldn't stop talking. At night, a small house of less than 100 square meters gave Lu Feng a feeling that even a big villa could not give. Yes, affection cannot be replaced by anything. Chapter 36, Buying a House for My Eldest Uncle. Little Feng, get up and eat. Coming. Lu Feng heard his aunt calling him from the living room, so he hurriedly washed up and came out. Sitting on the dining table, looking at the eggs fried by his aunt, the boiled rice porridge, and the exquisite small pickled vegetables, Lu Feng was already drooling. Yan, hurry up, you're the only one missing, the eldest uncle shouted back. In a pleasant atmosphere, the family of four finished their breakfast. Eldest uncle and aunt were employees of a factory. They were supposed to go to work, but Lu Feng came back, so the two families also decided to take a few days off to spend some time with Lu Feng. Fortunately, eldest uncle is now a small director of the factory, otherwise it would not have been easy to ask for a leave of absence. After dinner, Lu Feng proposed that the family go out to play, while the weather is cool, otherwise it will be hot again by noon. Once I heard that we can go out to play, but Lu Yanyan was very excited. The eldest uncle and aunt sat on Lu Feng's Audi, and looked around at this wonderful luxury car in their eyes. Little Feng, although we can earn money now, we must learn to save money, the aunt educated with a serious tone. She was afraid that Lu Feng would learn to be bad. Aha, I know, auntie, don't worry about it. Hearing his aunt's teaching, Lu Feng replied with a happy face. Xuancheng, a city with the ancient style of Jiangnan, the old houses everywhere, and an old street in town, constituted this ancient city of culture in the mouths of countless poets and literary figures. Today, Lu Feng brought his family to a very lively ancient town in Xuancheng, where his eldest uncle often brought them when they were small. Looking at the ever-changing ancient town, Lu Feng also lamented that time had passed really fast, and then the family strolled around the ancient town. Brother, try this, we used to eat it when we were little. Lu Yanyan bought a bag of twisted flowers, then unwrapped it and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the twist, put it into his mouth, and began to taste it. Lu Yanyan also didn't forget to put one in her mom and dad's mouth. Long years, the ancient town has gone through 100 years. Green stone paved long alley, that hidden in the years of flavor. Modern cities can never be replaced. The ancient town is quietly located here, watching generations grow up. After the family strolled through the ancient town, ready to go eat something, and then the eldest uncle let Lu Feng drive to an old street. This is it. Before often bring you two to eat place. Uncle smilingly pointed to the small restaurant in front of him. Lu Feng remembered. Before every time the eldest uncle and aunt paid their salaries, they would come here to eat. And Lu Feng and Lu Yanran would order the groundnut balls here every time. Is it a new person? I remember it was an old grandpa before. Lu Feng asked suspiciously. The old grandpa you're talking about quit 2 years ago. Now it's his son who took over the job, said the aunt. Let's order first, the eldest uncle said and picked up a handwritten menu that looked very dated and handed it to Lu Feng. Brother, I'll have the groundnut balls and lotus root glutinous rice, Lu Yanran said hurriedly. Okay, here you go. Then Lu Feng ordered a few dishes and handed them to the eldest uncle. The eldest uncle and aunt took a look at the fact that Lu Feng didn't even order any meat and added 2 more meat dishes to the menu. You guys are young, how can you not eat meat? The aunt said gently. After 10 minutes, began to serve the food. The first dish is Lu Feng thought for several years of groundnut balls. Lu Feng clip up a put into the mouth slowly tasted up. Well, or the flavor of childhood. During this time, the eldest uncle and aunt also kept giving Lu Feng food. Let him eat more. Said he was starving outside the skinny. In the eyes of all elders, go home to the children will always be skinny, because they are attached to the children, afraid that they are not good outside. After eating, the eldest proposed to go home and rest, because after all, it was summer, and now it was already noon. It was starting to get hot. It was not suitable for going out to play, but Lu Feng disagreed, saying that he would give them a surprise, and then he drove them to other places. The car stopped at the sales department of a neighborhood, and Lu Feng walked in with a puzzled uncle and aunt. As soon as they went in, a sales lady warmly greeted them. Welcome, what type of room do you need to see? Under the enthusiastic introduction of the salesgirl, uncle and auntie reacted that Lu Feng was trying to buy a house, so while the sales lady went to pour water, she hurriedly asked Lu Feng in a low voice what he was buying a house for now. Lu Feng is ready to buy for the eldest uncle and their two, but for fear that they do not agree, so he lied and said that it is for their own early preparation of the wedding room, so that the 2 old men to come over to help visit a little. Who knows that the eldest uncle and aunt heard unhappy, said that the wedding things have 2 of them to buy, which have their own to prepare their own wedding room, so that Lu Feng do not spend money. Uncle and aunt's words make Lu Feng eyes red, had to say again to come. Then look at it, hear this. Uncle only agreed to down, waiting for the sales department lady to pour water back. Lu Feng said to her to let her take to see the house. The sales lady gladly agreed. The salesgirl gladly agreed. Looking at the luxuriously decorated large flat in front of them, the eldest uncle and his aunt were dumbfounded. The salesgirl was introducing the information of the house. The whole house has an indoor area of 280 square feet, 4 rooms and 2 halls. Each bedroom is equipped with a separate bathroom. The living room is equipped with a public bathroom with a study room, a family video room, which the 2 master bedrooms are also equipped with a special check room and bathroom inside the large bathtub. After the introduction of the sales lady, took them to visit up. Uncle and aunt looked at the spacious bedroom, bright bathroom, and a large dining room is also like the horizontal hall. Lu Feng looked at the uncle. They like this house so much. Lu Yanyan pulled aside to talk about the whispers. Lu Feng told Lu Yanyan to let her hold back the old couple. He returned to the sales department to pay Lu Yanyan because she knows that Lu Feng is now super rich, so she no longer persuade anything. After all, she also wants to let her parents live a little better. Under the cover of Lu Yanyan, Lu Feng managed to get away to the sales department to pay. Running to the sales department of Lu Feng, found the sales manager, and then told the manager that he wanted the house, and accompanied him to see the name of the sales lady. The manager also began to calculate how much money. As to why to mention the name of the sales lady, of course, because Lu Feng is afraid of the sales manager to swallow the performance of the sales lady and commission. After all, the sales lady was also very responsible just now, introducing the house, serving tea and water, and taking them to see the existing house in such a hot day, so Lu Feng didn't mind helping her out. Hello sir, this house you are looking at, the total area reaches 318 square feet. The indoor practical area is 280 square feet, and the common area is 38 square feet, the sales manager said respectfully. Well, you directly say how much, Lu Feng said indifferently. Because of the money, he didn't care about these common area and whatnot. This house is well decorated. Furniture and home appliances are all available, so the selling price is 32,000 a square meter. The total price is 10,176,000 RMB. I'll make the decision. You can pay 10 million, and then give you 3 years of property fee waiver. The sales manager suppressed the excitement of his heart and said in a low voice, okay, swipe your card. Lu Feng gave his bank card to the property manager without the slightest hesitation. This makes the property manager more and more certain that the young man in front of him must be a big shot. Otherwise, how can he look at the house for a while and spend 10 million to buy it? The average tycoon would have to do a long time of thinking before he can buy it, and it may not necessarily be a full payment. The property manager took the bank card to the financial place, personally operated up. The property manager was directly stumped when he took Lu Feng's gold card and swiped it on the machine. The financial side of the machine thought it was broken, and wanted to go up to see it, but the result of seeing the balance on the card is also frozen. After a long time, the sales manager trembling said Xiao Xiao, I did not see it, which shows how many digits are. Finance Xiao Xiao also counted up with a trembling hand. Manager, a total of nearly 1.2 billion deposits. Finance Xiao Xiao said back in a trembling voice. When the manager heard that there were 1.2 billion deposits, he directly determined that Lu Feng was really a heavenly big shot, because anyone who had more than 1 billion deposits on top of a random bank card was worth more than 10 billion at the very least, which made the manager respect Lu Feng even more. On Lu Feng's side, he was sitting on the sofa enjoying the attentiveness sent by the other sales ladies. What with the fruits, snacks, well-brewed tea, and the seduction of the sales lady if there was any. As for why to be attentive to Lu Feng, nonsense, their eyes are not blind. A look at the house less than 2 hours to pay people, or buy more than 10 million houses. That has to be how rich are. If Lu Feng now want their phone number, the night they can contact Lu Feng said they have been lying on the bed to clean up. That is, Lu Feng put forward a number of people together. They estimate that they will not refuse. Who would like to give up such an opportunity to hold a big leg? Besides, they will not refuse to give up the opportunity to give up a big leg. Who wants to give up such a chance to hold a big leg? Besides, Lu Feng is still so handsome. Just when Lu Feng was sitting on the sofa being bored, a man suddenly saw Lu Feng and walked towards him. Lu Feng, it's really you kid. Chapter 37 Encounter High School Classmates. Lu Feng looked at the front of the look for a long time, did not recognize who in the end. The man looked at Lu Feng, has not recognized himself, had to laugh and said, you are really expensive, people forget things. I am your high school classmate, Lu Xiang. Lu Feng remembered, Lu Xiang, his high school classmate, but the relationship was just average. Xiang, it's been a long time, you've changed so much, I didn't even recognize you. Lu Feng smiled and extended his hand. Yeah, you haven't come back since you went to college. Of course you've changed a lot. Lu Xiang also stretched out his hand and shook Lu Feng's. What are you doing here? Lu Feng asked. Don't mention it, it's not to see the house. The girlfriend had to have the house here. Lu Xiang said helplessly. Yo, this is going to get married. Start preparing the wedding room. Lu Feng asked with a smile. Which is not, just come over to see. This side of the house is the best in Xuancheng, so the first goal is set here. Lu Xiang said. Well, the houses here are not bad. Lu Feng said back. Yeah, especially the big flat inside. That's the luxury of luxury, but my economy can only look at ordinary suites. Lu Xiang said with a smile and shook his head. The two chatted for a while before the manager took care of the payment and walked out. Mr. Lu, your card, please keep it. The manager returned the card to Lu Feng with a respectful face. The procedure is estimated to be able to be done in 2 days. By then you can just come over and take it directly, and then you can just do a real estate license. The manager added. Okay, I know, Lu Feng said lightly. Lu Xiang said a few more words. Then Lu Feng was ready to go to look for the eldest uncle, who expected just walk 2 steps. The sales manager called him to stop, told him, sent 2 parking spaces to him, let him in a couple of days to get the documents to confirm it will be fine. Lu Feng listened to the sales manager, said thank you, and then went away. Lu Xiang, who was on the side, had not yet understood what was going on, when he heard the sales manager talking to him, asking him if he was familiar with Lu Feng. When Lu Xiang saw the manager asking, he said that he and Lu Feng were high school classmates, and then he ran into them here today and chatted together. Sales manager heard Lu Xiang and Lu Feng is a classmate, is also enthusiastic, and heard Lu Xiang is ready to look at the house here. The sales manager hastened to ensure that he gives him a most favorable price. Lu Xiang was a bit confused. The sales manager saw this and explained, and when he heard that Lu Feng had paid the full amount of $10 million for the large flat he had dreamed of, Lu Xiang suddenly realized that he did not know this former classmate. On the other hand, Lu Feng was also back in the house again. Sales was still introducing the kitchen hood to his aunt at this time. Lu Yanyan saw Lu Feng coming back and hurriedly walked over. Brother, is it done? How much did it cost? Lu Yanyan asked in a low voice. It's done. It didn't cost much, just $10 million, and also sent 2 parking spaces. Lu Feng also whispered back. Even if she was psychologically prepared in advance, Lu Yanyan was shocked by the price. 10 million if stored in the bank, the interest for a year will be 300,000 to 400,000. then you will never have to work. Brother, a little too expensive, or we do not want it, said Lu Yanyan heartbroken. Ha 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 ha, you little girl, I earn money, not to uncle they spend, I give who to spend besides not just a set of house it, I owe uncle favor of this life are not finished, Lu Feng said with a smile. Even though Lu Feng said so, Lu Yanyan was still a bit distressed, because in her opinion, her brother's income is not easy. Seeing that Lu Yanyan still wanted to say something, Lu Feng rubbed her head and then told her that she had bought it all, so let her live in peace, and the little girl then didn't say anything else. At this time, the sight of the research dishwasher uncle also found Lu Feng, asked Lu Feng to do. Lu Feng casually find an excuse to pass. Uncle also did not think much. At this time, the aunt has begun to ask how much the sales she wanted to buy for Lu Feng. Lu Feng heard the aunt ask the price, rushed over to pull the sales went out, and then with Lu Yanyan winked. Lu Yanyan with her hand and an okay gesture let him rest assured. Lu Feng this hand operation to the eldest uncle and aunt have been puzzled. Lu Feng this side pulling sales has been out of the door. Sales is full of red face looking at Lu Feng. Do not understand in front of the big handsome man to pull themselves out of what? Looked at their own whole shy little girl. Lu Feng had to explain that this set of houses just now they have paid the money. Commission and performance has also been credited to her head. The salesgirl heard the house has been paid, and performance is also counted to their heads. Suddenly excited do not know what to do. To know that this is more than 10 million houses, and the commission of the large flat will be even higher. She can get more than $80,000. To know that she has not 3 hours from the reception of Lu Feng, and now she has completed the sale. The little girl was smashed by the happiness in front of her. After a long while, the sales lady reacted, and then she frantically thanked Lu Feng, saying that she wanted to treat him to dinner, while Lu Feng waved his hand and refused. After letting the sales lady go, Lu Feng went back to his room and heard his uncle and aunt discussing the matter of buying him a house. In fact, his uncle had money in his hand. His and his aunt's salary and bonuses together amounted to almost $30,000 a month, which is why he had the courage to discuss about buying this house for Lu Feng. Lu Feng took a deep breath, suppressed the heart of the touching, walked out, and as soon as she saw Lu Feng came, asked him what he went to do, where the sales lady went. Lu Feng sat on the sofa and looked at his eldest uncle and aunt seriously, telling them to prepare themselves mentally. He was going to talk about something. His eldest uncle and aunt were confused. Eldest uncle, aunt, you must not get excited, Lu Feng said to them with a smile. Brat, what is it that you want to tell us? Is it that you don't have enough money? The eldest uncle asked with concern. No, I just want to ask you guys if you like this house, Lu Feng asked. I like it. When the time comes, I will buy it for you as a wedding house, the aunt said with a smile. It's good that you like it, because I already bought it, just now, Lu Feng said as he looked at the two of them. What? You're not lying to me, the eldest uncle and aunt asked with an incredulous look on their faces. Really, mom and dad, brother really did buy him out, Lu Yanran said with a smile as well. Then how much does this house cost? It's estimated to be more than $3 million. I know that you kid is rich, but buying a house is a matter between me and your aunt. What are you blindly worrying about? The eldest uncle said in an unhappy tone. Yes, Xiao Feng, later I will let your uncle to transfer the money to you. You are now just starting a business in the early stage. It is the time to use the money. Besides, to buy you a house as we two have long been agreed, the aunt also said. When Lu Feng heard the sincere words of his elder brother and aunt, he directly walked forward and hugged them both. Although he didn't understand why Lu Feng suddenly hugged them, they both hugged Lu Feng tightly. After all, they had long treated Lu Feng as their own son. After Lu Feng hugged them, he whispered that he had bought this house for their two elders, to repay them for the kindness of their upbringing, and to let them enjoy their happiness. As a result, the two said nothing, said the house to be used for Lu Feng as a wedding room. They have a place to live. Lu Feng had no choice but to hold the hands of the two men and speak for a long time before the two of them slowly accepted. Xiao Feng, how much does this house cost? According to the current average house price in Xuanqing of about 10,000, it's almost more than $3 million, the eldest uncle asked. Lu Feng was just about to answer when Lu Yanran jumped ahead. I know, brother spent a total of 10 million. Chapter 38, moving into a new home. What? So expensive? The eldest uncle and aunt directly shouted out after hearing this. Yes, what you know is the average house price. This is a high-grade neighborhood, and it's a luxury flat, and it's all decorated, so it must be expensive, Lu Yanran explained. After hearing the price, the two old men said whatever they wanted Lu Feng to return it. Lu Feng looked at the two old men with a serious face and said, Uncle, aunt, you have raised me for so many years, treating me as if I were your own, loving me even more than Yen Yen. How can I repay you, now that I have money? So what if I buy you a house? I will never be able to repay you enough for all the kindness you have given me. After listening to Lu Feng's words, the aunt was already moved to lie down in Lu Yinyan's arms and cried. The eldest uncle also had red eyes, then walked up and hugged Lu Feng, constantly patting Lu Feng's back. Good boy, uncle did not hurt you in vain. After a while, the eldest uncle let go of Lu Feng said. The aunt also stopped crying under Lu Yanran's comfort. Today is a great day for us to buy a house. No one is allowed to cry anymore. Lu Feng wiped a handful of tears and said with a smile. Yes, Xiao Feng is right. You two mothers also hurry up and wipe your tears. We have to be happy. The eldest uncle agreed. Lu Yanyan and her mom wiped their tears and laughed as well. Then let's go first. Later I'll find a housekeeper and ask her to clean it for us. In 2 days we'll move over here. Lu Feng said. Aya, what kind of cleaning is it? I'll just come over tomorrow and clean it. Why waste that money? Said his aunt heartily. Yes, your aunt is right. We have money now, but we can't waste it. I'll come with your aunt tomorrow to clean it up, said his eldest uncle. There was no way. Lu Feng could only agree. Then several people went downstairs together to prepare to go back. Before leaving, Lu Feng secretly sent a text message to the manager. Let him help to find a few cleaning a little bit of health. The manager also directly agreed. After returning home, the eldest uncle and aunt also sat on the sofa and did not move, always feeling that today is like dreaming. Lu Feng poured a glass of water for the two, and then a few people sat in the living room and chatted. After a long time, Lu Feng returned to his room, ready to enter the system to see what good things today. After all, so many times, Lu Feng is not like before specifically wait until the system refreshes to enter the system to see what can be brushed out. In Lu Feng's words, he was used to it. As he entered the system reminded Lu Feng on time whether he was ready to draw or refresh the items. When Lu Feng heard this, he chose to refresh the items as usual. Ding! The items for this day's spike have been refreshed and the results are as follows. Rolex watch series totaling 12 watches, worth 20 million. 3 billion cash card, worth 3 billion renminbi. Mall lottery once, incalculable value. What's the situation with this third one? Lu Feng asked. The secondary system can refresh the products it carries, such as prestige value, lottery chances, special skills, and the like, the system explained mercilessly. Oh right, you don't say I forgot. Last time I spent all my reputation value. How can I earn reputation value again? Lu Feng asked again. Prestige value in the host's own property. Prestige related. Now the host can produce 100 prestige value per day. The system explained. Okay, got it. Lu Feng nodded his head and then selected the 3 billion cash card and retreated. It just so happened that Lu Feng was going to make a trip to Fat City in a couple of days. And with this 3 billion, plus the original 1 billion or so, the sale group's funding problem could be said to have been completely solved. That said, isn't it possible to refresh the characters? How come I haven't seen them for several times? The chances are too low. Lu Feng thought. He had been craving for those bodyguards and the like for a long time. Unlike Lu Feng, who was resting on his bed, his uncle and aunt went out to buy vegetables at the market, ready to come back and cook something delicious for Lu Feng. After they came back from buying vegetables, they started to cook dinner in the kitchen, and in a short while, 6 dishes and 1 soup came out of the pot, and all the dishes were served on the table before they called out to Lu Feng to come out to eat. Lu Feng heard the eldest uncle shouting himself, also quickly climbed up from the bed, walked to the living room to see the eldest uncle and aunt has already done dinner waiting for himself. Lu Feng knocked Lu Yanran's door, let her come out to eat. After eating, Lu Feng discussed with his uncle and the two of them, when the hygiene is cleaned up, they can directly move over to live. His uncle and aunt agreed, but after knowing that Lu Feng still secretly looked for cleaning, the two of them still can't help but complain about Lu Feng. The night was silent. Early the next morning, Lu Yanyan was called up by Lu Feng, and then the two of them didn't even have time to eat breakfast before they hurriedly went out. What are you doing, brother? I'm so sleepy. What are you doing by calling me up so early? Lu Yanyan, who was sitting in the car, asked with a yawn. It's not to buy some things that can be used in the new home at that time. Let's buy them in advance so that they won't have to move things around from the old home, Lu Feng said. When Lu Yanyan heard that she was going to buy things, she instantly came to her senses, and hurriedly stated that her new room was missing a makeup table. Lu Feng heard this and said atmospherically that he would buy whatever he wanted when he got to the place. Soon the two drove to Xuancheng's largest home furnishing plaza. Although most of the things inside the large flat, but some small objects and necessities of life are still missing. For example, quilts, bath towels, and so on, missing more. So early this morning Lu Feng pulled Lu Yanran out to buy things. The two first came to the place to buy furniture, for Lu Yanyan to select a makeup table. Soon Lu Yanyan selected a white and blue duplex dresser, and then Lu Feng left the address of the new home. Let them send over in the afternoon. Then the two came to the home living area, picked out some necessities. What towels? Bath towels. slippers and so on. Finally, Lu Feng selected a few comforters and asked the delivery master to send them over in the afternoon. Soon, the morning passed. Lu Feng took Lu Yanran to eat a little on the street, and then rushed to the new home. Just after arriving downstairs, the delivery master was already waiting downstairs, so Lu Feng brought the delivery master to the door. Under the efforts of the delivery master, soon all the things were delivered on. Lu Feng gave the master a tip of $500, and the master left happily. Come on, it's our turn to work hard. Give them both a surprise tonight, Lu Feng said to Lu Yanran. After saying that, the two of them started to set up their new home. Those daily necessities that they bought were quickly placed where they should be. Since the cleaning that the sales manager found yesterday had already cleaned up overnight, it only took less than 2 hours for the entire new home to be set up with the daily necessities, ready to be moved in. Just lying on the sofa to rest for a while, Lu Feng called the hotel to send over a table of food, ready to let the eldest uncle and aunt come over to celebrate this evening. Everything is ready. Lu Feng let Lu Yanyan wait here for the hotel to deliver the dishes, and he himself went back to pick up the eldest uncle and them. Chapter 39, The Group's Great Upheaval. Uncle, open the door, Lu Feng shouted as he stood outside the door. The eldest uncle in the house heard the commotion and came over to help Lu Feng open the door. You brat, where have you been all day, and you're nowhere to be seen with Yan Yan? The eldest uncle asked curiously. Can't say. Want to give you guys a surprise? Lu Feng said mysteriously. What is so mysterious? Xiao Feng, aunt heard the conversation and was also curious. Let's go. You will know when we arrive, said he pulled the two downstairs to go. Although they didn't understand what it meant, but the eldest uncle and the two of them still followed over smilingly. Soon, the car arrived at the Sandalwood Courtyard, which was the newly bought house here. Seeing Lu Feng came to the Sandalwood Courtyard, the eldest uncle curiously asked what to do here. Now the old family things are not taken over, and cannot live. Lu Feng did not explain, parked the car and pulled the two upstairs. As soon as he opened the door, Lu Yanyan quickly jumped out. The salute in his hand shot out at the same time. Welcome mom and dad, to the new house, Lu Yanyan said with a smile. Eldest uncle and auntie still didn't understand what was going on. Lu Feng explained that he and Lu Yanyan had been busy all day today for the new home, and now the new home was ready to move in right away. Everything was complete. After hearing this, uncle and auntie were touched by Lu Feng. As if they suddenly thought of something, the aunt suddenly said, then I still have to hurry to buy vegetables and seasonings. It's time for dinner. Lu Yanyan heard pulling her mother's hand toward the dining room. See the dining room above the dishes, Lu Yanyan explained to her mother. It turns out that Lu Feng has been all ready. Aunt heard straight to praise Lu Feng has grown up. Afterwards, the family finished their first meal in their new home happily. The aunt who brought the dishes to the kitchen wanted to brush the dishes, but Lu Yanyan came over and put the bowls directly into the dishwasher, and then started to teach her mom how to use these things in the kitchen. Although Lu Yanyan cannot cook, but after all, is a young man, for these new things faster, soon, in Lu Yanyan's explanation, aunt understand the kitchen inside the high-tech. Lu Feng this side and uncle is talking in the living room. Tomorrow to leave home, go to the fat city that the company has something, need him to go over. After listening to the uncle did not say anything, just let him slow down on the road, pay attention to safety. After chatting for a while, Lu Feng returned to his room and opened the system to make today's choice. But today's luck seemed to be particularly bad. The best option was the Patek Philippe wristwatch set, worth $65 million. After making his choice, Lu Feng laid down on his bed and fell asleep, while the eldest uncle and aunt lying in their new room couldn't sleep. They sat there and chatted about the past, about the interesting stories of Lu Feng and Lu Yanyan when they were young, until late at night. The two of them lying on the bed couldn't believe that they were now able to live in a house worth $10 million. There were no words all night. In the morning, after eating the breakfast made by his aunt, Lu Feng drove off in the direction of Fat City. While Lu Feng was rushing to Face City, this side of the Sail Power Group was in a state of chaos. It turned out that since Zhao Yun and Wang Jingyan had fallen out, Wang Jingyan had started to do ideological work with his staff in order to benefit from the side of Yachty, trying to get them to go to Yachty with him, but except for his own direct staff, the others, without knowing about the group's bankruptcy, didn't have a few people who were willing to go with him. Zhao Yun was also furious when he heard his secretary tell him that Wang Jingyan was digging around. He had clearly told him that he could leave if he wanted to, but he just couldn't dig people up. But Wang Jingyan had taken his words as a deaf ear. The furious Zhao Yun immediately called Wang Jingyan to his office. Wang Jingyan, what are you doing? Zhao Yun said angrily as he slammed the table. Old Zhao, I didn't do anything. Why are you so angry? Wang Jingyan is full of concern said. Do you know what kind of impact you're causing to the group by digging around in the group right now? I just told the staff underneath. I'm leaving. The result is that they voluntarily want to go with me. the group was really blind to recruit you in the first place. Zhao, I'm warning you not to talk nonsense. You are now a clay bodhisattva over the river itself. You still do not let me run a good future. Two people in the office loud quarrel. Passing employees heard the office quarrel, also scared to death. After a while, only to see the office door was opened directly. Wang Jingyan directly stood in the corridor to the downstairs as still working employees shouted all. Pay attention to, the group has gone bankrupt, are packaged for sale, Zhao Yunzhao big president is still hidden from you. I can't bear to look at you unemployed. To help you contact the Yachty Group. And now, are willing to follow me? Immediately go to fill out the resignation report. Now, if you are willing to follow me, immediately go and fill out the resignation report. After today, you won't have this opportunity. The employees suddenly heard the vice president say this. They instantly panicked, because they knew that the vice president should be telling the truth. Even if Zhao Yun tried his best to cover it up, but they still heard something during this period of time. And now that the vice president said the group's bankruptcy in his own mouth, it was undoubtedly a confirmation that the group's bankruptcy was real. Those employees who were ready to go with Wang Jingyan immediately got up and went to fill out the resignation report, while the rest of the employees stayed in place and didn't know what to do. From Wang Jingyan came out to say the group bankruptcy thing, before and after less than a minute, when Zhao Yun reacted. Already late. He never thought Wang Jingyan actually really dared to declare the company bankruptcy in public. Zhao Yun quickly walked out, pointing at Wang Jingyan's nose and cursed. It has come to this point. Wang Jingyan is also broken and quarrel with Zhao Yun. The company executives saw that the two directly quarreled in public. They also hurriedly ran over to pull the two apart. Zhao Yun couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with Wang Jingyan at this point, and quickly took out his cell phone and connected to the company's call system, explaining on it. Everyone don't believe what you just said. The company isn't bankrupt. It's just changed its chairman. I've already been notified that the chairman will come over today and bring a large sum of money to use to help the group tide over the immediate difficulties. Please believe me. After hearing the president's explanation, most of the employees at the bottom chose to believe the president, except for Wang Jingyan's direct subordinates who still chose to leave. The executives actually knew more than the employees at the bottom, so nearly a quarter of the executives were willing to follow Wang Jingyan to Yachty. Wang Jingyan, you're waiting for a lawyer's letter. Zhao Yun, who had finished sending the message, said indignantly, especially seeing that roughly a quarter of the executives had chosen Wang Jingyan. Zhao Yun became even more furious and rebuked these executives for not thinking about the group. Wang Jingyan laughed out loud when he heard these words. Mr. Zhao, people die for wealth and birds die for food. The group is bankrupt. Why do you still want us to guard it? Wang Jingyan said disdainfully, just as Zhao Yun wanted to retort. Wang Jingyan then spoke loudly again. Isn't the new director coming today? Just in time. This is my resignation report. I need him to sign it. After saying that, he also asked those executives and employees who were ready to go with him to prepare their resignation reports. When the new director comes, it's just the right time to sign them together. Zhao Yun just wanted to stop. The phone in his pocket rang. Took out a look at the notes. It was Lu Feng called. Zhao Yun hurriedly answered the phone. In hearing that Lu Feng has come, Zhao Yun excited almost cried, and hurriedly ran down to pick up Lu Feng. Wang Jingyan looked at the faraway Zhao Yun, while he looked with a disdainful face, because he knew the current situation of the group. That is, someone has taken over the sailing. Without more than $1 billion there is no way to stabilize the current turmoil. If you want to make the company turn around, it would need at least $4 to $5 billion. Let me take a look at this new director. To how to face the group's current predicament, plus so many executive employees resigned, it is estimated that the new director can directly let the new director collapse it. They spent so much money to buy the group, actually want to go bankrupt. Change me, I also collapse. Wang Jingyan thought with a smile. Just when Wang Jingyan was gloating, the elevator door not far away suddenly opened. Zhao Yun respectfully accompanied a young man out. Lu Feng had come. Chapter 40, Wang Jingyan's contempt. Seeing Lu Feng who kept approaching, Wang Jingyan somehow suddenly felt a trace of panic in his heart. Soon Lu Feng, accompanied by Zhao Yun, stood in front of Wang Jingyan, who was directly subdued by Lu Feng's aura, and a layer of cold sweat began to emerge on his brain. Hello, Vice President Wang, Lu Feng said politely. Seeing Lu Feng take the initiative to greet himself, Wang Jingyan let out a long breath of relief in his heart. Looks like this new chairman isn't good either. He's softening up now. Shouldn't he be begging me later and not letting me go? Wang Jingyan thought in his heart, and also looked down on Lu Feng for a few minutes. Hello, you are Lu Dong, right? Really long heard of your name. Today to get this see, really is the name is not false. Wang Jingyan said with a smile. At this time, those executives with resignation reports also came over, but seeing Lu Feng, the new director, from afar, they were scared and didn't dare to come forward again. Let's go in and talk, Lu Feng said indifferently. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Jingyan thought that Lu Feng was looking for a place with fewer people to beg him, so naturally he was happy to go. The three of them then walked into Zhao Yun's president's office together. Lu Feng walked straight to the president's seat, and the other two also found seats and sat down. I heard that Vice President Wang is going to resign, right? What is the reason for that? Lu Feng asked with a calm face as he sat on the chair. It's like this, Lu Dong. I am also getting older and a bit overwhelmed, so I am also ready to find an easy job and enjoy life, because Lu Feng is too calm right now. So Wang Jingyan is also a little bit confused about what exactly Lu Feng wants to do, so he had to find an excuse and said, "Oh, it's wanting to retire. Then why don't you retire in the group instead of having to run to Yachty? I'm not afraid of delaying the company, so I simply thought of leaving my job, so that everyone is a little bit easier. Then why do you leave your own, but also with the staff underneath to go together? You do not look like you want to retire peacefully. Look, Lu Dong, is they voluntarily follow me? Do not believe you let them over. You ask them." Wang Jingyan at this time has been a little afraid, because Lu Feng is really too calm, as if he is just a bystander. When Lu Feng heard Wang Jingyan's words, he directly asked Zhao Yun to go out and call over those employees and executives who were leaving. The president's office was flooded with dozens of people at once, but these dozens of people looked at me and I looked at you. None of them dared to speak. Why don't they all say anything? Lu Feng swept a glance at them and asked as he picked up his teacup. Hearing the director ask himself, these employees and executives instantly became even more afraid. One by one, they didn't dare to talk. Vice President Wang, come and let them talk. Lu Feng, who took a sip of water, directly named them. It was only after Wang Jingyan's questioning that these employees and executives trembled and said that they were willing to follow Vice President Wang to leave Sale Power Group. Zhao Yun had just wanted to stand out and reprimand these people after hearing them speak when he was fixed by a look from Lu Feng. Since everyone wants to leave the group and thinks that the group can't hold out anymore, then I'll be a good adult. After all, we can't cut off your wealth. Thank you, Lu Dong. Just after Lu Feng finished his words, Wang Jingyan got up and thanked him. Well, since I'm here today, it's time to sign your resignation reports. Starting with Vice President Wang, Lu Feng said as he looked at Wang Jingyan. Although he didn't understand why Lu Feng agreed so easily and didn't retain him, Wang Jingyan still honestly handed over his resignation report. After Lu Feng read the resignation report, he picked up a pen and directly wrote his name on the signature, and signed the resignation reports of those executives. By the way, as for the resignation reports of some of the employees, they were handed over to Zhao Yun to sign. Soon, these people's resignation reports were signed under Lu Feng and Zhao Yun's pen. Thank you, Mr. Lu, Wang Jingyan said happily, not forgetting to ask the other executives and employees to join him in thanking Lu Feng. Hearing these people's thanks, Zhao Yun really couldn't sit still, pointing at Wang Jingyan's nose and cursing him again, saying that he had no conscience. Due to Lu Feng's presence, Wang Jingyan didn't dare to talk back and could only let Zhao Yun scold him. After Zhao Yun scolded Wang Jingyan, he turned his head to scold those executives, who were directly scolded by Zhao Yun and lowered their heads in shame. In this way, Zhao Yun cursed for more than 10 minutes before he stopped under Lu Feng's stop. If it wasn't for Lu Feng stopping him, Zhao Yun said he could curse for a day. After cursing and signing the resignation report, Wang Jingyan now just wanted to hurry up and take these men of his to leave in a hurry. Lu Dong, then there's nothing to do. We'll retire first, Wang Jingyan said. The executives and employees on the side also nodded in unison. They didn't want to stay here for a minute. Wait a minute, Vice President Wang, you guys are resigning now, and I have agreed to it. So do you have to pay the liquidated damages of the contract? Lu Feng knocked on the table and looked up and asked. The moment the executives and employees heard that they need to pay the liquidated damages, they hurriedly looked at Wang Jingyan. After all, just now Wang Jingyan had promised them that they don't need to pay the liquidated damages themselves. Wang Jingyan looked at the employees and executives who were all staring at him, smiled faintly, then said to Lu Feng, Lu Dong, you can rest assured, everyone's liquidated damages, within 2 days to the company's account. Wang Jingyan finished a provocative look at Lu Feng. After half a day of waiting for him here, the result is this. Really, young people still need to practice. After saying that, Wang Jingyan was about to leave with the executives, but the result was called down by Lu Feng again. Vice President Wang, since the matter of liquidated damages is settled, let's talk about the matter of you spreading rumors around that the company is going bankrupt. When Wang Jingyan heard this, he also completely let go. Anyway, now that the resignation report had been signed, there was no need to worry about the liquidated damages, so Wang Jingyan directly said to Lu Feng, Lu Dong, as far as I know, the group now owes at least more than $1 billion, and is simply unable to repay, so this is why it went bankrupt and sold, and you took over. Am I right? Yes, that's right, Lu Feng still calmly said back. Then I said that the company went bankrupt, can still be considered a rumor? If you really want to pursue it, the group bankruptcy was hidden by the top management, hidden from the bottom employees. That is to be legally responsible. Wang Jingyan more and more excited to say, because it may not be possible to this resignation of the liquidated damages do not have to pay. Wang Jingyan thought in his heart. Zhao Yun saw that Lu Feng had fallen into the wind. He wanted to help Lu Feng to dislike him back, but he was stopped by Lu Feng, so he had no choice but to sit down again. Oh, who told you that the group is unable to repay these several $100 million? And who told you that the group is going bankrupt? Lu Feng looked at the happy Wang Jingyan and said, you just admitted it yourself. Why are you saying this now? Wang Jingyan was confused by Lu Feng. Lu Feng didn't care about him. He just asked Zhao Yun to take his bank card and go to the finance place to move the finance and machines over. Although Zhao Yun couldn't understand, he could only do as he was told. Soon, Zhao Yun came over with the finances and machines. Lu Dong, I brought you everything you wanted, Zhao Yun said under his breath, knowing that he had just run to the finance and back. Well, hard work, Lu Feng said, and then to the finance who did not understand the situation. Let Zhao Yun give her the bank card. Let her check how much money inside the bank card. After listening to the finance took the bank card. In the machine above a brush, the computer above shows how much money. The finance see above the number. Thought it was wrong, and rebrush again. The result is still those numbers. Finance directly froze on the spot. Aside Zhao Yun also thought that the financial unreliable, to go forward to operate themselves personally, but also by the computer above the numbers to control. In the two are frozen and the computer next to the side of the Wang Jingyan cannot sit, looking at a smiling Lu Feng, and frozen in front of the computer finance and Zhao Yun. Wang Jingyan peeled off the crowd also squeezed in, and then looked at the computer screen. In the next second, Wang Jingyan also froze there, and his face instantly paled. He also saw the string of numbers. Chapter 41, Wang Jingyan, paralyzed with fear. Looking at Wang Jingyan who was also frozen, Lu Feng then faintly asked the finance to say out loud how much money was inside the bank card. When the finance heard this, he raised his head tremblingly then whispered, "Can't hear you, speak louder." Lu Feng said again, "Lu Dong's bank card has nearly 4.2 billion renminbi inside." The finance shouted out with the loudest voice. In an instant, the executives and those employees on the sidelines were also stunned. No one thought that there was that much money inside this card, nor did they think that Lu Feng had that much money. MS. Finance, please take out $2 billion of the money in here and transfer it to the group account. Lu Feng didn't care about the other people beside him. When the finance heard this, she hurriedly started the operation. After all, this was her specialty, and it was the first time she performed in front of the chairman, so she couldn't make any mistakes. Soon, under the operation of the financial, originally already short of the group account on more than 2 billion, looking at the money already in the account, Lu Feng then started to make an issue with Wang Jingyan. "So, Vice President Wang, does the company still need to go bankrupt now? What you said before, is it a rumor?" Wang Jingyan instantly panicked when he heard this, because with this 2 billion, the group could really come back from the dead. Then what he said before would really be a rumor. Once it was determined to be a rumor, the group could immediately take him to court, and there was no way for him to refute it, because the group really didn't go bankrupt. The more he thought about it, the more scared Wang Jingyan was starting to tremble, and suddenly, as if he had found some kind of life-saving straw, he opened his mouth and said, "What I said was that the group was going bankrupt without you before you took over, and I didn't think that you could actually come up with 2 billion to help the group bring it back from the dead, so I don't count it as spreading rumors. But you made the rumor after I took over the group. You don't even understand whether the chairman has the ability to solve the group's problems or not. You concluded that the group is going to go bankrupt, and also made a rumor to the employees underneath. Shouldn't you have to compensate for the losses caused by this?" Lu Feng suddenly stood up. His body's aura seemed to be like a big mountain, and he pressed towards Wang Jingyan. Lu Feng suddenly stood up. His aura seemed to be like a mountain, pressing towards Wang Jingyan. Wang Jingyan was directly paralyzed on the ground by Lu Feng's aura and words. Zhao Yun on the side was also startled, because at this moment Lu Feng's aura was like a tiger that wanted to devour people. Seeing Wang Jingyan sitting on the ground in fear, Lu Feng seemed to be like a different person again, and gently said to Finance who was standing by the side, "This is my car key, please go to the co-pilot and get the document bag on it." Finance heard, took the keys and ran out. At this time the president's office is too scary. She did not want to stay down for a second. After the finance went to get the key, Lu Feng squatted next to Wang Jingyan and looked at him with a smile. Wang Jingyan was so scared that he propped his 2 arms on the ground and retreated backward. But how could Lu Feng let him go? How arrogant he was just now. Now he was going to make him more wretched. Lu Feng added to Wang Jingyan, "If you don't have any problems, tomorrow I will find a lawyer to send you a lawyer's letter. Let's see you in court." At this time, Zhao Yun, who was standing on the side, also started his journey of adding fuel to the fire. "Lu Dong, Our group has a legal department. Now we can let the legal department launch a lawsuit against Wang Jingyan in the name of jeopardizing the group's reputation, rumor mongering, and creating panic within the group. Zhao Yun was really cool at this time. Just now looking at the flaunting Wang Jingyan, he was holding a bellyful of fire. Now it was just right to vent it on Wang Jingyan again. Really? Then let the legal department send him 1 inch. Lu Feng heard that he could still do this, and directly agreed. Zhao Yun, after receiving the order, also hurriedly ran out to personally notify the legal department to go. Zhao Yun's side just went out. The finance that took the documents ran back again. Lu Dong, the documents you asked for. The finance came up for air and said, saying that he handed Lu Feng the car keys and a thick bag of documents. Hard. I'll give you 3 days paid vacation. Take a good rest. Lu Feng looked at the gasping finance said. As soon as he heard that he would get 3 days paid vacation for running an errand, the finance happily thanked Lu Feng repeatedly and then went down. Lu Feng sat back in his chair after getting the file bag, then opened it and read it. Wang Jingyan also finally stood up from the ground, but at the moment he could only stand there honestly not daring to do anything. Lu Feng, who had been reading the documents for a while, raised his head, and a trace of anger flashed across his face, but it was quickly hidden. Then he raised his head and looked at Wang Jingyan with a gloomy face, while Wang Jingyan was also startled by the Lu Feng at this moment. To know until now, Lu Feng did not show such an expression, but after reading the document, he showed such an expression to him. What exactly was written inside the document that could make the joyful and angry director angry so much? Wang Jingyan, don't you want to know what exactly is recorded in this document? Lu Feng's flat voice exploded in Wang Jingyan's ears. Instantly, Wang Jingyan was scared out of his wits. Just now it was when he was forcing his way through the palace. Lu Feng was also calling him Vice President Wang, but now he was directly addressing him by name. Wang Jingyan trembled and said that he did not know what he remembered from above, hoping that Lu Feng could inform. Seeing that Wang Jingyan would not die until he reached the Yellow River, Lu Feng took the document and read it. 2017, April 25th. Wang Jingyan used the convenience of his position to embezzle 230,000 yuan of the company's payment for goods. June 13, 2017. Wang Jingyan used his vice president status to molest a female employee. The female employee had evidence in hand, but did not dare to report it. February 5, 2018. Wang Jingyan received 1.2 million yuan in kickbacks from suppliers underneath. In August 2019, using his identity to arrange relatives within the group, even the 70-year-old sixth maternal uncle was arranged into the company as a monitor caretaker. Strongly suppressing his anger, Lu Feng looked at Wang Jingyan, who was already paralyzed on the ground again, and directly smashed the document in his hand at Wang Jingyan. With a snap, the document just smashed on Wang Jingyan's head, but Wang Jingyan didn't seem to feel the pain, just looked at the scattered documents with a godless gaze. The evidence is overwhelming. I have read out less than 1/10 of this. What else do you have to say? Lu Feng regained his composure and said indifferently. Wang Jingyan was like a wooden man at this moment, not making any reaction. Just at this moment, Zhao Yun walked over with the lawsuit documents from the legal department, looking at a group of scared and trembling executives, while looking at Wang Jingyan who was paralyzed on the ground, and Lu Feng who was sitting on the president's chair drinking tea. Zhao Yun also didn't understand what happened. Zhao Yun carefully came in front of Lu Feng and handed the lawsuit documents to Lu Feng. Lu Dong, the litigation documents are ready. Please take a look. Who knew that Lu Feng didn't even look at it and tore it up directly? Zhao Yun was too scared to breathe when he saw it. Go and pick up the documents on the ground, and rewrite a lawyer's letter for me to add to all the things on it, and send it to our big vice president, Lu Feng but then said. After hearing this, Zhao Yun directly went over and picked up the documents on the ground. Just by casually scanning them, Zhao Yun was directly enraged. He always knew that Wang Jingyan had small actions, but on the basis of doing so many things for the group, he had always turned a blind eye. But how could he have thought that Wang Jingyan had actually done so many things? Immediately, he started spraying Wang Jingyan again. Alright, stop arguing, Lu Feng said as he placed his teacup on the table. Zhao Yun immediately didn't dare to say anything else. Seeing that the crowd had quieted down, Lu Feng added, I understand that when the water is clear, there is no fish. You say that you are greedy for some money is not on the line, but also molested the staff, but also those of your relatives who have no ability at all to arrange into the company, especially your sixth uncle grandpa. You say, what is his ability? He knows what monitoring is for. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the executives on the side all immediately couldn't hold back their laughter, who expected Lu Feng to turn his head and talk about them again. You guys don't hold your laughter either. See the rest of the documents on my desk, Lu Feng said and picked up one of them and read it out. Sun Jichao, Who is the Deputy General Manager of the group's Research and Development Department? Used his position in 2020. Chapter 42 Rising Up and Injuring Someone. Sun Jichao. Served as Deputy General Manager of the group's Research and Development Department. Used his position to embezzle 24,000 yuan of the company's public funds in 2020. Zhou Xiaotian. 2021 used his position to pressurize his employees to help him spell sure cut a knife. Wu Kuwei. Served as manager of the company's sales department. In 2019, embezzled employee performance bonuses, totaling 42,000 yuan. Now, can you people still laugh? There is no reading your name. Don't think that you are clean under your ass. I just didn't pick your documents. Lu Feng put the documents down and said. All of a sudden, the entire president's office was silent. Not a little bit of sound. Everyone was trembling with fear, afraid that there was still something about themselves inside those documents. Zhao Yun was also shocked. He looked at the president in front of him, as if he was looking at some incredible monster, because Lu Feng mastered the information is too detailed, even detailed to the year, month and day, to know that these things, maybe a lot of them personally forgot, but Lu Feng can actually find. No wonder from entering the company is so calm, so everything is ready. First attracting people who are going to resign to jump out, and then giving them a head-on blow, knocking them off their feet without knowing a thing. This kind of calculation and brains, is it really possible for a 20-something-year-old to do this? Just as Zhao Yun was still marveling at Lu Feng's layout, Wang Jingyan, who was sitting on the ground, finally reacted. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance he just had. All he had was endless pity. He hurriedly crawled to Lu Feng's feet and began to beg bitterly. Lu Dong, I know I'm wrong. I beg you to spare me this time. No, how could you be wrong, my big vice president? Lu Feng but snorted. Lu Dong, I really know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have left my job. I shouldn't have spread the rumor. I beg you to spare me this time. Wang Jingyan knelt on the ground and said with a sniffle and a tear, but you just said that what you said was not a rumor, but the truth and even threatened the company in turn. Lu Feng just sat on the chair and watched him perform. Lu Dong, that was unintentional. I really know it's wrong. You can punish me however you want, but don't hand me over to the police. Wang Jingyan knew too well. If what he had done was really taken to court, then what awaited him would be a combination of several offenses, and he would have to do at least 10 years in jail. Big Vice President Wang, I'm more curious. Have you ever thought that it would be like this before? When you brought people to force the resignation, when you took the benefits of Yachty, when you dug up people, you didn't think about the group a little bit for the sake of the group? Lu Feng asked Wang Jingyan, dumbfounded by a series of questions and didn't know how to answer. You have not considered for the group. Not even a little bit. The group accident. You are the first to run away, but also to dig people, but also to create panic. So, I do not have to consider for you. Lu Feng got up and said. Wang Jingyan still kept kowtowing. While kowtowing, he also slapped himself. Lu Dong, I'll give you all my savings. I beg you, don't sue me. Wang Jingyan said as he saw Lu Feng standing up and hurriedly hugged Lu Feng's leg. Zhao Yun looked at Wang Jingyan at this time as also a lot of feelings. If I knew this, why did I bother? Lu Feng, however, kicked him over, lowered his head and looked at Wang Jingyan indifferently and said, what about the female employee who was intimidated and molested by you? Will she forgive you if I forgive you? Wang Jingyan instantly stopped talking. Lu Feng turned around and was about to leave. Lu Dong, is it that if I obtain the forgiveness of the female employee, you will forgive me? Wang Jingyan suddenly said. Hearing this, Lu Feng suddenly laughed, and then said, who are you to gain someone else's forgiveness? Even if she forgives you, I will personally send you to jail to eat jail food. After saying this, he took Zhao Yun and walked out of the office door, while Zhao Yun notified the security guards to come over and carry Wang Jingyan away. Just as Zhao Yun had just put down his cell phone, Wang Jingyan suddenly rushed out from the president's office, still holding the armbar that Zhao Yun had placed in his office for exercise. If I don't fare well, you don't want to fare well either. Wang Jingyan shouted loudly while rushing towards Lu Feng. Lu Dong, be careful. Zhao Yun shouted before he was about to rush up to stop Wang Jingyan, only to be knocked down by Wang Jingyan with a stick. At this time, Lu Feng also reacted, rushed up to a sweeping leg, kicked Wang Jingyan down, and then followed the trend of a foot smashed in Wang Jingyan's chest, directly smashed him foaming at the mouth. Then Lu Feng hurriedly assisted Zhao Yun and asked him if he was alright. It's fine, Lu Dong. It's just that the small arm should be fractured. Really didn't think you have such a good hand. Zhao Yun covered his arm and bared his teeth in pain. The arm is fractured, but also said nothing. Go, I take you to the hospital. Lu Feng said to take Zhao Yun to the hospital. It's fine, Lu Dong. I can still hold it. Let's take care of Wang Jingyan first, Zhao Yun said as he forced himself to endure the pain. At this time, the security guards also rushed here, together with other employees and executives of the company. After knowing that Wang Jingyan injured the president and also wanted to hit the chairman of the board of directors, the security guards quickly held down Wang Jingyan, who was lying on the ground. Afterwards, Lu Feng called the police, and the police rushed over after hearing that someone was armed and injured. After the police came, inquired about the employees present, and accessed the surveillance video, determined that Wang Jingyan armed injury, Lu Feng's self-defense. Then Wang Jingyan and Zhao Yun Lu Feng were taken away. The police first took Lu Feng, they came to the hospital, and then escorted Wang Jingyan to do a checkup. After all, Lu Feng, that kick is still a little hard. After that, they arranged for a doctor to check and treat Zhao Yun's arm, and after a long delay, they came out of the hospital. After coming out, Lu Feng and the two of them rushed to the police station without stopping to make a statement, because the evidence is solid. Lu Feng and the two of them quickly finished making a statement and came out, while Wang Jingyan was locked up. After leaving the police station, Lu Feng took Zhao Yun and drove back to the company. After all, the company was a mess right now. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, Lu Feng said to Zhao Yun on the passenger side as he drove. You're killing me. I didn't do any favors here, and I also delayed you from coming to the hospital with me, Zhao Yun said with a bitter smile. If he had known that Lu Feng was so capable of fighting, he wouldn't have gone up, but this time, he didn't help, and made a lot of fools of himself. You can't say that. If it wasn't for you delaying Wang Jingyan, I wouldn't have been able to react, Lu Feng said. Afterwards, he said that Zhao Yun was injured because he saved him this time, so he would give Zhao Yun a few days of paid vacation, and he would also give him a gift. After hearing this, Zhao Yun hurriedly said that now the group is at a critical moment. He can't rest. Lu Feng heard that he could only stop, but also told Zhao Yun that the gift can't be refused anymore. Zhao Yun looked at the serious face of Lu Feng, so he had to agree to it. Just as Lu Feng and the others had just arrived at the company's entrance, they saw the executives and employees who were leaving the company before standing there waiting for them. As soon as Lu Feng and Zhao Yun got off the bus, a group of people hooted and hollered and surrounded them. Dong Lu, we know we're wrong. Yes, Mr. Lu, you are generous. Just spare us this time. Mr. Zhao, you help. Say good words. Lu Dong, the company lost so many people at once. The management will be a problem. You let us make up for our sins. Looking at the employees and executives who gathered around and chattered non-stop, Lu Feng coldly ignored them and helped Zhao Yun to walk into the company's gate. Security guards, stop them for me. Don't allow any of them to come in. If one of them comes in, all of you in the security department will get the hell out of here. Lu Feng's flat voice came out. When the security chief heard Lu Feng's words, he hurriedly brought his security guards to stop the group of people. Chapter 43, Zhao Yun eats Lu Feng's surprise. The two who had just entered the company were again surrounded by a large group of employees. Lu Dong, are you and Mr. Zhao alright? Mr. Lu, you're not hurt, right? Mr. Zhao, how is your arm? Mr. Zhao, are you seriously hurt? Lu Feng and Zhao Yun looked at the employees who were concerned about them, so they had to slow down their pace and respond one by one. Originally a 2 to 3 minute walk, the two of them walked for 10 minutes before returning to the office. After returning to the office, Lu Feng called Zhao Yun's secretary and asked her to notify down that there would be a meeting in 10 minutes. After hearing this, the secretary also hurriedly ran down to notify. Soon, the company's staff gathered in the conference room. Originally Lu Feng was planning to let Zhao Yun rest here. He would just go there alone. But Zhao Yun said that Lu Feng was not familiar with the company's staff, so it would be better for him to accompany them. Lu Feng could only agree seeing that he was so insistent. Afterwards, Lu Feng and Zhao Yun arrived at the conference room and sat on top of the podium. Good day, Mr. Lu. Good day, Mr. Zhao, the employees said in unison. Hello everyone, Lu Feng and Zhao Yun also said. After greeting each other ended, Lu Feng began his speech. To introduce myself, my name is Lu Feng and I am your new chairman. All of you present should be meeting me and hearing my name for the first time today. It's true that the group had problems before, leading to a bankruptcy and sale, so I've given you all a fright. But seeing that there are still so many people who chose to believe in the group, I feel very relieved. But now you don't have to worry about it, because the group is already going to be renewed for a second spring. Saying that, he let the finance cast the balance on the company's account on top of the big screen behind him. The employees at the bottom looked at the $2 billion on top of the company's account and also finally settled down. After giving the employees a peace of mind, Lu Feng started his speech again. To tell you all another good news, besides being a director of the group, I am also a director of the Ferrari Group and the president of the Ferrari division in Asia. So the siege that Mercedes-Benz put on us before, I will lead Ferrari to strike back in the past, please rest assured. Hearing that Lu Feng was also a director of Ferrari, the employees underneath were also surprised and were talking underneath. Lu Feng and Zhao Yun just watched the employees discussing underneath, and didn't stop them. After all, they had to give them time to digest the news. As for why the identity of Ferrari's director was exposed, it was a discussion between the two of them, the purpose of which was to give the employees a shot in the arm, so that they would regain their hope for the group, or else the fear of Mercedes-Benz would affect their working condition. You should know that as early as the early 20s, Mercedes-Benz has entered China, and now so long ago, these big international brands have long had a great influence on the Chinese people, and even once thought that foreign is better than domestic, and Mercedes-Benz also backed by the Volkswagen Group, that is really a behemoth. Its holdings of a number of automobile groups, even China's domestic automobile groups have its shares, is a veritable international group, if it is out of the way. Directly in the international set off a storm of bloodshed. After the murmurs slowly ended, Lu Feng made another speech about the group's development and creation, and it was only after about half an hour that Lu Feng stopped. Finally, to tell you the good news, for all the employees present, the salary has risen by 30%, and this month's salary has been doubled, which is used to thank you for trusting the group. Just after Lu Feng finished his words, the employees underneath jumped up in excitement. Long live Mr. Lu, long live Mr. Zhao, long live Mr. Lu. The employees excitedly expressed their gratitude to Lu Feng and Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun also stood out at this time, ready to make a final ending. Everyone be quiet and listen to me. The employees hurriedly quieted down when they heard Zhao Yun speak. Thank you all for your trust in the group. The group won't let you all down either. Now just like what Lu Dong said, we, Sail Power, have entered our second spring. I hope that we can all work together to make the group as a big family even better. And you all don't want to let Lu Dong down, Zhao Yun said with a smile. After hearing the words, the employees immediately promised to absolutely live up to Lu Feng's expectations. I'm exhausted. Lu Feng, who had returned to the president's office, laid down on the sofa. Lu Dong, the words you said today really made people's blood boil. I now want to lead people to fight with Mercedes-Benz. Zhao Yun joked. Ha ha ha, old Zhao, don't tease me. Lu Feng smiled back. I really didn't expect. You said before that you wanted to give the group a surprise. It's actually your status as a Ferrari director. Now that Salesforce has your backing, there's no need to be afraid of the pressure brought by Mercedes-Benz. The surprise I mentioned is not the Ferrari director's identity. Lu Feng said with a puzzled face. What? Zhao Yun was also dazed. I said, when I told you earlier that I was going to give the group a surprise, it wasn't the Ferrari director's identity, but something else, Lu Feng said indifferently. Ferrari director's identity is actually not a surprise. To know that Fonley has this relationship, maybe in the future can even cooperate with Ferrari. And with Ferrari, Fonley cannot be afraid of Mercedes-Benz. Such a big surprise is actually not the surprise that Mr. Lu said can make Fonley Group turn over. Zhao Yun began to incomparably look forward to the surprise that Lu Feng said. Lu Feng also did not sell, just asked Zhao Yun. Now the new energy vehicles, the longest range is how far? Without thinking, Zhao Yun said that it was Tesla's car, with a range of about 1,000 kilometers. After hearing this, Lu Feng said to Zhao Yun with a mysterious look on his face, if I have a battery technology in my hand that can make the car's range reach 2,000 kilometers, is it a surprise for the group that can turn the tide? Rumble. Lu Feng's words directly shocked Zhao Yun as if he had been struck by 5 thunderbolts, and he was directly dumbfounded. After a long while, Zhao Yun finally reacted, his voice shaking. Lu Dong, are you telling the truth? Lu Feng also laughed out loud when he saw this reaction from Zhao Yun. Ha 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 ha, of course it's true, old Zhao, I could still lie to you. After determining that Lu Feng really wasn't joking with himself, Zhao Yun was so excited that he didn't even know how to express himself. He just picked up his water cup and drank water one after another. After a long while, Zhao Yun calmed down, and then began to ask about the battery technology in Lu Feng's hands. Lu Feng ignored Zhao Yun's questioning and directly pulled Zhao Yun out to eat. When he got to the car, Zhao Yun still kept asking about the technology. Lu Feng still ignored him and took out a gift box from the storage compartment of the car, handing it to Zhao Yun who was still asking questions. Lu Dong, what is this? Zhao Yun only reacted when the gift was in his hand. Open it and see, don't you know? Lu Feng said, then started the car ready to take Zhao Yun to dinner. Zhao Yun sniffed. The box was placed on his lap and opened the gift with one arm with difficulty. What met his eyes was a beautiful wristwatch. The silver-colored dial was inlaid with more than 80 diamonds, which looked very noble under the illumination of light. Seeing the Patek Philippe logo on it, Zhao Yun hurriedly covered the box and then was about to return it to Lu Feng. Lu Dong, this is too expensive. I can't accept it, Zhao Yun said as he shook his head repeatedly. Lu Feng, on the other hand, said flatly that it was just an ordinary wristwatch. There was no reason to take back the gift he had given out. Zhao Yun was considered to have saved himself, Don't you see that so many people were the only ones who rushed out to protect Lu Feng? To his own people, Lu Feng has always been generous. Chapter 44 Feng Ning. Zhao Yun saw Lu Feng say this, so he accepted the gift, but in his heart, he silently remembered Lu Feng's goodness. The car quickly stopped in front of a restaurant. The two got out of the car, walked inside the restaurant, casually ordered a few dishes. When the dishes were served, they wolfed down the food. Busy until now, the two were starving to death. Lu Dong, I am really curious. How did you grasp those executives and Wang Jingyan's black information, to know that I am in the group every day? I don't know these things. Eating Zhao Yun still couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart and asked this question. Just like he said, he was in the group every day and didn't know about it. How did Lu Feng know about it when he just came to the group? Lu Feng heard Zhao Yun's question, faintly smiled and said confidentiality, which can be difficult to Dai Zhao Yun. Instantly feel the meal in front of him does not smell good. As for how Lu Feng knows, of course, he is relying on the system to get the original in the first 2 nights. Lu Feng found the mall can buy other people's information. According to different people, the purchase of the prestige value needed is not the same, as if Wang Jingyan's information, enough to spend 100 prestige value, and the other executives add a piece of the King Jingyan is not more than a person. Don't feel 100 reputation value less. To know 100 million yuan in the mall is also 1000 reputation value. In other words, 100 reputation value is 10 million yuan. Spend 10 million to buy a person's information has been very expensive. But this buy information has a drawback is that you have to stay with the person to communicate before you can buy. Lu Feng is also when Wang Jingyan talked for a while after waiting for all those executives appeared. He bought, and then let the system placed in the car, and finally let the company's finance to get. Just as Lu Feng and Zhao Yun were about to finish their meal, a phone call came in. Hello, who is it? Lu Feng picked up the phone and asked. Hello, may I ask if you are the Lu Dong of the Sale Power Group? A gentle female voice came out on the phone. Lu Feng was puzzled, not knowing who was looking for him. I am. Good day Lu Dong. I am the secretary of the president of Mercedes-Benz China. I took the liberty of calling to ask you where you are right now. I have some things I need to talk to you about. Here is Mercedes-Benz people. Lu Feng instantly understand that people are looking for him to come over to settle scores. To know Mercedes-Benz in order to get the sale group is a lot of effort. Look to put the sale group in the bag. The results were Lu Feng snatched the past. Change who are angry knowing that Mercedes-Benz is ready to find their own trouble. Lu Feng is not the slightest bit of a wimp, and directly told the opposite side of the phone their own location. Said he hung up the phone. Aside Zhao Yun heard clearly. No Mercedes-Benz came. Is also a little panic. Asked Lu Feng now want to go back to the group. Lu Feng directly rejected Zhao Yun's proposal. He is going to wait here for Mercedes-Benz people to come, to see what they can do to themselves. Zhao Yun also had to wait here with Lu Feng. After about 20 minutes, a sharp and strong woman led a group of people into the small restaurant. After entering the diner, the woman looked around for a moment before walking straight to Lu Feng. Hello, Lu Dong. This is. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Feng interrupted her. I know, Mercedes-Benz's secretary. Lu Feng lazily waved his hand and picked up a toothpick to pick his teeth. Seeing Lu Feng so disrespectful, the secretary's face also flashed a trace of displeasure, but quickly adjusted her mindset. To the attendant behind her, arranged for him to go and wrap up this restaurant. Don't let anyone else come in to disturb her and Lu Feng's conversation. The attendant listened and ran over to the boss. Lu Feng saw this scene and began to taunt. Worthy of Mercedes-Benz frame so big. Who expected the woman to hear just a faint smile? Explained that this is to respect Lu Feng. Do not want to let idle people to disturb Lu Feng. After saying that, she also greeted Zhao Yun on the side. If Lu Feng did not recognize the woman in front of him, then Zhao Yun recognized simply could not recognize again. Feng Ning, the assistant to the president of the Mercedes-Benz Group's China division. If you really take him as an assistant, then you are very wrong. She is in the internal of Mercedes-Benz in China, but only second to the president of the figure. I heard that the president of Mercedes-Benz has already proposed to the headquarters to let Feng Ning to serve as the vice president of Mercedes-Benz in China. Moreover, the reason for the previous bankruptcy of Fanli Group was caused by the Feng Ning in front of her, and the fight against Fanli Group was also the final test for her to become the vice president. But now, Lu Feng's appearance made all of Feng Ning's previous efforts go to waste. After knowing that Lu Feng had appeared at Sale Force, Feng Ning brought her people to kill them, but as a result, Lu Feng took Zhao Yun out for dinner, letting her pounce on her. And undyingly she asked for Lu Feng's contact information, and then found her way back to this current restaurant. Hello, Ms. Feng, Zhao Yun said politely. Although he couldn't wait to beat Feng Ning to death, Zhao Yun still had to maintain superficial politeness with her. After greeting Zhao Yun, Feng Ning said directly to Lu Feng, Lu Dong, I'm sure you know where I'm coming from. I need the Fanli Group. and I've asked clearly. You spent 6 billion on acquiring family. I'm offering 5 billion. You only need to turn your hand to make 500 million. What do you think? Ha 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 ha. Lu Feng laughed directly after hearing this. What are you laughing at? Feng Ning asked Lu Feng suspiciously. I'm laughing at you. Ferrari Group is our own industry in China. You actually helped a foreign company against our own company for the sake of promotion. I'm laughing at you for being short-sighted. Lu Feng said lightly. Lu Dong, I don't agree with you on this. Business war has no borders. I only need to be loyal to the group I belong to, Feng Ning explained. Yes, everyone says that this has no borders and that has no borders. But when China was stuck in a foreign country's neck because of its chips, how come no one said that technology has no borders? So, Ms. Feng, I really don't like what you're doing, so please go back. Lu Feng directly gave an expulsion order. I can increase it to $7 billion. Lu Dong, I hope you can consider it. Feng Ning was still undeterred. No need. I will not agree. If you still have any means to make out, I will take all of them. Lu Feng used the most flat tone to say the most domineering words. Seeing that the communication was fruitless, Feng Ning had no choice but to leave with her people, but when she was leaving, she gave Lu Feng a postcard, hoping that he could call her if he considered it clearly. Lu Feng looked at the business card on the table and directly threw it into the trash. Lu Dong, aren't you being a bit too forceful like this? Zhao Yun asked in a small voice. Tough? I don't think it's tough at all. I still think it's not a good performance just now. If not for the fact that she's a woman, I would have directly cursed. Lu Feng said back. But in that case, with Feng Ning's nature she should have launched an attack on the Sail Power Group. Now that the group has stabilized with great difficulty, shouldn't we avoid making a big fuss? Zhao Yun explained. No, you don't have to worry. She won't have time to deal with Fanli right away. I will inform Ferrari to launch an attack on Mercedes-Benz very soon. It's questionable if she can stay in Mercedes-Benz or not, Lu Feng said. Feeling the vigor and momentum of his own chairman, Zhao Yun didn't dare to say anything more. Let's go. Take me to see the research department of Fanli. Lu Feng got up and left. Zhao Yun hurriedly followed. Boss, count how much? Zhao Yun ran over to settle the bill. The money has already been settled, said the boss. Lu Dong, did you pay? Zhao Yun looked at Lu Feng and asked. No, you two gentlemen. It was the ladies' men who just paid, the boss explained. Hearing that Feng Ning actually paid the bill with the two of them, Lu Feng praised Feng Ning for her atmosphere. Zhao Yun, who looked at him, was speechless. He just had to scold someone else, but now he was praising them. After the two of them got into the car, led by Zhao Yun, they went straight to the research department of Fanli. At this time, Feng Ning, who had hit a wall here in Lu Feng, sat in the car and took out the phone to call out. The plan can be implemented. If it works, I will take out 10% of the dividends of the Sail Power Group to you. Chapter 45, Research Institute. Lu Feng didn't realize that there was already a big net covering towards him at this moment. He was currently driving his car and taking Zhao Yun to Sail Power's Research Institute. Soon enough, the car stopped at the factory area of the Sail Power Group, and the Research Institute had made its home directly inside the factory because it wanted to facilitate experiments. Knowing that the company's chairman and president were coming, the factory manager and the head of the Research Institute who had been notified had been waiting at the main entrance. Good day, Lu Dong. Good day, Mr. Zhao. Lu Feng, who had just gotten off the bus, saw a man around 40 years old, and a woman in her 30s, who were the factory director, and the head of the graduate school respectively. Hello guys, Lu Feng greeted. Afterward, under the factory director's leadership, Lu Feng first visited the factory's operations and equipment. Lu Dong, look, this is the state-of-the-art assembly line equipment from the country of France that we procured earlier. The reason why Mercedes-Benz went to great lengths to target us is actually because they saw that we have ready-made plant equipment and personnel, Zhao Yun explained as he walked. It should be known that nowadays, each car company is saving up their efforts for research and development in order to have their fill inside this new cake of new energy. They simply don't have the time to set up new plants and equipments, and some of the equipments will take a long time to be made. So many of the car companies will go and acquire the ready-made ones so as to save time, and focus all their energies on the research of new energies. That's all the more reason not to let them have their way. Now the new energy is the best opportunity for our Chinese car companies to complete the bending of the road to overtake the car. If we miss this opportunity, the Chinese car companies won't have a chance in the next 2 decades, Lu Feng said indifferently. Soon, several people finished visiting the factory. Under the leadership of the person in charge of the Research Institute, Lu Feng and Zhao Yun came to the group's Research Institute. Lu Dong, this is our Fanli's own Research Institute. There is a team inside that researches on traditional oil vehicles, and there is also a foreign team that we have just poached with high salaries to research on new energy. After all, who doesn't want to get a piece of the pie inside the new energy field? Zhao Yun introduced with a smile. You mean, new energy research is foreigners? Lu Feng asked. Yes, although I don't want to admit it, but our group's strength can only poach people from the European side to come over for research. We can't have the strength to cultivate our own research team like Yadi and Daki, Zhao Yun said bitterly. Alright, I know, show me around, Lu Feng said and walked in. As soon as he went in, he saw many researchers working on automobile parts in groups. There are still a lot of people, Lu Feng said with a smile as he looked at the bustling scene in front of him. What you're seeing now is the place where traditional oil vehicles are being researched. The new energy is inside, said Zhang Ru, the person in charge of the institute. Then let's go in and take a look, Lu Feng said and walked towards the front, pushing open the door of the new energy research department. The inside was completely different from the outside. Better research equipment, a more comfortable environment, all of which revealed the importance that family attached to new energy. Jason, stop what you're doing and come over here, Zhang Ru said to the foreigner who was studying something not far away. The foreigner who was researching heard this and walked over. Lu Feng sized up the 40-ish blue-eyed foreigner in front of him and then extended his hand. Hello Professor Jason, I'm the new director of the Sail Power Group. Lu Feng. Hello, I'm Jason, the middle-aged man said with the same handshake. This time the president and chairman came to visit the company's research and development department, and to see how the new energy research is going, Zhang Ru explained to the man. Zhang, I should have already told you that the new energy research is not that fast. If there were results that fast, then the major research teams wouldn't have been delayed for so long, Jason said impatiently. Zhang Ru was too disliked to speak. Although she was the head of the research institute, she didn't dare to offend this group of foreigners. In case they gave up and quit at that time, she would be the sinner. Zhao Yun looked at the awkward scene in front of him, but he couldn't say anything. After all, he was the one who spent a lot of effort to invite this team in front of him in the first place. Do you mean I spent money to have you guys come over to study, and I can't even ask about the process? Lu Feng, however, was not the least bit spoiled. Hearing that it was the chairman of the group who asked the question, Jason gathered his temper a little and said, Chairman, we are specialized in research matters, so I don't want you guys to come and disturb us too often. Research needs to be quiet. Lu Feng heard Jason's words and asked Zhao Yun who was at the side. How long has it been since you invited them here? Zhao Yun hurriedly said that he had already invited them over for half a year. So, in these half a year, none of you have researched any results for me, Lu Feng said to Jason again. Seeing that Lu Feng was not satisfied with the research process, Jason took out the words he just used to deal with Zhang Ru to stall Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng didn't eat his words at all and just asked him for the research results. Jason saw that Lu Feng was not easy to deal with and turned his head to Zhao Yun. Mr. President, at the beginning, I told you that the research will not produce results so quickly, but what does this mean today? If you do this, I think we might have to renegotiate the contract. Professor Jason, don't be angry. Lu Dong is also concerned about the research process. Zhao Yun hurriedly rounded off the scene. Jason saw that Zhao Yun was softening, and his attitude was arrogant again. I'm not angry, I just feel that you do not respect me. At first if not you promised good conditions, I simply will not come here. Enough. Jason still wanted to say something, but he was directly interrupted by Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at Zhao Yun, then asked him what benefits he had promised in the first place. Looking at the chairman angry, Zhao Yun could only explain. It turned out that back then, Zhao Yun had traveled to Europe in order to form a new energy research team that belonged to the group, and found a research team led by Professor Jason. In order for the research team to come to China to do research, Zhao Yun promised them many benefits, such as promising to offer Prof. Jason a salary of $300,000 a month, and the other members a minimum of $50,000 a month. In addition to the salary treatment, there were other conditions, such as providing superior research conditions and environment for free. If Jason's team researched any results, their team had the right to deal with the results of this in the end to sell to whoever. Family group if they wanted to this results will have to spend money to buy again. After hearing what Zhao Yun said, Lu Feng was directly exasperated and laughed. Grand President Zhao, what you are saying is that we spend money for them to research, provide them with the equipment and environment, and also offer them astronomical salaries every month, and then we can't use the results they have researched, and we have to spend money again to purchase them, right? Zhao Yun directly by the words of Lu Feng was stunned. He understood that at this time the chairman of the really angry, but at first he could not help the domestic top car making group, people themselves began a long time ago on the new energy research, but also have their own exclusive research team. They Sail can only rely on digging people to create a team, but also have to sign so many unfair conditions. People are willing to come to the research team. Zhao Yun was just about to explain when he was interrupted by Lu Feng. Professor Jason, so under such superior conditions, you and your team still haven't researched anything right. Lu Feng's voice was as cold as a chilly wind. Chairman, if you're still rushing us like this, I really need to think about the cooperation between us. Jason didn't budge at all, because he had figured out the situation of Sail Power Group long ago. Otherwise he wouldn't have dared to put forward so many excessive conditions. He was sure that Sail Power couldn't leave his team. If his team left, Sail Power simply can't find a better team than his own. And if he really left, as long as he went back to spread rumors about Sail Power, there will be even less team dare to do research for Sail Power. Thinking of this, Jason became even more arrogant. Lu Dong, I still have something to tell you about the project research funds. At present these funds are simply not enough. I hope you can in an additional research funds. Chapter 46 Excessive Requirements. Jason even more excessive. He actually want to add research costs. To know that he is now leading less than 10 people's research team. The research costs required has been more than dozens of people outside the traditional automobile research team. How much do you need? Lu Feng looked at the foreigner in front of him who was giving an inch but instead calmed down. About another $2-3 million are needed. Jason thought Lu Feng had gone soft and said with a lion's share of the money. If I give you this amount of money, I have to see some results. Lu Feng asked. Mr. Chairman, I've already told you that the research is not that easy to produce results. Jason still said. Then I'm spending so much money just to win a hope that I can't see. Chairman, words are not for you to say. If we succeed in our research, I promise that our research results will be the first to be sold to you for use, and that will be a heavenly benefit to your group. Jason began to draw a big pie to Lu Feng. It was a pity that Lu Feng didn't eat this. There's no money, but like you guys said, I think it's time for us to talk about the previous contract, Lu Feng said as he looked at Jason. Mr. Chairman, are you sure? Jason, because he was a foreigner, didn't even hear the coldness in Lu Feng's words, and thought that Lu Feng was going to give him additional benefits. Yes, I think the previous contract was a bit off. Lu Feng looked at the happy Jason in front of him and didn't understand what he meant. I'll talk about my conditions then. I want my salary to go up by 30%, and so do the members of my research team, and I also want the group to provide us with good accommodation. 2 people living in a 100 square foot house is just a little bit too little. And then there's the second batch of research funding. I want it to go up to $30 million, Jason said excitedly. Jason said, I'm not sure how much I can afford to pay. Jason's words, the three of them, Lu Feng, were completely bewildered. How is it that there is still a need to increase the benefits? Didn't he hear the meaning in Lu Feng's words? Well, looking at the excited Jason, Lu Feng and the three of them realized that he really didn't understand the meaning of the words. Lu Feng had to explain to Jason in detail again. After hearing that Lu Feng had asked to change the contract, and that the content to be changed was that the team must prioritize the use of the Sail Group if they had any results, but Sail would give the team bonuses, and that the funds required to be hit to the research team had to be used by the person in charge of the institute who needed to know where the funds had been used. Jason exploded right after hearing this. Zhao, is your group trying to break the contract? Jason said angrily and then told the team's employees to stop their research and all gathered around. I need an explanation. Zhao, if it wasn't for the fact that you were sincere in the first place, I wouldn't have come over at all. Jason blurted out right at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun looked at the gloomy Lu Feng, then at the angry Jason, and was also in two minds. Professor Jason, Lu Dong didn't mean this. Zhao Yun hurriedly explained. That's what I meant. Lu Feng said coldly. Zhao, you see, this chairman of yours doesn't have a bit of respect for us? Jason just ate up the fact that Sailor Power couldn't leave them right now, so he didn't even put Lu Feng, the chairman of the group, in his eyes. If you really want my respect, you should come up with your research progress and tell me. It's been half a year now, but you don't even tell the group about your research progress. I likewise think you don't respect us. Watching the two keep arguing, Zhao Yun hurriedly asked the head of the institute to pull Jason aside, while he himself led Lu Feng out of the new energy research department. Lu Dong, I know you're angry, but this can't be helped. Zhao Yun explained to Lu Feng. Do we have to use this research team? Can't we change it? Lu Feng asked Zhao Yun back. Lu Dong, which is so easy. Now the international famous new energy field of the Big Brother are invited away by those international car dealers. The rest are some cannot be on the stage. And Professor Jason's team is also very famous in the whole of Europe. Otherwise I wouldn't have gone through so much effort and signed so many unequal contracts to stabilize them. If we really replace Prof. Jason's team, it will be hard for us to find a better team than this in a short period of time. The group itself has been left behind by other companies by a large margin. If there is any further delay, the group will really just have to drink the northwest wind. After hearing Zhao Yun's explanation, Lu Feng still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Do you think this group of foreigners can be trusted? If I give them the new energy technology, will they turn around and sell the technology? Lu Feng asked Zhao Yun rhetorically. We can use a contract to bind them. Zhao Yun thought for a moment and replied. Contracts? Contracts are the most useless thing. If they didn't leak the information at home but returned to Europe and leaked it, what can we do with them? Zhao Yun also fell silent when he heard Lu Feng's words. Yes, the value that the technology in Lu Feng's hands could bring was incalculable, and there was no way anyone could guarantee that Jason's team would not be moved. The group now had the technology in Lu Feng's hands. In fact, there was now less need for Jason's team. With the technology in Lu Feng's hands, Sail Power could completely realize the bend. But there was a need for a trusted scientific research team to decipher the technology in Lu Feng's hands, and it was obvious that Jason's team was not suitable. Zhao Yun was out of ideas for a while. Lu Feng, however, told him to do as he said before. If Team Jason accepts it, then they can be kept. If they can't accept it and even make even more outrageous demands, then they will be fired. After hearing this, Zhao Yun pushed the door into the research room and went to convey Lu Feng's meaning to Jason. Jason was still angry at this point, so Zhang Ru could only stand on the side and say good words. Professor Jason, just calm down. Zhao Yun walked over. Jason saw Zhao Yun walk over, but Lu Feng didn't come over and thought that Zhao Yun had come over to say something nice, so his attitude became even more arrogant. Zhao, we had a deal before. What do you guys mean by suddenly changing your mind now? Your behavior right now is really making me unhappy. Also, I'm in an unstable mood now. There's no way to do research. I've decided to take a month's break with my team and have a good time in China. You guys still need to bear the cost of our traveling, and the salary will be paid normally during the traveling period. Jason made his request to Zhao Yun. He thought that Zhao Yun would definitely agree, and would even add more funds in order to not let him rest for a month. In this way, they would have more research funds that could be used to research new energy sources, and when they really researched any technology, they wouldn't give it to Sail Power to use, but rather bring it back to the European side, and then hand it over to the European conglomerate, and he, Jason, would directly reap the rewards of both fame and fortune. As for the Sail Power Group, Jason could only pray for them. Zhao Yun was also angry when he heard Jason's excessive demands. A man of clay still had 3 points of fire, let alone him as the president of the group. Professor Jason, I'm here to convey our chairman's orders. The chairman said that the contract needs to be signed according to what he just proposed, and that you can't add any additional fees. Zhao Yun said coldly. What? Jason jumped up with an incredulous look on his face. This wasn't what he thought. Zhao, are you telling the truth? Jason still didn't believe that Zhao Yun was this hardened. Before it was all about him saying what he wanted and giving what he wanted. Now why was he suddenly so hardened? Yes, what I said is true, 1,000 times true, Zhao Yun said. Seeing that Zhao Yun was really saying this, Jason directly pointed at Zhao Yun's nose and threatened. Zhao, then I don't think there's any need for us to work together. My team and I will be leaving tomorrow. Not only will I be leaving, I'm going to accuse your group in the international press. I'm going to see which other team dares to do the research for your group at that time. Jason was in the middle of threatening Zhao Yun when suddenly, the door to the research room suddenly opened and Lu Feng walked in with a file bag. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Chapter 47, How arrogant you were just now. How lousy you are now. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Feng walked up to Jason with the document bag. Chairman Lu, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to forcefully detain us? Jason said as he looked at Lu Feng. No, of course it's not to detain you. We Chinese wouldn't make a move to just detain people. Lu Feng said. Then what do you mean we can't leave? Of course it means literally. I'm sorry, I didn't get it. Then just take a look at this document and you'll know. Lu Feng said and handed the document to Jason. Jason took the document and opened the pouch under Zhao Yun's curiosity, drawing out the document inside. Jason read it. Who knew that just after looking at it for a moment, Jason's face went white and his hand holding the document was trembling. Seeing how scared he was, Zhao Yun snatched the document from his hand and then looked at it. Without looking, it was a shock. It turned out that what was recorded on this document was that Jason had secretly transferred a large portion of the research funds that the group had approved for him to his own private account during his research. Professor Jason, you have to give me an explanation. Zhao Yun looked at Jason with murderous eyes. Jason also panicked. His stealing of research funds had always been very secret. Even the members of his team didn't know. How did Lu Feng know? When he heard Zhao Yun ask him, Jason, who was already bad at Chinese, stammered and couldn't say anything even more. Seeing Jason's appearance, Zhao Yun was even more convinced that Jason had really misappropriated the research funds. Noisily, he wanted Jason to explain all the things, and then he wanted to send Jason to court and let him go to jail. Jason, on the contrary, calmed down when he heard about going to jail, and balked at the fact that the document was a fake, and that it was a false accusation made against him by Lu Feng. Fake? This document is fake, Jason shouted. Looks like you won't stop until you reach the Yellow River, Lu Feng said and pulled out another bank transfer record from the document bag. This is the record of every time you embezzled research funds transfer. You did it very secretly, but it's useless. After saying that, Lu Feng handed the document again to Jason, who was still not dead. Jason took the document and tore him up, then loudly said that the group was playing a conspiracy to victimize him. The members of the research team heard this and all of them came over, ready to let Lu Feng give an explanation. Lu Feng looked at the crowd, not the slightest bit abashed, just looked for a computer, inserted the USB flash drive inside the file bag, and then opened the folder in public. Looking at the clear transfer records on top of the computer, the researchers couldn't say anything else. After all, what was displayed in front of them was solid evidence. Jason saw this scene and directly went soft. Then he ran to Lu Feng and admitted his mistake. Mr. Chairman, I know I'm wrong. I have no choice. My wife is sick. She needs a large sum of money to cure her. I love her too much. I can only misappropriate the research funds. Don't worry. If I misappropriate the company's money, just deduct it directly from my salary. I don't need a salary in the future. With that, he begged Zhao Yun again. Zhao, please help me. I really don't have any other way to do this. I will definitely speed up my research so that you can see the results early. You must help me. Zhao Yun looked at Jason, who was begging bitterly. Hearing his assurance to himself and the fact that he was only misappropriating public funds to treat his wife's illness, his heart softened and he tried to plead with Lu Feng. Lu Dong, Jason, after all, he was trying to give. Stop. Zhao Yun hadn't finished his sentence when he was interrupted by Lu Feng. Old Zhao, you still really believe that he is treating his wife? Lu Feng said. Then he took out another document from the file bag and handed it to Zhao Yun, telling him to take a good look at it. Zhao Yun took the document handed over by Lu Feng and just glanced at it. He was instantly enraged and grabbed Jason's collar and was about to hit him, but luckily he was stopped by Zhang Ru. Jason, is this what you said about your wife being seriously ill and you had no choice but to embezzle public funds? Zhao Yun said angrily, pointing at a young lady on top of the document. Jason knew he was completely hopeless after seeing the girl on the document. It turned out that the girl on the document was adopted by Jason, and all the money he had embezzled before had been used to buy things for the girl. He had thought that Lu Feng had only found out that he had embezzled public money, so he had lied, ready to win some sympathy and let the company treat him leniently. But Jason never expected Lu Feng to investigate so clearly, even finding out where the money was spent. Zhao Yun was completely disappointed in Jason, at the loss of him just now trying to plead for his favor. Lu Dong, you say how to deal with it. Zhao Yun was disheartened and stood aside. Don't be anxious, take a look at this document again. Lu Feng is calm and pulled out a document. Jason saw that there was actually a document of his inside. He was about to rush up and grab it, but was held down by the security guard who had called over earlier. Zhao Yun looked at the document Lu Feng handed him and his eyes suddenly shrank. It was clearly written on the top of the document that Jason had reached an agreement with a certain group in Europe, and as long as the team researched the results, the European group would pick him up and bring him back to Europe, and then Jason would sell the results in his hands to the group. That is, it is equivalent to a man who contributes money and effort, but when his daughter-in-law gives birth to a child, the child is the same as another man's surname. Forcing back his anger, Zhao Yun finished reading the document in his hand. Then he took the document again and walked over to Jason, who was being held down by the security guards. Jason looked at his biggest secret being blown out, and was directly about to break free from the security guards and grab the document. But how could he alone be a match for the two brawny security guards? No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape from the security guards. Lu Dong, Zhao, you guys listen to my explanation? Things are not like this. Jason was still defending, knowing regret now. It's already too late. How happy you jumped around before. How miserable you'll be afterward. It's better to leave those words of yours to the police, Lu Feng said lightly. Zhao Yun then dialed the police and was then transferred to the Economic Investigation Division, which specialized in the economy. While waiting for the police to come, Jason still didn't give up, begging Lu Feng for mercy one after another, no longer having the high and mighty look he just had, because the amount of money involved was quite large and it was also a foreigner. The police came quickly. After arriving at the scene, Zhao Yun handed over the organized documents to the police, and after reading the documents in his hands, the police directly let people take Jason away. As the president of the group, Zhao Yun also had to follow to make a statement and confirm the information. Before leaving, Lu Feng asked how many years Jason would be sentenced to in this case, and the police said that if the documents were true, Jason would be facing 5 to 10 years in prison. The police then took Zhao Yun back for questioning, and this was the second time Zhao Yun had given a statement today. After the police left, Lu Feng looked at the panicked foreign researchers in front of him and didn't say much. He just told them that if they didn't take part in the problem of Jason embezzling the company's funds, then they could just choose to terminate the contract themselves and the group wouldn't make things difficult for them. After saying that, and arranging for Zhang Ru to be in charge of resolving the matter of these foreign researchers, Lu Feng left. Just after walking out of the factory gate, Lu Feng received a phone call. looking at the local cell phone number of Fat City displayed on it. Lu Feng didn't know who was looking for him, but he still pressed the answer button. Hello, who is it? It's Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, right? Yes, it's me. Who are you? What's the matter? You don't need to worry about who I am. I have business I want to talk to Mr. Lu about. It's about the Sail Power Group. I don't even know you. How can I talk? Lu Feng was even more puzzled. We'll get to know each other right away. Remember, come to 9-Plate Mountain Racing Circuit, he said and hung up the phone. Lu Feng was confused by him and didn't understand what exactly he meant. Just as Lu Feng was guessing what this call meant, his cell phone rang again. Hello, who is it? Hello, Lu Dong. I'm the group's finance. People from the tax bureau are now in our company, suspecting us of tax evasion and wanting to seize the company for inspection, came a panicked female voice. After hearing the finance's words, Lu Feng instantly associated it with the mysterious phone call just now. Is it you? 9-Plate Mountain Circuit. I would like to see what kind of character it is. Chapter 48 Sudden Inspection. Lu Feng rushed back to the group and saw that there were already many law enforcement officers standing at the entrance. Not caring about the employees who greeted him, he went all the way straight to the finance department. As soon as the finance who was cooperating with the investigation saw Lu Feng coming, he hurriedly came over. Lu Dong, you are always here. I don't know what's going on. Suddenly a bunch of people came to check our company, saying that our company is suspected of tax evasion. Then do we have it or not? Lu Feng asked. No, we have always paid taxes legally, because before, the leaders of the city of Fei wanted us to settle in Fei City, so they offered us a lot of benefits, such as land for the factory, land for the group's office building, and they also helped us to build a staff dormitory, so our group knows how to repay us, and we have always paid taxes legally. Hearing the finance's explanation, Lu Feng also directly suspected that the arrival of the inspectors should have something to do with that phone call just now, but Lu Feng couldn't figure out why someone would want to suddenly mess with Fanli Group, as a big group that counted in Fei City, provided a lot of local jobs in Fei City and also boosted the GDP of Fei City. Just like what the finance just said, in the beginning, Fat City had offered a lot of benefits for Sail Power to be able to come over. Hello, you're the new director of the Sail Power Group, right? I'm the person in charge of this operation. My name is Wu Guiying. A man walked over and introduced himself. Hello. I don't know what's going on this time when a few of you come over. Lu Feng asked. We received a report that the Fanli Group is suspected of tax evasion, so we came over to investigate. The man said politely. Alright, we will definitely try our best to cooperate. Thank you for your cooperation, but your group's financial staff and financial statements, we need to take them away to investigate. But don't worry, we will treat your employees well. It will probably only take 3 or 2 days. Wu Guiying continued. When Lu Feng heard that he needed to take away the company's finances, he knew that the group of people in front of him were also coming from a bad place. Because for a normal financial investigation, there was no need to take the financial staff away. This was clearly tripping up Fanli. Thinking of this, Lu Feng called Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun in the end is the president of the group. Usually will certainly greet these people, so let him appear as the best. Soon, Zhao Yun hurriedly rushed to the group after knowing that the group was being door-to-door to check the accounts and make a statement. As soon as he entered, Zhao Yun saw Wu Guiying. Officer Wu, what brings you here? Zhao Yun asked as soon as he entered. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I received a report here and that's why I came over, Wu Guiying explained. Then the inspection is just an inspection. Our group is a big taxpayer in the city of fertilizer. We pay our taxes in full year after year. So why are you taking our company's finances away? Zhao Yun asked directly in return. This is not also the process. Your group accounts are too much. A moment cannot finish checking. In order to ensure the authenticity of the data, can only take people away. Then you send out a few more people to check overnight, isn't it? Our group will absolutely cooperate. Just don't scare our employees. No way. Mr. Zhao, these rules are the rules. There's no way we can change them. Wu Guiying continued. Seeing that the other party still refused to relent, Zhao Yun had to take out his phone and dialed out. But Wu Guiying on the side was acting very calm, as if he wasn't afraid of Zhao Yun looking for someone at all. Hey, Bureau Lu I'm Zhao Yun Zhao Yun said to the other side of the phone. Oh, it's Mr. Zhao. What's the matter with your call? It's like this. Today your bureau's officer Wu Guiying suddenly came to our group to check the taxes. You know, our group has always paid our taxes on time, but we will likewise cooperate with Officer Wu's investigation. It's just that this taking our finances away is just forget about it. The person on the other end of the phone heard Zhao Yun's words, fell into a deep thought, after a while before saying again, Mr. Zhao there is a state law. There are family rules. This rule cannot be broken. Today your group asked us to do this. Tomorrow their group asked us to do this. That is not all messed up. or according to the process to do it. I will instruct Wu Guoying to let him treat your employees well. After saying that and without giving Zhao Yun a chance to speak, he directly hung up the phone. Zhao Yun looked at Lu Feng with an ugly face. Mr. Zhao, are you done with the phone call? If so, please arrange for the company's finances and have them come with us. Wu Guoying added. Lu Dong, Zhao Yun said as he looked at Lu Feng, wanting him to take an idea. Okay, then old Zhao, go and arrange for them. Let them not be afraid. This is just a normal financial investigation. Lu Feng said indifferently. After Zhao Yun heard that, he could only go and arrange for the employees to go. Thank you Lu Dong for your understanding, Wu Guoying said with a smile. Who would have guessed that Lu Feng was staring at him dead on, which startled Wu Guoying. Dong Lu, what do you mean by this? Lu Feng didn't say anything. He just took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and put one in his mouth to light it up, took a puff, and then exhaled the smoke towards Wu Guoying. Wu Guoying was choked hard by the sudden mouthful of smoke and was just about to ask Lu Feng what he meant when he heard Lu Feng faintly say, Captain Wu, I hope that my employees won't suffer anything in there, and I also demand that 24-hour surveillance videos must be provided. Wu Guoying suppressed his anger and said that this was supposed to be part of the process. He was just asking them to go back and assist in the investigation. He wouldn't do anything more. Captain Wu, thank you then, but I also want to remind you that no matter who sent you, but you have now offended me. Lu Feng patted Wu Guoying's shoulder and said before going to comfort the company's employees, leaving the cloudy Wu Guoying alone there. He didn't know what to think. Finally, under the comfort of Zhao Yun and Lu Feng, the employees stabilized their emotions and followed the investigators with their computers and documents. After everyone had left, Zhao Yun indignantly cursed Guoying. When the group was in its glory, who dared to do this? Obviously always abiding by the law and following the rules, yet they still let people come over to investigate. It's really infuriating. Alright, old Zhao, don't be angry. People are all like this. No one can look up to you when you're down, but if you're brilliant, they'll all come over to flatter you again. Lu Feng looked at the angry Zhao Yun and comforted him. I understand the reasoning, Lu Dong, but I'm just angry, Zhao Yun said. Then have you ever considered taking the group to move? Lu Feng suddenly asked. What? Zhao Yun thought he heard wrong. I said, have you ever considered having the group move? Lu Feng said once again. Dong Lu, how can moving be so easy? We can't take so many assets with us, Zhao Yun said with a bitter smile. All these things can be sold off. We'll choose another place to redevelop. How about picking Magic City? Of course Magic City is good but we don't have money Lu Dong, and there is no one in Magic City. These things don't need you to consider. You only need to consider whether you want to move or not. Lu Feng said. Of course I want to but this is for the group is not at all want to be able to. Lu Dong, there are too many factors to consider. Don't think about it so much. When the finance comes back, you'll hold a meeting and say that the company is ready to move out of Fat City. Just let the employees get ready, Lu Feng said flatly. Afterwards, after arranging some things for Zhao Yun, Lu Feng left. He still had to meet the owner of that mysterious phone call, although there was no evidence. Lu Feng's intuition told him that this matter of the company being investigated must have something to do with this. Setting up his navigation, Lu Feng rushed towards the Jiupan mountain circuit. I'd like to see what kind of big shot it is. Chapter 49, Arrested. After a period of driving, Lu Feng soon arrived at the so-called 9-plate mountain racing circuit. After giving out his name, someone soon guided him to a track entrance within the circuit. Just after arriving there, Lu Feng saw a few young men dressed as second-generation tycoons chatting around a few cars. One of them saw him and hurriedly pointed with his finger. Seeing this, the others also cast all of their gazes over. I'm Lu Feng. Which one of you is looking for me? Without the slightest bit of politeness, Lu Feng directly opened the door. Hearing his words, one of the men directly stood out. So you are Lu Dong. I've heard about you for a long time. Today, I've seen that your name is true. I'm Wei Changcheng. However, Lu Feng did not have the slightest interest in what his name was, and directly asked him what he was looking for. Looking at Lu Feng so directly, the man was not in the least bit anxious, but also took out cigarettes and threw them over. However, in the face of the thrown cigarettes, Lu Feng directly shot on the ground. When the man saw this action of his, he didn't get angry and instead laughed. Ha ha ha, worthy of being the new director of the Sail Power Group, really bold enough. You found me here. What exactly is the matter? Why are you looking for someone to investigate my company? Lu Feng just looked at him coldly. Isn't this because I'm afraid that you, Great Director Lu, don't have time to come, so I can only use some means, the man explained with a smile. As for what I'm looking for Lu Dong to come over for, of course I have business to discuss with Lu Dong. There doesn't seem to be any business to talk about between us. Lu Dong, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let me introduce the identities of the people around me first. You can then consider it. After saying that, the man introduced the identities of these people beside him to Lu Feng one by one. After listening to the identities of these people, Lu Feng's heart also flashed a trace of coldness. It turned out that these few young people, their fathers were either big shots in the Fat City Chamber of Commerce or someone in their family was in politics, and if they wanted to develop in Fat City, they simply couldn't get around these people. So what exactly do you want to talk to me about? Lu Feng said impatiently. Since you are in such a hurry, then I will talk to you about it. It's like this, Ms. Feng Ning is a good friend of ours, and when I heard that you rejected her takeover earlier, I think you're being a bit impulsive. Listening to the other party's tone of eating him up, Lu Feng listened directly laughed out. So, you're pulling this stunt today because you want me to sell fondly to Feng Ning? Not bad, Mr. Lu. It's not often that you can earn $1 billion in one turn of business, or even if you think it's too little, I can help you add more. Mercedes-Benz is a behemoth. I hope you can think about it. And what if I don't agree? Lu Feng said with narrowed eyes. Then you'll have to be prepared for people checking on your group every day, and beware of those social thugs going to your group to look for trouble. The man threatened with a smirk. Then it seems that there is no possibility of détente between us. Lu Feng's tone was morose and incomparable. If you don't agree to our proposal, then there is no possibility of détente, the man said arrogantly. Lu Feng sniffed, didn't say anything, turned around and wanted to leave. He didn't want to waste time on this group of second generation. Just as Lu Feng had just turned around and was about to leave, a young man stood up on the sofa again. Is this place where you can come whenever you want? Don't leave something behind. You don't want to walk out of here safely. What did you say? Lu Feng twisted his head and asked. I said, if you don't agree to this business, you don't want to walk out of here safely. Are you deaf? The red-haired man continued to say arrogantly. Listening to you guys, there's no way to settle this today, right? Lu Feng looked at the first man who stood up and said, Lu Dong, you just need to agree to my request. We will be a family from now on. What do you think? The man thought Lu Feng was going to be soft. You guys, just with you people, do you want to talk business with me? As a result, Lu Feng spoke out of turn. So you are refusing? The man said. Why don't I refuse? I'm a cutie, Lu Feng said mockingly. As soon as Lu Feng's words fell, the red-haired man threw a beer bottle over. Pop! The beer bottle landed on the ground, and the imagined headbutting scene didn't happen. Is this your way? But it's really not good. Lu Feng craned his neck and his tone became gloomy. When the red-haired man saw Lu Feng behaving like this, he directly picked up another beer bottle from the ground and smashed it. However, it still didn't hit. Facing the flying beer bottle, Lu Feng directly blew it up with his empty hand. This scene stunned the red-haired man and also the crowd. Is that all you know how to throw beer bottles? Lu Feng said mockingly. Kid, don't be too arrogant. The red-haired man sniffed and directly rushed over. Seeing the red-haired man make a move, several other men also rushed up. Only the man who had just negotiated with Lu Feng did not get on. Lu Feng saw the crowd rushed up without the slightest panic. Find the right opportunity to strike. A left hook punch in the red-haired man's face. Red hair instantly flew out 3 or 4 meters, lying on the ground motionless. Then there was another straight punch inside the intercepting fist hitting another man. After the man was punched, he also covered his stomach and lay on the ground. There was a click. It turned out that a young man with a tattoo had attacked Lu Feng with a stick, causing him to take a hard hit on his back. The instant Lu Feng suffered pain, he turned around and grabbed the man who had attacked him and came up with 2 punches, then kicked him away. The remaining 2 men were instead put down by Lu Feng with a double kick. Afterwards, Lu Feng calmly walked to the man named Wei Chongqing, pulled out a cigarette from inside his pocket, put it in his mouth and lit it. Who? Lu Feng exhaled a mouthful of smoke and looked at the already stunned man and said, Still want to leave me behind? When the man heard Lu Feng's words, he directly stood up with a jolt. You don't want to be too arrogant. Now is a legal society. So what if you can fight? The man said shivering. Then you still have any moves to make out? No words, I can go ah. Lu Feng said. Humph, you can't leave. Do you think this is all we have? The man suddenly said. As soon as his words fell, he saw a group of uniformed law enforcement officers walking over quickly. We received a call from the police saying that there was a fight here, said the police officer in the lead. As soon as the man at the head saw the police coming, he hurriedly said, Mr. Policeman, that's him. He struck out and beat up so many of my friends. Look at them. They can't even stand up from the beating. The police officer sniffed and scanned around, seeing the several people lying on the ground, and then looked at Lu Feng who was sitting on the hood of the car, and then ordered Lu Feng to be arrested. Lu Feng calmly finished the last puff of his cigarette before the police grabbed his hands. Is this your backhand? Lu Feng said as he looked at the man. Ha ha ha, what backhand? I don't know anything, the man said arrogantly. Do you think I believe it? If it wasn't for your advance notice, could they have come so fast? Whatever you say, I don't know what's going on anyway. The man just balked at having nothing to do with himself. Don't talk so much, let's go. Take you all back. We'll talk about it at the station, said the young policeman. Chapter 50 Wei Changqing's means. In the police station, two policemen were interrogating Lu Feng. Why did you hurt someone with your hands? One of the policemen asked with a pen in his hand. I was acting in self-defense. Sir, Lu Feng said calmly, but now no one can prove that you acted in self-defense, except for you yourself who said it was self-defense. Everyone else who said it could be that you moved your hand first. So now all the evidence points to me injuring someone first, Lu Feng asked. The current situation is like this, the policeman said while recording. You ask Wei Changqing to come here. I have something to say to him. Sorry, everyone else is in the hospital right now. You mean Wei Changqing is there too? Yes, but he's not hurt. He said he suffered internal injuries. Then my head is also injured. Why don't you send me to the hospital as well? Lu Feng said as he looked at the two men interrogating him. Sorry, according to the process, we need to interrogate you first, said a slightly older policeman. Ha 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 ha, I see. Lu Feng suddenly laughed. Can you give me my cell phone? I need to make a call. Sorry, I can't give it to you right now. As far as I know, I should be qualified to contact the outside world right now. Lu Feng's eyes went cold and his tone became serious. However, the two people on the opposite side acted as if they didn't hear it. They didn't even raise their heads. They were just there to make a statement. Soon after the statements were done, the two men got up and left, leaving Lu Feng alone inside the interrogation room. Instantly, he was left alone in the interrogation room. After about an hour or so, a policeman came over and handed Lu Feng a bread and a glass of water. Lu Feng looked at him and asked a question. How much did they give you guys? The policeman smiled a bit at that, then said something about giving in before it's too late. Some people aren't someone you can afford to offend. Turned around and left. The policeman had just walked to the door of the interrogation room when he heard Lu Feng's voice coming from behind him. Then how do you know you can afford to offend me? The policeman turned his head and saw Lu Feng with a smiling face, only to feel a chill going straight to his head. He hurriedly closed the door of the interrogation room and walked out. On the other side, the few people who had been beaten up by Lu Feng also walked out from the hospital. Young Qing, this matter can't be let go like this, said a man with a bandage on his head. Yeah, this kid's hands are too hard. We have to show him some color. Several people chattered around Wei Changqing and said, don't worry about it, I've already arranged it. This Lu Feng won't have a good time inside the interrogation room tonight. Wei Changqing smiled faintly and said that he's all prepared. Asterisk asterisk. I did not expect this kid is so able to fight. Would have thought to talk about not close to the time to force asterisk crime to take him in it. Did not think that in the end because of intentional injury to go in. Why don't we go to the interrogation room to take a look at him? The red-haired man suddenly said. Good idea. Yeah, let's see how messed up he is now. Soon, the red-haired man's proposal was supported by all of them, and several people drove to the interrogation room. Lu Feng was bored inside the interrogation room at the moment. There was no way. He didn't have a cell phone right now, so he could only laze around. Suddenly, Lu Feng saw the red hair that he had beaten down from the small window on the door of the interrogation room. With a click, the few young men from before walked in. Mr. Lu, good to see you again, Wei Changqing said with a smile. Looking at the few people who freely entered and left the interrogation room, Lu Feng wasn't a bit surprised. After all, the other party represented the powerful class of Fat City, and it wasn't difficult at all to be able to do so. Thanks to Wei Xiao's blessing, I'm still eating well and sleeping well here. And it would be even better if I couldn't see the disgusting faces of certain people. Lu Feng spread his hands and said with a smile, who are you calling disgusting? Redhead's temper came up at once, reaching out to hit over, but was stopped by Wei Changqing. Don't be impulsive. I didn't say anything about you. What are you so anxious to stand out for? Lu Feng looked at the many eunuchs. Although there was a smile on his face, the chill deep in his eyes was chilling. Mr. Lu, being eloquent is of no use. You are a businessman. You should know that the most important thing in the business world is connections. Your sale power is in Fei City, and we happen to be able to represent some of the people in Fei City. If you don't hand over your sale power, do you think you'll be able to hang around? Wei Changqing pulled over a chair and sat down with a big strut. This interrogation room that normally people talked about, at the moment it seemed as if it was just like it was his home. As for his words, Lu Feng nodded his head deeply. He was now considered to have stepped into the business world for a while, and naturally knew the influence of connections on industries, but that didn't mean he had to be soft, threatening if he couldn't buy or sell. If he really compromised, how should he mix in the future? There is an old saying, called the Buddha fights for a burnt incense, people fight for a breath. There was nothing wrong with being smooth in the world, but that didn't mean one had to be bullied. Wei Xiao, of course I know the energy of you people in Fat City. It's just a pity that your previous attitude made me very upset, so no matter what you say, I won't agree. Please go back and tell Feng Ning that I, Lu Feng, remembered her and told her to be careful lately. Lu Feng sat up straight, keeping a posture for a long time. His body was a bit stiff. As for Wei Changqing, when the several people saw that Lu Feng had already fallen to this point and actually still didn't give in, there was nothing they could do for a while. Although the forces behind them were very powerful in Fei City, they had not reached the point of recklessness. Young Qing, what's the point of wasting words with him? You let me beat him up first to avenge the beating he gave us in the bar. Seeing that the negotiations had once again reached a stalemate, Red Hair waved his fists and was about to charge up again. Come back. Wei Changqing's face sank as he drank low. Are you kidding me? They are a bit powerful. But this is an interrogation room. Hitting someone here can have a big impact, if it leaks out, not to mention that they can't solve it. Even the people behind them are also very difficult to solve it. Red Hair was scared by this rebuke and could only withdraw his hand. There is no way. Who let the presence of so many people? The number of Wei Changqing's status is Hyatt. Mr. Lu, are you really unwilling to agree and accept our friendship? Wei Changqing came in front of Lu Feng with suppressed anger in his tone. Lu Feng hemmed and hawed, revealing a mouthful of neat white teeth. I'm sorry, I'm a person with a stubborn temper and I like to eat softness but not hardness. Chapter 51, brazenly asking for help. Mr. Lu, you really do have the guts. In that case, let's just wait and see if the mountain doesn't turn. Facing Lu Feng's slightly mocking words, Wei Changqing also lost his patience in conversing with Lu Feng. Then he turned around and left the interrogation room with a group of juniors. After coming out of the interrogation room, a few people got into their respective luxury cars, with Red Hair sitting in the same car as Wei Changqing. Young Qing, this guy looks like he's a tough guy. Or else I'll call my dad and ask him to arrange for a few people to break both of this kid's legs to see if he's still so tough. As soon as he got on the car, Red Hair spoke out his suggestion. At this moment, he was holding a huge ball of anger in his stomach. If it wasn't for Wei Changqing stopping him just now, he would have said anything to give Lu Feng a hard beating. When Wei Changqing heard Red Hair's proposal, his heart moved. As a raccoon of the same hill, he certainly knew that Red Hair had such strength, otherwise he wouldn't have brought him along. But even though he was moved by Red Hair's offer, in his inner heart he was still a bit wary of Lu Feng. After all, a young man who could directly take down the Sail Power Group, the energy behind him would definitely not be small. In case Lu Feng wanted to retaliate against them at that time, it would also be a not-so-small trouble for them. Don't do anything first, let's go back and call that Feng Ning woman. Tell her that this guy's bones are a bit hard and ask her to raise the price. Let's see what she says first. After all, it's not us who are in the most hurry in this matter. After hesitating for a bit, Wei Changqing still chose to refuse. With the car emitting a roar, several luxury cars disappeared into the dark night. And at this time, in the interrogation room, Lu Feng, who had gotten his cell phone, found a phone and hesitated before dialing out. Hey, Chuang Kite, it's me. A slightly embarrassed voice rang out in the empty interrogation room. Feng, what's the matter with calling so late at night? A gentle word came from the other side of the phone. There's a little something. Lu Feng struggled for a long time before saying it. If there was a crack in the ground in the interrogation room right now, Lu Feng would have already burrowed in. After all, it was really dishonorable to say this out. A certain unscrupulous author, is there a rich woman's sister to take a look at me? The doctor told me that my stomach is not good and I can only eat soft food. Subsequently, Lu Feng talked to Xinjiang Kite about the causes and consequences of the incident. And when Xinjiang Kite heard it, she directly acted like a lioness protecting her cubs. Feng, you didn't suffer any injuries yourself, right? I'll call right away. Wait for me. I'll take a plane to Fat City right now. When Lu Feng heard that Xinjiang Kite was rushing over, he hastily refused. Chang Kite, it's just a little thing. You don't need to come over personally. Really, I'm really fine. Feng, are you really fine? But don't be polite to me. Xinjiang Kite was still a bit uneasy. It's fine. I didn't even want to tell you. But now that life is so unfamiliar, I really have no choice. Humph, you're still being outgoing with me. Actually want to not tell me. Xinjiang directly hummed. This is not for fear of you worrying. Lu Feng touched his nose and explained. Humph, okay, I'll go contact someone first. You wait for a while. Xinjiang hung up the phone after saying that, while Lu Feng's side looked at the hung-up cell phone. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Hey, I'm really sorry. I just blew my own trumpet not too long ago, and now I have to be rescued by others. After experiencing this, Lu Feng also understood his shortcomings, although he said that he was very rich now, but he didn't have any connections. The only one he knew was Yi Weiman, the old man, and he wasn't familiar with him yet, so this time when he goes back, he must develop his connections. Lu Feng thought secretly in his heart. Xinjiang sighed after hanging up the phone, forced down the anger in his heart, found the phone number of a handful of people in the city of Fat Thinking that Lu Feng may have suffered in the interrogation room, Shin Shankue hurriedly dialed the phone out. At 11 o'clock at night, the fat city hand who had already fallen asleep was woken up by a phone call. Who is it, calling so late, still letting people sleep, said Lin Yuming, rubbing his eyes. He picked up his cell phone and glanced at the caller's note. Lin Yuming instantly came to life. Why is this one suddenly calling? Hey, Xiao Kaida, what's the matter with calling so late? Uncle Lin, I'm very sorry for disturbing your rest so late. Ah, it's nothing, I've just gotten into bed. I have something I need to trouble you with, Shin Shankue said. What is it? Tell me. If I can do it, I will definitely do it for you, Lin Yuming said with a smile. Afterwards, Shin Shankite said about Lu Feng. After hearing what Shin Shankite said, Lin Yuming directly slapped the table and said, these people are really lawless. They can actually do such excessive things. Isn't this destroying the business environment in Fat City? Then Uncle Lin, this matter will please you. It's fine. It's just that if you don't say it, I know it, and I won't let this group of people off the hook. Then thank you Uncle Lin. This year's New Year, I'll help you ask for a grandpa's invitation. I haven't seen you in these years. I kinda miss you. Ha ha ha. Then thank you little Iris. Uncle Lin, then I won't bother you. You also have an early rest. After saying that, Shin Chang-kite hung up the phone. Lin Yuming who hung up the phone could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart and laughed out. This confused his wife. Old Lin, what are you laughing at if you're not sleeping? Said his wife curiously in her silk pajamas. Seeing his lady wake up, Lin Yuming directly hugged her and kissed her. Ha ha ha, wife, my good day is coming. What are you talking about, Mrs. Lin hadn't figured out what was wrong with her husband. Forget about it for now. Go to bed, Lin Yuming said and went out in his pajamas. Seeing her husband in this strange state, Mrs. Lin also muttered and then went back to sleep. Hey, Ji-yoon, it's me, Lin Yuming. Walking to the living room, Lin Yuming sat on the sofa and called the police chief. The police chief, who was sleeping soundly, once he heard that it was Lin Yuming, he hurriedly asked if there was something wrong with him calling so late at night. Ji-yoon, your people really need to be managed properly. Lin Yuming's words made the police chief shiver in fear. Yes, you're right, he could only respond. Afterwards, Lin Yuming gave him a rundown of the matter, and after hearing this, the police chief repeatedly assured him that he would definitely take care of this matter, and told Lin Yuming to just wait for the good news. Hearing his assurance, Lin Yuming also hung up the phone and went back to rest. This side of the police chief hung up the phone, immediately put on his clothes and headed outside. When he arrived downstairs, Su Jian drove his own car and rushed to the police station where Lu Feng was. This is a mess. The person who can make Mayor Lin personally call. How big of a head does this have to be? Soon, in Su Jiyun's apprehensive mood, he arrived at the interrogation room where Lu Feng was. Chapter 52, the director arrives in person. Who's on duty here today? Su Jiyun said as soon as he walked in. Who are you? And what are you doing here so late in the evening? Said the policeman on duty. I'm Su Jiyun. Chief, why are you here? The policeman on duty panicked as he heard the name and got up to greet him. If I didn't come over, you'd have broken the sky. Chief, what are you talking about? Did your precinct arrest a young man today? He's still locked up in the interrogation room. Yes, I think there's one. He came in for assault. Then don't hurry to take me over, Su Jiyun said loudly. Yes, you come with me. The policeman on duty led Su Jiyun towards the interrogation room, and did not forget to gesture with the person on duty. Let him hurry to notify the precinct chief, said Su Jiyun over. Crossing the corridor, the policeman on duty led Su Jiyun to an interrogation room. Chief, the person is inside. Open the door. The policeman on duty immediately opened the door after hearing this. Lu Feng looked at the policeman who pushed the door in, and a middle-aged man behind him, and didn't understand what it meant. You are Chairman Lu Feng Lu, right? Su Jiyun spoke. Well, I am, Lu Feng said back. Why don't you hurry up and open the handcuffs for Mr. Lu? The police immediately came forward and uncuffed Lu Feng. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lu, let you suffer. I know the cause and effect of the matter. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a result, Su Jiyun said. Hearing Su Jiyun say this, Lu Feng knew that he was the rescuer that Shin Xuankue moved over, and in his heart, he secretly marveled at the power of the Shin family. You are? Although he knew it was a rescuer, Lu Feng still didn't know the identity of the middle-aged man in front of him. Look at my memory. I forgot to introduce myself. I am the chief of police of Fat City. My name is Su Jiyun. Lu Feng heard the man's identity was also taken aback. This is the chief of police of the city of Fat proper real power big shot. Actually let Shin Xuankue in the middle of the night to shout up. Good day to you. Really trouble you. So late still let you run a trip. Lu Feng politely said. Mr. Lu, this is a shame. It is because I am not strict in my command that a good citizen like you who abides by the law has been treated unfairly. You have a lot of work to do every day. It is normal that you can't take care of some small things. I have also been a bit severe this time, and I have caused trouble for you as well. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lu speaks too politely. Ha ha ha, I'm just being honest. Then let's go out and have a chat. Okay, Su Jiyun said and led Lu Feng out of the door of the interrogation room. Where does Mr. Lu live? I'll send you back, Su Jiyun said. He was curious about the young man in front of him. In his 20s, he had already acquired a large group like Sail Power worth $20 billion. Even though Sail Power had recently had problems, it was still a skinny camel that was bigger than a horse, and also can let the Shin family's 1,000 gold miss late at night to the phone to the fat city a hand. This all the signs indicate that this young man must come from a big head. When Lu Feng heard that Su Jiyun wanted to give himself a ride, he quickly refused. Thank you for your goodwill. This late at night for you to still run here for my matter, disturbing your rest. I'm already very sorry, and then letting you send me back. That's unseemly. I'll just take a taxi back by myself. Director, why did you come over? Just as Su Jiyun wanted to say something else, a voice came. Immediately afterward, a chubby man ran to Su Jiyun's front. While gasping for breath, he said, Director, what is the matter with you coming over so late? Just make a phone call. No need to personally run over. Su Jiyun looked at the fat man in front of him and laughed coldly. Zhou, don't you know what I'm here for? Branch Chief Zhou heard the coldness in Su Jiyun's words and instantly shivered. Of course he knew what Su Jiyun was doing here. If he had known that Lu Feng had this background, he, Su Daniu, would not have dared to treat Lu Feng like this. In order to please Wei Changcheng, he had instructed his underlings to confiscate Lu Feng's cell phone, and at night, he didn't unlock Lu Feng's handcuffs, letting Lu Feng sit there all the time. Director, I am also following the law. Mr. Lu, after all, hands hurt. Zhou Danio can only force to explain. Then how did I hear that it was Mr. Lu who fought back in self-defense? Su Jiyun asked back, but at that time, all the witnesses said that Mr. Lu moved his hand first. I also have no way. Zhou Danio bitterly explained. What is all this? Originally thought it was just a small matter. He helped Wei Changqing and still get his favor. Who knows that the soft persimmon all of a sudden turned into a titanium alloy steel plate? I don't want to hear your explanation. If the case or only rely on what the witness said, then how many cases of injustice? Su Jiyun heard Zhou Danio's explanation, directly angry. A bunch of straw men. Every day they only think about getting benefits, when doing the right thing immediately cannot. Seeing that the director was angry, Zhou Danio could only turn his gaze to Lu Feng, hoping that Lu Feng could help plead for mercy. But Lu Feng acted as if he didn't see Zhou Danio and continued to say to Su Jiyun, it's really troublesome, director. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I'll treat you to dinner when I'm free. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lu is too polite. I'm also doing this for the sake of Fei City. It's because of you people that the development of Fei City is changing day by day. It's only because of you that it's flourishing. Su Jiyun is worthy of being an official. The words are called a beautiful. Then Su Jiyun personally sent Lu Feng to the top of the cab again. Looking at the cab that was already far away, Su Jiyun's face instantly darkened. Look at what you have done. Do you know what this Mr. Lu is? Su Jiyun said with a dark face. At this time, Zhou Danyu was already overwhelmed by Su Jiyun. No, don't know. It's a hand personally called me to come. Think about it yourself how big this Mr. Lu must be, you bunch of idiots. You don't even know when you've been sold. Zhou Danyu heard that this matter was actually a handful of people personally called to ask, instantly more panicked. When Su Jiyun saw Zhou Danyu's appearance, he became even more angry in his heart, and left after putting down a sentence. Tomorrow, with everyone involved in this matter, you go to guard the reservoir. After saying that, he drove off in his car, leaving Zhou Danyu sitting paralyzed on the ground alone. What have I done here? Lu Feng's side had already returned to the Rose Bar in a cab. As for why he didn't go back to the hotel to sleep, it was because his car was still parked here. Just after he sat in the car and started the fire, Shin Changkui's phone call came over. Hey, Feng, are you alright? Shin Changkite's concerned voice came over the phone. Lu Feng's heart warmed when he heard Shin Changkite's concern. Well, I'm fine, Changkite, Lu Feng said back. Well, it's good that you're fine. Go back to rest earlier. I know. You too. Just like that, Lu Feng drove his car and chatted with Shin Changkite, and soon arrived at the entrance of the hotel. I'm at the place. Don't worry about it. You rest early, Lu Feng said. Okay, you rest early too. Good night. Good night. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng checked in at the hotel, pushed open the door of his room, and directly laid down on the bed and fell asleep. How come I feel like I forgot something? Chapter 53, Assassination. The next day, Lu Feng, who slept until almost noon, got up, I forgot something when I arrived yesterday, Lu Feng said while dressing. ***. Forgot the system refresh, Lu Feng said and hurriedly entered the system. System, come out. I forgot to refresh it yesterday. Ding. Host needn't worry. Yesterday's refresh opportunity has been automatically converted into a mall lottery opportunity for storage. Hearing the system reply, Lu Feng let go of his heart. Then help me refresh today's, Lu Feng said with a long sigh of relief. Ding. This day's spike item has been refreshed. What's the situation? Why are the items refreshed out so vegetable? Isn't it true that the good ones will get better and better? Lu Feng said with a complaint. It turned out that the best one that was refreshed today was 10,000 prestige value, and the other two were ordinary luxury items. Ding. The chances of the secondary system refreshing out the goodies is up. It might be that it's refreshed every day and the host's luck isn't so good. The system's voice seemed to carry a bit of gloating. Forget it, just convert all the daily refreshes of the past few days into draws for me, just in case I draw something good then. Lu Feng said. Roger that, Lu Feng said, and then he was ready to get up and pack up before going to Sail Power Group to discuss with Zhao Yun about the group's move. Now Lu Feng can be said to have offended the powerful and wealthy people in the entire fat city. This time there is Shin Chankui to help, but he can't find Shin Chankui to help every time so Lu Feng was ready to move Sail Power to Mordor. He was going to slowly make Mordor his home base, and compared to the economic environment of Mordor, Fat City was still a lot worse. Good day, Chairman. Good day, Chairman. Accompanied by the sounds of employees greeting, Lu Feng returned to the group. Old Zhao, have you had breakfast yet? Lu Feng carried the soy milk donut buns to Zhao Yun's office. Lu Dong, it's almost 11 o'clock. Isn't it a bit late? Zhao Yun said as he looked at Lu Feng. Not too late. Not too late. Come and have some. No need, Lu Dong. I had lunch in the morning. Alright then, I'll just eat by myself then. Zhao Yun looked at Lu Feng, who was sitting on top of the sofa with a bun in his right hand, a donut in his left hand, and a cup of soy milk on top of the table, sucking the soy milk with his mouth, and also didn't know what to say for a moment. This and yesterday's strategizing, worth tens of billions of dollars of the director is not a person at all. After a long while, Lu Feng finally finished his breakfast. Burp, so bracing, Lu Feng said as he got up and received another glass of water. Lu Dong, when I went over to look at our finances that were taken away today, they said that they had returned to the group. Was it you who did this? Zhao Yun asked. Hearing Zhao Yun's words, Lu Feng froze for a moment and then laughed out. Looks like this group of people aren't idiots. Lu Dong, what does that mean? Zhao Yun asked curiously. Nothing, just let it out. I came to find you today in order to talk to you again about the company's relocation, Lu Feng said. Zhao Yun heard Lu Feng talk about the relocation of the group again. He was also entangled. He really couldn't afford to let go of the group's hard-fought rivers and mountains in Fei City. Lu Dong, this relocation matter, is it necessary to reconsider? There are too many things involved, Zhao Yun explained. Old Zhao, we can't stay in Fei City anymore, Lu Feng said indifferently. Why, did something happen? Zhao Yun asked suspiciously. The group was investigated today. It was ordered by someone, Lu Feng said flatly. What? It was really directed by someone. Do you know who it is? Zhao Yun asked hurriedly. Yes, of course I know. Not only do I know, I even fought with them, Lu Feng said indifferently. Fought? I didn't quite understand what you meant. Yesterday afternoon when I came out of the institute, I received a mysterious phone call. The person on the phone told me that he wanted to talk business with me, and told me to go to the Rose Bar to meet him. I ignored them. As a result, I had just hung up the phone when I received the news that the group was being investigated. After dealing with the company's business, I drove to the Rose Bar to meet that person, Lu Feng said as he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit one. You met him? What kind of person is trying to deal with us? Zhao Yun asked hurriedly. Saw him? He is not alone. There are many people inside the barroom. The leader is called Wei Chongqing. He was found by Feng Ning. The purpose is to pressure me and then cede sale power to Mercedes-Benz. Lu Feng faintly exhaled a mouthful of smoke. No emotion could be heard in his tone. Damn it, Mercedes-Benz is actually so excessive. Even if you suppress us, you even threaten you? Zhao Yun indignantly slapped the table, obviously extremely shocked by this matter. I refused them, but they told me that they could represent the entire circle of power and nobility in Fat City, making it necessary for me to agree to this request. I remember. This Wei Chongqing is the son of Wei Tian, the third in command of Fat City, Zhao Yun suddenly said. Then did you agree? Of course I didn't agree. I'm a person, right? I eat soft but not hard. Then they made a move, but unfortunately didn't beat me. Then he called the police and took me into the interrogation room. Zhao Yun heard that Lu Feng went into the interrogation room last night, and hurriedly asked, then you're okay? You should have called me. I'm fine. My cell phone was confiscated. Or later when Wei Changqing came to the interrogation room and flaunted it. I got my cell phone, Lu Feng continued. Actually so excessive. Why don't you Lu Dong? Let's call the police. Since they can say this, then they can definitely do something like this. You haven't spent any time in Fat City. You don't know their notoriety, Zhao Yun said worriedly. No need. The problem has already been solved by me. They won't make a move against me now, Lu Feng said indifferently. Ha, that's not their style. Ha, I know, but they can't afford to mess with me now. It seems like Lu Dong is not a small person, Zhao Yun said as he looked at Lu Feng. Ha ha ha, old Zhao, don't guess. Although this game is considered a win for me, but they didn't lose too hard either. It's better to discuss the matter of the group moving. But if we move, what should we do with these industries? Zhao Yun said worriedly. Sell the properties slowly. The group will not have a good time after being targeted by this group of them. There is only 1,000 days to be a thief. There is no such thing as 1,000 days to prevent a thief. And I believe that Yadi and Dazhou will be very interested in the industries we left behind, Lu Feng said lightly. Alright then, let's do as you said. I'll go down and inform them first later. Well, you will inform about this later. I still have some things to take care of. Lu Feng got up and was about to leave. Alright, I'll see you off. Meanwhile on the other side, Wei Changqing's group of people found a famous assassin in Fat City and prepared to assassinate Lu Feng. Brother Evergreen, you don't even know. I was scolded by my family's old man yesterday. Yeah, I don't know what the hell is that Lu's name. He can actually startle a handful of people. My family too argued with me and then warned me not to mess with the surname Lu again. A few second-generation people told their miserable experiences one sentence after another. Wei Changqing smoked a cigarette. His eyes narrowed into slits. Hearing the words of a few friends, he thought back to what the old man said last night. Changqing, this Lu Feng you've completely offended now. He definitely won't let you go. Then what should I do, Grandpa? Since being polite first won't work, then do away with him completely. But this matter can't be known to your father. And you yourself have to find a way to take yourself out of this matter of assassinating the one surnamed Lu. Good, I know. Just as Wei Changqing was still thinking about things, the red-haired man interrupted his recollection. Brother Evergreen, we've got a contact. This person is a famous killer in our Fat City underworld. His name is Black Wolf. Is it reliable? Wei Changqing exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said, Don't worry. Before my father is also looking for him to deal with some unclean things. He has a sick wife hospitalized every day, need to spend a lot of money. So even if the mission fails, he would not dare to betray us, red-haired man said confidently. It turned out that the red-haired man's family was involved in the black. In the 1980s through the black completed the first original capital accumulation. Due to the seriousness of China's fight against the black and evil, forced to slowly transformed. But there are still a lot of gray industries under the banner. Then tell him, $1 million, I want Lu Feng to die, Wei Changqing said lightly. Good, then I'll give him the information and photos of the surname Lu. And then I'll give him a $500,000 deposit, said Red Hair. Well, remember to give him the photos and information in a file bag, and the deposit should also be in cash. Don't go online, can't leave a handle, Wei Changqing reminded. Don't worry, Brother Evergreen, I'll go then. Well, go. Just as Wei Changqing and the others were planning how to assassinate Lu Feng was already driving and preparing to go back to Xuancheng. He was going to go back and say goodbye to the two old men and Lu Yanran. Then when the time came, he would go back to the Magic City directly from Fei City. However, he didn't know that at this moment, there was already an assassination that was quietly coming towards him. Chapter 54, Great Uncle and Aunt's Shock. Lu Feng drove his Mercedes-Benz all the way and finally returned home after more than 2 hours. Taking out his keys and opening the door, he saw that Lu Yanyan was the only one at home. So Lu Feng asked his eldest uncle where the two of them had gone. Brother, what did you go for? Lu Yanyan asked. There was something going on in the company. I went to take care of it. Where's the eldest uncle and the others? They saw that you weren't there and went to work. Ah, didn't I tell them not to go to work? They said they couldn't be bothered, so they had to go. Alright then, let's go buy some food and wait for them, said Lu Feng. Brother, do you cook well? Said Lu Yanyan curiously. That must be delicious. Lu Feng smiled. Just kidding. He hadn't been home for 4 years in college. He had cooked all by himself, and although it wasn't as good as his aunt's cooking, it wasn't bad at all. The two of them headed to the food market just like this, talking and laughing. After wandering around the market for a long time, the food was finally bought. Lu Feng brought Lu Yanyan back home, ready to show his hand to Lu Yanyan. Skillfully cleaning the crabs, Lu Feng used white wine to soak the crabs. Brother, what are you doing? Lu Yanyan asked curiously as she looked at what Lu Feng was doing. This is a type of drunken crab. After soaking it, you can directly start steaming it, so that the steamed crab will have a very strong fragrance of wine, which is very tasty, Lu Feng explained. Wow, sounds so delicious. Looking forward to it. Lu Feng then made white bird prawns, steamed eggs with clams, scallop vermicelli, and cooked a pot of seaweed rib soup. Brother why did you make all seafood today? Because the most I ate in Magic City was also seafood. So of course I had to make seafood, said Lu Feng, who had been busy for more than 2 hours. Alright, just in time. Mom and Dad will be off work soon, Lu Yanyan said. After serving all the dishes on the table, the two of them sat at the dining table and played with their cell phones. After about 20 minutes, there was a ringing of the door opening, and the eldest uncle and aunt were off work. Wow, it smells so good. I can smell the seafood. Yeah, I smell white wine too, the elder uncle and aunt said as soon as they entered the door. Then they saw Lu Feng. Small wind, you came back. How not to say in advance I good early shift to give you a good meal. Aunt saw Lu Feng surprised said. Yes, this brat of yours is making a surprise attack again, the eldest uncle also said with a smile. Mom and Dad, you two quickly stop talking. Quickly come to taste brother's cooking. These dishes are all brother's entire Lu Yanran opened her mouth to say. Eldest uncle and aunt were also pleasantly surprised when they heard that the several dishes and soups on the table were all made by Lu Feng. Then I'm going to have a good taste of little Feng's handiwork. The eldest uncle hurriedly washed his hands and sat at the table. You're the one who's in a hurry, the aunt said to the eldest uncle while washing her hands. Uncle didn't care about his aunt. He picked up a piece of steamed egg with clams and put it in his mouth. Wow, it's delicious, big uncle praised as he took another sip of wine. Little Feng, you can do this at this level. Seeing her dad eating so favorably, Lu Yanyan also hurriedly put a chopstick into her mouth. Instantly, little stars appeared in her eyes. Brother, this is also fantastic. It's so delicious, Lu Yanyan said and picked up another chopstick. Seeing that both of them ate it and said it was good, the aunt hurriedly clamped a white burnt prawn and put it in her mouth. It's very delicious. Xiao Feng, your handiwork is really good. Any girl who marries you in the future will be blessed with a mouthful of food, the aunt said with a teasing smile. Ha ha ha, yes. I didn't expect little Win's cooking skills to be so great, the eldest uncle also complimented. Brother, can I live with you in the future? I want to eat your cooking every day, Lu Yanran said. Ha ha, eldest uncle, auntie and Yan, don't praise me. I'm proud of myself, Lu Feng said with a smile. Ha ha ha, if I had your cooking skills, I'd be proud too. You don't know, your aunt never lets me cook. She hates my cooking. I call it disgusting. I really can't eat it, the aunt said when she heard the elder uncle's words. Ha 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 ha, Dad, is your cooking that bad? The meal was soon finished in a pleasant atmosphere. After the meal, Lu Yanyan was sent to the kitchen to brush the dishes. Lu Feng, on the other hand, pulled his eldest uncle and aunt to sit on the sofa. Uncle, auntie, didn't I tell you not to go to work anymore? You can just rest at home. I'll take care of you in the future, Lu Feng said. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the eldest uncle and aunt were also touched for a while and praised Lu Feng for being a good boy. Little Feng, we can't be idle. We are bored at home every day, so we might as well go to work, the eldest uncle said. Your uncle is right. When Yanran goes to school and you go out, there will be only two of us left at home. We are both very bored. We might as well go to work. Time passes faster, the aunt also said. Then you will go out to travel. Our country of China, great mountains and rivers are played over once. Anyway, cannot go to work. You two for me, and Yan has paid too much. Now have money, should let you enjoy a little. Lu Feng continued to persuade. Traveling and whatnot is tiring and costly. I'm not going. Then you can play mahjong and drink tea at home. Playing mahjong makes my back hurt. Drinking tea makes me sleepless. It's okay to work out and dance every day. It would be better to work in a factory. Uncle, auntie, I know you can't afford to spend my money, but you say I earn money and don't give it to you to spend. What do I earn money for? Lu Feng said helplessly. The money you earn is of course your own savings. I and your eldest uncle is still young, still able to do. When you can still help you save some. The aunt opened the Lu Feng to the whole crying and laughing. The aunt opened her mouth and made Lu Feng feel like crying and laughing. She cried because she was touched, because the two of them were genuinely thinking about themselves, and she laughed because she was happy that she had such a good family. Seeing that he could not convince the two, Lu Feng directly took out his cell phone and operated it. Uncle with a puzzled face picked up his cell phone and looked at it, seeing his bank card prompting a transfer message, and then seeing the numbers on it. Uncle was not calm. Xiao Feng, what are you doing transferring money to me? Nothing. Just transfer to you. Let you two spend. This is too much. You transferred 10 million at once. The aunt heard this and hurriedly asked her eldest uncle to transfer more money to Lu Feng. Little Wind, this money we cannot want. You open the company also need to use it. The aunt said. From the hands of the eldest uncle grabbed the phone, ready to give Lu Feng transfer back, but it was stopped by Lu Feng, who took his cell phone and waved it in front of the two old men. See how much money is inside my bank card? Lu Feng asked with a smile. Eldest uncle and auntie froze and nodded. How much money is in there? Tell me, Lu Feng said with a forced smile. Hearing this, the two families hurriedly started counting it. A 10, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million. How much money is in there? There is more than 2 billion inch. Then I'll transfer 10 million to you. Is that still too much? No, it's not much. Then can I take it? Can. The eldest uncle and aunt hadn't reacted yet. They were set upon by Lu Feng. Ha 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 ha. This is what you promised to accept. You can't go back on it. Lu Feng covered his stomach and laughed. Eldest uncle and aunt also suddenly reacted. Little win this money. Stop. You just promised. Lu Feng directly interrupted the words of the two old. Seeing Lu Feng's resolute attitude, the eldest uncle and aunt could only stop there. Xiao Feng where did you get so much money the eldest uncle asked. Don't worry about it. Anyway, this money is absolutely clean. Absolutely, I earned it through proper channels. Lu Feng said directly. See, Lu Feng said so. Uncle and aunt did not ask again. Then the family chatted a lot, until late at night before going back to bed. Chapter 55, Assassination is coming. Windy, take care of yourself. Brother, come back more often. Under the escort of his family, Lu Feng left Xuancheng early in the morning and embarked on the road to Fei City. The eldest uncle and aunt still did not twist Lu Feng, and finally could only promise Lu Feng not to go to work. After leaving home, Lu Feng drove his car quickly to the city of Fei, ready to stop the car to go to the toilet. All the way to Lu Feng can be suffocated. Big brother, there is a person over there who wants you to go over, saying that there is something to talk to you. Lu Feng just got off the car and there was a little fat guy who found him. The arrival of the little fatty made Lu Feng confused and couldn't figure out the situation. Little brother, I don't know you, do I? Why are you looking for me? Lu Feng said as he looked at the little fatty. Brother, you're Lu Feng, right? The little fatty said as he ate a lollipop. Yes, brother is Lu Feng. Who is looking for me? Lu Feng stroked the little fatty's head. It was an uncle who gave me a lollipop and asked me to come and inform you. Little fatty said innocently, pointing to the alley next to the public restroom as he said. Lu Feng heard the little fatty's words and looked at the dimly lit alleyway aside. His heart instantly thought of what Wei Changqing had said earlier. It's coming really fast. Lu Feng sneered. It seems that hiding is impossible to hide, since they knew as soon as I entered the fat city. They must have stared at my license plate. Then it would be better to take the initiative, in case they don't find me and are on to uncle and the others. Lu Feng thought and prepared to go over and touch base with them. Little friend, thank you. Your mission is accomplished. Go and play. Lu Feng touched the little fatty's head again, got up and walked towards the alley. Bye uncle. The little fatty ran away happily eating a lollipop. Lu Feng quickly walked into the alley. The inside of the alley was incredibly dim. Even in broad daylight it was hard to see people. I'm coming. You guys come out, Lu Feng said as he stood inside the alley. As soon as the words left his mouth, a young man wearing a hood and a combat uniform walked out from the darkness. Lu Feng sized up the man in front of him. Even though he was armed with master-level fighting skills and the physical fitness of a special forces soldier, he still felt a murderous aura and pressure from the man in front of him. This man must have human lives in his hands. This was Lu Feng's first impression of the man. Taking out a cigarette, Lu Feng lit it up and took a puff, asking, did Wei Changqing tell you to come? However, the man on the other side didn't say anything at all, just stared at him with cheetah-like eyes. You don't say I know. It's him, but how come you're alone? They didn't tell you I'm very capable of fighting, Lu Feng said flatly. The male opposite still ignored Lu Feng. Only the combat dagger in his hand was gripped tighter. You should be a soldier. I can feel it in this combat uniform and the aura you have on you. Why do you want to be an assassin? Lu Feng continued to ask, but the man on the other side just ignored Lu Feng as if he hadn't heard his words. Soon, one of Lu Feng's cigarettes was finished. That is, the moment Lu Feng threw the cigarette away, the man rushed up with a dagger in his hand. Swish! The dagger in the man's hand quickly cut across Lu Feng's chest, but it missed and was deftly dodged by Lu Feng. Seeing that the first strike missed, the man quickly backhanded and stabbed at Lu Feng's head again. Lu Feng saw the right time, grabbed the man's hand and was about to grab the dagger, but the man saw Lu Feng's intention and quickly stabbed twice in the air to force Lu Feng's hand back. The two men then separated. Unusual hands. I'm even more sure that you're a soldier, and not just any soldier, Lu Feng said. You're not bad either. The man finally spoke. Then he quickly launched another attack. The dagger in his hand danced impermeably, for a time forcing Lu Feng to dodge. Seeing that there was no way back by the man, Lu Feng quickly retreated to the wall. Taking advantage of the moment when the man stabbed over again, he jumped up and grabbed one of the ropes over the alley, and then an overhead two-kick kicked the dagger in the man's hand off. The man's reaction was also very fast. In the moment the dagger was kicked off, His hands turned into grabs and grabbed Lu Feng's legs with a death grip, and then pulled Lu Feng down with a force. After that, he wanted to pick up the dagger, but Lu Feng didn't give him a chance. Picking up a brick from the ground and smashing it, the man could only dodge sideways. Lu Feng then rushed up, and the two began to physically fight. The man's attacks were harsh and swift, using his hands and feet to beat Lu Feng, who only had the strength to fight. In fact, this is normal. Lu Feng is only master skills and special forces physical quality, but the actual combat experience is almost zero. Just beat ordinary people twice, and assassinate his man whether physical quality or fighting skills are not weaker than Lu Feng. Not to mention that the man is from the battlefield above the real kill-out. Killing skills have long been pure fire. Swish, the man kicked over. Lu Feng set up his arms to block, but the man was using Lu Feng's arm to free himself and kicked from top to bottom. Lu Feng was already unable to retreat, and could only set up his arms to block again. Splat! Lu Feng was directly by the powerful impact to the pressure of one knee. The man did not give Lu Feng the opportunity to breathe, and attacked. There is no way. Lu Feng can only be a roll to avoid the mess, but the man obviously do not want to let Lu Feng have a chance to breathe. Move to kill. Attack more quickly. Lu Feng could only be tired to cope with it. Seeing that it was about to be unable to resist, Lu Feng suddenly took advantage of the man's attack gap. A move of the Black Dragon 18 hands was struck out, directly forcing the man back. This is your Black Dragon 18 hands? Where did you learn it? I remember that China banned the Black Dragon 18 hands as early as the 80s. The man's plain eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Who? Lu Feng gasped and laughed out. Want to learn you? I'll teach you. When the man heard this, he directly attacked again, while Lu Feng countered with the Black Dragon 18 hands. Since the man didn't understand the Black Dragon 18 hands, Lu Feng was able to fight the man with the Black Dragon 18 hands. Both sides passed another 100 moves. Both were exhausted and wounded, but neither one of them collapsed, and both stared at each other fiercely with their eyes. I underestimated you, the man said under his breath. You're strong too. I'm getting curious about you. With your skill, it's not a problem to be $1 million a year bodyguard. Why do you want to be an assassin? Lu Feng asked curiously. Perhaps because of sympathy? The man actually answered Lu Feng's question. I can't help it. My wife is terminally ill, so I can only do this kind of hook to earn medical expenses. Wait a minute. Lu Feng words have not finished. The man attacked again, obviously to put Lu Feng to death. There is no way. Lu Feng can only see the moves again to fight, and after a dozen moves, Lu Feng found the opportunity to kick over the man, pulling away from the distance. Wait a minute, Lu Feng continued, but the man did not give Lu Feng the opportunity to speak. Get up to attack. Lu Feng saw that the man was going to attack again. He had no choice but to pull out the pistol on his waist and point it at the man. When the man saw the pistol, he was immediately creeped out and stood still, not daring to move. Having experienced war, he could tell at a glance that the gun in Lu Feng's hand was real, a standard M1911. Can we talk properly now? Lu Feng said indifferently. Chapter 56, Conquering Killer Black Wolf. The man directly raised his hands when he heard that, because he who had fought with Lu Feng until now understood that with the current distance between the two, the chances of him grabbing the gun was zero, but Lu Feng could definitely shoot him the moment he grabbed the gun. I lost, the man said as he stood there. No, you didn't lose. If it wasn't for the fact that I have a gun, in the end, I still don't know who lost and who won, Lu Feng said with a faint smile. If you have a gun, why didn't you take it out at the beginning? The man was puzzled because Lu Feng's pistol had a silencer. Lu Feng could have taken it out at the first opportunity to kill him. Why bother fighting him for so long? Because I want to try my fighting skills, Lu Feng explained. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the man was instantly speechless. Big brother this is life and death combat not playing house. The guts are really big. China's gun ban is so strict. Many people involved in the triads only have hunting crossbows or homemade firearms in their hands. How did this gun in your hand come about? The man asked out of the doubt in his heart. The origin of the gun is naturally a secret. Can't tell you, Lu Feng said, but I'm curious and it's a pity. With your skill, you can have a better future. What kind of disease did your wife get that made you go astray? When the man heard Lu Feng's words, he directly sat on the ground and slowly narrated. My wife has cancer. She has to live on dialysis and chemotherapy every day. I can't afford the high medical bills, so I can only do this kind of business of killing people to get rid of them. The man seemed to give up directly. You are a soldier, right? Lu Feng asked. I'm serving in the French country. I'm considered a mercenary. I thought you were a Chinese soldier. Have you ever killed any Chinese? I mean ordinary people. No, the business I'm in contact with is all in the underworld. All of them deserve to die. I'm not a gangster, am I? Then why did you kill me? I had run out of money. My wife needed treatment. They were giving too much. I had no choice but to take it, the man answered truthfully. He gave up resisting as he thought he would surely die. Okay, I'm done with my questions. Lu Feng raised his gun. Wait, I'm asking you to spare my wife. As a condition, I'll kill myself. This will also spare you the trouble. Although I know you're not an ordinary person, but I think dying from a gunshot, even you will be in trouble, the man suddenly said. Lu Feng looked at the man who had been calm in front of him and asked, aren't you afraid of death? Afraid, but I have long envisioned the current situation. What about your wife? I can only say that I tried my best. This is good. We can also be a ghost couple together. So what if I say I can cure your wife? What? The man suddenly stood up with an incredulous look on his face. I said, if I can cure your wife, what will you do? Lu Feng said as he looked at him. After hearing Lu Feng's words once again, the man immediately dropped to both knees. If you can cure my wife, I swear to always be loyal to you and be the sharpest knife in your hand, the man said with a firm face. But why should I trust you? After all, we fought and killed each other before. Lu Feng but said, as long as you can heal my wife, I can just kill Cui Hao as a pitch, the man said excitedly. Cui Hao was the red-haired man beside Wei Changqing, and it was the red-haired man who found him to kill Lu Feng. After hearing that Lu Feng could cure his wife, the man was directly on the verge of going crazy with excitement, not to mention killing one person, even 100. Ha ha ha, to be honest, I appreciate you. You are really good to your wife. Lu Feng laughed out hearing that. Then you agree? The man asked as he forced down the excitement in his heart. You should be glad that you haven't moved against ordinary people, otherwise you would have just died, Lu Feng said and turned to walk away. After walking a few steps, Lu Feng twisted his head and looked back. Why don't you follow me and take me to see your wife? The man was so excited to hear Lu Feng's words that he reacted. His upper and lower rows of teeth kept chattering and his body was shaking. Lu Feng had to walk over to support him again. Are you really willing to help me? The man asked incredulously. Like I said, you should be thankful that you didn't do anything to ordinary people. Otherwise, you'd already be dead. And I do need a bodyguard to protect me. And you're just right for the job. I will live up to your expectations. Please don't worry. The two people who had just fought for their lives just like this got into a car and lived peacefully together. On the way to the man's house, Lu Feng also learned about the man's situation. It turned out that the man's name was In Feng. He and his wife were childhood friends who grew up together. Then In Feng went abroad to join the army, and his wife had been waiting for him to come back, until In Feng retired and returned to China. The two only married, and the two are still longing for a happy life after marriage. His wife suddenly checked out the terminal cancer. This thunderbolt directly to the originally happy little family to split into pieces. Wife and Wan in order not to drag In Feng chose to commit suicide. Fortunately, In Feng found in time, and Wan saved, sent her to the hospital. Later as In Feng face high medical expenses can only choose desperate to help the mob personnel assassination, crippling and other work, to earn medical expenses. Lu Feng is really the first single business of ordinary people In Feng. In fact, in the no to go to kill an ordinary person, In Feng heart do a long time of struggle, and finally see the bedridden wife, can only bite the bullet to take this single, but did not expect to be defeated by Lu Feng, just when In Feng thought he was going to die. Lu Feng gave In Feng hope again. Soon, according to In Feng's directions, Lu Feng and the others arrived next to a very dated building. Sir, this is my home, In Feng said in a formal manner. Lu Feng smiled and directly got out of the car. In Feng hurriedly led the way in front and soon, the two of them arrived at the third floor. In Feng opened the door to his room. As soon as he entered the door Lu Feng smelled the smell of medicine all over the room. You don't mind? In Feng smiled awkwardly. Show me your wife. Lu Feng just smiled lightly. In Feng sniffed and hurriedly opened the bedroom door. As soon as he entered the door Lu Feng saw An Wan who was lying on the bed with a pale face, and various medical equipment by the bedside. Feng, you're back. This is? An Wan said as she saw An Feng coming up for air. Lu Feng could clearly feel An Wan's strain in saying these words. She was already terminally ill. Sir, I beg you to save her. An Feng said and flung himself on his knees. An Feng's action startled Lu Feng, and An Wan on the bed was also startled. Lu Feng hurriedly pulled An Feng up, and An Wan also struggled to get up from the bed. Don't worry, since I said it, I will definitely save her, Lu Feng said comfortingly. An Feng heard Lu Feng's promise then he got up. I have special medicine in my car. I'm going over to get it now. You guys wait for a while, Lu Feng said and turned to leave. Just as Lu Feng's side left, An Wan curiously asked Lu Feng who he was. He is my boss, An Feng said not really lying. After all, he would be Lu Feng's bodyguard from now on. You just said to let him save me. Is it really possible? This is a terminal disease. Don't be fooled, An Wan said with difficulty. Seeing his wife like this, An Feng's eyes reddened again. He directly squatted beside the bed and held his wife's hand, explaining that Lu Feng was not an ordinary person. He definitely had a way. Fool, it's me who dragged you down. I don't have any hope now. I just want you to live happily. And Wan said as she touched in Feng's head. As for Lu Feng's side, after walking to the car, he mentally focused and directly entered the system mall. The reason why Lu Feng promised in Feng that he could cure his wife's illness was because he had previously seen potions for cancer inside the mall. And there were even not only potions, but also methods to make them. It was a pity that Lu Feng could only afford to buy the potions and not the remedies right now. And the medicine for cancer would really blow up a wild storm directly all over the world if it was really released. With Lu Feng's current small body, he wouldn't be able to withstand those big shots, so even if he could afford it, Lu Feng wouldn't buy it. Unless he waited for a day when Lu Feng's business empire was really established and he had the confidence to fight against anything, Lu Feng would only consider buying these things. Soon, Lu Feng saw the cancer cure potion in the mall. Found it. Chapter 57 The Power of Potions. Lu Feng spent 500 prestige values to exchange a cancer cure potion from inside the mall, and then spent another 100 prestige values to exchange a nutrient solution. And Feng's wife had been tortured by the disease for too long, so it was best to take a restoration of body functions potion first. Lu Feng took the two potions and pushed open the door of the room and walked in, and Feng's two couples were staring at the door at this moment. Seeing Lu Feng push the door in, and Feng hurriedly welcomed him. Boss, did you get it? And Feng asked eagerly. Lu Feng didn't say anything, he just handed him the two safes containing the potions. Both of Feng's hands kept trembling as he received the safes handed over by Lu Feng. Ha ha ha, don't you fall on the ground without holding it steady, Lu Feng said as he looked at Feng's agitated appearance. No, no. Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, inside the two boxes, one is a cancer treatment potion and the other is a body function restoration potion. You give her the body function restoration potion to drink first, so that her body recovers a bit before drinking the cancer treatment potion. After listening to this, Feng opened the first box. Inside the box was sealed a light red potion. After taking out the potion, since he didn't know how to take it, Feng had to turn to Lu Feng for help. Fortunately, when the system was preparing the potion, it also directly told Lu Feng how to use it. Open the lid, take a third of it first, wait for an hour and then take another third. Anyway, it's just 3 hours to drink it all, Lu Feng said. After listening, Feng carefully opened the potion and took a cup, then poured out 1/3 and gently fed it to Wan. Wan directly fell asleep after drinking it. Sir, what's going on? Feng asked at a loss for words, so anxious that he was on the verge of crying. Don't worry, this is the normal effect of the potion, as the only way to recover better is to fall asleep. Lu Feng comforted when he saw him in such a hurry. Just like this, the two big men stayed in front of the bed. After about half an hour, Wan slowly woke up, boinging, with a humming sound coming out. Wan slowly opened her eyes, seeing his wife wake up. Feng hurriedly plopped down on the bed and asked how she was doing. Seeing her husband so concerned about her, Wan smiled happily. It's fine, Feng, I feel much better. My body is much more relaxed now, Wan said as she gently looked at Feng. She then tried to sit up all by herself. Feng saw this and wanted to go up to help, but was refused. Wan slowly sat up by herself with her arms propped up. Feng saw that his wife could sit up by herself. His eyes instantly reddened and he turned back to thank Lu Feng. Don't thank me first, give her another third, Lu Feng said again. When Feng heard that, he hurriedly gave his wife another 1/3 of the drink, and after Wan finished it, she unsurprisingly fell asleep again. Looking at his sleeping wife, he saw that his wife's pale and spiritless face had slowly begun to gain color, and Feng wanted to kneel down to Lu Feng again. Fortunately, Lu Feng was quick on his feet and held Feng who was about to kneel down. Ha ha ha, I don't need you to kneel, just protect me properly in the future. Lu Feng laughed out loud. Don't worry, before I die, no one can hurt a hair on your head, Feng said with firm eyes. After seeing that his wife's body had really improved, Feng had already sworn in his heart to use his life to protect Lu Feng. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Wan once again woke up from her deep sleep. How are you doing? Wan air. Feng, I feel fine, Wan said and actually got up from the bed. Don't think wrongly. People are wearing clothes, Feng was thrilled to see that his wife could get up on her own by herself. How do you feel? Lu Feng also asked. Thank you, benefactor. I feel great, Wan said and knelt down for Lu Feng. Seeing his wife kneeling down, Feng also hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed to Lu Feng. Thank you for your great kindness. Thank you for saving my life. Lu Feng hurriedly pulled the two men up. What are you guys doing? Don't keep kneeling down. Lu Feng looked at the two with tears and laughter. We really can't repay you for your great kindness. We can only use this action to show our gratitude, Feng said with red eyes. Alright, there will be plenty of opportunities to thank me in the future. You guys better hurry up and finish the medicine, Lu Feng said as he looked at the two. Under Lu Feng's urging, and Juan drank the last of the potion and drifted off to sleep again. This time, it took a full hour to wake up, which scared Feng and asked Lu Feng if something was wrong. Lu Feng couldn't figure it out either, so he could only ask the system, and after learning that it was a normal situation, Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing Lu Feng said it was normal, Feng then put his heart into his stomach. To know that he just saw his wife did not wake up, but directly scared him. Looking at his wife, whose physical quality was the same as a normal person's, Feng couldn't even say his happy words. Ever since his wife was diagnosed with terminal cancer, her physical fitness declined rapidly, and in the end, she could even only lie in bed, recovering her body, and Juan hugged Feng tightly. "Thank you, Feng," Juan said with tears. She then bowed to Lu Feng again. "You are the one who should be thanked the most. If it wasn't for you coming to my rescue, I probably wouldn't have survived much longer. It's an honor for Feng to work under you. It's an honor for him as well as for me." Lu Feng on the other hand gently picked up Juan, indicating that this is what he should do. "Now you can drink the cancer treatment potion. This time drink it all at once. Then she will probably sleep for a day and a night. This is normal," Lu Feng said to Feng. Looking at Juan, who was lying asleep on the bed after drinking the potion, Lu Feng offered to go out for a meal and buy some clothes. Because of the previous battle, Lu Feng's clothes were already dirty and tattered. However, when he saw Feng looking at Juan reluctantly, Lu Feng added that he could just go by himself, and asked Feng to keep Juan company. After saying that, he refused to let Feng send him off and walked out by himself. Just to the car, Lu Feng suddenly thought of something. From the car inside the hidden compartment took out 200,000 cash, and walked back. Snap! Feng opened the door. After Feng heard the sound, he hurriedly ran over and opened the door. "Forgot one thing," Lu Feng explained. "The 2 potions I gave you. No matter who it is, you guys can't tell anyone. And you couples have to move to Magic City with me. I'll find someone to erase your wife's previous doctor's visit information. You can rest assured, it's the 2 of us who will die. We won't leak a bit of information," Feng said. He was aware of the importance of these 2 potions given by Lu Feng. One could cure cancer and the other could quickly restore bodily functions. If these 2 potions were known to the rich and powerful, it would be $10 billion and a lot of people would come and grab them. If people knew that Lu Feng had this kind of good stuff in his hands, it was estimated that Lu Feng would be tied up somewhere the next day. "Don't keep talking about death and death. It's unlucky. It's good that you guys have it in your hearts," Lu Feng said and put the 200,000 in his hand into Feng's hand. "Take this money. When the time comes to the Magic City to properly purchase a little furniture and so on. As for the house, I will give you guys to find it good." Feng looked at the money in his hand, and again wanted to stuff it to Lu Feng, saying that he had already received such a great favor from Lu Feng, and could not ask for Lu Feng's money. "Consider this as your salary for being my bodyguard." "No, I can't. I don't need a salary for being your bodyguard." Then take this money and buy some good food and nice clothes for your daughter-in-law." Lu Feng couldn't help but stuff the money back again. Seeing Lu Feng's hardened attitude and thinking about his wife, Feng silently accepted the money. "This is not good. Okay, I'll go first." Lu Feng saw Feng accept the money, directly waved his hand and left. Feng just like this kept standing in place looking at Lu Feng's back and reddened his eyes. Chapter 58. Another day of being forced to act like a pimp. After Lu Feng left Feng's home, he went straight to the nearby square to buy clothes. It couldn't be helped. The clothes Lu Feng was wearing right now were dirty and worn out. Soon, Lu Feng arrived at a nearby shopping plaza, and after parking his car, Lu Feng walked into the plaza. When the passers-by saw Lu Feng's tattered clothes, they stopped to watch. This can be Lu Feng whole shy. Quickly ran to a clothing store is ready to change clothes. Even clothing store brand did not see clearly. "Welcome to the Armani men's clothing store." With the voice of the guide talking, Lu Feng realized that he walked into an Armani clothing store. "Match me with an outfit," Lu Feng said hurriedly to the shopping guide lady. "Okay, please follow me." The shopping guide lady didn't dislike Lu Feng because of the rags he was wearing. Instead, she was very enthusiastic. After all, this was normal. Normal luxury stores, their shopping guides were strictly trained, and the first requirement was to be warm to all customers. Like that kind of snobbish sales clerk. Basically none. "Just give me a direct introduction to ready-to-wear clothes. I'm in a hurry to wear it now," Lu Feng said after the guide. "Okay, sir. Then may I ask what level of ready-to-wear are you prepared to look at?" Armani's clothes were divided into 6 levels. They are, the Super Tier GA, First Tier AC, Quasi First Tier EA, Second Tier AJ Armani Jeans, the third line of EA7 and A/X Armani Exchange. These 6 levels. The GA line is among the top tier of men's ready-to-wear. AC series is Armani Business Ready-to-Wear series. Mainly go as business style. EA series, that belongs to the fashion style. Fabrics then compared to AC is to be inferior, but also relatively speaking cheaper. Armani as a whole. In fact, These 3 levels can be bought. Then down a few levels of ready-to-wear. That is simply in the circle of money. And for Lu Feng now, money is not a matter. Immediately, he spoke. Let's go and take a look at the GA grade clothes first. Yes sir, please follow me, said. Then he was leading Lu Feng towards the GA Super Tier 1 level area. And at this time, after entering the GA area, there were also a few customers inside picking out clothes. Looking at Lu Feng's dress is also curious, because look at Lu Feng's dress. How are not like can buy Armani clothes people, but also did not say much, because people Armani's clerk did not smack. They will not take the dog to meddle in it. However, there are exceptions to everything. At this moment, a man with an thick gold necklace on top of his neck, and his fingers are full of gold rings on top of his fingers, and a woman dressed up in a sultry dress on the side, after taking a look at Lu Feng, pinched his nose in disgust. What's the matter with you guys? How even beggars are brought to the store. At the expense of you guys are international big branded, the demonic woman said meanly. A side of the thuggish man is also agreed to say, some people just like to pretend obviously cannot afford to buy Armani, but also have to come in and look around. If you accidentally dirty a certain piece of clothing, whether you can afford to pay for it or not is a different matter, but if you listen to me and keep me happy, I'll make sure you'll have nothing to worry about. Yeah, hubby, what are you talking about? I'll definitely listen to you. Ha, good. In that case, then after I've bought this dress, I'll take you to buy a bag later. The man looked at Lu Feng with an arrogant face and said. The other guests didn't say much when they heard that. They also thought that Lu Feng simply couldn't afford Armani's clothes in this outfit. Originally, they thought that after the sarcasm, Lu Feng would run away in disgrace. Who would have thought that Lu Feng only smiled faintly when he heard this? And the guide on the side was also embarrassed when he heard this. He hurriedly said to Lu Feng, don't worry, sir, our Armani treats all customers equally. When Lu Feng heard the words of the shopper, he just didn't say anything and just looked at the fat man across the street lightly. The fat man was scared in his heart by Lu Feng's look, but he didn't want to lose face in front of his female companion, so he could only say stiffly, what, brat, am I wrong? Do you still dare to come up and hit me? I'm a man of quality. Unlike some people, after earning a little money, they float away, bringing their adopted mistresses around to belittle others. Lu Feng opened his mouth and mocked. When the man heard Lu Feng's words, he instantly became angry, and came up to hit Lu Feng, but looking at the calm Lu Feng, the man was a bit confused, and had to put down his hand, but refused to lose face, and could only open his mouth and say, Humph, want to make me angry? Let me hit you, so you can blackmail me for money, right? I tell you, the door is not even there. Cut. Lu Feng heard the man's words are speechless. Do not dare to fight, but also pulls so much why? You, not worthy. Lu Feng said from the wallet inside, took out a bank card and handed it to the side of the shopper. This series, all give me the same, take a set, just a little short of clothes. The shopper carefully took the card handed over by Lu Feng. When the man on the side saw Lu Feng's action, he directly laughed out loud. Ha, you really consider yourself a rich man, and take a set just the same. Do you have money? Your card wouldn't be only $100. The sultry woman also opened her mouth to be sarcastic. That's right, you have to be swollen face. If you really want Armani's clothes, apologize to my husband. Admit you can't afford it. I'll let my husband buy you a set. When the thug heard what the woman said, his heart panicked. He was afraid that he would really have to buy a set for Lu Feng at that time. The clothing in this area was very expensive. Casually take out a set of more than $100,000. He could not afford to buy for Lu Feng. But at this time, the woman's words had already been spoken. So the man had to force himself to calm down and say, yes, you kneel down and admit your faults to me. I will buy you 1 inch. The thug man was afraid that Lu Feng really apologized, and added another line for Lu Feng to kneel down, wanting to let Lu Feng know what to do. Lu Feng looked at the two people in front of him, were speechless. He had long since not been his previous self. After experiencing so many things, Lu Feng's mindset had long changed. Facing such a jumping clown, Lu Feng didn't even want to pay attention. Trouble you to help me pack it. Keep a set, I will change down later. Lu Feng said to the guide beside him. Oh, okay, but sir, let me ask one more time. Do you really need so many sets? The shopper guide asked in a small voice. The thuggish man didn't recognize the gold card Lu Feng took out, but the shopper guide did. Those who could hold this kind of gold card were worth hundreds of millions of dollars at least. Well, sure, go get ready, Lu Feng said indifferently. When the shopper heard Lu Feng's words, she directly ran over to swipe her card and prepared to help Lu Feng prepare the clothes. Still pretending. I want to see if you can swipe in your bank card, the man and the demonic woman said coldly. The other customers inside the store were also very curious to look at the guide who was swiping her card. Drip. As the sound of a successful card swipe rang out, the bill was then typed out. The crowd of onlookers, including the thuggish man, froze. Really successful payment. To know that this is not a few $1,000s. These sets of clothes have to be millions of dollars. Just like this random payment success. The thug man's heart wildly horrified. Kick the iron plate. People really have money. This is the first thought in the heart of the thug man. The thug man and the sultry woman looked embarrassed. After all, it was the two of them who had just bit the bullet that Lu Feng didn't have any money, and looked down on Lu Feng, and even told Lu Feng to kneel down and apologize to them. But the result was that Lu Feng really did have all this money. And looking at Lu Feng's expression of not caring about it, it showed that spending more than $1 million on clothes was simply a piece of cake. This was like a loud slap in the face of the thuggish man and the sultry woman. Seeing that Lu Feng was still looking at him, the thug man panicked. This was someone who could casually take out more than $1 million to buy clothes. His identity and origin was only huge. He had actually just mocked such a big man. The man was already sweating just thinking about it. At this time, the female shopper didn't think so much. She was now dead happy. Selling more than $1 million of clothes in one go, her performance was instantly exceeded, and she could also take a large commission. Could she not be happy? Sir, the clothes you want are all packed. This is your bank card. I've reserved a set of casual style clothes for you, especially matching your temperament. The shopper guide walked over and said, and also threw a wink at Lu Feng. Lu Feng directly ignored the guide's seduction and put the card back into his wallet. After storing his wallet, Lu Feng looked at the man, who by now was already shaking in his legs from Lu Feng's fear. This, sir? Yes, it's my fault. The man revealed an expression that was worse than crying and said, I can't afford this, mister. Lu Feng patted the man's shoulder and led the guy to change his clothes. The man was directly scared and froze in place, not daring to move, until Lu Feng changed his clothes and walked out. Looking at the handsome Lu Feng, the guide's eyes were all peach hearts. The fat man was even more flustered looking at Lu Feng, who had an outstanding temperament and a big brother's air. Sir, it's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize MT. Tai, please forgive me. Lu Feng ignored the man. After all, there was no need for him to bother with a small person with his current stature. He directly walked away with the guide, who was carrying a big bag, and just faintly said something as he passed by the man. Today I am in a good mood. Not with you general knowledge. In the future remember not to dog eye low. Only after the man heard this did he let out a sharp sigh of relief. He knew that Lu Feng had let him off the hook. Hubby, why are you suddenly like this? The sultry woman hadn't seen reality yet. Chapter 59, Returning to the Magic City. The man directly slapped the woman's face. What are you doing? The woman was directly struck dumb. It's not you. If it wasn't for you, how would I have messed with Big Brother? The man said angrily. Now you blame me? Just now you didn't also sneer at people, and even let them kneel down. Now you know you're afraid. You dare to talk back. See if I can beat you to death. The man said and was about to make a move, but was stopped by Armani's store clerk. Sir, please behave yourself. The man could only leave in anger when he heard that while walking away he also let out harsh words. Luckily the big man is in a good mood today. He spared me, otherwise I would have to beat you to death. Lu Feng didn't know these things happened in the store after he left. At this time he was opening the trunk of the car and put the clothes he just bought in. Sir, can I treat you to dinner tonight? Thank you for letting me take so much commission, the female shopping guide said. Lu Feng instantly understood what she meant when he heard the female shopper's words. I'm sorry, I'm not available. Lu Feng rejected directly. Seeing Lu Feng's refusal, the female shopper had no choice but to die. Lu Feng then drove away. He still had to finalize the matter of the group's move with Zhao Yun. Soon, Lu Feng arrived at the group. After arriving at the group, Lu Feng directly walked into Zhao Yun's office. Old Zhao, how did the meeting go? Lu Feng said as soon as he entered. Zhao Yun also stood up in a hurry when he saw Lu Feng coming. Dong Lu, you're back. Well, I'm back. Have the company members been notified? Notified. The meeting went very smoothly. This is also thanks to you, Mr. Lu. What has to do with me? Lu Feng asked doubtfully. If it wasn't for the fact that you gave your employees a raise in their wages and gave them a few pills of peace of mind, I don't think many of them would have been willing to follow us when they knew that we were moving. Ha ha ha, it's a bit of an unintentional blessing. Or you have foresight, Zhao Yun said smilingly. Ha 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 ha. Old Zhao, you've also learned to kiss ass. I'm just being honest. Oh yes, you have chosen a good location in Magic City. Not yet. I'm ready to go back to Mordor today. Then I'll choose a location. Anyway, the group relocation is not a day or two things. That's also true. Then according to what you said, when the company can't take away all will be sold to the Yachty Group. Well, you'll be in charge of this matter. The price is right. I only have one request. Foreign companies will not sell it to them for any amount of money they offer. This you can rest assured. I know. Lu Feng then arranged some more things for Zhao Yun. during which Xiaoyun said something about Wang Jingyan. Lu Dong, Wang Jingyan, due to the evidence, embezzlement and molestation, and bribery, has been punished on several counts, and the court has sentenced him to 12 years in prison. This is what he deserved. The group made him. He wants to ruin the group instead, Lu Feng said indifferently. By the way, Lu Dong, Wang Jingyan wishes to meet you. You see? No see, tell him I don't have time. Okay, how's that Jason thing going? The evidence of embezzlement is solid, but the contract he signed with the European company is still under investigation. Well, this involves a foreign country is really not good to confirm. Then you will use the greatest efforts to earn to let him do 2 more years in jail, Lu Feng said after drinking a mouthful of water. Okay, you can rest assured, Zhao Yun replied. Alright, there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I still have to drive back to Devil's capital, Lu Feng said and stood up. I'll see you off. After leaving Sail Power, Lu Feng went straight to the highway. He wanted to rush back to Mordor while it wasn't dark. On the way, Lu Feng sent a message to Enfeng, telling him to rush to Mordor as soon as possible. After Enfeng received the message, he said that he would pack up his things today and would go tomorrow. Soon, Lu Feng returned to Mordor and returned to Mission Hills International. Phew, I'm exhausted, Lu Feng lamented as soon as he entered the door and laid down on the sofa. This overbearing president isn't that good, so busy every day. I just want to be a salted fish every day. After lying on the sofa for a while, Lu Feng went into the bathroom to take a shower. After coming out, he sent a message to Xin Chuankui saying that he had returned to Magic City. Xin Changkite received the message and quickly replied, letting Lu Feng have a good rest. The two of them chatted with each other until late at night before Lu Feng went to sleep. Early the next morning, Lu Feng got up early and went out with the Wui Mountain red robe he bought from the System Mall. It turned out that last night, Lu Feng had gotten the phone number of the current hand of Magic City from Xin Changkui. Today, he got up so early and brought such an expensive gift to visit the other party. You should know that what Lu Feng is holding in his hand is the Dahongpo of Wui Mountain. And when you look around the world, there are only 12 ancient trees in Wui Mountain. And in order to protect the ancient trees, Wui Mountain Dahongpo annual output can only be more than a catty amount. Due to the output is very rare, Wyashin Dahongpo now the price of a gram of even sold to more than 10,000 yuan, which also has a price. Not you have money to buy, you also have to have a very high status. Lu Feng this time in the mall to buy Wyashin big red robe also enough 100 grams, and the packaging is very beautiful. Soon, Lu Feng came to a government compound according to the address given by Xin Changkui. After talking to the guard at the door about having an appointment, Lu Feng smoothly walked in. Looking at the small buildings inside the compound and the flower gardens that were taken care of by specialized personnel, Lu Feng also exclaimed, I never thought that I would actually be able to come here. It is important to know that the people who live here are some of the retired and incumbent bigwigs of Mordor and even the entire country of China. It's rumored that the last third in command of China also lives here. Lu Feng didn't dare to wander around, and according to the hints in the courtyard, he soon arrived in front of a small building. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng rang the doorbell in the courtyard of the small building. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Click. As the door was opened, a woman around 40 years old appeared in front of Lu Feng. May I ask who you are? The middle-aged woman asked. My name is Lu Feng. I'm here to pay a visit to Mr. Li, Lu Feng hurriedly said. Hearing that it was Lu Feng, the middle-aged woman let him in. As Elder Li had told her earlier that a man named Lu Feng would come to see him today, Lu Feng carefully stepped into the courtyard, and as soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw a vibrant scene. A neatly arranged flower rack with many kinds of flowering plants, manju, scattered anemones, vanda, variegated wood, hydrangea, Patagonian flower, malice, stone garlic, dianthus. There is also a huge grape arbor, which is full of greenery. Just below the grape arbor is a slate table with a chessboard carved into it. On the other side of the grapevine there were also a few bird cages with a few pachyderms chirping inside, adding a few more points of life to the small courtyard. Please wait here for a moment. Mr. Lu, the gentleman will be right out, said the middle-aged nanny. Oh, okay, Lu Feng agreed. As soon as the words left his mouth, an athletic middle-aged man with dark hair walked out. Lu Feng saw the man and walked over to greet him. Hello, I'm Lu Feng. Who would have guessed that the man just gave a faint look and ignored it? Sitting directly under the grape arbor, Lu Feng was instantly embarrassed. Why are you still standing there? Don't you sit down yet? Chapter 60, A Hand in the Magic City. Li Zhenghua said indifferently. Lu Feng sniffed and hurriedly walked over and sat down. I heard Little Iris say that you want to move the Sail Power Group to Magic City, is that right? Yes. Then in what capacity are you looking for me to do this? I'm curious about your relationship with Little Iris. Lu Feng instantly got a big headache when he heard these questions. Yes, in what capacity did he come here? Although the two liked each other, They didn't finalize their relationship due to some reasons, and this big brother of big brothers in front of him was obviously very familiar with Shin Shankue, which made him instantly not know how to answer. What? Can't you answer? The man smiled faintly. Mrs. Wu, bring me my tea set and tea leaves. Yes sir, Wu Ma answered. Soon Wu Ma placed a set of exquisite tea sets on top of the table, and also brought over a few types of tea leaves. Li Zhenghua picked up the tea leaves and was about to make tea. Lu Feng saw such a good opportunity, how could he miss it, and hurriedly took out the Wui Mountain de Hongpo that he had brought over. You taste the tea I brought over. With that, he handed over the tea. With an inexplicable smile on his face, Li Zhenghua took the tea. Do I count this as a bribe? Li Zhenghua said with a smile. When Lu Feng heard this, he hurriedly said, this is me honoring my elders on behalf of Long Kite. How can I count it as a bribe? Oh, on behalf of Little Iris. What's your relationship with him? Li Zhenghua asked with a smile like an old fox. This, Lu Feng was a bit speechless. What? You don't have a relationship? How can you represent her? Seeing that Li Zhenghua had to ask something, Lu Feng's heart was hardened and his teeth clenched as he said, I'm in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Chuang Kite, although it's not publicized now for some reasons, but I believe that I will one day appear in the Shin family in a bright and honorable way. Ha 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 ha, kid, the ideal is good. It's because of the Li family, but as far as I know, it seems that the Shin and Li families are going to be joined in marriage, and I just happen to have the surname Li. Li Zhenghua directly said with a big smile. Boom! Li Zhenghua's words seemed like a thunderbolt suddenly appeared in Lu Feng's mind. He just remembered that the big man in front of him was surnamed Li, and he was so familiar with Shin Shankue. This must be someone from the Li family in the imperial capital. What kind of thing is this? In front of others, robbing their kisses, isn't this looking for death? Chang Kite I might have to hang up Lu Feng thought in his heart. Kid, why don't you say anything? Scared silly? Li Zhenghua asked with a smile. Lu Feng heard the question and then reacted. So you, Lu Feng was a bit speechless. Seeing Lu Feng like this, Li Zhenghua felt that he couldn't tease this kid anymore, so he directly opened his mouth and said, I am indeed a member of the Li family, but I don't ask about the Li family's affairs. We who rule, we can't have a small family in our hearts. What we care about in our hearts is the big family of China. So boy, the competition between you and my nephew, I won't bother, nor will I suppress you because you are my nephew's love rival. It's good that you guys are competing fairly. Lu Feng kind of couldn't believe his ears. This big brother in front of him actually said this. It was just too unbelievable. But on second thought it's also right. Sitting in their position, they have long given up their small family, and their hearts are loaded with the common people. China is also precisely such a group of selfless people. In order to flourish. Thinking of this, Lu Feng was moved for a moment in his heart and stood up and bowed to Li Zhenghua. Ha ha ha, kid, are you thanking me for this? No, I'm bowing to you not because I'm with your nephews matter you public, but I admire your broad-mindedness. It's because of people like you leading us, the life of our common people is getting better and better. So, this salute of mine is in place of the general public, Lu Feng said with a serious face. When Li Zhenghua heard this, a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Ha ha ha, good, I accept. You can sit back down now. Only then did Lu Feng slowly sit back down. Since you have this heart, I, the elder, will taste the tea you gave me instead of Little Iris, Li Zhenghua said and opened the package. After opening it, a light fragrance came to his nose. Li Zhenghua's eyes widened when he smelled this flavor. Good boy, what a great deal. If I smelled it right, this is Wui Mountain's de Hongpo, right? Li Zhenghua looked at Lu Feng and asked. You are really knowledgeable. It is the Wui Mountain red robe. Lu Feng returned. It's not bad This must have 100 grams of it. Wui Mountain in the past few years to implement the protection policy. The annual production is only a caddy more than. To be honest, my position. The annual share is only about 50 grams Li Zhenghua really a little surprised, but also curious about Lu Feng in the end what is actually able to get over so many big red robe. But even if he was curious, he didn't really ask Lu Feng where he got it. Long Kite is indebted to you for taking care of him in Magic City. So the late generation sent these just to thank you, Lu Feng said with a smile. Ha ha ha, what a brat You're treating Little Iris as your own girlfriend I can tell you, Shin family's old ghost's hurdle is not easy to pass With your status as a director of the Sail Power Group can be far from enough, Li Zhenghua said. I will work hard, Lu Feng said with a firm face. Ha ha, good job, ambitious. I now very much want to see Shin Lao Gui's expression when he sees you. Li Zhenghua as if he thought of something funny, laughed out loud. The cabbage that you have raised with great difficulty, ha 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 as a result, it was arched by a pig. Old Ghost Shen will probably kill you. When Lu Feng heard this, he could only snap his toes to the ground in embarrassment. After a while, the tea was brewed. Li Zhenghua poured a cup for Lu Feng and poured a cup for himself. Picking up the cup of tea, Li Zhenghua smelled it with an intoxicated face before slowly savoring it. Lu Feng did not understand tea, but he picked up the cup and finished it in one gulp. This scene made Li Zhenghua see it and called out that Lu Feng didn't know how to appreciate it and wasted it. This tea is a waste for you kid to drink, Li Zhenghua said heartily. Isn't it true that I don't know tea? Lu Feng touched his head in embarrassment. Nah. This is a small can of Lion Peak Longjing. You kid take it back to practice, Li Zhenghua said and took a small can of tea from the table and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng didn't excuse himself and accepted it directly. Kid, what's the matter with me this time? Li Zhenghua asked while drinking tea. Lu Feng saw that Li Zhenghua finally asked for business and hurriedly said, it's like this. I want Sail Power Group to relocate to Magic City. Why do you want to move when you're fine? Because the kid has offended someone over there and is afraid of trouble. So it's better to relocate directly to save trouble. So what do you want from me? Do you want support or territory or what? Just want some favorable policies or something like that. Lu Feng hemmed and hawed. But what should you use to impress me? There are so many enterprises in Mordor. Those that are stronger than Fanli abound. Do you have any advantages? Lu Feng had long had a wording for Li Zhenghua's question. You should know that now the new energy market. Each car company is trying to develop. Whoever can take a step ahead can make a lot of money inside the new energy field. And I have super battery technology in my hands. Put it in a car that can last up to 2,000 kilometers. Lu Feng said indifferently. What? Li Zhenghua exclaimed in shock. It wasn't that he didn't have the stamina, but Lu Feng's words were too shocking. What is the concept of 2,000 kilometers? Tesla's car is only 1,000 kilometers, which is ahead of many car companies, leaping to become the first in the field of new energy. But now Lu Feng said that the technology in his hands was twice that of Tesla's. Li Zhenghua was really surprised. Is what you kids said true? You can't joke about this kind of thing. It's true, 1,000 times true. Chapter 61, Moving into the Manor. Li Zhenghua looked at Lu Feng who had a serious face, and in his heart, he was sure that he really wasn't lying. Kid, you are giving me a big surprise, Li Zhenghua said with a smile. It's all a surprise. Then you see if our group can get some policy subsidies. Lu Feng looked at Li Zhenghua expectantly and said, ha, you kid you have such a good condition, plus Xiao Kite's relationship. I cannot give you the biggest discount. He. Thank you then. Thank me, but I can say in advance, you and your group to me to comply with the law. If let me know you do something bad, do not blame me not polite Li Zhenghua said with a stern face. I guarantee that all of my businesses will abide by the law. Lu Feng immediately said, all enterprises? Do you have other businesses? A little bit. Ha. You're good. Tell me what it is. It's just that I still hold some shares of the Tianyu Group. And then there are also some shares of the Ferrari Group, Lu Feng said modestly. Li Zhenghua was shocked by Lu Feng again. The Tianyu Group you're talking about isn't the Tianyu Group in Magic City. Yes, the Ferrari wouldn't be the Ferrari that was announced to have settled in Mordor some time ago, right? Yes, it's the Ferrari that just settled in Mordor. Good boy. I really cannot see through you more and more Li Zhenghua sighed. He. Lu Feng giggled a bit. Well, it just so happens that there was a group that went bankrupt before, and all of its properties were auctioned off, and there are just the office buildings and factories that you need, so you can just go and shoot them yourself at that time, but I can remind you to prepare a lot of money. There are a lot of people staring at these properties. There is also the fact that by the time after the sale power moved over, all the preferential policies I will give you the highest, so it is always okay, Li Zhenghua said. It's okay, really thank you so much, Lu Feng hurriedly thanked. Ha, speaking of which, I also want to thank you, because Ferrari settled in Mordor. The last time I went to the meeting I made a big splash and now your Fanli is also going to settle in Mordor. Although it will definitely not be able to compare to Ferrari in a short period of time, but I believe that Fanli will definitely be able to surpass Ferrari and contribute more GDP to Mordor. Then I'll borrow your good advice. By the way, Lu kid, since you have such good technology, why don't you set up a company, one that specializes in producing batteries? At that time, you can sell the batteries produced to other car companies in the country, Li Zhenghua said. Lu Feng listened to Li Zhenghua's words, enlightened. Yes, how he did not think It is true that the ginger is still old and hot Li Zhenghua's experience is still far more than the current Lu Feng. Thank you so much for your teaching. I'll toast you with tea instead of wine, Lu Feng said and picked up the teacup and took another sip. This bowl-chewing peony drinking style made even Li Zhenghua cry and laugh. The two had a long conversation afterward, during which Li Zhenghua even asked Lu Feng to neuter the super battery technology at that time. For example, the original range of 2,000 kilometers, castrated into 1,500 kilometers to sell to other car companies. Sale Group themselves still use 2,000 kilometers. This way, not only can they make more money, but they also don't have to worry about other car companies stealing the limelight from Fonley cars. Lu Feng heard, cannot help but sigh in his heart, really worthy of a hand in Mordor. This if you go into business. It is estimated that it must be another size of the horse, and after such a long time of chatting, Li Zhangwei also appreciates Lu Feng as a rising star. Compared to those old oil in the business world, Lu Feng has a kind of sincerity in him, and from the conversation we can know that Lu Feng is not the kind of person who is only interested in profit, and he has a heart of his own. The two were like old friends, chatting a lot, until Mrs. Wu made a good meal and shouted for them to eat. Only then did the two of them reluctantly stop. Sitting on top of the dinner table, Li Zhengwa still kept praising Lu Feng. If all the businessmen in China were like you, I wouldn't even dare to imagine what kind of peaceful world it would be. We still have many excellent entrepreneurs in China, such as Elder Zhang of Weihua, who fought against the entire chip industry with his own strength. Lu Feng complimented. Yeah, but more of them are still a bunch of villains who only care about their own interests. A meal lasted for more than an hour before the two ended it, because Li Zhengwa still had a meeting to attend in the afternoon. Lu Feng left after the meal. Uncle Li, I'm leaving, Lu Feng said as he waved his hand. Li Zhengwa, on the other hand, stood in the courtyard and watched him. In just this one morning, Lu Feng had managed to climb into a relationship with Li Zhengwa, and now uncle was even called out. Li Zhengwa looked at the faraway Lu Feng and fell into deep thought. What exactly is your origin? You actually have a technology like super battery in your hands, but the life history is so mediocre. Even fatherless and motherless, was brought up by the eldest uncle from a young age. It's as if he grew up overnight. Big conglomerates like Ferrari, sailing, Tianyu, shopping malls and estates, all in your pocket in a short period of time. Are you the representative of that big family or organization? I hope you're as sincere as you seem. If you've really done something wrong to China or its people, no matter what you are, I will bring you to justice. Lu Feng didn't realize that just after meeting Li Dingwa, he had thought so much. At this time, he had already driven back to the Guanlan neighborhood because En Feng had called in to say that he had already arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. Soon, the car sped all the way back to Mission Hills International. En Feng, here, Lu Feng greeted. En Feng, who was standing by the roadside, saw Lu Feng and hurriedly ran over. Sir, I'm here. Where's your wife? She's in the hotel I temporarily rented. Okay, bring your wife with you. Then we'll go somewhere, Lu Feng said. Afterwards, the two of them got into the car and picked up Manhwa, and then turned around and went directly to the idle cloud villa. That's right, Lu Feng just happened to take advantage of this time when En Feng came over, and was ready to just move to the idle cloud villa. After all, in the future, he will be a bodyguard. His large flat is obviously not suitable to live with En Feng and his wife, so moving to the manor is the best choice, just as Lu Feng also wants to experience the feeling of living in the manor. The car soon arrived in front of the manor. Mr. and Mrs. En Feng looked at the vast manor in front of them and were dumbfounded for a moment. Sir, is this your house? En Feng asked in surprise. Yes, does it look good? We will live here from now on, Lu Feng said with a smile. En Feng couldn't believe his ears when he heard that. He didn't react until En Wan opened her mouth. Mr. Lu, we really can't live here. We'd better find our own house to live in. You're already too good to us, En Wan said softly. Yes sir, we've already received too many favors from you. How can we live in your house again? En Feng also chimed in. Looking at the two with serious faces, Lu Feng knew that if he couldn't come up with a good reason today, the couple wouldn't live here. Then if you don't live here, where will you? The bodyguard, live. In case someone comes to sneak up on me at night, what if you drive back again to rush back? Hearing Lu Feng's words, En Feng didn't know how to retort because what Lu Feng said was indeed the truth, but he didn't want to trouble Lu Feng again. Seeing that they didn't speak, Lu Feng directly opened his mouth and added, and it's not like I'm asking you guys to live with me. There are still several houses in this manor. You guys can just pick one to live in. After Lu Feng's persuasion, En Feng and the two finally agreed, but they asked to pay the rent when the time came. When Lu Feng heard this, he directly laughed. Ha 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 ha, let's talk about this later. Let's go and take a look at your new home first. Saying that, he swept his retina on top of the instrument and opened the gate of the manor. Chapter 62, A Gentleman's Revenge from Morning to Night. As soon as they entered the manor, Mr. and Mrs. En Feng were shocked by the luxurious arrangement. Inside the large garden, all kinds of valuable trees were standing, and the whole garden was created according to the Soviet-style garden, luxurious without losing elegance, atmospheric without being gentle. It was as if they were as comfortable as being in a forest. Smelling the fresh fragrance brought by the flowers and trees, both of them were mesmerized. Let's go. We'll have time to slowly appreciate it later. Let me take you to see the house first, Lu Feng said with a smile. When the two heard that, they hurriedly followed Lu Feng and walked over. Soon, Lu Feng brought the two of them to the side of the villa building. Looking at the luxuriously decorated villa, Wan nervously squeezed in Feng's arm. Feeling his wife's nervousness and uneasiness, Feng immediately held her hand. You guys pick one. Inside these 3 auxiliary villas, Lu Feng said as he looked at Feng. When Feng heard this, he hurriedly said that he could live anywhere. Sir, you make the arrangements. We can do it all. Alright then you guys will live in the right set of the main villa. Lu Feng said and led them to the door of the number 1 secondary villa. He then opened the door of the villa and let Feng and the two of them inside. When Feng walked into this villa, what he saw at a glance was extreme luxury. The high-ceilinged foyer, round arched windows and stone masonry at the corners, showed all the magnificence and classicism, and the moment the sunlight and breeze came in through the windows, one could still feel a hint of freshness from nature. Feng and Wan looked at this house in disbelief. It was actually the house they would live in later. How is it? It's okay, right? In time to clean up, by some daily necessities, you will live here. Lu Feng looked at the two people who were shocked and said, in fact, not to mention that Feng's two families were shocked. When Lu Feng looked at the house before, he was also stunned by the luxurious scene, and it took a long time for him to react. Sir, isn't this too luxurious? Feng said in a formal manner. Wan on the side didn't even dare to speak, just standing behind her husband. Seeing that Feng was still so formal, Lu Feng spoke in order to allay his concerns. I still have to thank you for letting you guys live here. Otherwise, I'd still be scared to live alone in such a big manor. Besides, Feng, you live next door to me. It's still hard for you. You still have to be on call 24 hours a day, Lu Feng said smilingly. After hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Mr. and Mrs. Feng's hearts were also slightly relieved. Protecting you 24 hours a day is my duty, Feng said with a firm face. After Lu Feng cured his wife, Feng had already decided to give his life to Lu Feng, not to mention living inside such a good villa for 24-hour protection. Even if he were to ask Feng to stand at the entrance of Lu Feng's villa 24 hours a day to stand guard, Feng would be firm in his execution. Alright, I'll have someone send some daily necessities to the manor. We'll be living here from today onwards, Lu Feng said as he took out a cigarette and handed one to Feng. He then lit one himself. Considering one, Lu Feng directly took Feng out. The two walked to a stone table next to the villa and sat down. Did you take care of Redhead? Lu Feng said as he exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Yes, and no one will suspect you, sir. Oh, tell me. Feng then explained what happened to Lu Feng. It turned out that when Lu Feng was preparing to leave the fat city, Feng found Lu Feng and said that he wanted to get rid of red hair to eliminate any future problems and hoped that Lu Feng would agree. Lu Feng considered it for a while and thought that Feng was right, but not wanting Feng to leave another murder behind, he purchased a potion inside the system mall. This kind of potion was called nerve disorder potion. It was not fatal, but once injected this kind of potion it would be demented, which was commonly known as cutie pie. After getting the potion from Lu Feng, Feng took advantage of the night to sneak into Redhead's villa that night. Redhead at this time did not know that he was about to play out. He had just completed a dragon and 2 phoenixes. He was sleeping with his arms around the 2 chicks, and the 2 big battles directly made him tired. Feng carefully observed, after confirming that Red Hair is indeed asleep. Taking out the sleeping potion given by Lu Feng, he gently opened the window of the Redhead's bedroom and spread the potion all over the inside of the bedroom. Feng looked at his watch. 5 minutes later, Feng carefully rolled in from outside the window, gently walking to the bedside. Looking at the sleeping Redhead, Feng slowly lifted the quilt and drew the nerve agent inside the syringe, shining a needle at the Redhead's buttocks. After doing these things and confirming that there was no evidence left at the scene, Feng flipped out of the window again. After hearing Feng's words, Lu Feng also laughed out comfortably. What gentleman's revenge? 10 years is not too late. Sorry, in Lu Feng's case it was a gentleman's revenge. From morning till night. Well, you did a good job. Since they want my life, I naturally won't let them have a good time, Lu Feng said coldly. Didn't you say that apart from Red Hair, there are others? You tell me. I'll go back to Face City today and finish them off piece by piece, Feng said in a cold tone. It was as if Wei Changqing and their human lives were not as good as a cat or a dog in its eyes. Lu Feng smiled faintly after hearing Feng's words. Feng, there are times when you want to destroy someone. It doesn't have to be that bloody. We can move our hands and make him lose his name and his family. I don't quite understand what you mean. Ha ha ha, you just need to understand that I won't let them go. Right now the group is still in Face City and hasn't moved out. All in order to prevent them from jumping over the wall in a hurry. Let them have 2 more good days. Feng didn't say anything more. He just stated that he would do whatever Lu Feng told him to do, and that would be fine. Alright, Feng, today is also considered to be the first day we moved into our new home. I'll ask the hotel to send over some wine and food. Let's celebrate, Lu Feng said as he got up with a smile. Sir, There's no need to ask the hotel to send it over. One Air's cooking is not inferior to a hotel chef, said In Feng. Oh, is that so? Then I'll have a good time tonight. Then I'll take One Air to buy food first. You take a rest. When it's ready, I'll call you directly, In Feng said and went back to call In Wan. In Wan, after hearing her husband say that Mr. Lu wants to eat the dishes she made, hurriedly pulled In Feng and ran out. Hurry up. Mr. Lu wants to eat my cooking. I have to rush to buy fresh ingredients. And Wan hurriedly pulled In Feng and ran out of the villa. Seeing Lu Feng who hadn't left, she hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Lu. Lu Feng saw the two families running out and took out the car keys from inside his pocket and said, "This place is still a bit far from the place where you buy food. Drive the car," he said and handed the keys to In Feng. After In Feng received the keys, he was pulled away by In Wan. Mr. Lu, you just wait to taste my handiwork, In Wan said while running. Ha ha ha, good, I'll wait for your meal. Lu Feng smiled back. Looking at the two who were far away, Lu Feng returned to his villa. Sitting on top of the sofa, Lu Feng took out his cell phone and turned on Same City Rush Delivery, asking them to help him go inside the mall to pick up a batch of daily necessities and send them over to him. Although the villa was well decorated and fully furnished, some daily necessities were still missing. Soon, after about an hour, Mr. and Mrs. In Feng came back from grocery shopping. Ding dong ding dong. As the doorbell rang, Lu Feng curiously opened the monitor in the living room. "Sir, please open the gate. We can't get in," In Feng said to the camera as he stood outside the manor door. Chapter 63, $1 million a year. Lu Feng looked at Mr. and Mrs. In Feng in the camera, and then he remembered that he hadn't entered their fingerprints and pupils inside the security system. Although they had driven out in Lu Feng's car, the license plate could only pass through the first gate, and the manor's gate still required pupils or face fingerprints to enter. "We have a visitor. Is it released?" With the sound from the security system, Lu Feng heard it and chose to release, and only then did In Feng and his family come in. Lu Feng also walked out of the villa after seeing In Feng come in. "Sir, your car keys." In Feng came to Lu Feng to return the car keys after parking the car. As for In Wan, she had long since gone back with a big bag of ingredients to prepare dinner for Lu Feng. "Aha, hard work. Tomorrow you go with me to Mission Hills International. Drive the car inside the garage to the manor, where no one lives for the time being," Lu Feng said. "Okay, sir, let's go. I can't wait to taste In Wan's handiwork," he said and walked towards In Feng's villa. Seeing this, In Feng followed behind Lu Feng. In Wan was preparing the ingredients at this moment. When she saw Lu Feng walk in, she hurriedly said, "Mr. Lu, please sit in the living room and wait a bit. The meal will be ready in a while." "Ha ha ha, take your time. There's no rush," Lu Feng said with a smile before sitting on top of the sofa in the living room. Lu Feng then introduced the villa security system to In Feng, saying that he would record the two of them's pupil fingerprints and whatnot after dinner. After In Feng heard about the manor's defense system, he directly exclaimed, "Sir, this can totally be called a fortress. If there are more than 7 or 8 bodyguards, everyone is armed. I believe, outside is 100 people can't attack in. Ha ha ha, the bodyguards will follow, but let's talk about the guns later," Lu Feng said. In Feng then went on to raise many questions about the manor's defense. Lu Feng was directly made to cry and laugh by In Feng's words after hearing them. "This is the manor. This is a place to live. Since it's a place to live, it must be comfortable. If we follow your suggestion, the manor will become a fortress. China's gun ban is so serious, at most someone will come over to assassinate, but the manor's defense can't even be blasted by a bazooka. What you said is also true. He. And Feng sniffed and scratched his head and said. The two of them chatted for a while longer until they stopped when they smelled the aroma of a meal. "It's time to eat, Mr. Lu, Feng," In Wan said as she carried a pot of chicken soup. Under In Wan's greeting, Lu Feng and In Feng sat down at the table. Looking at the large table of authentic Manhwa cuisine in front of him, Lu Feng's appetite was greatly stimulated. "Made so many Lu Feng said. "There is still too little time. Otherwise, I could have made more for you," In Wan said with a smile. "You taste it." In Wan's expectant eyes, Lu Feng picked up a piece of tiger hair tofu and put it into his mouth. The tofu was charred on the outside and tender on the inside, so delicious that it directly mesmerized Lu Feng with the aroma. "Yummy yummy, really especially yummy," Lu Feng said and picked up another piece. "If it's good enough for you to eat more, I'll cook for you every day in the future," In Wan said. When Lu Feng heard In Wan's words, he hurriedly said, "How can this be? Won't you become a nanny?" Who would have thought that when In Wan heard Lu Feng's words, she hemmed and hawed and laughed a little and said, "Isn't that just right? My family Feng is your bodyguard. I am your nanny." No, Lu Feng still refused. "It's fine, sir, you're alone now, and you don't have a cook, so let Xiaowan cook for you in the future." It's just a matter of an extra pair of chopsticks. And Feng also said at the side. Lu Feng thought about it, so he stopped excusing himself. A meal was quickly finished. Lu Feng wanted to help with the dishes, and Wan and Feng said nothing but disagreed. Lu Feng had no choice but to pull Feng out. Is there something going on, sir? Feng asked curiously. Nothing much, just talking about your salary. Lu Feng said. How can we ask for your salary? You have spent so much to save my wife's life, even spared me, the assassin who killed you, and gave us such a nice house. How can we ask for your money? Feng hastily refused. Lu Feng looked at Feng's resolute refusal to accept the money and was also in a difficult situation. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Lu Feng said, then you guys don't want my salary. You guys keep me every day. What do you spend? Do you still have money? But also every day for me to cook and eat, but also to buy food. You go there to get money to go. This I'll think of a way. You don't have to care. Anyway, we can't ask for your money. Feng still firmly said, then you have to protect me every day. Where do you have time to get money? Your wife still has to cook every day and has just recovered from a serious illness. Where does she go to get money? Lu Feng's words made Feng silent. When Lu Feng saw that Feng didn't say anything, he opened his mouth again and said, let's put it this way. I'll pay you a salary according to the top international bodyguards. $1 million a year. So don't reject it. You're worth the price. As for your wife, cooking skill is so good. In the hotel must also be a chef. I offer her 50,000 yuan per month. Can it? No, we can't ask for that much. Why not? You're on call 24 hours a day. I'm taking advantage of you. Then my wife's salary is too high. Just cooking for you is worth 50,000 a month. Yo, are you saying that my Lu Feng's personal chef doesn't deserve a $50,000 salary? No, Mr. Lu, I don't mean that. Feng was instantly anxious. It's not this meaning on the line. Just say it. Besides, giving your wife this $50,000 still includes money for groceries. Seeing Lu Feng say this, Feng could only agree. Lu Feng, after determining the salary of the two, directly to Feng hit 5 million yuan, and then left. Feng looked at the astonishing string of numbers on top of his cell phone and hurriedly ran back to discuss with his wife. What? You actually received money from Mr. Lu? Feng, how could you go so far? Wan directly shouted after hearing Feng's words. How can you have the nerve to ask for Mr. Lu's monies? If there was no Mr. Lu, I might have already died. Now Mr. Lu saved us, and arranged such a good place for us to live. You still want Mr. Lu's money? You hurry up and go with me to find Mr. Lu and return the money to him, Wan said and pulled Feng out. Ding dong ding dong. Lu Feng, who was just lying on the sofa preparing to brush short videos for a while, heard the doorbell. Seeing that on top of the living room monitor, the two Fengs were displayed. Lu Feng opened the door with a puzzled look on his face. Why are you two here? Lu Feng asked suspiciously. Mr. Lu, we can't take your money, Wan said directly. Then she said that she was going to transfer the money to Lu Feng again. Lu Feng looked at Feng with a puzzled face and then looked at Wan, still not understanding what was going on. Seeing this, Feng had to tell the reason. After hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry. So he had to take out the same set of rules he used to deal with Feng to deal with Wan. Who knows that Wan simply do not eat this set. She said that Feng has to protect Lu Feng 24 hours a day, do not have time, but she only need to do a few meals a day. There is plenty of time. You can go out to work in the hotel to earn money to buy food for Lu Feng cooking. Lu Feng heard this and was touched. These two are genuinely good to themselves. Then they can't treat them any worse. Thinking of this, Lu Feng opened his mouth and said, but, I'm very demanding about my meals. Buying food costs a lot of money. When Wan heard this, she directly said that she could work 2 more jobs so that she would have enough money to buy food and cook for Lu Feng. Lu Feng saw that Wan was dead set against it, so he could only use the killer tactic. Anyway, you must follow my words here. If you can't accept it, then leave, Lu Feng said with a stern face. Seeing Lu Feng angry, the two couples panicked and hurriedly said that they would listen to Lu Feng's words. Lu Feng laughed, then said, then do it according to my salary. You can either accept it or leave it. There was no other way. Seeing that Lu Feng had said so, the two could only agree. After sending the two away, Lu Feng also walked straight into the bathroom to wash up. Chapter 64 Ribbon Cutting Ceremony. Lu Feng, who had finished his bath, returned to his room and laid down on his bed and was about to sleep. Who expected the phone to ring again? The night gave me a pair of eyes. Lu Feng picked up the phone and took a look. It turned out to be Chen Chen calling. Hey, Secretary Chen. What's up, Mr. Lu? The branch so personnel has been recruited almost, so I want to ask you, when to move to the new factory there? Chen Xian said softly. Lu Feng heard Chen Xian's words before he reacted. This period of time was too busy, so he forgot about the Ferrari. It turns out that the personnel has been recruited almost. Let's do it tomorrow then. It just so happens that I'm looking for Enzo for something, Lu Feng said. Okay, tomorrow then. It just so happens that President Enzo's gift for you has arrived, said Chen Qian. Oh, I thought Enzo was just being polite, Lu Feng said with a smile. You can personally see the gift, mister. Enzo sent you tomorrow. You will definitely like it, Chen Qian said mysteriously. Hearing Chen Qian's words, Lu Feng became even more curious, after which the two chatted for a few moments before hanging up the phone. Lu Feng directly laid down on his bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Feng had just washed up and dressed ready to go out. Just as he opened the door, he saw Enfeng standing at the door. Good morning, Enfeng, Lu Feng said with a yawn. Good morning, sir, I came over to treat you to breakfast, Enfeng said respectfully. Lu Feng heard that there was still breakfast to be had, so he followed Enfeng to the next door. Good morning, Mr. Lu, Enfeng greeted Lu Feng when she saw him. Morning, Mr. Lu, come and eat. Lu Feng walked straight to the table and sat down. Picking up his chopsticks, he picked up a slice of fried egg and started eating. The fire is just right, Lu Feng praised. Soon, Lu Feng settled his breakfast and then took Enfeng out the door. After all, today was the day that Ferrari officially entered Magic City. Since Chen Qian had notified in advance, it would be fine for Lu Feng to rush directly to the new factory. So Lu Feng planned to change his car at Guanlan International. After all, he now had his own bodyguard and part-time driver. The car soon arrived at Mission Hills International, and the security guard standing guard at the entrance was still the same 9527. Welcome home, Mr. Lu, 9527 reports to you. The security guard immediately stood straight and saluted. Lu Feng took out a 9527 from his car and handed it to the security guard. The security guard saw the scene and directly froze. Take it, Lu Feng added. Only then did the security guard take the cigarette with a confused look on his face. Mr. Lu, this isn't too good. TSK, I brought it for you to smoke. It's fine, let's go. The security guard looked at the car going to the underground garage and stood there muttering. Mr. Lu can really a good person. Usually these rich owners will look at us more than a glance. And Feng drove his car quickly to the downstairs of Lu Feng's house, and the two got out of the car. Lu Feng told Enfeng to wait here. He went up to get the keys. Soon Lu Feng walked down holding a large handful of keys. Sir, what are you? Enfeng asked as he looked at the car keys in Lu Feng's hand. Oh, this row of cars are all mine. I'm giving you the car keys now. After you attend the event, you can slowly drive all these cars to the manor yourself, Lu Feng explained. Enfeng looked at the row of luxury cars and sighed in his heart that Mr. Lu was really rich. How about it? Can you drive a Rolls-Royce? Lu Feng said. I can drive. I can not only drive cars, I can also drive helicopters and tanks and such, Enfeng said in a shocking way. Yo, I've picked up an all-rounder. You can drive the helicopter in the future, Lu Feng said with a smile. Afterwards, Enfeng opened the rear door for Lu Feng, let Lu Feng sit on it, and directly ran out in this Rolls-Royce. Mr. Lu, have a safe trip, 9527 said as he looked at the Rolls-Royce whizzing past. The car sped all the way down the road. The other cars on the road all avoided far away when they saw the Rolls-Royce for fear of running into this luxury car of luxury cars. Sir, this Rolls-Royce of yours shouldn't be an ordinary car, right? Enfeng asked as he drove on. Oh, why do you say that? Lu Feng asked. Look at this car of yours. The window panes are all standard German bulletproof glass. This kind of bulletproof glass is armor-piercing bullets that can't be pierced by a single shot, not to mention some small caliber guns. And when I just opened the car door, I could clearly feel the weight of the car door. If I'm not wrong, it's been retrofitted with bulletproof steel plates. Enfeng very professionally said the difference of this car. Hearing Enfeng's explanation, Lu Feng felt more and more that he had really picked up a treasure this time. This was simply an all-round soldier king. You guessed it right. This car is specially modified. It's a fleet with the Mercedes-Benz Big G that we drove before. The fleet has a total of 6 Mercedes-Benz Big G Charge escort cars, an Audi A8 bulletproof command car, and then there is this Rolls-Royce main car, Lu Feng said. This fleet is very professionally modified. With this fleet your safety is greatly improved, said Enfeng. Soon Enfeng arrived at the new branch of Ferrari according to the address given by Lu Feng. The car was parked steadily. Enfeng in a suit immediately got out and opened the door for Lu Feng. Sir, it's here. Only then did Lu Feng slowly get out of the car. When Chen Qian saw Lu Feng getting out of the car, she hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Lu, you're finally here. Well, not late, right? No, how could it be? Chen Qian said while sizing up Enfeng behind Lu Feng. Lu Dong has changed his bodyguard again. Why does it feel as if this bodyguard is very powerful? Chen Qian said in her heart. Lu Feng looked at the 3 words Ferrari 3 hanging above the gate and laughed out. This Ferrari's president of mine is finally living up to his name. Lu Feng said smilingly. Let's go, Secretary Chen. Let's go in and take a look, said Lu Feng and walked into the factory gate. Looking at the many employees gathered underneath the office building, there were also some automobile engineers who had rushed over from Italy as well as some management staff who assisted Lu Feng in his management. Accompanied by Chen Qian, Lu Feng walked straight up to the podium in the crowd, while Lu Feng stayed underneath the podium to keep watch. Cough. Hello everyone, I am your president, Lu Feng. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Here, I would like to warmly welcome everyone who has chosen to join the Ferrari family. Lu Feng, who had spoken a great deal on stage, was just about to stop for a drink of water when he heard someone speak. What's the matter, little wind? Why didn't you inform my old man about such a big event as the company's cut? An old man with gray hair came over with a smile. Lu Feng hurried down as soon as he saw the old man. Why did you come over, old man? You are a shareholder of our group. Can I not come to something as big as you? It turned out to be elderly Yunfengli. Hearing that Ferrari was cutting today, he rushed over to congratulate Lu Feng. Thank you for caring about me so much, Lu Feng said with a smile. Hurry up and bring over the gifts I prepared for little Feng. The old master turned his head and said to his attendant. The attendant heard the old master's words and said a few words on his walkie-talkie. Soon, a crate pulling goods drove into the factory's gate. Lu Feng curiously looked at the goods on it that were covered with a red cloth. Master, what have you prepared here? Don't you just walk over and see for yourself? Lu Feng heard the old master's words and walked to the front of the car, then lifted the red cloth, only to see that with the lifting of the red cloth, the eyes of all the people were attracted by what was in the car. The car was pulling a huge golden ox, which was carrying a golden dollar on its back. Lu Feng looked at the golden ox in front of him, then looked at the old man and said, This golden ox you sent me won't be pure gold, right? Ha 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 ha. What do you think of your brat? This is brass, but also pure gold. You see me sold worth so much money. The old master laughed. Ha 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 ha. This is not a joke. Lu Feng also said with a smile. Thank you for this golden calf. I like it very much. It's good that you kid likes it. You didn't inform me in advance here. Time was too short. I could only send this. It's already very precious. I'm sorry for your trouble. The two stood by the car and chatted, while the attendant directed people to unload the golden ox. Chapter 65 Yi Fan's arrival. In order to show how much he liked the golden ox, Lu Feng directly asked his master to place the golden ox in the center of the office building's plaza. Sister Chen, is that old man the old director of Tianyu Group? Just as Lu Feng was chatting with the old man, a young girl behind Chen Xian asked in a small voice. Yes, it's elder sister Li. Chen Xian said back. Our director still has a friendship with old Master Li. This is a big man who really started from nothing. The little girl continued, and a few other employees also gathered around when they heard the two talking. More than a friendship, our Lu Dong is a shareholder of Tianyu Group, Chen Xian said with a proud face. There was a clamor. The few people who gathered over let out a low cry. Really? The president is still a director of Tianyu? A small girl with glasses said. Yeah, how come they're all in their 20s and the president is so powerful? Of course it's true. Can't you see that elderly has come to send congratulatory gifts, said another employee. Okay, don't argue. Be quiet, Chen Xian said in a small voice. When the crowd heard that, they suddenly lost their voices. Then please take your seat and listen to the kid's speech, Lu Feng said to elderly with a smile. Good, then I'll listen, old Master Li said with a smile. Just as Lu Feng had arranged for the old master to say a few more words, he was interrupted again. Mr. Lu, uninvited, is everything alright? Lu Feng searched for the voice and looked over. Without looking, he was shocked. Why is this person here? Lu Feng muttered in a low voice, but still quickly ran to the person who spoke. Yi Xiao, what kind of words are you saying? For you to be able to come? That's giving me great face. Ha ha ha, it's good that you don't blame me for coming uninvited, Yi Fan said with a smile. That's right. The man in front of him was none other than Yi Weiming, Yi Lao's only grandson. Yi Fan. Li Yunfeng, elderly, also saw Yi Fan at the first time, but he didn't get up. He just sat there and guessed up what Lu Feng was actually from, that he could actually make elder Ye's grandson take the initiative to send a congratulatory gift. I can't wait to be happy that you're here, Lu Feng said. I still have to apologize to you. Last time my incompetent cousin and his girlfriend bumped into you and sister Chuan Kue, I originally said that after the birthday banquet, I would let the two of them come over to apologize to you, but I was really too busy, so I forgot about it. Piggy won't admit that he forgot about it. He. But don't worry, after my grandfather found out about this, he immediately grounded my cousin for 3 months, and his girlfriend was also kicked out by me, Yi Fan said. Lu Feng heard Yi Fan talking about this matter and he just remembered. Otherwise he would have forgotten about it. It's all in the past. Let's not mention this today, Lu Feng said. Good, it's a great day. Let's not mention that bad luck. Then please take your seat, young Master Yi. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, I'll treat you to dinner. Wait, my gift hasn't been displayed yet, Yi Fan said and let the people carry over the gift he prepared for Lu Feng. Sister Chen, who is this again? It feels like the head is more powerful than elderly. Yeah, Lu Dong seems to be calling him Yi Xiao. Is he the son of any big brother? Chen Xian actually does not know what this Yi Xiao is, but suddenly a male employee on the side whispered, I know who this Yi Xiao is. As soon as the others heard that he knew, they urged for him to hurry up and say it. The male employee said with a mysterious face, if I'm not wrong, this Yi Xiao should be the grandson of Yi Weimin Yi Lao, the last hand of Mordor. Nanny Sigma? The group of little girls including Chen Xian were dumbfounded. This one who came to send a congratulatory gift to Mr. Lu was elder Ye's grandson. This came from too big a place. You guys, what exactly do you say about Mr. Lu's origin? This is Master Yi Weimin's grandson. Yeah, this is too shocking. Another little girl also covered her mouth and said. Chen Xian was also shocked when she heard this information. She still underestimated Lu Feng's origin. A person who could make Yi Fan take the initiative to give a gift. The level must be at least on the same level as Yi Fan, or even higher than Yi Fan. Just as the group of employees were still in shock, Lu Feng lifted the gift that Yi Fan had given him, a god of fortune made of yellow pear. How about it? Do you like this gift? I wish you prosperity and prosperous business, Yi Fan said with a smile as he clasped his fist. Lu Feng was also shocked by Yi Fan's large sum of money. This is Wan Wali This is taller than a person's god of fortune. How many Wan Wali must be used Not to mention that this god of fortune was carved in a lifelike manner. It looked like a master-level carving technique. Yi Xiao, this gift of yours is really precious. Lu Feng sighed. Ha ha ha, what's precious or not? You like it is good. Come on people, invite this god of wealth inside the hall of this office building. Give Mr. Lu a good fortune. Yi Fan greeted the master to carry the god of wealth inside. I won't say any more polite words. Thank you very much, Lu Feng said. We are all friends. What are you polite about? I'll find a seat first. When you finish, we'll have a good chat. Yi Fan said and found a seat to sit down. Coincidentally, he happened to sit beside elderly, and naturally the two of them couldn't help but be polite again. Elder, you are also here, Yi Fan said politely. He still had great respect for this old man who started from nothing. Ha ha ha, our group's shareholders cut the ribbon. Can I not come? Rather, it's the arrival of you, Mr. Yi. That surprised me, the old man said smilingly. Your group's shareholders? What do you mean by that? It doesn't mean anything. It means that Lu Kid is also a shareholder of my Tanyu Group, the old master said. When Yi Fan heard this, he was also surprised in his heart. A Ferrari wasn't enough. He was actually a shareholder of Tanyu. Just as the two were chatting, Lu Feng saw that the god of fortune was moved in and everything was done. So he went up to the podium again to prepare to hurry up and end this ribbon cutting. Who knows just when up? Before he started to speak, he was interrupted by a voice. Lu Feng was speechless and hurriedly looked to where the voice came from. But the person who came this time, he didn't recognize. But Lu Feng didn't recognize it. Elderly Yunfeng and Yi Fan instantly stood up after seeing the person who came. Glancing at each other, they both saw a strong sense of disbelief in each other's eyes. How did this one's person come? Could it be that Lu Feng is still involved with this person? Although he didn't recognize him, Lu Feng still got up to greet him. Hello, I wonder who you are. We don't seem to know each other, Lu Feng said as he looked at the middle-aged man with glasses in front of him. Of course Mr. Lu doesn't know me. I'm here in place of my family's gentleman, the Sven man said. Your family sir is? My family sir's surname is Li. Chapter 66 Li Jinghua's gift. Surname Li? Lu Feng thought in his heart. He shouldn't know anyone surnamed Li, except for elder Li Yunfeng. Wait a minute. Lu Feng looked like he suddenly thought of something. It can't be that person. If it is, this is too scary. A big brother surnamed Li. A big brother suddenly popped up in Lu Feng's mind. Hello, welcome, said the man with glasses and shook his hand. My husband asked me to bring you a congratulatory gift. The man with glasses said and had the gifts brought up. Lu Feng looked at the gifts being brought up and guessed what was inside. As the man with glasses slowly pulled back the red cloth covering it, a mirror polished with brass was revealed. The brass mirror was perfectly crafted and could clearly illuminate a person's face. There was also an ancient poem carved at the bracket of the brass mirror. If you are fully virtuous, you will be loyal and upright. If you are fully practiced, you will be square and upright. If the whole life is like this, it can be called a gentleman. Just as Lu Feng was thinking about the ancient poem, the man with glasses on the side spoke again. Sir, I hope that you will not forget your beginnings, from the beginning to the end. Lu Feng fell into deep thought when he heard the man's words. It took a while before he returned. Go back and help tell Uncle Li. Just say that Lu Feng will definitely remember his teachings and will definitely keep his beginner's mind. When the man with the glasses heard Lu Feng's address, his heart also flashed with a hint of surprise. Then he said that he would definitely bring Lu Feng's words to him. With that, the man with glasses was about to leave. Mr. Lu, please forgive me, there is something going on, so it is inconvenient to stay for a long time. Lu Feng also knew what the man in front of him represented behind him, so he didn't stay much longer. After the man with glasses left, Lu Feng finally completed the speech and ribbon cutting smoothly. After that, he arranged for the engineers who came over from Italy and the people who assisted in the management. He was just about to take Yifan and elderly to dinner when Chen Xian called out to Lu Feng. Lu Dong, your gift hasn't been opened yet, Chen Xian said. What gift? Lu Feng asked. It's the gift that Mr. Enzo sent you. Oh, I was so busy, I forgot. Then I'll take you there to take a look. Then Yi Xiao and the old man should go over together. We'll go eat after we've seen it, Lu Feng said to the two, and both of them said that they had no problem. Then Lu Feng and the three of them came down to the company square led by Chen Xian. What kind of gift how come I didn't see it? Lu Feng looked at Chen Xian doubtfully. Coming soon, you wait a moment. Chen Xian's words just finished, the company's door opened in a van. Lu Feng was puzzled by Chen Xian. Soon, the car stopped in front of Lu Feng, and then the van automatically opened its flying wings. As the fly wing slowly opened, Lu Feng also got a good look at what was inside. Inside was a red Ferrari J50. This car, Ferrari's global limited edition of 10. Now that it was given to Lu Feng as a gift by Enzo, it was enough to prove the weight of Lu Feng in Enzo's heart. So it's a car, Lu Feng said without caring. What do you mean a car? This is a limited edition. Only 10 in the world. Yifan exclaimed. Knowing that his hobby is racing cars. He loved this Ferrari when he saw it. If you don't want it, sell it to me. You make an offer, Yifan said excitedly. Lu Feng heard Yifan's proposal, a little moved, but once he thought that this is Enzo's gift to himself, it is not very good to sell it directly, so he refused. At this time, the side of Chen Xian also introduced to Lu Feng the origin of this car. Under Chen Xian's introduction, Lu Feng realized that this was not an ordinary Ferrari J50, but one that Enzo had specially customized for Lu Feng. Although the style was that of a Ferrari J50, many things were specially customized. For example, although the body was red, it was not an ordinary red, it was a special pigment-tinted red, and currently this red color was only found on this car of Lu Feng. That is, it is the only one, including the engine and so on, many of which are customized. All in all, in a nutshell, it was one sentence, this Ferrari of Lu Feng's was the only one in the world. Lu Feng was also crying out after hearing this, not to mention Yifan who loved cars like his life. Lu Xiao, this car of yours must be lent to me to drive. Yifan opened his mouth and said. He now directly thought that Lu Feng must be the first young master of a big family who came out to practice. Looking at Yifan's coveted look, Lu Feng laughed and said that he would lend it to him when he had driven it for a while. Only then did Yifan put his heart inside his stomach. Afterwards, Lu Feng directly drove the car and prepared to take Yifan and elderly to dinner. When Yifan heard that Lu Feng was going to drive this car to take himself to dinner, he hurriedly wanted to take Lu Feng's car to go, and his own car was thrown here regardless. In this way, Lu Feng drove the Ferrari to take Yifan, while elderly followed behind in his own car. As for Feng, he was also following behind in his Rolls-Royce from before, so a very strange convoy appeared on the road. The one at the front was a Ferrari, followed by a Mercedes S in the center, and the one at the end was a Rolls-Royce. The strange convoy quickly attracted the attention of pedestrians and other drivers on the road, who took out their cell phones and started taking pictures. After driving for half an hour, Lu Feng brought them to the Tinglong Hotel. Several people got out of the car and came inside the hotel. A lobby manager recognized Lu Feng the moment he entered. After all, the things that Lu Feng had caused when he came to take over the hotel earlier were still fresh in the lobby manager's mind. Mr. Lu, why are you here? Why didn't you notify me in advance so that I could have someone prepare in advance? Oh, I decided to come on the spur of the moment, so you guys just prepare normally, Lu Feng said indifferently. Then he led Yifan and elderly into the elevator. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors. The elevator didn't stop until the 9th floor. Elderly thought that Lu Feng didn't know the rules of the Tinglong Hotel and hurriedly reminded him. Little Feng, are you mistaken? The 9th floor of the Tinglong Grand Hotel is not open to the public. Lu Feng was just about to reply when the elevator door opened. Lu Feng saw this and had to bring the two of them out from inside the elevator first. No mistake, you can rest assured, Lu Feng said as he familiarly opened the door of the private room and walked in. Seeing this, Yifan and elderly had no choice but to follow and walk in as well. Once inside the private room, Even the huge Yifan and the knowledgeable Master Li were shocked by the luxurious decoration, only to see that as long as the wood products that could be seen inside the private room, none of them were made of precious small leaf rosewood and wangwali. Even the huge dining table in the center of the private room was made of yellow rosewood. Even the 16 chairs were. The paintings hanging on the wall were also all from famous artists. Lu Feng pulled the two people who were looking dumbfounded and sat down at the dining table. Little Wind, we really didn't come to the wrong place. Elder Li was still skeptical. We really haven't come to the wrong place. This is the place. But I heard that the 9th floor of the Tinglong Hotel is reserved by the hotel owner specifically for himself. Yifan also said on the side. Yeah, how did you do it? It's not that simple. Directly become the owner of the Tinglong Hotel is not it. Lu Feng used the most bland tone to say the most pretentious words. Holy, Yifan exclaimed. Little Feng, you're not kidding. The old man also didn't believe what Lu Feng said. Seeing that the two didn't believe what he said, Lu Feng was just about to explain when the door of the private room was pushed open. Mr. Lu, you should have notified us in advance of your arrival, so that we can make preparations. Chapter 67. What exactly is Lu Feng's origin? The general manager of the Tinglong Hotel came to the table while talking. Along with the general manager came several girls in cheongsams, and in their hands were tableware made of authentic Dehua white porcelain. The maid gently came to the table and bowed, then slowly retreated after placing the tableware on top of the table. Then two tea masters walked in, one holding a tea set and the other holding tea leaves. Mr. Lu, what would you like to drink? One of the tea masters asked. I'll drink anything, Lu Feng said. The tea artist asked Yifan again, but it turned out that Yifan also said that young people don't drink tea, so she asked Elderly. In the end, it was Elderly who chose white tea. After the tea master heard the choice of white tea, she started to brew the tea. After the tea master had finished brewing the tea, Lu Feng let them back out. The general manager, after waiting for the three of them to order, took the menu and retreated as well. The old man and Yifan, on the other hand, were looking at Lu Feng as if they were monsters. Lu Feng was stared at by the two and his heart fluttered, so he opened his mouth and asked, "What are you two looking at me for? Holy, you kid is really the boss of Tinglong Hotel," Yifan said in surprise. Yeah, didn't I just say that? I don't believe it. Elderly picked up a cup of tea and took a sip before saying 3 times in a row. The three of them drank tea and chatted like this, and in the end, it was Yifan who couldn't help but ask what he and Elderly wanted to know the most. Young Master Lu, you still know that person? Which one? Lu Feng asked. Didn't that person's secretary come today? Yifan asked. Oh, you mean Uncle Li's secretary? What? The two instantly exclaimed in shock upon hearing Lu Feng's title. Little Wind, what did you just say? Elderly said as he covered his chest. What did I say? Lu Feng was confused by the two. What did you just call that person? Yifan hastily added. Uncle Li. Lu Feng said honestly. No, what is your relationship? Yifan was too anxious now. There is no way to change who also have to be anxious. This is a hand of the magic city. Heavenly figure. Now Lu Feng is calling the other party as uncle. This call two people cannot be surprised. I really can't see through you anymore. Little Wind, Elderly said with a sigh. Yifan also stopped talking. He was now guessing what Lu Feng was really from. If it was introduced by Xinchang Kite, then it was not surprising that Lu Feng recognized too, but Lu Feng actually called him Uncle Li. And looking at Lu Feng's puzzled look when he saw his secretary at the ribbon-cutting conference today, it is clear that Lu Feng did not invite Li Dinghui to come over. That means that Li Dinghui is uninvited. I can let Li Dinghui, such a big man, take the initiative to send a gift. This head must be how terrible. When Yifan thought of this, he didn't even want to eat. All he wanted to do now was to hurry back and tell his grandfather, so that he could analyze Lu Feng's origin. Just when the scene was once cold, the door of the private room opened again. The young lady in a cheongsam walked in with dishes, while the general manager followed with a bottle of good wine. Mr. Lu, 2 gentlemen, let me pour you a glass of wine, the general manager said as he was about to open the bottle. AI. I'm a big old man. I won't drink. You pour it for the two of them. Elderly waved his hand and said, I'm not going to drink either. There are still things to do after dinner. Yifan also refused. He is now full of thoughts of hurrying back to tell his grandfather what he knows. Seeing that both of them refused, Lu Feng said that it would be meaningless for him to drink alone, and directly asked the general manager to leave with the wine. Since we're not drinking, let's start eating. Lu Feng spoke. The two of them didn't politely pick up their chopsticks and ate. Thank you for your hospitality, young Mr. Lu, then I will leave first, Yifan said and took a taxi to leave. You ask why young Master Yi didn't drive away? He would like to, but who made him want to take Lu Feng's Ferrari J50 before, resulting in him having to take a taxi back to the factory to drive now? Little Feng, then I'll leave too. Elderly also said to Lu Feng after Yifan left, "Okay, you take care." Lu Feng helped the old man into the car, then smoothly helped the old man close the door. "Let's go. We still have to go back to the company," Lu Feng said to Feng. The two of them then drove back to the Ferrari branch in one car again. After parking the car, Lu Feng brought Feng to the company lobby, and Chen Xian was also waiting here early in the morning. "Lu Dong, let me show you your office," Chen Xian said respectfully. "Sure, lead the way in front." Lu Feng was also curious about his office. Strictly speaking, this division of Ferrari was the company that Lu Feng really needed to manage. The Fanli Group had Zhao Yun in charge, and the Tanyu Group had Wan Yu in charge as well. Ferrari only has him as the president, and those middle and senior managers from Italy are only here to help out in the early stages of the establishment of the branch, and they will go back when the company has stabilized. Soon, Chen Xian brought Lu Feng to his office. The office is very big. There are 4 parts. The first part is the secretary's office. There was a partition between it and the president's office area, which ensured the privacy of the president's office. The second was the president's office area, and the third was a small conference room. At that time, Lu Feng can hold some small private meetings in this small conference room. The fourth is the president's rest area, which is equipped with an independent bathroom check room. There is also a bedroom. Under Chen Qian's leadership, Lu Feng finished visiting the office that belonged to him. "Oops, I'm also considered to have an office of my own." Lu Feng sat on the chair and lamented. "Are you still satisfied with this office?" Chen Qian asked with a smile. "Satisfied, very satisfied, especially the rest area inside." Let Lu Feng thought of a particularly sensible quote. "Something secretary do? Nothing, as long as you are satisfied." "Right, Lu Dong. Those middle management from Italy, you need to arrange positions for them," Chen Xian said. "Okay, then while I'm still in the company now, you let them come over," Lu Feng said indifferently. Chen Xian answered and went out to inform those Italians. "And Feng, over there in the secretary's office area, pick a place. From now on when I'm here, you'll wait for me over there," Lu Feng arranged. And Feng listened to Lu Feng's words and went straight to the secretary area to pick his place. There were a total of 4 workstations in the secretary area, and Feng picked the one closest to Lu Feng, the president's area, so that if anything happened on Lu Feng's side, he could be the first to rush in. Knock knock knock. "Lu Dong, people brought over." Chen Qian knocked outside the door. "Come in." Chen Qian, who got permission, walked in with a large group of foreigners. "Lu, wait for your number." A group of foreigners bowed and greeted Lu Feng in awkward Chinese. "Hello guys." Lu Feng almost didn't even hear what they said. After greeting them, Lu Feng led them to the conference room to begin the appointment of positions in the company. "Tell me about your previous positions," Lu Feng said as he sat on top of the main seat. A group of Italians saw that Lu Feng can speak English. Heart a long breath of relief. After all, their Chinese is really not good. "I used to work in the sales department. I used to work in the sales department. I belong to the research and development department. I belong to the research and development department. I belong to the engineering department. I belong to the engineering department." A large group of foreigners started to introduce themselves one after another, and the scene was very chaotic. "Keep quiet." Lu Feng saw that they were in such a mess and directly shouted. Chapter 68, Knocking Chen Xian. The crowd instantly dared not speak when they heard Lu Feng speak. "Very good. Then let me arrange your positions." "Then let me arrange your positions," Lu Feng said. Lu Feng then arranged them according to their previous positions. It was said to be arranging positions, but in fact it was just letting them do what they did before and still do what they do now. At the end was another demonstration of every boss's essential pie drawing skills. The meeting ended quickly, and Lu Feng let the others leave first, leaving Chen Qian alone. "Is there anything else, Lu Dong?" Chen Qian asked curiously. "It's like this. Most of the employees in the company were interviewed by you personally, and I've seen your ability all this time. If it wasn't for you, this branch of Ferrari wouldn't be up and running so quickly. Now I'll give you a task. If you can accomplish it, the position of vice president of the branch will be yours," Lu Feng said as he took out a cigarette from his cigarette box. Chen Qian was very eagle-eyed and helped Lu Feng light the cigarette. "If you have any orders, I will definitely follow them," Chen Qian said as she suppressed the excitement in her heart. From the president's secretary to the vice president at once, anyone would be excited. But just like what Lu Feng said, Chen Qian is really powerful. "You're familiar with all these employees in the company, so I'm asking you to pick out a group of capable people and let that group of Italians take them one-on-one at that time. Let them quickly learn Ferrari's management system. I hope that after half a year, this group of foreigners will be able to go back." Lu Feng exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said. When Chen Qian heard Lu Feng's words, she instantly understood what Lu Feng meant. It looks like Lu Dong doesn't want anyone to plant outsiders around him, even if this group of people aren't outsiders. Chen Qian thought in her heart. "Okay, Mr. Lu, I understand. I will start making arrangements in the next few days," Chen Qian said respectfully. Well, this half year is your inspection period. Perform well, my vice president. Lu Feng continued. Yes, then I will go down and make arrangements. Chen Xian could not wait to show herself. Well, go. Chen Xian turned around and was about to leave, but just as Chen Xian turned around and walked to the door, Lu Feng's words came from behind him in a ghostly manner. Secretary Chen, figure out your position, don't let me down. Chen Xian's body shivered when she heard this. She understood the meaning of Lu Feng's words and hurriedly nodded and walked out. Chen Xian, who had just gone out, leaned her back against the wall and breathed heavily. Lu Dong is really scary. With him the pressure is really great. Lu Dong, I will use actions to show. Lu Feng saw Chen Xian go out, and after finishing his cigarette he also fell into deep thought. The words he just said actually had two meanings. The first meaning was the one that Chen Xian understood. It was to let Chen Xian turn her heart towards Lu Feng, because Chen Xian was after all recruited by Ferrari before. Lu Feng was worried that she would turn towards the headquarters. The second meaning was to let Chen Xian figure out her own positioning, because most of the people in this branch of Ferrari were recruited by Chen Xian, and Lu Feng was afraid that she would engage in a group when the time came. Just like Sale Power's Wang Jingyan. Plus Lu Feng promised the vice president position. After Chen Xian really can be counted in the branch as a person under 10,000 people, the needle is still to be played in advance. As for letting Lu Feng to manage the company, Lu Feng said what a joke. He is now so industrial. He cannot do everything personally, so he needs to enlist a group of people who sincerely do things for him. This was also the next guideline Lu Feng had set for himself. Just like this, Lu Feng sat in his office for an afternoon planning for his future goals. During this time, Chen Xian also came many times. After all, she is still Lu Feng's secretary. Serving tea and delivering documents is also her job now. Finally, Lu Feng made it to the end of the day. He stretched and stood up, bringing in Feng downstairs. Good day Lu Dong. Lu Dong goodbye. All along the way were employees who greeted Lu Feng, and Lu Feng responded to each of them. Coming to the garage, Lu Feng drove his own Ferrari, while Feng drove a Rolls-Royce. The two of them sped all the way back to the manor soon. Just after parking the car, Anwan greeted them. Mr. Lu, the meal is ready. Anwan said. Ha ha ha, Feng, you kid is really lucky. You have a hot meal to eat after work, Lu Feng said with a smile. Feng could only laugh one time when he heard Lu Feng's words. Several people soon sat on the dining table, looking at the colorful and flavorful meals. Lu Feng also ate without any hesitation. Oh right, Anwan, how did you go out to buy food? Lu Feng suddenly asked. He just remembered that there was no car inside the manor today. How did Anwan go out to buy food for such a long distance? I walked. There is nothing to do anyway. Just as a walk. Anwan said truthfully. How can that be? Coming back to carry such a big bag of vegetables and stuff. It's very tiring. Tomorrow I'll buy you a small car. Lu Feng said. No, Mr. Lu really don't need it. Anwan hurriedly refused. When Feng heard Lu Feng's words, he also hastily refused. They couldn't pay back what they owed Lu Feng now. How could they let Lu Feng spend money again? It's not like we're buying a luxury car. Just a normal small car will do. Now that the weather is so hot and it rains a lot, how can you go out? Just say it, Lu Feng said with a serious face. Then there is no need for you to pay for it. We also have money now. When the time comes we can just buy one ourselves. Feng continued. Yes, we can't spend your money anymore anyway. Wan also said seriously. Seeing how serious the two were, Lu Feng had no choice but to compromise. After dinner, Lu Feng returned to his villa. Play a couple games. Haven't played for a long time, Lu Feng said and laid down on his bed to play a game. You guys are so damn pitiful. Don't move my wild monster. Shooter, is your bow broken? Shoot. Tank, come protect me. Why are you hiding behind me? With the failure tone ringing out, Lu Feng ended his agonizing game process. A bunch of pits. Never play again. Uninstalled. Lu Feng cursed towards the bathroom. After all, he had to go to work tomorrow, so he had to rest early today. The next day Lu Feng pushed open the door and saw Feng waiting at the door. Good morning sir, you can have breakfast now, Feng said respectfully. Feng, you don't have to wait for me every morning. I know how to go over to eat by myself, Lu Feng said with a helpless face. On his part, Feng said that this was what a bodyguard should do. Lu Feng couldn't argue with Feng and directly left. After finishing breakfast, Lu Feng rushed off to work. I'm obviously so rich, why do I still have to go to work? Lu Feng, who was driving a Ferrari, spat silently. He didn't bring Feng to work today, but went alone. As for Feng's task today was to drive all the cars underneath Mission Hills International to the manor before taking his wife to buy clothes and a car. Lu Dong good. Lu Dong good. With a loud greeting, Lu Feng came to his office. Chen Shen was already waiting in the secretary area early. Good morning, Lu Dong. Chapter 69. Three girls mixed up. When Chen Xian saw Lu Feng arrive, she hurriedly got up to greet him. "Good morning," Lu Feng said. "There are 2 documents that you need to sign today," Chen Xian said and helped Lu Feng open the door to his office area. "Well, bring it over and let me take a look," Lu Feng said and walked into the office area and sat down. "Take a look." Chen Xian handed the document to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the document and read it carefully. After reading it for a while, he signed his name at the signature. "Lu Dong, what you ordered me yesterday. I have found 2 suitable employees. Do you need to inspect them?" Chen Xian said respectfully. "No need. If you think it's okay, then it's okay. I've always been one to use people and not to doubt them," Lu Feng said indifferently. "Yes, then I'll arrange for them to study with the Italians. I'll be right outside. If something happens, you call out to me," Chen Xian said and retreated. After Chen Xian went out, Lu Feng became bored and could only open his computer and play. Worthy of a specially equipped computer, playing games is cool. Lu Feng played the game for a while. Since the branch had just been formed, Lu Feng went to work on time and got off on time for a few days in a row. At noon on this day, Lu Feng, who couldn't hold it in, dragged Chen Xian out to eat. The 2 came to a small restaurant and sat down after ordering a few dishes. "How's it going? The branch is slowly starting to stabilize over the past few days, right?" Lu Feng said as he took a sip of his drink. Well, under your leadership, the company has stabilized." Chen Xian gave a small pat on the back. "Ha ha ha, you don't need to kiss my ass. I see all your abilities in my eyes." Lu Feng laughed. "I'm just a soldier in your hands. You are the general. It's all because you commanded well," Chen Xian said modestly. Soon, the meal was served and the 2 ate. After finishing the meal, Lu Feng refused Chen Xian's move to pay and went to pay for it himself. Bringing employees out to eat, how can you let them pay? This spreads out and doesn't make people laugh, Lu Feng said. Chen Xian, on the other hand, covered her mouth and snickered at the back. The 2 soon arrived at the parking place. Only that there was a large group of people surrounding Lu Feng's Ferrari. "Min, have you finished shooting yet? It's my turn." "Yeah, you've been filming for so long." The young girl called Min was sitting on top of the front end of the car at the moment, and a man was holding up his cell phone to take pictures of her. "Wait, I'll take 2 more pictures. This is a Ferrari J50A, the world's limited to 10. Such a car can be encountered today, can be really lucky," said the girl called Min. "Yes, I don't know which big brother's car is in Magic City. It's not something you can buy with money," said the man who took the picture. Lu Feng stood to the side with Chen Xian and sized up the girl who was taking pictures. The girl was wearing a small halter with an exposed navel and a super short skirt underneath. A pair of thighs were snow white and bright, without a trace of flab, and they were comparable to Chen Xian's pair of thighs. Seeing this, Lu Feng twisted his head to look at Chen Xian's outfit, a standard secretary's suit. The white shirt seemed as if it couldn't even withstand the pressure. The buttons were all stretched tight. A pair of beautiful long legs wearing sexy black silk, just right in the beauty photographed in front of him to form a black and white 2 kinds of temptation. Lu Dong, good looking. Chen Xian found Lu Feng looking at himself. His hand gently ruffled his hair and threw a wink to Lu Feng. Good looking. Lu Feng instantly embarrassed. Just at this time, the girl who was filming stopped filming. Lu Feng walked straight over in order to hide his embarrassment. Just as he walked to the car, he was pulled by a demurely dressed girl. "Do you understand the rules? Do not see we came first, Q," said the demonic girl. "That's right, what quality? Your girlfriend is really blind to see you." Another girl saw in the back of the Chen Xian, mocking said, don't say it. I have to hurry to shoot, otherwise when the owner comes back, everyone can't shoot on. My makeup did not spend it. Wait for the owner to come back, will definitely look at me," said the sultry girl. "Don't worry, we are so beautiful today, the owner will be fascinated by us," said the girl called The sultry girl smiled at her words and stood next to Lu Feng's Ferrari with a very confident twist of her butt. "Hurry up and take my picture," the sultry girl urged. Okay, coming," the girl called said and took out her cell phone ready to take pictures, not forgetting to taunt Lu Feng. "Wait here, you really don't have any quality at all. What a person." Lu Feng was speechless. Where did they get the confidence that they would look at them? Just the 2 of them with this face painted like a demon. A mouthful of it could be cosmetic poisoning. Perhaps Lu Feng's speechless expression was seen by the woman, who directly opened her mouth to curse. "You are speechless, what strength? I see you are annoying. You think you are the owner of the car, Lu Feng sniffed and directly took out his car key and pressed it twice. Drip! The Ferrari's lights flashed twice. A few people instantly froze in place in embarrassment. Lu Feng didn't care about the frozen trio and walked forward to open the car door. "Sorry, this is really my car," Lu Feng said and sat in it. Then he started the car, lowered the window and said again, "To be honest, I really can't look at you guys." Then with a kick of the gas, the Ferrari roared out of the parking space and arrived in front of Chen Qian. Chen Qian opened the passenger door and sat up. Lu Feng was just about to leave when he saw the trio running over. Little brother. Other brother is joking for you. You don't take it seriously, said the sultry girl. The other two girls also chimed in. Lu Feng was impatient with them and directly opened his mouth. What exactly are you guys going to say? Seeing Lu Feng's impatience, the three girls hurriedly showed their intention to add Lu Feng's cell phone number. You do not see the co-pilot above has been someone. Lu Feng now only feel disgusted. We don't mind. Don't you want to try more than one person? Said the girl called Minmin, and said she also touched her long legs. She believed that Lu Feng would definitely like her long legs. In the past, she had attracted a lot of dog lickers by utilizing these long legs. Ha, you guys don't deserve it. Lu Feng sneered. Then with a kick of the gas, the Ferrari rushed out like a rocket, only leaving the three girls frozen in place eating up the exhaust. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you delaying for such a long time, could I say something like that? Said the demonic girl. You still blame me. If it wasn't for your unpleasant words, would people be pissed off by you? Another girl disliked back nonchalantly. It's you who's to blame. If it wasn't for you, maybe I'd be in a limited edition Ferrari by now. Blame me again? Just blame you. The two argued and grabbed each other's hair. I'll beat you to death. You sub. You're no good yourself. You rotten bastard. The two cursed and fought at the same time, which scared the girl at the side, hurriedly to pull away from the two of them. The result has been to fight red-eyed two people. The girl who pulled the fight also gave a fight. Originally all two-person battle, immediately turned into a three-person melee. This strange scene attracted passers-by have stopped to watch. Some people even took out their cell phones to shoot, ready to upload to shake hands above. After all, Chinese people love to watch. This is something that the entire Blue Star knows.